Many years have passed since I arrived in the world of Pokémon and transformed into a shiny Gardevoir. Ipha, having relinquished her duties, chose a young girl to mentor, guiding her from a novice trainer to a Pokémon Master of global renown. Why they once again set up camp beside the Beedrill nest. Can't find a suitable Pokémon? Wait, I shall seek out a poacher. Out of funds. Let me help you find some fitting part-time work. Do you truly rely on me, even for the completion of your personal information? No passage ahead be a Team Rocket or the legendary Pokémon. Slowly, Ipha began to notice the remarkable growth of her prog. Ipha, I've collected all the badges. Ipha, these competitions are rather straightforward. Ipha, many people have followed my account. They all call me Teacher. Ipha, Team Rocket is nothing to be concerned about. Years later, having become the champion of the World Championship and the bane of evil organizations, the girl coldly interrogated her opponent. Tell me, where is Ipha? Chapter 1. The Girl and the Gardevoir. In a serene glade, a crystal-clear stream meandered nearby, the expansive environment attracting wild Pokémon seeking refreshment. This afternoon, the young trainer and her 3 Pokémon chose to set up camp and rest in this idyllic spot. After half a day of trekking in the wild, the girl felt a bit fatigued. Considering that the next city was still over a day's journey away and traveling at night was perilous, she resolved to rest for the night at this splendid campsite. The Gardevoir skillfully used psychic powers to lift the girl's heavy backpack alongside her teammates and set up the tent, arranging the campsite and distributing food. This Gardevoir, slender in form, exuded an air of calm composure, her striking features softened only in the presence of her trainer. With a snap of her fingers, a folding chair opened on its own, while she mused internally. Today is the 20th of May. The current location is approximately 30 kilometers from the nearest Evergreen City, where a liaison could be found to establish contact with the base, designated number 3307. Her fledgling trainer has already learned to set up camp away from Beedrill nests and the paths of large wild Pokémon, which is gratifying. While the girl appeared somewhat naive in her interactions with Pokémon, her inner voice revealed a thoughtful and rational maturity. Perhaps the child had already discerned her peculiarities, but that was of no consequence, as she had not intentionally concealed anything. The girl might merely view this as a test. Ipha, please fetch me a cup of water. The Magikarp, bubbling at the bright stream bed, stared vacantly as the flying water bottle filled with the stream's essence before soaring away. In this tranquil setting, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of safety, the Gardevoir, named Ipha, reclined comfortably in her chair, retrieving the newspaper she had acquired at the previous Pokémon Center along with her share of food. Today's dessert consists of Furus brand fill bread. She took a delicate bite and found that, although the jam and cream were quite generous, the texture of the bread felt rather cheap. The portion was modest yet relatively pricey, prompting Shania to furrow her beautifully shaped brows and resolve to have Xiao Lu choose a more cost-effective option next time. At this moment, the young girl sat cross-legged on the lush green grass, nibbling on a dry piece of bread while browsing pages on her laptop. Xiao Lu, likely around 16 or 17, was at the minimum age stipulated by the league to apply for trainer qualifications. A few months of traveling had sun-kissed her skin to a healthy wheat tone. She wore snug black athletic pants and a white shirt, draped with a loose jacket that matched her inner garment, featuring the classic Pokeball design on the back. Her striking features and sleek short hair, paired with her pragmatic attire, exuded the vibrant essence unique to spirited young women. As Xiao Lu finished her bread while gliding the mouse across the screen, she gazed at the densely packed annotations and markings on the webpage, letting out a pained groan, her body flopping to the ground like a ditto, wholly absorbed in mimicking a human corpse. What has happened, Master? A frightened Eevee, which had been devouring Pokémon food from its bowl, leaped up and instinctively dashed to the girl's side, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The Pidgey resting atop the tent merely cracked open one eye, calmly assessing the situation before resuming its nap. That it's nothing, Alice. You need not worry. Xiao Lu's voice was weak as she ruffled the chocolate-colored cutie, alleviating some of her inner turmoil. Such a headache. Bui. Is your head hurting? Do you need medicine, Master? Should I call for help? The innocent Eevee, flustered, circled around the girl, its fur bristling with anxiety. Ha, I told you it's fine. The Eevee's antics amused Xiao Lu, who sat up and embraced the silly creature. It's merely a troublesome matter, but your master is destined to become a Pokémon Master. You need not fret over such trifles. Confidence is commendable, yet one must first achieve the basics. Ipha shook her head. You know Alice's temperament, be cautious not to frighten her. Eek! Xiao Lu jumped in surprise, chuckling awkwardly. Got it. Just give me a heads up when you use telepathy. Next time, it's quite startling. As dusk began to settle, Pidgey circled the campsite a few times before venturing to the far end of the forest to scout. Xiao Lu continued perusing various web pages on her laptop, jotting down notes and sketches in her actual notebook. Even in the wild, signal bases were mostly established, accompanied by Pokémon ranger stations and small Pokémon centers. Had Eevee genuinely dialed for help, Xiao Lu could have indeed found herself on a stretcher within 10 minutes. When it comes to Eevee, this innocent child has dutifully remained by. The fawn sighed, but upon encountering a dense wall of text, he soon succumbed to slumber, curling up in the girl's embrace. And on the other hand, Ipha stayed close to the girl, quietly observing her endeavors. Many years ago, she purposefully studied the language and script of this world, allowing her to comprehend the words on the screen and the notes on paper. Moreover, she harbored a profound passion for reading books and newspapers. Sinead understood that the girl's words to Eevee were merely comforting reassurances. The fawn found herself ensnared in a predicament that posed a significant challenge for most novice trainers. A trainer hailing from modest means. The girl naturally pursued a strategy of cultivating a select few Pokémon rather than an extensive roster. Currently, she possessed only Eevee, Pidgey, and Sinead 3 Pokémon in total. While this approach certainly reduced costs, it came with glaring drawbacks. The offensive capabilities of her team were severely limited, and tactical options were exceedingly scarce. In preparation for the more arduous challenges presented by the next gym, she urgently needed to capture a new Pokémon to fill the gaps in her team's offensive repertoire and to introduce new strategic possibilities. However, this led to further complications. Suitable Pokémon were not easily found. One could not simply stumble upon a creature that perfectly met their requirements along the roadside. Furthermore, the new Pokémon must possess a certain level of strength, otherwise, the fawn would be compelled to invest considerable time nurturing the basic qualities of her new companion. Lastly, the difficulty of training this new Pokémon could not be overly demanding. In order to provide a superior growth environment for her existing trio, the fawn found herself reduced to subsisting on nothing but stale bread. If she were to capture Snorlax or other large Pokémon, she might face immediate financial ruin. Yet, she could not afford to compromise on the treatment of her Pokémon. On one hand, this would stifle their growth, and on the other, it could deteriorate the relationship between trainer and Pokémon. In severe cases, particularly for those Pokémon endowed with intelligence, they might even choose to sever ties with their trainer. The fawn's plight was by no means unique. The majority of trainers with ordinary circumstances encounter similar obstacles in expanding their teams. Consequently, a plethora of online resources has emerged, offering strategies for team building and Pokémon training tailored to the needs of average trainers. The girl was engrossed in these materials, perusing each page and link with the fervor of a recent graduate desperately seeking employment. In comparison to her peers in traditional education, it was akin to missing a pivotal entrance examination. Should the fawn fail to attend the first Alliance conference following her debut, her journey as a Pokémon trainer would undoubtedly become even more arduous. The Alliance has harnessed the power of Pokémon to significantly liberate productivity, gradually transforming this civilization into a resource-abundant, utopian-like society, devoid of turmoil. However, no amount of wealth could ensure that every common trainer achieves freedom in cultivation. After all, the expenses associated with this profession are exorbitant, and even the Alliance cannot support every aspiring trainer. Yet, what newly embarked trainers require is not merely trials, but rather challenges that foster growth. Despite the prevalence of trainers like the fawn, who suffer from the disadvantages of timing and socioeconomic circumstances, Ipha believes that commonality does not equate to fairness, nor does it imply that such struggles are justifiable. Having consciously chosen the fawn as her trainer and harboring high expectations for her, she, as a Pokémon bound by honor and disgrace to her trainer, bears the obligation to extend a helping hand to the young girl in times of necessity. Ipha stretched lazily, gazing at the focused profile of the fawn, her thoughts swirling as a plan gradually took shape in Sinead's mind. Now, all that remains is to await the deep of night. Chapter 2. You are the prey. In the dead of night, the forest transforms into a paradise for nocturnal Pokémon. Whispers of the noctowl mingle in the treetops, while a cool breeze carries the distant melodies of ghost-type Pokémon. Agile shadows flit through the dim underbrush. This vibrant life takes on a different form. The nocturnal forest is as lively as it is by day. A shiny Curlia, utilizing its psychic abilities, floats gracefully above the shadowy trails. Its cautious journey consumes considerable time, yet it ensures ample safety. After traversing without incident, the Curlia finally discovers a tree laden with sweet, succulent berries. Whether human or Pokémon, the pursuit of superior nourishment is an innate desire, and these extraordinary, nutrient-rich fruits are undoubtedly cherished by all Pokémon. Thus, this tree is not without guardians. A family of Noctowl occupies the area, and the Curlia approaches the tree's owners with utmost care. Perhaps due to the Noctowl's potential to learn numerous psychic-type moves and their natural affinity for psychic energy, they treat this unfamiliar visitor with relative friendliness. Ultimately, the Curlia successfully acquires enough sweet berries for a satisfying meal, avoiding any conflict with these adept nocturnal hunters, a most fortunate outcome. At the moment the Curlia receives the berries, its psychic energy surges dramatically, prompting it to immediately employ teleportation and dash through the woods with remarkable speed. The rapid movements afforded by its psychic abilities allow the Curlia to effortlessly evade any potential pursuers. Although Curlia possesses few natural enemies in the wild, it is well known for its sensitive nature, often exhibiting an overabundance of caution, particularly in solitary individuals. Eventually, this Curlia, cradling its hard-won sweet berries, halts in a secluded mountain hollow, which may serve as its den or a temporary dining spot. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A dark, purplish energy sphere descends from above, targeting the unguarded Curlia. Shadow Ball. Boom. This well-prepared assault, a ghost-type move that counters psychic types, poses a dire threat to the Curlia, potentially incapacitating it entirely. As the purple-black smoke dissipates, only a circular depression and inconspicuous fragments of the sweet berries remain where the Curlia once sat. A ghostly figure materializes from the air, resembling a lit chandelier, with a striped, round body and pupil-less yellow eyes. Its black, curled arms resemble lampstands, while eerie purple flames silently consume the air above its head and at the tips of its limbs. This is a Chandelure, a ghostly fire-type Pokémon, native to the Unova region. The meticulously planned ambush has failed, and the Chandelure's purple flames flicker slightly, betraying its astonishment. Yet, Ipha would not grant the assailant the luxury of contemplation. Her tall figure materialized instantaneously behind the crystal lampfire spirit, launching another shadow ball aimed precisely at its vulnerable back. The ghost-type shadow ball, too, held dominion over the ghost-type crystal lampfire spirit. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A pale green barrier emerged just in time to absorb the impact, safeguarding the spirit. The barrier shattered immediately, while the crystal lampfire spirit capitalized on the explosive force of the shadow ball to plummet rapidly towards the ground. It intentionally sought to increase the distance between itself and Ipha, as its formidable special attack came at the cost of a fragile physique. This clever spirit ingeniously utilized its opponent's assault to maintain a secure position for offense. Ipha, however, would not permit it such satisfaction, promptly using her psychic powers to pursue through the air. As she neared the ground, a lithe figure suddenly leaped forth from the underbrush. It bore a canine resemblance but sported devilish, curved horns and a sharp, slender tail, with pale bone plates adorning its neck, back, and forelimbs. This was a Houndoom, the dark Pokémon, a fiery beast hailing from the Chengdu region. This long-prepared Houndoom opened its maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth cloaked in ominous black energy, targeting Ipha, who had lured the crystal lampfire spirit down to the ground. The dark type's immunity to psychic type moves rendered it undetectable to Ipha's psychic grasp. Even as the distance between them dwindled, its signature move, Crunch, could deal significant damage, particularly to the defensively frail Shinado. Indeed, it expertly latched onto Ipha's afterimage, finding no tangible sensation between its teeth. Upon being struck, Shinado's form first blurred before dissipating into the air, leaving the Houndoom, now grounded, in a state of furious disbelief. Shadow Clone. Ipha had successfully outmaneuvered the Houndoom and, unbeknownst to it, appeared at its flank, the two now mere inches apart. While Shinado had already gathered a sphere of moonlit energy with her hands clasped in prayer, the dark type's immunity to psychic type moves did not render Ipha helpless. After all, Shinado was a dual-type Pokémon of psychic and fairy. Furthermore, utilizing her familiar type move would grant her an additional power boost, and with a single strike, the fairy type's signature move, Moonblast, could easily vanquish the Houndoom. Yet, at that moment, a sinister crossbow bolt whistled through the tranquil woods, aimed precisely at the poised Ipha. Her instinctual danger sense compelled Ipha to abandon her completed move, as she narrowly evaded the bolt with a psychic lift. The specially crafted arrow embedded itself into a small tree trunk, nearly piercing through it, leaving Ipha with no doubt that the arrowhead was coated with a potent tranquilizer designed specifically for Pokémon. Shinado turned her gaze towards the direction from which the bolt had been shot. In the woods beyond this valley, a furtive figure lurked in the shadows, observing the unfolding battle through night vision goggles, while issuing commands to the Pokémon under its command via a remote microphone. Despite his crossbow bolt failing to strike the exceptionally cautious Shinado, he felt no despair. As a skilled hunter, He understood that his primary objective was merely to prevent the target from executing its critical move, a goal he had successfully achieved. The gaze directed at him by the target stirred no emotions within his heart, although he had not encountered the rumored individual. Capturing a wild Shinado was still a remarkable feat. This Pokémon is known for its affectionate nature, ease of training, formidable battle prowess, versatile abilities, and aesthetic appeal that resonates with human sensibilities. It is highly sought after for both combat and other purposes, maintaining a consistently high price on the black market, particularly in the Kanto region where wild Shinados are exceedingly rare. He swiftly rose from the ground and began to reposition himself within the dark forest. He was determined to succeed in this hunt. The owls had not deceived him. A Pokémon hunter, indeed. The black hound swiftly closed the distance between itself and Ipha. Its sharp fangs wreathed in blazing flames as it lunged, only to find itself striking at an afterimage. The fiery explosion illuminated the surroundings in a vivid crimson hue. Initially, he had only intended to scout for a suitable ghost-type Pokémon for his fawn in the nocturnal forest. Another crossbow bolt was released, only to be seized mid-air by Shinado's psychic force. To his surprise, he had caught a significant prize. The metallic bolt emitted a pained wail under the pressure of the psychic grip, and Ipha cast a cold smile toward the shadowy figure that continued to evade him beyond the hillside. You are the prey. Chapter 3. Twist after twist. From the moment Ipha entered the forest in the dead of night, she had gleaned from the gossip of the nocturnal owls and her psychic abilities that a suspicious human had been wandering this area frequently in recent nights. While conversing with the owl family, she had skillfully donned the guise of a wild Pokémon to procure berries, all the while confirming the identity of this human. A Pokémon hunter. In this world, the sale of any Pokémon, even the likes of Pidgey or Caterpie, is strictly prohibited by law and heavily targeted by the Pokémon League. Yet, where there is shadow, there is always demand. And the vitality of the various Pokémon black markets is as resilient as a Magikarp. For every one that is taken down, a multitude springs forth. The existence of the black market supports numerous illicit professions that thrive in the shadows of society, including Pokémon hunters. As the title suggests, these individuals engage in the illegal capture of both wild and domesticated rare Pokémon, dragging them to the black market to sell at exorbitant prices. It is worth noting that assaulting wild Pokémon without their consent, severely injuring them, and capturing them in Pokeballs also constitutes a violation of the Pokémon Protection Act. For instance, the predicament Ipha now faced. This hunter had unleashed his primary Pokémon to assault her, clearly not with the intent of capturing new Pokémon to ascend to the rank of Pokémon Master. However, in this life, one must always pay their dues. The tactical system of the hunter is both straightforward and effective. The Dark-type Houndoom engages the target closely, leveraging its attribute advantage to ensnare it, while the Ghost-type special attacker, Chandelure, lurks in the distance, relentlessly employing Shadow Ball and Strange Light for surprise assaults. The target's psychic-type abilities prove ineffective against Houndoom, and the Fairy-type moves, often characterized by noticeable wind-up times, are easily interrupted by the hunter's concealed crossbow bolts. The hunter observes that the target's teleportation always occurs in his direction, indicating an acute understanding of the adage that to capture a thief, one must first seize the leader. Thus, the hunter consistently fires an arrow before shifting his position, maintaining a constant tug-of-war with the target. Given that teleportation incurs a cooldown, the target cannot escape through continuous displacement. If this stalemate persists, it is only a matter of time before the opponent reveals a flaw due to fatigue. The hunter whispers a countdown. The repeated use of teleportation has unveiled the intervals and maximum distance of the target's ability. 21. He announces, raising his hand to release another arrow, this time not aimed directly at the target's current position, but rather approximately 26 meters ahead in the direction the target is moving. Since the initiation of combat, the intelligence gathered has been sufficient for him to predict the target's actions. The encircled target vanishes in an instant, only to reappear precisely where the bolt was aimed. However, the hunter rejoices prematurely. The bolt, nearly touching the target's face, veers off course and grazes Shinado's cheek. Flying past her, Houndoom, a Pokémon born to hunt, grows increasingly exhilarated as the battle prolongs. Its hormonal surges and warming body elevate its state. At the first moment of the target's teleportation, it instinctively locks onto the new position of its prey and utilizes agility to pursue. Yet, it collides head-on with the erratically flying, tranquilizing bolt. No, the hunter bellows, but it is too late. Houndoom, caught off guard, allows the bolt to embed itself in its side. The Pokémon's resilience mitigates the wound's severity, yet the tranquilizing effect is profound. Houndoom stumbles and collapses to the ground, the brilliance of agility dissipating alongside its vigor. Yet, this is not the end. The immediate counterattack of Moonglow from Ipha follows. At this moment, the hunter has no time to reload, and the paralyzed Houndoom is utterly incapable of evasion. A flash of red light streaks across the battlefield, as a pure beam of energy crashes into the vacant ground, illuminating the surroundings with the brilliance of daylight. Ipha had anticipated the miss, showing no signs of discouragement. Instead, she harnesses the light of the moon to directly target the slightly disheveled hunter. The hunter suddenly feels a wave of paralysis wash over him, realizing that under the moonlight, his form, once cloaked in shadow, is now unmistakably revealed. At this juncture, the relatively slow-moving chandelier remains at a considerable distance from the hunter, leaving no barriers between Ipha and her quarry. The tide of the battle has turned. With a resounding thud, Ipha unleashes her psychic force, her lithe figure slicing through the air toward the solitary hunter. The gap between them closes rapidly, yet the hunter displays an enigmatic smirk. Snap! The once smooth ground suddenly fractured, and from the depths emerged a formidable canine Pokémon, its back, tail, and limbs cloaked in dense black fur, with blood-red pupils gleaming ominously. Enveloped in a sinister black aura, it charged towards the speeding Ipha. The hunter, unaware, had been ambushed by a burrowing hound. Should it collide with the hound's premeditated abyssal strike, a powerful move paired with the sheer force of their high-speed impact, the hunter was confident he could fell the troublesome Shinado in a single blow. This was not a trap specifically designed for Shinado, but rather a contingency plan prepared by an experienced and skilled hunter for every hunt. The tides of battle shifted once more. The hound made contact. Yet, like its fallen companion, it merely passed through a phantom. Another shadow clone? Impossible. The hunter and the hound wore identical expressions of shock. A chilling realization echoed within the hunter's mind, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The true Ipha had stealthily appeared above the hound, a radiant energy sphere pulsating with intense blue light forming in her hand. The true Chi Ball. Had she momentarily surpassed her limits and executed a teleportation? Or was the information relayed to the hunter a mere ruse from the start? The truth remained elusive. Yet the true Chi Ball in Ipha's grasp was undeniably poised above the hound's head. Shinado's remarkable special attack against the hound's meager special defense, coupled with the fighting type's double effectiveness against dark types, rendered it sufficient to obliterate the hound, even without utilizing its own signature move. Howl! The hound collapsed, incapacitated. The situation shifted yet again. The hunter forced a bitter smile. He had no more contingencies left. The crystal lantern, late to the scene, found itself too close to Shinado and its trainer, rendering it hesitant to strike. It was a deadlock. The Pokémon confined within the Pokeball could not break free using their own strength, and the hound along with the black hound faced the same fate. Modern Pokeballs lacked this function, but early antiques and specially crafted versions used by Pokémon hunters retained this design. How do you know so much? It's merely a wild Pokémon. Its performance is surprisingly adept. In response to the hunter's incredulous gaze, Ipha cast a hypnosis spell, sending him into a slumber to rendezvous with Darkrai. As the aftermath unfolded, the hunter had been consciously avoiding moves that would cause significant environmental destruction or attract undue attention. The efficacy of such moves in the darkness was uncertain. Should the hunt create too much commotion, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Pokémon wardens stationed in the area. Even if the target were captured, escaping from the warden's encirclement would prove challenging. Hence, the restrained battle resulted in some depressions in the ground. Although the Black Hound's fire fang sparked numerous embers, it fortunately did not ignite any vegetation. As for the wild Pokémon inhabiting the area, they had cleverly fled the scene at the onset of the battle, remaining unscathed. After the battle, a number of inquisitive wild Pokémon, such as the ubiquitous Hoot Hoot, gathered around. The minimal need for battlefield cleanup brought great delight to Ipha. She examined the hunter's crossbow, seemingly crafted from the body parts of Pokémon like the ironclad rhinoceros, thus possessing considerable power. It was evident that the hunter, equipped with this weapon, had taken down numerous Pokémon. Ipha decided to dismantle it into scrap metal using her telekinesis. She then proceeded to search the hunter, uncovering some cash and items of no use to her, along with the hunter's identification card, which indicated that he was a seasoned trainer with little to show for his efforts. This financially strained man believed he had discovered an unconventional path to outpace his peers. Subsequently, Ipha engaged in brief communication with the gathered Hoot Hoots, instructing them to inform the Pokémon forest rangers in the area. The kind-hearted rangers would take the unconscious hunter, left on the cold ground during the late hours, to the warmth of the police station. Naturally, incarceration was unavoidable. However, if he demonstrated sincere remorse, he might negotiate a reduced sentence by assisting the police in identifying fellow wrongdoers. Finally, Ipha negotiated with the hunter's Pokémon one by one. Perhaps due to their canine lineage, both Houndoom and Mytina displayed extraordinary loyalty to their trainer, preferring to follow him and accept his fate rather than seek a new master, which Ipha could not compel them to forsake. However, the remaining Pokémon proved less obstinate. Chapter 4. Capturing the Crystal Lamp Phantom, Part 1. Traversing along an unnamed mountain trail and passing through the last verdant grove, the young trainer and her shiny Gardevoir finally beheld a city harmoniously entwined with nature, where flowers bloomed year-round. Evergreen City. Evergreen symbolizes the timeless and everlasting green hue. Many towns in the Kanto region are named after colors, and in another world, This city is translated as Tokiwa City. The gentle evening sunlight cast a delicate golden hue over the city, while the twinkling lights harmonized beautifully with the exuberantly blooming flowers. The air was devoid of urban pollution, and each breath was filled with the freshness of life. How beautiful! The young trainer gasped in genuine awe, as the exhilaration of capturing a new Pokémon intertwined with the excitement of arriving in a new city. The weary girl let out a relaxed cheer, her steps noticeably lighter. Ipha accompanied the girl, unable to suppress a yawn. She felt a bit fatigued, surely. The mattresses at the Pokémon Center in the big city would be softer? The events of the past day had been quite numerous, and she had truly worried for her trainer's well-being. Awakened by the alarm, the young trainer stretched widely and released her Pidgey and Eevee from their Pokeballs. Together, they prepared breakfast with shared enthusiasm. Ipha, Ipha, the girl called, sticking her head into the tent. Ipha reluctantly opened her eyes, though she had been awake from the moment the alarm rang. Breakfast is ready. I threw in the leftover noodles and prepared your favorite energy cubes, the girl said cheerfully, holding a spoon in her hand. By the way, why did you wake up so late today? I woke up. I just haven't gotten up yet. The fawn displayed a look of regret and spoke with a hint of shame. I apologize for not properly estimating our supplies before departure. The past few days of hurried travel have taken their toll. I understand that you dislike being confined within a Pokeball. As a Psychic-type Pokemon, you are ill-suited for long journeys. As a trainer, I should have been more considerate. Ipha paused for a moment, then offered a reassuring smile. Rising from her sleeping bag, she gently patted the fawn's head, oblivious to the misunderstanding. As a Pokemon destined to become a master trainer, I am far from fragile. After a particularly hearty meal, the group, along with their Pokemon, tidied up the campsite and prepared to resume their journey. Only Ipha, disliking the environment of the Pokeball, floated beside the fawn using her psychic powers, being mindful of the heavy burdens the girl carried, which could impede her development during this crucial stage of adolescence. Ipha utilized some of her psychic energy to lighten the fawn's load. On that day, the girl and her Shinado had not ventured far when they unexpectedly encountered a rather lethargic Chandelure by the roadside on the plains. Instantly, the fawn recognized the significance of this rare Pokemon to her team and instinctively reached for a Pokeball. The fiery spirit of a trainer ignited within her. Few trainers would turn down the chance to encounter a rare and formidable Pokemon in the wild, especially someone like the fawn, who was in dire need of bolstering her team. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Su-Jin Liu, a Pokemon trainer. Noticing that the Chandelure did not flee upon spotting her, the fawn composed herself and decided to initiate a greeting. Madam, I believe that a trainer you would endorse should be a master-level individual. The Chandelure scrutinized the girl, silently reflecting that a certain Shinado, skilled in telepathy, could perceive its thoughts. This human girl appears to be a complete novice. Yet, she is destined to become a Pokémon Master. Ipha responded succinctly. Do not forget our agreement, Ch. May. Ch. May was the very Chandelure that had attacked Ipha the previous night under the orders of a Pokémon hunter. After defeating the hunter, Ipha had briefly discussed their fates with him and his two companions. According to the League's regulations, illegal actions committed by trainers would not implicate their Pokémon during trials. Thus, the hunter's Pokémon had 4 possible outcomes after his capture. The first was unwavering loyalty to their trainer, akin to the bonds shared by Houndoom and Maituna, who would wait silently for years or even decades for their trainer's release. The final option was to choose a new trainer, contingent upon the condition that Ipha must triumph over Ch. May in a fair battle for the chance to capture it. After careful consideration, Ipha resolved to establish a more dominant position. That night, she used her psychic powers to firmly pin Ch. May into the ground in front of the gathered Gugu, rendering it unable to escape, which explained its current state of despondency. I have always been trustworthy. The violet flames of Changming flickered gently, accompanied by a soft chuckle within his heart. In comparison to the lady, I am akin to a mere gnat beside the radiant moon. With the lady's wisdom and prowess, how could I possibly object to a trainer she willingly follows? Yet, it was indeed somewhat unexpected. In Changming's anticipation, based on the strength displayed by Ipha, joining the opposing team seemed more akin to a mere transition, and the supposed test of subduing her would merely be a formality. However, upon their encounter, he was taken aback to discover that Ipha's trainer was surprisingly feeble. As someone capable of being taken out for hunting activities, he was undoubtedly a key player in her team. He was significantly stronger than the little deer. If this human could not best me, would that Shinado be displeased? Should I perhaps hold back? No, I ought to let loose entirely. My team is in dire need of you. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me on my journey? Of course, should you wish to test my abilities through battle, that is entirely acceptable. Changming gestured with his arm, resembling a lantern holder, signaling the little deer to commence. Once you join my side, any request you make will be met with utmost effort. The treatment will certainly rival that of other trainers. The team members are amiable as well, so if you have any wishes. Upon witnessing the movements of the crystal lamp spirit, the little deer's eyes brightened. Could it be that it was simply splendid? Woohoo! The girl was nearly ready to leap with joy, for not all wild Pokémon are inclined to be captured by humans, yet her upbringing compelled her to maintain composure. All right, a deep breath. Give it everything. The little deer clenched her fists. It is decided, you are the one. Go forth, Ipha. The crystal lamp spirit's heart skipped a beat. I apologize, but I must decline. Ipha shook her head. The crystal lamp spirit regained its composure. The girl's expression fell. I did not rest well last night. My psychic abilities feel somewhat sluggish. Perhaps I am not fit for battle, having already found a suitable Pokémon for her. It would not bode well for the little deer if she had to engage in the capture battle herself. Ipha turned towards Changming, who was feeling relieved, and conveyed a psychic command. Suppress your strength. Match it to that of this young lady. This should be a trivial task for you, with your battle experience. You need not fear a fair competition against a novice trainer. Changming paused, shaking the violet flames atop his head. That suits me perfectly. Very well then, Alice. It is your turn. Reluctantly, the little deer had no choice but to send out Eevee, expertly donning the battle communicator. The battle communicator ensures that the trainer's commands are conveyed clearly and promptly to the Pokémon engaged in battle, while also preventing the need to shout commands that might reveal intentions to the opponent. The trainer's end is equipped with a headset fixed at the side of the face, while the Pokémon's end features a small, discreet earpiece, with specialized versions designed for various Pokémon types. Boo! Alice will give it her all. The little Eevee shouted with fervor. Changming joyfully waved his arms, looking down at Alice with a teasing tone. Little one, how many days have you been out of your egg? Are you certain you wish to challenge me, you fool? Alice has already celebrated her first birthday. As the pre-battle interaction concluded, the fawn elegantly raised her arm and declared, Alice. Flash of lightning. Chapter 5, Subjugating the Crystal Lamp Spirit, Part 2. The ordinary flash of lightning poses no threat to me. The true intent of my opponent is to utilize the acceleration of the flash to close the distance and execute their next strategy. Regardless, I must not allow her to succeed so easily. Phosphorescence. The arms of the crystal lamp spirit may appear to be fixed like a lampstand, yet they are as flexible as tentacles. Changming swiftly waved his arms, unleashing clusters of eerie purple flames towards the Eevee, who was enveloped in a radiant white glow. Despite the outward appearance of disdain towards her opponent, he remained exceedingly cautious once the battle commenced. Ipha stood beside the fawn, quietly observing this contest of capture. Changming is no fool. His previous trainer was a remarkably astute hunter, and in certain respects, he surpassed his trainer in intelligence. A trainer who earned Ipha's respect, despite being utterly overpowered, must possess exceptional prowess. Her decision to gracefully withdraw and entrust the battle to this young maiden undoubtedly stems from a significant reason, coupled with Ipha's unwavering conviction that this girl would one day become a Pokémon Master. Changming found ample reason to believe that this seemingly inexperienced girl truly possessed the capability to defeat a modified version of himself. Thus, from the very outset, he adopted a rather conservative strategy, affording his opponent the utmost respect. Dodge to the right. The fawn commanded urgently. In the midst of her sprint, Alice adeptly leapt to the right, narrowly evading the oncoming phosphorescent flames. Propelled by her leap, Alice soared towards a nearby sapling. Using the tree for leverage to redirect her trajectory, her path now aimed directly at the floating crystal lamp spirit. Do not even think about it. In the face of the encroaching Eevee, Changming wasted no time, instantly unleashing a jet of flame while simultaneously retreating. The jet of flame, a signature fire-type special attack, boasts long range and significant power, with a slight chance of inflicting a burn. However, it requires a moment of charge before execution. Changming had begun preparing this skill the instant Eevee evaded the phosphorescent flames, allowing him to release it instantaneously as she approached. A surging pillar of flame engulfed Alice's petite form, yet the fire continued its relentless advance towards the sapling used by Eevee for leverage, seemingly unaffected. Ipha's expression sharpened as a wall of telekinetic force materialized, dissipating the fiery onslaught. Despite claiming her telekinesis was unrefined and unsuitable for combat, she was more than capable of serving as a supportive presence to prevent environmental damage during this battle. The jet of flame's effect immediately struck Changming as dissonant. If shadow clones are to be employed for concealment, it must be in preparation for an approach or a move that necessitates time to charge. In the blink of an eye, Changming completed this series of thoughts. He wrapped his agile arms around himself, adjusting the angles of the flames on his body to converge inward, and in an instant, the purple flames surged. The crystal lamp Pokémon unleashed a relentless torrent of flames upon itself, transforming into a searing fireball in an instant. The command from the trainer, Bambi, arrived simultaneously, drenched the opponent's face with sand to reduce their accuracy. This seemingly simple maneuver possessed effects that extended far beyond its superficial appearance. The sensation of foreign particles would distract the struck Pokémon during battle, diminishing both the precision of their moves and their responsiveness to unforeseen circumstances. When paired with a highly mobile Pokémon, landing the initial hit could create an avalanche of advantages, rendering the opponent powerful yet ineffective. slowly dragging them into the abyss of defeat. However, the dense cloud of sand hurled towards the raging fireball merely extinguished a portion of the flames, failing to achieve the desired outcome. Is this how you defend yourself? Bambi mused in mild surprise. Firecatcher, came the acknowledgement from Ipha. A Pokémon with this ability receives minimal damage from fire-type attacks, and instead amplifies the power of its own fire-type moves. As Firecatcher activated, the flames receded, revealing the expanded purple flames of the crystal lamp once more, a chilling aura palpable even to Bambi from afar. What a cunning creature. It could easily turn the tide of battle if one were not careful. Evade with all your might. Unleash the flamethrower, Bambi commanded. Having previously trained alongside numerous trainers with fire-type Pokémon, Bambi had encountered many who employed the flamethrower move. Yet, compared to the flamethrower enhanced by Firecatcher, those earlier attacks were mere flickers of flame. The surging pillar of fire descended upon the petite Alice, yet at the last moment, Ipha narrowly evaded the attack by skimming the edge of the move. Alice's diminutive form erupted with a radiant glow, accelerating under the crystal lamp's keen gaze. Continue to douse with sand, Bambi instructed gravely, issuing what seemed to be a futile command. Yet Alice grasped the trainer's intent. With a sudden halt, Ipha harnessed the kinetic energy from the quick dash, releasing a haphazard spray of sand. Simultaneously, Ipha swiftly changed direction, dodging the crystal lamp's flamethrower by the slimmest of margins. The scorching flames struck the dust swirling above the ground, the collision of energies igniting an explosion. Coupled with the searing heat of the flames, the yellowish dust spread at an astonishing pace. Such reflexes, could it be that Ipha possessed the ability to foresee danger? Throughout the years spent alongside trainers, Changming had encountered thousands of opponents from various regions. Though he had not systematically studied like a trainer, his broad perspective afforded him a wealth of knowledge. As Changming pondered, he persistently unleashed flamethrowers. Dancing on a tightrope would soon lead to exhaustion, and even with the ability to foresee danger, one could not escape occasional miscalculations. In the current scenario, maintaining pressure on Ipha was all that mattered. Yet, after only 2 or 3 flamethrowers, Changming realized he could no longer pinpoint Ipha's location. Each of Alice's evasive maneuvers harnessed the kinetic energy of a dazzling flash, creating a momentary burst of sand through friction with the ground. The flames emitted by her combat partner aided in the dispersion of the dust clouds that enveloped the surface. Both Alice's sand throwing and the precision of the flames projection were executed with remarkable skill, resulting in the ground beneath Changming being completely shrouded in thick dust. Eevee's fur, primarily a light brown, closely resembled the color of the dust, rendering her shadowy duplicates nearly indistinguishable in the low visibility. Consequently, it became impossible for Changming to pinpoint Alice's true position behind the dust shield. An intriguing tactic, yet still insufficient. While the dust concealed their forms from ranged attacks, it possessed abysmal heat dissipation properties, making it akin to being trapped in an oven. If Alice wished to avoid severe burns, she had to either abandon her dusty refuge or launch a full-scale offensive at that very moment. The young fawn opted for the latter. 3 silhouettes of Eevee leapt forth from the dust, surrounding Changming from 3 different angles. The stamina of a single Pokémon is finite. Given that this Eevee exhibited remarkable physical prowess at her current level, her special attack capabilities were likely mediocre. Changming did not believe that Alice had mastered Shadow Ball. In the face of an attack, all he needed to do was envelop himself in flames, ensuring that regardless of which Eevee was the real one, or if they were all mere shadowy duplicates with the true form concealed beneath the dust, he would remain in an advantageous position. It was over. Ipha shook his head. It was indeed over. The young fawn confidently concluded. Now was the time. Use Toxic. A burst of purple venom erupted from the dust, colliding with the flames surrounding the crystal lamp fire spirit. The fire and high temperature consumed much of the attack. However, the vapor produced toxic mist, and a small portion of the venom successfully struck Changming's true form. His body was enveloped in a deep purple hue. The crystal lamp fire spirit succumbed to the poisoned state. As the flames dissipated and the thick smoke gradually settled, Changming and Alice exchanged glances for a fleeting moment, before the crystal lamp fire spirit reluctantly raised an arm and declared, "I surrender." There was no point in continuing. Trapped in a poisoned state, he would swiftly lose stamina over time. Eevee merely needed to perpetually employ the combination of Quick Attack and Shadow Clone to wear him down. Why would an Eevee learn Toxic? Changming mused. He was unaware that the young fawn had specifically taught Alice this relatively uncommon move to counter a previous gym leader renowned for defense and endurance. Yet, Changming was acutely aware that his defeat was not solely due to a lack of information. Had he not succumbed to the temptation of the flames, which provided a trifecta of defensive and offensive enhancements, but instead opted for a more conservative approach, Eevee's Toxic would have been thwarted. If he had acted swiftly to withdraw when the dust began to spread, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Eevee to find an opportunity to strike with Toxic. But in Pokémon battles, there are no what-ifs. You may throw the Pokeball now, Ipha succinctly advised. The young fawn immediately hurled the Pokeball. the red and white sphere tracing a graceful arc through the air before striking Changming, encapsulating the crystal lamp fire spirit in a flash of red light. Thud! Without any tremors, the crimson light on the Pokeball immediately dimmed, accompanied by the triumphant sound of successful capture. Welcome to the team. Crystal Lamp, Fire Spirit. Observing the jubilant Deerling eagerly retrieving the Pokeball and the exuberant Eevee bounding towards the girl, Ipha nodded in satisfaction. He then produced a vial of antidote. Have you forgotten something? Chapter 6. The Banquet at the Evergreen Pokémon Center. On a gentle night, stirred by Bada Fei, Deerling alighted from the bus at the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City. This grand establishment serves as a multifaceted facility encompassing Pokémon medical care, lodging, training arenas, and accommodations for trainers, making it a common sanctuary for every trainer arriving in a new city. Deerling first entrusted Ipha and the companions within the other Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, before selecting a room on her phone and preparing a feast to celebrate the new member's arrival. Ipha followed the blissful Happiny, who was pushing a cart laden with Pokeballs, into the medical room. After a thorough examination by the nurse and her Pokemon assistant, it was concluded that aside from a slight mental fatigue, a good rest would restore the health of Ipha's Pokemon, which was otherwise remarkably sound. Nurse Joy smiled, expressing her intention to commend Ipha's trainer, noting that it was rare to see a novice trainer cultivate their Pokemon so impeccably. Ipha graciously thanked her on behalf of Deerling for the praise. Alice and Changming had engaged in a skirmish, resulting in a longer stay in the medical room. Particularly for the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. Having long suppressed its true power, it occasionally struggled to control its strength upon liberation, for which Ipha expressed deep apologies. The girl chose a seat by the window, surrounded by vacant chairs, with a table laden with a dazzling array of Pokémon delicacies encircled by soft cushions. Hooray! Alice lunged for a jar of orange jam, while the little Eevee adeptly twisted off the lid, standing proudly on its hind legs and blowing into the can. It seems I have chosen the right trainer. Changming, with a burger exuding the beloved aroma of ghost-type Pokémon, consumed the delicacy at an almost imperceptible speed, his bright eyes narrowing into slits. BB Bird remained silent, rapidly pecking at the Pokémon fries, the pace quickening. Ipha scooped a piece of cake for herself with a spoon, realizing that although Deerling had generously prepared a lavish banquet for her Pokémon, the only dish truly belonging to the girl was a simple bowl of omelet rice. During her travels, Deerling had often found herself nibbling on bread alone, and now, with the addition of the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit to the team, expenses for training, Pokémon food, and energy cubes would require substantial funds. The Alliance was affluent. Humanity had greatly liberated productivity through the powers of Pokémon, allowing ordinary individuals to live quite comfortably with minimal effort. And this welfare was genuinely accessible across all societal strata. However, no amount of wealth could grant all trainers the freedom to cultivate Pokémon. This profession was undeniably costly, and those with modest means often faced considerable challenges. However, this is a dinner meant for celebration, and pondering such distressing matters truly dampens the mood. Xiao Lu let out a sigh, delaying her enjoyment of the omelet rice as she took out her phone to make a video call to her parents. Meanwhile, her Pokémon were engaged in lively conversation. I heard Uncle Changming was once a Pokémon of another trainer. Is that true? Alice exclaimed with wide eyes. Her curiosity piqued. After capturing Changming, Xiao Lu exchanged basic information with her Crystal Lamp Pokémon, and little Eevee had caught wind of this. Uncle? Although ghost-type Pokémon can live quite long, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm that old, Changming retorted with a hint of annoyance. I apologize. It was not my intention to offend, Eevee replied with a remorseful expression. Ah ha ha, now that you mention it, Uncle Changming does sound pretty cool. What was your question again? Oh right, I was indeed once a Pokémon of another trainer. Changming hurriedly reassured, as he found himself ill-equipped to handle such inquisitive children. Really? That is wonderful. Alice exclaimed with delight, and Eevee beamed with a cheerful smile, continuing to inquire. But when Alice met Uncle Changming, he was the only Pokémon with her. Where did Uncle S trainer go? Did he really just call him Uncle? Is this Eevee very attached to her trainer? Well, that fellow faced difficulties on the path of being a trainer and had to voluntarily relinquish his original dream after suffering a crushing defeat, Changming explained. Did the hunter know it was voluntary? Prison life is indeed rather tranquil, he added. Dismissed. Alice gasped, her mouth agape. Do trainers dismiss their Pokémon upon failure? Perhaps they can't afford to keep them. However, you need not worry about this. Firstly, I doubt our boss will fail. Changming cast a furtive glance at Ipha. Secondly, even if things were to go awry, she would never dismiss you. That's a relief, Alice sighed. Sinead savored the pastries delicately. And Changming's guess was quite astute. By the way, what are your reasons for following our boss? Changming attempted to steer the conversation, immediately capturing the attention of his teammates, including the previously focused BB Bird, though Sinead still appeared to be lost in her thoughts. Perfect. This is an excellent opportunity to probe that Sinead. Changming plotted eagerly. It is noteworthy that when the hunter encountered Ipha, who was masquerading as a wild Pokémon, Both the hunter and the assembled Pokémon unanimously perceived that Ipha emanated a power significantly below their average level, rendering the hunt seemingly devoid of suspense. Thus, when Changming was ensnared by a Pokeball, he briefly questioned whether he had been hypnotized. It was akin to a trainer with a team of level 50 Pokémon stumbling upon a level 40 Shinado in the grass, only to be overwhelmed along with his Pokémon. The only damage sustained by the opponent was from the close-range recoil of a detonated Aura Sphere. Given that Fairy and Psychic types resist fighting moves fourfold, it was practically negligible. Her battle experience was terrifyingly profound. As Changming issued a challenge, Shinado momentarily relinquished its own power constraints, and a psychic force nearly shattered the chandelier's glass shade. Its raw strength was indeed breathtaking. Yet, one must ponder, what could compel such an extraordinarily formidable Pokémon to willingly accompany a novice trainer? No, it was more than mere companionship. It was as if it were a protective mother, safeguarding her. Wait, a protective mother? Changming suddenly found himself drawing alarming parallels. Upon reflection, the resemblance between his boss and Ipha was striking. Could it truly be so? I have never married. Ipha's lips twitched as her telepathy interrupted the increasingly bold conjectures of the chandelier Pokémon. The sight of the majestic Bada butterfly gliding outside the window was simply enchanting. Changming promptly feigned ignorance. A Pokémon with telepathy cannot perpetually maintain this ability. The exertion is one aspect, while the cacophony of others' thoughts would be utterly overwhelming. The chandelier Pokémon indeed did not anticipate that the seemingly absorbed Ipha would be eavesdropping on its musings. Oh, that sounds delightful. Alice concurred. Eevee was the first to raise its paw in support. If you all are inclined, I have no objections. A cool voice chimed in. This female Pidgey, named Almond, finally broke her silence. I have no reason to refuse either. Ipha shrugged and continued to savor the desserts on her plate. Very well. As the proposer, let me commence. The chandelier Pokémon settled onto the soft cushion and began to narrate. My homeland is a wretched place, where flora, fauna, and even the sky and earth are draped in monotonous gray. The region barely witnesses any novelty throughout the year. Growing up there, I lacked even the concept of time, unaware of how long had passed until I captured a wandering human. Captured? Ipha raised an eyebrow slightly. He was a remarkable storyteller, regaling me with tales of a vast, colorful expanse beyond the wasteland, teeming with thousands of diverse Pokémon and breathtaking vistas I could never fully comprehend in my lifetime. In an instant, I resolved to leave my hometown forever and accompany this human to experience the true world. After all, if one spends a lifetime devoid of meaningful pursuits, then even the longest of lives is as fragile as paper, easily dispersed by the wind. Hence, I forged an aspiration. An aspiration? Alice's eyes widened with focused intensity. I wish to traverse every corner of this earth. Changming stated calmly, yet resolutely. As a ghost-type Pokémon, this dream is indeed attainable. Thus, when that individual, reluctantly, abandoned his identity as a trainer, I chose to accept the capture of the more ambitious boss Sue and continue my journey. To travel the world? How impressive, uncle. Now it's Alice's turn. Eevee cleared its throat and exclaimed with enthusiasm. Alice was hatched from an egg by her master and grew up alongside them. Her aspiration is to remain at home for a lifetime. Later, her master declared the desire to embark on a journey and become a great Pokémon trainer. Only in the presence of the master can a place truly be called home. Thus Alice eagerly accompanied her master on their outing. Alice's speech had become notably succinct. After all, this child had only hatched from her egg a little over a year ago, and she had little experience to share. Now it was Almond's turn. Alice eagerly designated her. Is it my turn? Almond pondered for a moment, closing her eyes. I have nothing particularly remarkable to share. My childhood memories are almost entirely composed of following my tribe's migrations. One year, while passing through Johto, we were ambushed by hostile Pokémon. In the ensuing chaos, I became separated from the others and fled in a panic under the relentless pursuit of our enemies. I was fortunate to be rescued in time by the young lady, which allowed me to survive. At that moment, I thought, without this human, I surely would have perished. What would happen if I died? Nothing at all. A Pokémon as frail as I am, whether I perish at any time or in any place, nothing would change. Lacking the strength to control my own fate, my mind remains lucid yet blind to life's realities. If this trainer can repel foes capable of easily ending my existence, then under her guidance, I am certain I can grow stronger, far surpassing my former self. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed to expressing so much at once, Almond awkwardly preened her feathers. To become stronger, you say? That sounds like something out of an anime. Alice exclaimed, clapping her tiny hands in delight. It may sound simple, but such awareness is not typically possessed by ordinary Pokémon. Changming remarked with keen interest. Now, on to the next. Alice turned her gaze toward Shinado. Ipha set down her polished plate, and a gentle voice resonated within the hearts of the gathered Pokémon. Chapter 7. The Banquet at the Evergreen Pokémon Center, Part 2. One day, while traveling in the Johto region, I stumbled upon a human girl confronting a wild pack of Monferno. Upon approaching to learn more, I discovered that she was a fledgling trainer, arguing with these dangerous creatures to protect several lost Pokémon younglings that had wandered into Monferno territory. Before the Monferno could completely lose their temper, I swiftly used teleport to whisk them away. I was utterly convinced that this human was indeed a genuine novice trainer. After escorting the last youngling, the girl expressed her desire to capture me. I couldn't discern whether it was due to my recognition of her character, concern for her traveling alone, or perhaps the longing for a sense of belonging after wandering for too long. But I readily agreed to her request. And so it was. Shanedo's lips curled into a gentle smile. I was there at that time, Alice added proudly. Ever since Ipha joined us, our journey has indeed gone much more smoothly, and my master's smile has noticeably increased. Thank you for your support along the way, Captain. Amon nodded toward Shanedo. Changming tapped his arm in lieu of applause, his eyes reflecting genuine warmth. Do you believe it? I do, but only to a degree. I cannot trust entirely. Telepathy allows for communication with others or Pokémon on a profound emotional level, essentially facilitating an exchange of feelings and thoughts, wherein it is exceedingly difficult for either party to engage in deception. Challenging, yes, but not impossible. How did Ipha find herself so solitary? From whence did her formidable strength arise? How did she cultivate such adeptness in combat against hunters? Was her encounter with the deer truly serendipitous? Despite the myriad questions swirling in Changming's mind, he was astute enough to recognize the nuances of the situation. The fact that the other party accepted his probing and willingly divulged certain information was indicative of a particular stance. To press further would be rather impudent. Nevertheless, having such a formidable individual concealed within the team undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the Pokémon. Changming mused inwardly, acknowledging her perceptiveness and subtle cunning. Ipha nodded, raising a cup of coffee enriched with sugar and cream, savoring a delicate sip. Speaking of which, if it were not familial affection, could it possibly be love? Ipha nearly spewed her coffee in surprise. Thankfully, her years of cultivated self-discipline prevailed. You had best keep such rumors confined to your thoughts, she remarked. I understand. It seems my Pokémon require my attention. I shall take my leave. After managing to find a moment's respite, Xiaolu hung up the phone, exhaling in relief. Yet, the joyous laughter of her Pokémon soothed her spirit, and observing their harmonious interactions, she felt her heart mend, rendering the challenges she faced seemingly trivial. Su Jinlu, a girl with an unwavering aspiration to become a Pokémon Master from a young age, found herself at odds with her parents, who staunchly opposed her dreams. Su's father and mother yearned for her to lead a happy and ordinary life, rather than chase the faint hope of becoming an exceptional trainer. Both had once been trainers themselves, and no one understood better than they the hardships that lay behind the few triumphant tales. The more resolute their daughter became, the more their fears intensified. During her rebellious phase, Xiaolu began to clash with her parents, disregarding any school subjects unrelated to Pokémon. Skipping classes and neglecting her studies became commonplace, and even when seated in the classroom, she often found herself surreptitiously engrossed in her phone. Ironically, she excelled in subjects pertaining to Pokémon, showcasing remarkable talent. She could have easily pursued a path of academic excellence, yet she chose to defy her parents, inciting their ire. During the most tumultuous times, the Su household was rife with discord, leading neighbors to report the disturbances. Yet, her parents merely regarded her with expressions of guilt, remaining silent. The following day, however, their disposition underwent a complete transformation. As they began to wholeheartedly support their daughter's aspirations of becoming a trainer, indulging her every capricious request. This sudden shift left the girl reeling. She wished to mock and rebel further, yet the unfamiliar smiles on her parents' faces rendered her at a loss for words. To outsiders, the once boisterous and unyielding delinquent had become reticent. With her parents' unwavering support, Xiaolu graduated with distinction and, that same year, earned her trainer's qualification. At the tender age of 16, she embarked on her journey as a novice trainer. The fawn gazed at the amount displayed on her phone, her delicate brows furrowing in frustration. This month, they transferred 8,000. Weren't we supposed to agree on just 6,000? They mentioned something about buying some nice clothes. But I'm not a coordinator. I don't need any fancy attire. Moreover, neither of them earns over 8,000. Just as her previously calm heart began to stir with agitation, a slender figure approached. Instinctively, the fawn closed the screen of her phone. It was Ipha. What were you two chatting about so joyfully? Humans cannot comprehend the language of Pokémon, only managing to grasp a vague understanding of the overall meaning. Everyone is sharing their travel stories. How wonderful. A genuine longing glimmered in the fawn's eyes. If only I had the ability of telepathy. I would love to converse with Pokémon. I can assist you with simultaneous interpretation. Were you just talking to your parents? Your expression seems rather grim. Ipha inquired with a hint of concern. It's nothing. They just transferred too much money. Honestly, I don't even need this much. They truly have no fear of me squandering it. The fawn chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance as she waved her hand dismissively. Such a feeble lie. Do you truly believe you can deceive Shanedo, who possesses the ability of telepathy? Ipha shook his head inwardly. He was well aware of the fawn's past. Under the weight of prolonged self-reproach and pressure, she could only manage to appear introverted in front of others. After speaking with her parents, her emotions would fluctuate for a time, which was already a testament to her inner strength as a young girl. It would not be surprising if others succumbed to some form of mental ailment. This was the deepest shadow within her, and for now, Ipha deemed it best to let time take its course. Well, the excess money is just right for purchasing some nutritious meals. ISNT the omelet rice getting cold. The fawn hastily picked up her chopsticks. At this point, it was best to focus on the meal. Ipha chuckled as he watched her, using his psychic powers to float a piece of cake into the girl's mouth. Don't do that. The fawn mumbled incoherently in protest, her mouth full of food. This is a specially made cake for Pokémon. It's not meant for humans. I'll just stick to this. There is no fundamental difference between Pokémon food and human food. You shouldn't force yourself. Ipha smiled knowingly and issued a directive. Go on, Alice. Wow. Alice must let her master taste the jam. Little Eevee darted out and generously drizzled sweet jam over the fawn's omelet rice. Following that, a platter of fries was brought by BB Bird, and due to the ghost-type exclusive burger being unpalatable for humans, the crystal lamp spirit heated it gently with its candle flame. Now at 1 TB cold, Changming slightly bowed and stepped aside. What are you all doing? The fawn found herself at a loss, confronted by the expectant gazes of her Pokémon companions, her eyes glistening with tears. The prerequisite for becoming a Pokémon Master is to eat well. Chapter 8. Preparations before the challenge. Listen up. Our next destination is the Evergreen Gym. Within the training venue affiliated with the Evergreen Elf Center, the young fawn tapped the screen of her laptop with a stylus, addressing her Pokémon with utmost seriousness. The first 3 gyms had been successfully conquered thanks to everyone's thorough preparation and exceptional performance. I wonder if any of you among us are feeling overly confident, thinking that the so-called gym challenges are trivial. If that is the case, I must caution you. The difficulty of this upcoming gym challenge is of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous 3. When interacting with her Pokémon, the fawn always appeared cheerful and lively, to the point of seeming somewhat whimsical. However, in the realm of battle and training, she transformed entirely. Her commands were always resolute, and even the mischievous Alice would sit upright under her piercing gaze. Each region boasts 18 gyms corresponding to the 18 types of attributes, with the majority of gyms in the Kanto region having a success rate of around 30%. Yet, the Evergreen Gym stands as an exception, with a success rate of merely. The fawn extended 3 fingers, then clenched her fist. Not 3%, but a staggering 0.3%. The gym leader of Evergreen, the formidable Earth Master Sakaki, is an exceptionally powerful individual. The young girl summoned an image of a middle-aged man clad in a suit, sporting a crew cut and an austere expression. Beside him stood a magnificent bee drill, exuding an intimidating aura. He is lauded as the strongest gym leader in Kanto, an invincible figure on the ground, and a top-tier trainer specializing in ground-type Pokémon. The fawn clicked on the screen, and a short video featuring a trainer challenging the Evergreen Gym began to play. Raging Strike. Sakaki's commanding voice resonated from the screen as a Rampardos ducked to avoid a flying kick from a Charizard, seizing the dragon's forelimb with one powerful arm, while the other, bulging with muscle, delivered a series of relentless jabs to Charizard's abdomen. The final blow sent the massive Charizard soaring, leaving a harrowing trail on the ground. The gathered Pokémon gasped in astonishment. They could hardly fathom defeating such a formidable creature. Surely this is a jest. In terms of suppressive strength, I stand no chance against such a monster. Even seasoned warriors like Changming felt a twinge of anxiety, as they had expected that joining a downgraded team would be a reprieve. Why choose the most outrageous gym among so many in the region? Is it a quest for suffering? The fawn seemed to have heard the thoughts of her Pokémon and replied, if you think this way, you will undoubtedly fall behind in the future. Listen closely. Every champion who has ever advanced through the preliminary rounds to showcase their prowess before a global audience has, without exception, triumphed over the trials of the Evergreen Gym. We are a team that aspires to reach the pinnacle, and I believe none of you wish to endure over a year of training only to yield a mediocre outcome. The fawn closed her eyes, her expression softening slightly. I will not allow myself, as a trainer, to let down the Pokémon that fight for me. Despite the formidable challenges posed by the Evergreen Gym, I believe we still have a chance at victory. She turned the page once more, revealing the images of several Pokémon along with comprehensive analyses. I have meticulously organized the specific tactics and training regimen, and I hope everyone can muster a full 200% effort to confront this challenge head-on. Changming's initial impression of Xiao Lu was rather unfavorable. He perceived the girl as merely a naive and sheltered individual, reliant on Ipha's support to navigate her journey. Even after being bested by Xiao Lu and sharing delightful culinary experiences with his teammates and the girl, he remained convinced that she was merely a fragile creature thriving in Ipha's shadow. However, now confronted by the girl's resolute gaze, he realized that Ipha's assessment of Xiao Lu was not biased. She was indeed a trainer with boundless potential, poised to ascend to the rank of master. Regarding the Evergreen Gym, which would be the fourth challenge after debuting, Sakaki would consistently deploy the Rhinoceros Beetle as his lead Pokémon, refraining from switching until the beetle had fallen. This strategy would be crucial for us to break through. Xiao Lu deftly tapped on the screen, providing a detailed introduction to the various Pokémon present. In certain unique situations, the water absorbability of the Swampert might be employed, but I shall not elaborate further on that here. What? Alice obediently raised her hand to inquire. Alice questioned why the previously mentioned Pokémon did not include the Beedrill from earlier. Ipha assisted with the translation. As for Beedrill, Xiao Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with admiration. That is Sakaki's ace Pokémon. To be honest, I am a fan of Gym Leader Sakaki, and I aspire to someday engage in a direct confrontation with my idol's signature Pokémon, though we are still quite far from that goal. Who else do you admire? I'd rather avoid any potential pitfalls, Ipha silently mused. However, one cannot entirely blame the girl. Sakaki's persona in this world is carefully concealed. He is not only the gym leader of Evergreen City, but also one of the actual leaders of the Evergreen Police Department. In the eyes of the public, he is both a world-renowned trainer and a superstar online, revered as the guardian of Evergreen City, which has enjoyed an almost negligible crime rate, with even the notorious Team Rocket daring not to set foot in the city. Yet she knew that the infamous Team Rocket, which has gained notoriety in the Kanto region in recent years, was, in fact, part of Sakaki's machinations. The Evergreen Gym is, in reality, one of Team Rocket's hideouts. What a man of profound thoughts and far-reaching influence. I hope Xiao Lu remains uninvolved with such ruthless characters. Let us put aside idle chatter. Now let us commence training. Alice, continue with quick attack. Eevee instantly transformed into a streak of white light, maneuvering deftly through the obstacles in the arena, ultimately changing direction and striking the target at the center of the field. Stop, Xiao Lu called to Alice, beginning to analyze the footage with Eevee, meticulously pointing out the discrepancies in the movement trajectory. Ipha, seated in the rest area, opened a can of energy drink for himself. Truly, humans like him are born to be trainers, far surpassing my previous employer. Changming floated over to Ipha's side, observing the training alongside Shinado. Your former trainer was quite remarkable in his own right. Had he not strayed onto a misguided path, he might have achieved fame as well. Just a possibility. Changming shrugged his shoulders. Regardless of the meticulous analysis and preparation undertaken prior to the challenge, the highly targeted and efficient training regimen, or the precise management of the training load for team members, it vastly surpasses what that individual is capable of. I have come to understand why you insisted on restraining your strength in my presence, withholding from her any advantages. After all, her aspiration is to become a Pokémon Master, a feat with odds of 1 in a million. Goldfinger? You are familiar with that term? Ipha expressed mild surprise. I have mentioned before that this individual excels at storytelling, occasionally utilizing his talents to earn some extra income online, Langming reflected. In my opinion, he ought to pursue a career as an entertainment writer rather than a Pokémon trainer. There is nothing wrong with chasing one's dreams. His fault lies in jeopardizing the interests of others and their Pokémon in the process. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am merely following orders. However, if by Goldfinger you mean unleashing my full power to effortlessly guide my dear fawn, then what need is there for a trainer? I could simply attend the league conference myself. You might be able to, but ultimately, humans and Pokémon are quite distinct. Even exerting power beyond her current level would be inappropriate. It would be detrimental to her. Every trainer participating in the league conference harbors their own dreams and aspirations, having endured countless challenges. When I begin to falter, she, having flourished in a sheltered environment, would be utterly outmatched by those who have fought tooth and nail. Moreover, the so-called Goldfinger, I have actually already bestowed upon her. What? Langming appeared puzzled, the candlelight flickering gently. To be unencumbered by external conditions, to freely express one's talents, is a Goldfinger that countless individuals yearn for. Indeed, Langming gazed silently at the striving girl for a long while. Do not daydream. Your break is nearly over. You certainly have a knack for dampening the mood. Within the venue, there are not only trainers like my dear fawn. Beside the girl is a beautiful woman of slightly more mature age, accompanied by a Metagross, while on the other side is a boy of similar age to my fawn, accompanied by a Sylveon. When my fawn first entered the venue, this boy had a brief interaction with her, primarily to spar and showcase their fairy-type Pokémon's abilities. Under my fawn's command, Ipha easily triumphed over the boy's Sylveon, visibly darkening his expression. Upon witnessing my fawn begin her specialized training with her companions, the boy also sought to motivate his Pokémon, and Ipha, resting in the designated area, could occasionally hear his shouts. He sounded like an impatient trainer, although earnest. His approach to his Pokémon seemed rather casual. Beery, a weary Sylveon approached the vending machine in the rest area, its satin-like bow and tendrils awkwardly maneuvering coins into the machine, struggling to operate the panel. Ipha recognized her as the boy Sylveon, having recently engaged in a spar with her, and thus prepared to greet her. Good morning, madam. Allow me to assist you. Shania helped Sylvian confirm the selection and retrieved a bottle of juice from the bottom of the vending machine. Thank you so much. You must be that girl Shania, right? Truly a powerful and kind Pokémon. Sylvian twisted off the bottle cap with a tentacle and took a refreshing gulp. You flatter me, she replied modestly. Ipha observed the Sylvian with growing suspicion. Madam, your fur is impeccably maintained. It seems you have long resided within human society. Moreover, your relationship with that young man appears to be rather extraordinary. Sylvian smiled gently. It's nothing to be concerned about. I am Ziyu's mother. Ipha was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 9. The reason to become a trainer. Sylvian's shocking revelation caused Ipha, well-versed in many matters, to momentarily lose her composure. She had certainly heard that old trope. Is your Pokémon a water-type EV? Let us battle. She is my mother. However, according to the breeding rules of this Pokémon world, the species of offspring is inherited solely from the mother. If one parent is a Ditto, the non-Ditto parent determines the species. Thus, a water-type EV's mother must give birth to an EV. The scenario depicted by that trope could not possibly exist. More likely, one would encounter a situation such as, your Blaziken is so cool. Let us battle. He is my dad. Or perhaps, what an adorable Ralts. Is she your Pokémon? She is my daughter. It seemed that any variation would be exceedingly outrageous. Seeing Shania's expression akin to having encountered Giratina, Sylvian quickly apologized. I'm sorry. My expression may have been misleading. I am actually Ziyu's mother's Pokémon. Due to her work, this child's parents are often away on business. So I have been the one to care for him, and over time, I have come to regard him as my own child. That is understandable. It's quite normal for a human raised by Pokémon to develop a parental bond with them, Ipha replied, nodding slightly. Let us sit down and chat. Sylvian gestured toward a nearby seat, making a suggestion to Shania. Ipha nodded gently, and the two Pokémon settled onto a bench in the resting area, enjoying their beverages while observing their trainers. We should properly introduce ourselves. Hello, I am Ueli. I am Ipha. You and your trainer are truly impressive. I felt utterly powerless in our previous encounter, the Sylvian named Ueli remarked. It's merely a result of years of experience. Your trainer simply lacks practice, Ipha replied, though she remained skeptical of that young man's future. You are communicating with me through telepathy, so you must be able to hear my thoughts, Ueli observed curiously. Gazing into Shania's azure eyes. I wouldn't dare intrude upon your thoughts without your permission. That would be exceedingly rude. It's all right, in fact. I was just seeking someone to confide in, Sylvian explained gently. You must have noticed the issues that Ziyu is facing, right? Ipha gazed at the young trainer who was diligently training his Pokémon, and her observations aligned with her earlier conclusions. The boy exhibited a notable impatience in his approach to Pokémon training and battles, in contrast to the seemingly aloof yet deeply caring demeanor of the young deer trainer, who, while appearing distant, had meticulously arranged everything behind the scenes and showed profound affection for each of his team members. Ziyu's training style leaned towards sheer harshness. He even displayed a cold indifference towards his Espion, who bore a maternal resemblance to a fairy. This reminded Ipha of another figure, Shinji. However, unlike Ziyu, Shinji cared for his family, and Ziyu's talents paled in comparison. He was not inherently malevolent. Rather, his frustration was directed inward, manifesting as an outward neglect of his Pokémon. On the surface, it appeared as though he was indifferent, but in truth, he felt ashamed of his failures and unable to face his companions. Yueji spoke with heartfelt sincerity. With such a disposition, I must candidly say, he is ill-suited to be a trainer. Like a pressure cooker set to explode, his repressed emotions would inevitably surface. The feelings emanating from him conveyed to Ipha that this Espion was a calm maternal figure, suggesting that she might be receptive to her counsel. Ziyu had compelling reasons for wanting to become a trainer. She could not persuade him to abandon this path, so she resolved to remain by his side as much as possible. Yet, she was not a battle-trained Pokémon, and her capabilities were inherently limited. Compelling reasons to become a trainer? Ipha mused. Indeed, Ziyu's parents were archaeologists who had been missing for several months, which drove him to pursue the path of a trainer in hopes of finding them. In a few days, they would fly to Hoenn, where his parents had last contacted home from Canas City, and Ziyu wished to start his search there. Hoenn? Canas City? Ipha paused for a moment, her mind racing. Do not lose hope. Perhaps they are merely trapped in the treacherous mountains inhabited by dangerous Pokémon. Thank you for your comfort, came the distant voice of Alice, who cried out in distress. Startled, Ipha sprang to her feet. Be careful. Yes, just lie down slowly. Do not move your injured leg. She felt culpable for having placed too much pressure on Alice. Rest well this afternoon. The special training at the Evergreen Gym can be postponed. The seriousness etched on the girl's face melted away, replaced by genuine concern and remorse. Rest when I say so, Ipha insisted. I apologize. Continue. Our trainers are quite similar. They are both good kids, yet they push themselves too hard, the Espion reflected. She has set her sights too high and is forcing herself to achieve it. I have faith that this child has boundless potential. She merely needs to learn to accept temporary failures and to savor the journey rather than fixate solely on the outcome. Thank you for your suggestion. However, I believe my trainer will soon require my assistance, the espion concluded. Oh, do go ahead. It was a pleasure to meet you. May I have your contact information? The espion lifted a phone with her appendage. All right, Ipha instinctively replied, only to realize a moment later that she did not possess a phone. Due to her strained financial circumstances, Xiao Lu had no choice but to utilize an outdated model from several years past, rather than acquiring a fully functional Rotom phone. As her Pokémon, Ipha was naturally deprived of such a luxurious item. How proficient have you become with Energy Ball? Ipha extended her right hand. As Grass-type energy gradually coalesced into a formidable green sphere, taking a mere 2 seconds to form. Energy Ball, a powerful Grass-type move, boasts greater potency than the neighboring Ghost-type Shadow Ball, with the added effect of potentially lowering the target's special defense upon impact. Although Energy Ball is not a skill that Shinado can learn through natural evolution, the majority of Pokémon can acquire additional skills through the teachings of their kind or the use of human-made technical machines. The advantage of teaching lies in its stability, ensuring that no errors occur during skill practice, while its drawback is inefficiency. Conversely, technical machines offer high efficiency, enabling Pokémon to grasp an entirely new skill within a short period, though subsequent practice may require trial and error, posing the risk of mistakes. In another realm's gaming context, technical machines are represented as disc-shaped objects. However, in this world, they manifest as large devices created through the fusion of Pokémon's unique abilities and human technology, stationed at various Pokémon centers. Trainers need only pay a nominal fee to access them freely. Xiao Lu had specifically instructed Ipha to learn Energy Ball, clearly aiming to counter the ground and rock-type Rhyhorn that Sokka would likely send out first. Yet in reality, Sokka's Rhyhorn would not simply stand idly by while Ipha's Energy Ball gathered momentum. 2 seconds? Not sufficient. Xiao Lu scratched off a proposed strategy from her notebook. The most formidable aspect of Sokka's Rhyhorn was its high-speed charge, capable of closing the distance to the enemy in just over a second. While Ipha would be unable to utilize teleport during the preparation of Energy Ball, neither Psychic nor Moonblast could directly incapacitate Rhyhorn, relegating Ipha to a supportive role. Shinado nodded, in agreement with Xiao Lu's assessment. Thus, we require a frontline combatant. Xiao Lu surveyed her Pokémon, Ipha, Mei, and Shinran. According to online resources, Sokka's Rhyhorn also possessed the long-range move Rock Blast, which could effectively counter the likes of Crystar and Pidgey, rendering long-range exchanges impractical. Shinado's abilities were better suited to face the Poison-type Pokémon in the backline. Presently, it seemed there were no suitable options. Xiao Lu let out a resigned sigh. Therefore, we are left with 2 choices. Pidgey could learn Sunny Day through a technical machine, but the cost might be the loss of the Pokémon itself. The second option. Xiao Lu gazed out the window, her resolute eyes narrowing slightly. We must venture to Evergreen Forest. Chapter 10, The Offline Competition. Ultimately, Xiao Lu decided to make the journey to Evergreen Forest. Although Alice had no objections to evolving into Leafeon, the young girl believed that choosing an evolution was a significant decision for Eevee, and there was no need to rush such an important choice for the sake of a single gym, even if it was the notoriously challenging Evergreen Gym. Though a destination has been determined, the fawn cannot blindly venture into the expansive primordial forest of the Guandu region. Considerations such as which specific area to explore, the particular Pokémon to seek, and the necessary supplies require thoughtful planning and time. Moreover, the fawn must await the complete recovery of Alice's injured leg. In the realm of the game, Evergreen Forest is characterized as a low-level area inhabited by various bug-type Pokémon, notorious for its annoying poison effects. However, in this world, Evergreen Forest is renowned as a colossal, untamed wilderness, with its core region remaining largely unexplored. It is home to a vast and diverse array of Pokémon, with certain perilous areas being the domains of formidable dominant Pokémon. Presently, the fawn's capabilities allow her only to tread the safe periphery of the forest, where the Pokémon Rangers are on call for rescue 24 hours a day, ensuring a relatively secure adventure. A new device launch event? An offline friendly competition? The fawn felt bewildered as she perused the flyer handed to her by Ipha. Rumor has it that the newly announced model incorporates technology from the Rotom phone, serving as a hybrid of a mobile phone and a gaming console. After all, Haven TU often lamented the insufficient storage of your old phone. Participating in their offline-friendly competition could earn you a new phone by winning 3 matches. The Pokémon world that Ipha inhabits blends features of another world she is familiar with, such as this gaming console. Nevertheless, significant technological disparities remain. Ipha is a Pokémon with a profound love for reading and an exceptional memory. She had previously encountered news of the device launch in the newspaper. After a reminder from the fairy Eevee, she scoured the reading room of the Pokémon Center and indeed found promotional materials for the new device. Pokémon battles are the most popular sport in this world, with powerful trainers becoming walking trends. Consequently, game developers strive to capitalize on this enthusiasm. The launch of the new device has prompted the publisher to host a series of offline events across major cities in various regions, including a friendly competition inviting trainers from all walks of life, with the new device as the grand prize. However, engaging in such an offline-friendly competition may pose challenges, as opponents could be seasoned trainers, making the prospect of obtaining an expensive new device far from straightforward. The fawn appeared somewhat apprehensive. Ipha understood the girl's disposition well. The fawn harbored a strong aversion to battling unknown opponents without ample preparation. Meticulous preparation was essential before challenging a gym, and she would decline encounters with other trainers during her travels whenever possible. Zayu was an exception, as the fawn easily discerned that his prowess was far inferior to her own. In a public competition where she might face trainers significantly stronger than herself, even a suggestion from her Pokémon would not easily sway her resolve. You may choose your division, ensuring you only match with trainers of similar experience. As you prepare to participate in the Alliance Conference, the audience witnessing your battles will multiply a millionfold compared to these modest events, and your opponents will undoubtedly conceal their strategies. In light of this, it would be prudent to hone your skills in such smaller contests, ensuring that you do not falter when the time comes for the Alliance Conference. That sounds reasonable, Ipha remarked with a gentle smile, knowing that the mere mention of the ultimate goal, the Alliance Conference, would prompt Xiao Lu to concede. However, Ipha was not about to deceive her trainer for the sake of a mobile phone. Engaging in friendly competitions was indeed beneficial for the young girl. Then I shall channel my determination for the Alliance Conference, Xiao Lu declared resolutely, her fists clenched. In the bustling commercial square, Xiao Lu grasped Ipha's arm as they navigated through the crowd. The cacophony of voices rendered her features stiff, and her limbs began to unconsciously fidget. You've already registered online. There's no reason to abandon it midway, Ipha replied with a smile. I didn't anticipate such a large crowd. Isn't the event nearing its conclusion? Xiao Lu responded with a hint of frustration, feeling as sluggish as a clay figurine amidst the throng. This is the city center South Commercial Street. It's always bustling, regardless of the time, Ipha explained. Xiao Lu abruptly halted just in front of the staff member. Hello. I am a participant in the friendly competition. I registered online beforehand, she stated with a serious expression. Please present your contestant code, the attendant replied. No problem. Please proceed this way. Guided by the staff member, Xiao Lu entered the participants' lounge, finding a secluded corner to become as still as a statue. What a cool girl. She appears quite charming. Ipha overheard the attendant murmuring as she walked away, bringing a smile to her lips. Who would have thought that just a year ago? Xiao Lu was a rebellious girl, skipping classes and forming cliques. Stay calm, breathe deeply, stay calm, breathe deeply. Are you truly that anxious? I can help you alleviate it with telepathy. What do you mean? What's the matter? Xiao Lu's voice was icy, as if warding off anyone who dared approach. Well, I'm trying to immerse myself in the mindset of a battle. Perhaps that will help me avoid stage fright. Child, you are invincible. Ipha's lips twitched, but she chose not to comment further. In the 32nd round, contestant Su Jinlu from Emerald City faces off against contestant Nan Gongzin from Golden City. Relax, Ipha. When you're tense, just imagine everyone else as little sprouts. Thank you for your concern, but please let go of me. Everyone is watching. Xiao Lu awkwardly released Ipha's hand and walked alongside Shinado toward the battle stage. Alice was still resting at the Pokémon Center, while Changming and Xingren had their own training commitments. Thus, for this competition, Xiao Lu had brought only Ipha with her. On the opposite side of the stage, a radiant young girl with golden hair and a confident smile approached, clad in designer sportswear. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers upon seeing the two youthful and vibrant trainers, momentarily causing Xiao Lu's heart to skip a beat. The initial momentum was not so overwhelming. The disruption stemmed from a group of visitors from the Galar region. Oh, this time, the opponent is a rather charming young lady? Nanami Waki joyfully tossed her enlarged Pokeball. The Pokémon she dispatched must be that shiny Gardevoir, right? I suppose I shall take a little advantage. The rules of this battle dictate a one-on-one Pokémon showdown. If one side's Pokémon loses its ability to battle or falls out of the arena, it is deemed defeated. The referee loudly proclaimed the rules and blew the whistle. Commencing this duel, let the battle begin. Go, Carlos. Waki elegantly threw her Pokeball, and a dark green figure soared forth from the crimson light. It brandished two enormous scythes that glimmered in the sunlight, its eyes brimming with combat spirit. A bug and flying type, it was Scyther. Silently, the Stantler donned its battle communication and spoke to Ipha in a gradually calming tone. Let us commence telepathy. Ipha had developed numerous applications for her psychic abilities. This trait, aside from being utilized in battles, could also facilitate daily communication, allowing for a profound connection with her trainer that could manifest a unique synergy during combat. However, at present, the bond between Ipha and the Stantler was not yet sufficiently deep, necessitating the assistance of battle communication. Yet, when the young lady made this request, it signified her intent to wield her full power. Taking a deep breath, the girl lifted her gaze, her expression resolutely determined. Su Jinlu, enter battle mode. On the opposite side, Waki instinctively exchanged glances with her opponent, immediately shivering involuntarily. Hey, why, despite such an adorable appearance, does she wear that expression of utter indifference? As if she has witnessed the end of the world 100 times and is the perpetrator? Nanami Waki muttered under her breath, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Chapter 11. Scyther and Gardevoir. Carlos, use agility. Scyther did not rush to attack. Instead, it utilized agility to continually shift positions around Ipha, speeding up while observing her weaknesses. This Pokémon sported 3 distinct horns on its head, reminiscent of a certain reptile. Its scythe-like arms were as formidable as sharp weapons, and the pair of wings on its back could unleash bursts of speed that surpassed that of an automobile. It was a Pokémon with both exceptional strength and popularity in battles. Quick attack, prepare for psychic. The directive from the Stantler echoed in Ipha's ears, and in an instant, she grasped her intent, promptly enveloping the space around her with psychic energy. Suddenly, amidst the rapid movements, Scyther created multiple identical images of itself, brandishing its scythes as it charged towards Ipha from all directions. One after another, the Scythers breached Ipha's psychic barrier, swiftly passing through the Gardevoir's form. Phantoms, phantoms, phantoms. Behind you. Ipha abruptly turned her head, her surrounding psychic energy contracting sharply to ensnare the green lightning in the air. The tip of the scythe mere inches from Gardevoir's head. To play shadow clone games before Ipha was akin to toying with Kyogre in front of a waterfall. Shania looked coldly at her opponent, her psychic power thoroughly suppressing him, manipulating the body of the Scyther and forcefully slamming it down onto the arena floor. The bug type is resistant to psychic attacks, yet it does not render them immune. The opponent was utterly powerless to escape the grasp of Ipha's psychic control. After the Scyther made intimate contact with the ground, it was momentarily dazed. But its exceptional combat instincts compelled it to exert force with its limbs and flap its wings rapidly in an attempt to stabilize its position. A surge of mental energy, far more potent than mere psychic force, erupted instantly, targeting the Scyther's brain with the intent of overwhelming its consciousness and rendering it unconscious. Struck squarely. The Scyther did not emit a cry of pain. Rather, its body's material suddenly resembled that of a cheap doll, disintegrating in an instant. A decoy at 6 o'clock. With the aid of psychic power, Ipha levitated, narrowly evading a swift and vicious slash. The decoy consumes a portion of energy to create an indistinguishable replica that absorbs damage on behalf of the original, aiding in evasion from the opponent's skills and concealing its form. The Scyther, panting after the miss, had genuinely endured a psychic strike, and the usage of the decoy had depleted a significant amount of its stamina. Yet, it was far from defeated. The Scyther accelerated once more, green afterimages beginning to surround Ipha. Was it employing rapid movement and shadow clones again? Such a mindless yet remarkably effective tactic. As long as its speed was sufficient and the shadow clones numerous, Ipha's psychic abilities could not successfully lock onto it. With the battle progressing, the advantage for the Scyther would only increase. Area attack. Ipha extended her right hand, her palm rapidly coalescing, an energy pulse radiating with a purplish-red glow. This is an area attack? Ji-in was somewhat astonished. Although the name suggested a wide area, this technique could only achieve extensive firepower release within a psychic field. Without such a field, it was merely an unremarkable beam of light. For the Scyther, moving at high speed and in a state of multiple shadow clones, any remotely aimed skill with a discernible trajectory was nearly impossible to hit. Even high-speed homing stars would dissipate in the air, unable to keep pace with the Scyther's velocity. Little Deer could not issue a command devoid of meaning. Before the opponent could gather their thoughts, Ipha's palm flipped, and the spherical energy pulse naturally fell towards the surface of the arena. The moment the area attack made contact with the arena, it burst forth in a dazzling display of light, causing the audience below and Ji-in to instinctively close their eyes. Crimson-purple waves radiated outward from the core of the area attack, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Such a technique existed. Cold sweat trickled down as Ji-in's heart began to race. The all-encompassing diffusion of the area attack consumed one shadow clone after another. Upon contact, the shadow clones vanished without a trace, while the true form instinctively shielded itself with its dual scythes, bracing for the impact of the technique. As the waves dissipated and the move concluded, the Scyther lowered its scythes in confusion. The damage from such an area attack was negligible, leading it to question whether this could even be classified as an attack. In the next moment, the flying mantis was abruptly enveloped by a familiar sense of oppression, its entire form uncontrollably levitating before being hurled into a corner of the arena by an invisible hand. The previously focused techniques were completely dismantled, resulting in a striking surface devoid of vulnerabilities, yet this naturally diminished the power of the moves. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to deal with the already fragile shadow clone. Once again crashing violently to the ground, the flying mantis flapped its wings at an astonishing speed, thrusting its dual scythes into the arena floor, leaving behind 2 alarming gashes before barely halting at the edge of the platform. With a fierce screech, the flying mantis roared defiantly to the heavens. It was a born warrior, a general of the insect type, and a sovereign of the forest. The pride and dignity within him rendered him incapable of accepting the humiliation inflicted upon him by his opponent, who toyed with him in front of a captivated audience. How many times have we turned the tide in the face of overwhelming adversity? Even the mightiest champion must not presume to easily trample over us to claim victory. The true battle has only just begun. Carlos. // A tempest began to coalesce between the wings of the flying mantis, its numerous high-speed maneuvers and indomitable spirit elevating its state to its zenith. In that moment, its speed transcended all limits. The next instant, it surged forth like a rampant gale. Faced with the fully unleashed opponent, the fawn remained calm and collected, orchestrating its strategy with unwavering precision. Self-suggestion. But who taught you to fortify yourself in the presence of Shinado? With hands clasped together, Ipha gradually drew near to the rapidly approaching flying mantis, mirroring the escalating speed that had been steadily built up since the onset of battle. Through self-suggestion, she negated her original ability alterations, instead replicating her opponent's enhancements, ensuring success as long as the foe remained within a certain proximity. Ipha sidestepped, and in her peak state, the flying mantis astonishingly failed to land a hit. Was this self-suggestion? As a qualified trainer who had passed the rigorous assessments, Shireen was well aware of this technique and its remarkable efficacy against opponents bolstered by enhancements. However, she had not anticipated that her adversary Shinado had mastered self-suggestion. After all, the move pools of psychic Pokémon varied greatly across different regions, with new discoveries continuously emerging. It was unrealistic to expect her to instantly analyze all potential moves her opponent might employ, and even if she could, it would serve little purpose. If a trainer must consider every possible scenario before issuing commands, they would achieve nothing. With a screech, the next move was a diagonal slash. Ipha's eyes darted rapidly, and with a swift sidestep, she evaded the double slash once more. Then came the upward thrust. Shinado's body seemed to defy inertia as it abruptly leaned forward, its massive sides slicing through the air in a preemptive strike. Having replicated her opponent's enhancement effects, Ipha matched the frequency of the flying mantis's assaults. With the aid of telepathy to glean the mantis's intentions and the psychic force to defy physical laws, she deftly maneuvered, continually dodging the relentless double slash of her speed-empowered opponent. This was far from over. Dual wings. The great scythe swept in, accompanied by a piercing wail that tore through the air, as the scyther, evading its opponent Ipha, used the momentum to turn its body. Its wings shimmering with a radiant white light, growing ever larger in Shinado's line of sight. This scyther likely possessed the ability of technician, a trait that enhances moves of lesser power. For other Pokémon, wing attack is merely an unremarkable move, yet in the hands of Scyther, it transforms into a decisive strike that could alter the course of battle. The sudden turn of events caused the young deer's pupils to constrict sharply, but through their bond, she and Ipha swiftly coordinated their response. Interrupted. The command slipped from her lips, and in that instant, Ipha pivoted sharply on one leg, defying gravity as Shinado, with its grounded limb as a fulcrum, spun elegantly like a skilled dancer, its skirt billowing, while the other powerful leg accurately struck Scyther in the abdomen. Scyther felt a fierce impact from below, its 56 kilograms body momentarily suspended, its prepared wings forcibly halted. The exhilarating close-quarters confrontation elicited thunderous cheers from the audience, who were taken aback by the stunning reversal. Bathed in the admiration and adulation of the crowd, the young deer beamed with a smile that resembled the thawing of solid ice. Let us end this. Psychic. Ipha extended his right hand, grasping the unresponsive Scyther from a distance. This time, after crashing to the ground, Scyther was unable to regain its balance immediately. The explosive state of battle could not disguise the fact that its stamina was waning like a candle flickering in the wind. Simultaneously, the young deer and Ipha snapped their fingers. Mystical fire. Mystical fire. Stop. I surrender. The referee immediately blew the whistle, and Ipha extinguished the flames surrounding Scyther, nodding slightly. Recognizing the inevitable defeat, he wisely decided against allowing the Pokémon further injury. You have surpassed your limits. Next time, we shall grow stronger and redeem ourselves. The referee announced the results. In the 32nd round, the victorious trainer is Su Jinlu from Jade City. Chapter 12, Mastery. The young deer let out a long sigh of relief, the tension from earlier dissipating entirely. The intensity of the battle had left her feeling warm, her complexion slightly flushed. You've worked hard. This is your success. Outstanding command. This battle concluded swiftly, as Scyther failed to inflict any significant damage upon Ipha throughout the encounter. The synergy between the young deer and Ipha completely overwhelmed the blonde girl and her Scyther. However, this did not imply an easy victory. On the contrary, the opponent's Scyther exerted considerable pressure on the young deer. Achieving a flawless victory was due in part to the young deer perfectly adjusting her state, treating this promotional match as if it were a Grand League competition, commanding with no mistakes, truly giving her all. This was the essence of the tactical philosophy shared by the young deer and Ipha. Yet, did Ipha's choice to engage in close combat with Scyther after reinforcing his self-assurance. Not present a contradiction? Why not employ the lower-risk strategies of defense and teleportation instead? In truth, the act of guarding can only withstand a singular offensive round. Its continuous usage is prone to failure, and during the duration of the guard, no other techniques can be employed. The technique of teleportation is restricted by distance and has an inherent brief preparation time, which can be utterly fatal amidst rapid exchanges of attack. The opponent's airborne mantis is certainly not naive. Resorting to guarding and teleportation essentially relinquishes the offensive advantage during combat. Only through close-range evasion combined with more agile telekinetic support can one effectively counter the mantis's relentless assaults while retaining the capacity for a counterattack at any moment. Ultimately, it is crucial to firmly grasp the initiative in battle. Deciding whether to attack or defend is of paramount importance. By the way, self-suggestion is not only effective in combat. It proves quite beneficial psychologically as well. Xiao Lu chuckled. In my eyes, both the opponent and the spectators have truly transformed into nothing more than trumpet buds. Huh, trumpet buds? The young girl felt a sudden catch in her breath. Ipha regarded her trainer with a look of incredulity. Did you do this? Xiao Lu's expression stiffened again, and with an air of indifference, she shook hands with her opponent under the referee's guidance, coldly led off the stage by the staff, and found a dim corner in the resting area to curl up in solitude. If one were to label her as socially anxious, it would be misleading. She maintained her composure and interacted flawlessly with others. It was merely a habitual icy demeanor she wore, her gaze reminiscent of contemplating whether to unleash a thunderbolt or a flamethrower upon you. Her reluctance to approach others rendered it equally difficult for them to approach her. One might argue she is not socially anxious, yet the thoughts she perceives through telepathy echo a singular desire to escape. The young girl seemed forever convinced that her efforts were insufficient, perpetually fearful of disappointing others. Ipha couldn't help but click her tongue. Oh well. One must take life one bite at a time and traverse the path step by step. Xiao Lu's condition would gradually improve as she built her confidence and became accustomed to failure. Ah, is that not the contestant Su Jinlu? A voice of surprise emerged from beside them. Ipha turned her head to find the speaker was none other than the girl from Jinhuang City, Shichikami Waki, whom Xiao Lu and she had just defeated. At this moment, Waki had donned denim trousers and a pure white short-sleeve shirt. Her dazzling golden hair, cascading casually over her shoulders, complemented by a warm, sunlit smile that radiated the charm of a girl next door, as if she had stepped out from a movie. Xiao Lu slowly raised her head, her cold gaze clashing with Waki's warmth. She casually tidied her black short hair and nodded briefly. A moment of silence enveloped them. Is my meticulously crafted perfect conversation starter truly ineffective? Mysterious, powerful, and cool, truly. She embodies the woman I, Shichikami Waki, admire. Today, I must obtain your contact information by any means. Ipha quietly took a seat to the side, content to observe. Although we have already sparred, let me formally introduce myself. I am Shichikami Waki, from Jinhuang City, the golden-haired girl said with an awkward smile, attempting to initiate conversation. Su Jinlu, from Bu City. Uncertain of Waki's background and unsure of how to respond, Xiao Lu chose to maintain her battle demeanor, wearing her icy fade to obscure her true thoughts. Bu City? It's quite a famous tourist destination. In the picturesque realm where nature flourishes, exceptional talents indeed emerge. Miss Su's commanding prowess and her profound bond with Pokémon render her truly remarkable. Jiyin took the initiative to sit opposite Xiao Lu, earnestly offering her admiration. Thank you, Xiao Lu replied with a slight nod, seemingly indifferent to the compliment. Do speak more. The recognition from others is quite beneficial for your idol, Jiyin encouraged. Ipha, having found a vending machine, quietly opened a can of juice. Indeed, if the other party was willing to share trivial personal details, it suggested a lack of aversion towards communication. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lu ultimately responded honestly, yes. How promising. Jiyin silently rejoiced but maintained a facade of curiosity as she continued, as expected. A trainer of such high caliber as Miss Su naturally aims to challenge the most formidable gyms. The gym leader of Evergreen City, Sakamoto, is a master of the ground type. I know that wild Pokémon dwelling in the nearby Evergreen Forest can counter the Evergreen Gym. I wonder if Miss Su might need assistance. Xiao Lu fell silent for a moment longer, increasingly perplexed by Ji Yin's intentions. Weighing the pros and cons, she finally chose to inquire directly, what do you wish to achieve? Hooray! Just as Xiao Lu could discern Ji Yin's affluent background, Ji Yin astutely recognized Xiao Lu's ordinary origins. She cleverly deduced Xiao Lu's current needs and deftly shifted the conversation. Well, the coordinates of rare Pokémon are not something one simply divulges. Ji Yin elongated her words, causing Xiao Lu to hesitate momentarily. I wish for Miss Su to guide me in the cultivation techniques of psychic-type Pokémon. Xiao Lu. After all, the impression left by Miss Su's Gardevoir was profoundly striking, showcasing a battle style typically witnessed only among champions and elite trainers. Coincidentally, I also have a Galade in my team. Of course, I won't trouble Miss Su. You merely need to assist me occasionally with queries on your phone. Jian scratched her head, appearing somewhat shy as she spoke. Seems rather simple. Xiaolu hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to the proposal. All right. Let us add each other as friends first. I will also send the coordinates of the wild Pokémon to Miss Su. I look forward to your guidance, Master. Jian beamed with joy, boldly grasping Xiaolu's hand. What a delightful surprise. I truly touched her hand, and Miss Su did not resist. By seizing the opponent's vulnerability, she feigned an audacious request before presenting a condition likely to be readily accepted, thus creating a contrast that endeared her to Xiaolu. Ultimately, she secured the means to establish a lasting and stable connection with her. A master of social connections, Ipha mused, deciding not to intervene. Firstly, since Xiaolu had yet to expand her contacts since embarking on her journey, it was indeed time for her to cultivate more friendships. Secondly, as Jian was an admirer of Xiaolu and possessed considerable wealth, her influence would undoubtedly benefit Xiaolu's future endeavors. After adding each other on social media, Jian tactfully bid farewell to Xiaolu and cheerfully departed the lounge. In the depths of her heart, the little deer was filled with mixed emotions. Somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Ipha, what do you really think she is? She inquired, noticing Ipha's peculiar gaze. Ipha tossed aside an empty can, responding, it's nothing. You've been outmaneuvered. Chapter 13, The Enigmatic Lakeside. Well, I believe everything has been revised now. After Jian's departure, the little deer engaged in 2 more battles with Ipha. However, compared to the already exceptional Jian, these 2 opponents appeared rather unremarkable. After swiftly and effortlessly dispatching her adversaries, the little deer triumphed in 3 matches, ultimately earning the grand prize of this offline-friendly competition, the latest model of a gaming console. This gaming console, which integrated certain features of a mobile phone, was enhanced with advanced Rotom technology, aptly referred to as the Rotom console. Rotom is a uniquely fascinating Pokémon, composed of plasma, capable of infiltrating various appliances and transforming into forms with vastly differing appearances and abilities. For instance, the washing machine Rotom, the computer Rotom, and the commonly referenced general form of Rotom is, in fact, its form after merging with a light bulb. Devices combined with Rotom not only enhance their original functions, but also possess additional special abilities. Many of the most cutting-edge electronic devices in this world are products of such a fusion with Rotom. However, trading Pokémon is an illegal act, and Rotom is no exception. Thus, the Rotom console that the little deer acquired was, in reality, a replica designed to mimic the characteristics of Rotom appliances. Yet its performance surpassed that of ordinary electronic devices. As Ipha had anticipated, the little deer decided to relinquish the Rotom console for her own use. This was not due to a lack of interest in gaming. Prior to acquiring her Pokémon, the little deer had been an avid gamer, indulging in various Pokémon-related games, essentially all games available in this world, be it storyline development, strategic puzzles, or multiplayer competitions. Having firmly resolved to carve out a name for herself as a Pokémon trainer, it was prudent to refrain from engaging with such devices. Thus, Ipha joyfully received her first communication device since entering human society, finally acquiring her own phone number, data plan, and social media accounts. The following day, Alice's foot injury had completely healed. The little deer, equipped with all her Pokémon and ample supplies, ventured into the evergreen forest, guided by the coordinates sent by Jian on her phone. The vast evergreen forest is primarily divided into 2 regions, the evergreen periphery and the evergreen core. The periphery is further segmented into densely vegetated forest areas and relatively open hilly terrains, while the core comprises an impenetrable dark forest, where even ordinary trainers find it difficult to navigate. The evergreen core remains largely untouched by humans, a territory belonging to various powerful and perilous wild Pokémon. In contrast, the evergreen periphery is quite safe, entirely under the watchful control of numerous Pokémon Ranger bases, much like the majority of the wilderness in this world. The Pokémon Ranger system established by the Alliance refers to the creation of Ranger bases in suitable wilderness areas, integrating facilities such as Pokémon centers and signal stations, and deploying formidable Pokémon trainers to manage the surrounding wild environments and wild Pokémon in a unified manner. The Pokémon Rangers possess an intimate understanding of the wild Pokémon populations within their jurisdiction, yet this information is classified as one of the Alliance's highest secrets, and disseminating related information online is deemed a criminal act. Consequently, trainers cannot simply search online to discover the habitats of their desired Pokémon, except for the more commonly found species. Thus, they must venture into the wilderness on foot, relying on their own efforts to explore and encounter Pokémon with whom they share a connection. Various precious wild Pokémon populations exist solely within the whispers of small circles, underscoring the immense value of the information shared by Jian with Xiaolu. Naturally, Jian cannot disclose the habitats of various quasi-legendary Pokémon or mythical creatures, nor can she reveal the whereabouts of exceedingly rare Pokémon like Shenheduo. The information Jian shares with Xiaolu pertains to less rare, yet highly practical Pokémon with excellent value. including Xiaolu's objective for this journey, the cheerful Swanna. Swanna, a water grass-type Pokémon, is also capable of mastering ice-type moves, providing a distinct advantage over the ground-type Evergreen Gym. Additionally, it possesses the ability Swift Swim, which significantly enhances its speed in rainy weather, granting it exceptional agility to counteract the iron treads that Sakaki may deploy. Remarkably, this dance-loving and inherently optimistic Pokémon is exceedingly friendly towards humans and shows no aversion to human society, making it an ideal candidate for trainers to capture. However, many individuals cherish their hometowns, and a willingness to coexist with humans does not equate to a readiness to be captured. That depends on the trainer's own efforts. After departing from Evergreen City and trekking for an entire day towards the city of Deep Gray, also widely known as Nibi City, Xiaolu and her Pokémon finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a shimmering Great Lake, its flat shores adorned with reeds taller than a person, creating a breathtaking tapestry of green and azure. Donning water shoes, Xiaolu waded through the muddy lakeshore, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, and gazing up at the pristine blue sky, she inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Ipha, do you sense something amiss?" Floating in midair, Ipha helped Xiaolu part the reeds ahead. Following the girl's prompt, Xiaolu solemnly closed her eyes, striving to extend her psychic abilities into the surroundings. Ipha immediately detected the peculiar silence. It's too quiet. There are no cries of wild Pokémon. In the forest, one is often surrounded by the chirps of bird Pokémon and the buzzing of bug Pokémon, yet here by the lakeside, apart from the rustling of reeds swayed by the wind, there was naught but silence. While wandering through the forest, one would typically encounter a wild Pokémon every few moments, but after half an hour of delving into the reeds, Ipha and Xiaolu had seen nothing but a few sluggish drowsies. This was highly unusual. In this environment, the ubiquitous walking vines have seemingly vanished. Even the sky appears excessively clear, devoid of any avian Pokémon. The young girl paused, her steps faltering, as she surveyed her surroundings with a serious demeanor. After meticulously analyzing the current situation, she resolved to press onward. The cheerful Kappa was of utmost importance to her. Returning empty-handed was simply unacceptable. Furthermore, the presence of Pokémon such as the sluggish Snorlax in this area suggested that the Kappa's kin had not perished like other wild Pokémon. Even if this lakeside harbored hidden dangers, the girl was not without means of resistance. Should she encounter an insurmountable challenge, she could swiftly seek aid from the nearby ranger station. The girl and her Pokémon, Xiaolu, ventured deeper into the lakeside. Chapter 14, Desperation. After traversing a particularly lush expanse of reeds, the girl and Ipha found themselves before a small clearing amidst a swamp. In one corner of the clearing lay a shelter woven from moss and surrounding aquatic plants, while across from it was a mound of various berries piled within a dry stone basin. At the center were an array of meticulously shaped stones. This was the lair of the cheerful Kappa, yet it stood eerily vacant. The girl, bewildered, stepped onto the damp ground of the lair, her heartbeat quickening. Ipha picked up one of the smooth stones, examining it closely. These were the instruments of the cheerful Kappa, a Pokémon that reveled in music and dance. In the wild, Kappa tribes would find myriad reasons to celebrate, carefully crafting stones of varying textures. When struck at different angles, these stones produced distinctly different tones. Some even resembled bamboo flutes, leaving one to wonder how they achieved such craftsmanship. These instruments represented the wealth of the tribe. The more instruments they possessed, the more prosperous the tribe was deemed. It was unthinkable that they would abandon such treasures. The absence of instruments indicated a hasty retreat, as if some monstrous predator were hot on their heels, a sentiment likely shared by other wild Pokémon. Ipha summoned her Rotom game console, and upon finding the network operational, she accessed the Pokémon Ranger's official website to check recent news in the area. There were no reports of anomalies. Rangers operated in shifts, typically patrolling their designated zones at 3 in the afternoon and 3 in the morning, implying that the wild Pokémon's sudden evacuation must have occurred within the last few hours. Thus, whatever anomaly had instigated such panic among the wild Pokémon was likely still nearby. Ipha's instincts heightened, and she unleashed her psychic powers once more. "Who goes there?" the girl exclaimed, her voice taut with tension. Ipha immediately pinpointed the source of the sound, compressing her psychic energy to restrain the unknown entity firmly against the muddy ground. A frightened cry echoed, as the newcomer flailed desperately in the mire, unable to stir even a drop of mud. "What is this?" Ipha queried, using her telekinesis to draw forth a Pokémon with a lily pad atop its head, a red beak-like mouth, and a green body. It stood no taller than a 6 or 7-year-old child, its face a portrait of sheer panic. A Lotad? The fawn immediately realized that this Pokémon would be the key to unraveling the current mystery. She hastily inquired, "Ipha, what is he saying?" "He is begging for mercy." The fawn urged, "Let him down. We need to ascertain what has transpired in this area." Following her command, Ipha complied, and under the fawn's soothing encouragement, the small hat Pokémon finally stammered out all that he knew. This den was indeed the small hat Pokémon's home. Last night, he had been abruptly awakened by the elder of his clan, who warned him of the presence of terrifying wild Pokémon nearby, urging them to abandon all burdens and flee as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, the fawn angrily tapped the small hat Pokémon's head and scolded, "Terrifying Pokémon?" She shivered involuntarily, nervously scanning the surroundings. How could such described creatures possibly be here? Were they invasive species, or had they emerged from the depths of the evergreens? Regardless, it was clear that this place was no longer safe. Ipha furrowed her brow. She had intended to contact the local ranger station, but all she heard on the line was a hollow, busy signal. Had all the local rangers gone out? Had they already discovered the anomalies by the lakeshore? Let us head to the nearest ranger station. It is always the safest distance from danger. Ipha once again lifted the small hat Pokémon using her psychic power. We must bring this reckless creature along. It would be akin to courting disaster for him to wander here alone. The sluggish Slowpoke began to sense the oppressive atmosphere in the air, gradually submerging into the water, unsure of where to swim. It seemed that the small hat Pokémon had finally realized the magnitude of the trouble he had caused, and was on the verge of tears, regretting his earlier bravado. "Stay quiet. We will take you to safety, and once this is over, you can seek your family," the fawn whispered as she crouched low, stealthily moving through the reeds. The small hat Pokémon emitted a fearful whimper, biting his nails anxiously. "It will end. Trust in the Pokémon Rangers," the fawn reassured him, also comforting herself in the process. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful, and they soon emerged from the reeds, leaving the lakeside behind, with the ranger station in the forest drawing ever closer. Although there had been no signs of wild Pokémon along the way, even in areas that had previously seemed normal, upon cresting the final hill, separated by a small grove, the fawn and her companions finally spotted the illuminated ranger station and the accompanying Pokémon Center. It felt like a reprieve from their ordeal. The fawn patted her chest, her anxious heart finally settling. "Wait," Ipha said, her eyes fixed on the brightly lit building, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Suddenly, Alice leaped from her Pokeball, her ability to sense danger causing her to bare her teeth and scan the surroundings, her fur bristling and tail twitching uneasily. "You mean to say?" The fawn retracted her relieved smile, grasping the Pokeballs of her Litwick and Pidgey, cautiously retreating away from the ranger station and Pokémon Center. The young child in the lotus hat covered her face, hurriedly seeking refuge in the shadow of the fawn. Suddenly, a dark arrow, enveloped in ominous black energy, pierced through the forest with astonishing speed. Its target was none other than the fawn and the silhouettes of the Pokémon. Shadow Ball. In an instant, the fawn unleashed a radiant light, intercepting the arrow mid-air with the Shadow Ball, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact. The shadow of the sniper owl lurked nearby. Accompanied by the fawn's soft murmurs, figures began to emerge from the woods, encircling the fawn and the Pokémon from all directions. The continuous sounds of Pokeballs opening echoed, revealing a dozen formidable Pokémon, each exuding a terrifying aura, capable of overwhelming the fawn and her team. Pokémon Hunters. Ipha's gaze was as cold as ice. Chapter 15, Monsters. She turned to Ipha, her tone heavy as she spoke. "We are at a significant disadvantage, Captain." The radiant light drew closer to Ipha, whispering, "She is being cautious. I fear we cannot win. Every hunter here surpasses my former boss in strength. Even if I were to unleash my full potential, I could only hold off that sniper owl. Almond and Alice would be nearly useless in this fight. If it comes to combat, you would face a dozen hunters and their Pokémon alone. Such powerful Pokémon hunters are already considered elite in this circle. They typically operate solo. Yet now, these individuals seem to have been summoned by some unseen force, likely targeting that monster. Moreover, it appears that their mission is merely to lie in wait at the Pokémon Center to prevent information from leaking, suggesting that an even stronger force may be lurking nearby. If conflict arises, even your ability to ensure the boss's safety would be severely compromised." Ipha nodded cautiously, acknowledging the thoughts of the Chandelier Pokémon. Alone, she might not have to consider so many factors, but the fawn and her teammates were also at stake. A towering hunter stepped forward, declaring to the fawn, "Then what about my Pokémon?" The fawn calmly inquired, shielding Alice behind her. The towering hunter exchanged glances with his companions, shrugging helplessly. "A loss is better than a disaster. This Eevee seems to have a unique bond with you, so we can let her stay. However, we must take Shawnade and the Chandelier Pokémon with us. Even if their strength is lacking, they hold considerable value. Yet, do not feel too pressured. Society is rather tolerant of Pokémon, and your Pokémon will only live better under our care." "Why all this unnecessary chatter?" A cold-voiced female hunter interrupted her companion. "A stubborn nature calls for hypnosis." The other hunters nodded in agreement, and the fawn immediately felt an overwhelming pressure closing in. Sighing, the towering hunter scratched his head, appearing quite troubled. "My friends are not always kind. I sincerely hope, young lady, that you will cooperate." It was a life-or-death dilemma. She longed to resist, yet knew it would only lead to unnecessary harm for her Pokémon, unable to alter the inevitable outcome. Choosing to yield equates to betraying the trust of one's comrades in exchange for personal comfort. Never before had she loathed her own fragility as intensely as in this moment. The accumulated pressures of the past intertwined with the present animosities, overwhelming the spirit of the young girl. The fawn lowered her head in anguish, her heart engulfed in darkness. Ipha placed her hand upon the fawn's shoulder, a psychic connection igniting as they shared in this moment of sorrow. Yet the girl remained bowed, instinctively clutching Sinead's arm. Ipha exchanged glances with the towering hunter, finding not a trace of trust reflected in their eyes. Indeed, should the fawn surrender her resistance, the hunter would refrain from inflicting harm. Instead, they would temporarily confine her along with other victims of this region, slipping away before aid could arrive. However, this was not born of any inherent kindness within these hunters, but rather from their fear of the consequences should any of the fawn's ilk come to harm. The current alliance wields an absolute grip over society, with law enforcement more formidable than ever before. Any hint of disturbance from these shadowy corners would prompt an unrelenting pursuit by the authorities. Pokémon hunters assaulting ranger bases is as unfathomable as street thugs attacking police stations. To maintain their authority, the Alliance would inevitably unleash a particularly harsh manhunt against them. Yet, should the hunters not only assault the ranger base, but also lead to casualties among the victims, it would become sensational news that would shock the entire society. While the former scenario would mobilize numerous cities, deploying extensive security forces and Pokémon inspectors, the latter would escalate to a national special case, where the pursuers would rise to regional champions, leaving no chance of escape. Hunters too fear the prospect of wealth without life. Yet, in their discourse regarding Pokémon, not a single word bears sincerity. Few understand the fate that awaits those captured by hunters better than Ipha. Cooperate with them, ensure your own safety. What? The fawn lifted her head to look at Sinead, disbelief etched across her face. Do not worry about us. Ipha smirked coldly, while Changming beside her suddenly felt uneasy. However, before the fawn could voice her dissent, a piercing shriek captured the attention of all present, both humans and Pokémon alike. Ipha turned towards the source of the sound. It was that Lotad. He had retreated beneath a sprawling banyan tree at some point, his body rigid and his gaze fixed upward, his face a mask of near-frantic terror. What lies above the tree? This question surged through the hearts of the gathered crowd and Pokémon. Hiss! A heavy panting began to resonate through the woods. The air around them seemingly vacated in an instant. An overwhelming sense of oppression bore down upon them, as if a great mountain rendered everyone and their Pokémon incapable of raising their heads. Thud! As for Alice and Almond, the weaker Pokémon, their minds had gone blank, entirely stripped of any capacity for resistance. What manner of beast exudes such an aura? Those who still retained their ability to think roared within their hearts. The towering hunter was the first to react, hastily pulling out the walkie-talkie that hung from his chest. Trembling, he activated the device, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow, "The target is here." Requesting assistance. The creature's labored breaths momentarily halted, seemingly responding to the hunter's desperate cry. Quickly, release all Pokémon, as the towering hunter urged with a heart-wrenching urgency. More and more hunters and their Pokémon jolted awake, realizing the dire need to survive until reinforcements arrived, initiating their assault. The hunters scrambled into action, while Ipha stared rigidly at the crown of the banyan tree, her psychic abilities having never detected anything unusual there before. No wonder the wild Pokémon in the vicinity had all vanished. Such an aura could not be mistaken. Champion level. Chapter 16, Liberation. Charizard, Flamethrower. The towering hunter launched the first attack, a colossal burst of flames hurtling towards the banyan's canopy. At this point, the hunters had abandoned any thoughts of environmental destruction. Even a lengthy imprisonment was preferable to lying in a coffin. The roar of Charizard's attack seemed to enrage the creature, which unleashed a deafening roar and shot forward as a green blur, shattering the banyan tree in its wake. The monster's speed was astonishing, leaving only a vague afterimage in the hunter's and Pokémon's vision. It darted past the flamethrower, the resulting whirlwind dispersing the devastating fire-type move effortlessly. A mournful cry escaped Charizard as a sudden, grievous wound appeared in its abdomen, darkness engulfing its vision before it succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it! How do we fight this thing? Now's our chance, run. Before Ipha could teleport away, she cast a fleeting glance at the chaotic battlefield. Something was amiss. With the ferocity emanating from that beast, one would expect the hunters and their Pokémon to be torn asunder, reduced to mere sushi or minced meat under its assault. Yet, the most severe injuries among the fallen humans were merely fractured skulls, while the Pokémon had only lost their fighting capabilities. Astonishingly, there had been no true casualties on the hunter's side amidst the creature's overwhelming onslaught. Was this ferocious beast somehow merciful? Just as Ipha pondered this, the creature abruptly halted mid-charge, letting out a defiant roar towards the heavens. Lizard King? Finally, Ipha discerned the full form of the beast. It was an exceptionally robust Lizard King, nearly twice the size of a typical one, a veritable giant among its kin. Its body was marred with numerous scars, and its gaze was exceptionally fierce, with its lower jaw exhibiting an unnatural deep purple hue. It was far from being in peak condition. It even harbored potent toxins. No wonder these hunters had the audacity to encircle a champion-level Lizard King. Had they uncovered a weakness? But from where had this Lizard King emerged? Such a potent Pokémon, let alone in its natural state, was a rare powerhouse even among the champions of various regions. How could it suddenly appear in a safe zone just a few hours' drive from the city? How had these hunters managed to track it down? Ipha was enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty, yet at that moment, no one, be it human or Pokémon, could offer her clarity. A faint sound of slicing through the air reached her ears, and with her keen senses, Ipha turned her gaze toward the horizon, where she discerned several indistinct figures emerging against the sky. Utilizing her exceptional eyesight, she identified two of them as a Dragonite and a Salamence. The Lizard King also sensed the anomaly. He scanned the distant skyline, agitatedly tossing his head. Ultimately, abandoning the chaotic battlefield, he leaped away, vanishing deep into the thicket. A timid Lotad peeked nervously from beneath a fallen trunk, and Ipha caught sight of him. How is this little fellow unharmed? Ipha marveled, realizing that this child had been the first to notice the Lizard King, perhaps overlooked due to his diminutive stature. In the turmoil between hunters and their Pokémon, he had emerged unscathed, remembering that it was this Lotad who had inadvertently revealed the presence of the Lizard King, granting her the opportunity to teleport her companions to safety. Ipha decided to take this fortunate miscreant along with her. With a combination of running and teleportation, Ipha and the fawn finally distanced themselves from the recent battleground. Upon spotting a caterpie peeking curiously from a branch, the fawn exhaled a sigh of relief, finding the once ordinary Pokémon suddenly endearing. Wild Pokémon began to appear around them, signaling that they had indeed escaped the territory of that monstrous creature. Was that Pokémon the Lizard King? The fawn gasped, supporting herself on her knees, breathless. Ipha nodded. The relentless teleportation and intense psychic exertion were taking their toll on her as well. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, suddenly beset by a fierce headache. Damn it, the old ailment has resurfaced. In any case, you should report this. Make the situation sound as dire as possible. Truth be told, there was no need for embellishment. News of a champion-level wild Pokémon and Pokémon hunters collectively assaulting ranger stations and Pokémon centers would surely trigger the highest alert in the neighboring cities. The fawn retrieved her old mobile phone, relieved that she had not lost it in their hasty flight, and dialed the emergency number. As the girl anxiously recounted their plight to the person on the other end of the line, Ipha gazed contemplatively toward the direction in which the Lizard King had vanished, her mind racing with thoughts. All right, they informed other ranger stations in the vicinity and dispatched the strongest trainers to our aid. They also advised us to head toward Evergreen City for safety, the fawn relayed after concluding her call. Sonaido nodded slightly, speaking in a tone laced with an inexplicable emotion. You should take the other Pokémon with you. I must pursue the Lizard King. Ipha, the fawn gasped, covering her mouth in terror, while Alice, Changming, and Almond leapt from their Pokeballs, fervently urging Ipha to reconsider. Alice doesn't want Ipha to go to a dangerous place. Captain, don't do anything foolish. Ipha shook her head, raising her right hand before her and clenching it tightly. That Lizard King is in dire condition. Under the onslaught of the hunters, he will not hold out for long. I may be able to save him, at least help him endure until reinforcements arrive. But what will you use? The fawn's eyes shimmered with tears, yearning to grasp Ipha's hand. Yet, Sonaido remained unmoved, resolutely extracting a short sword from her hair. It was only slightly longer than a dagger, its composition akin to glass or crystal, radiating a dazzling brilliance upon contact with the outside world. Ipha reversed the grip on the short sword and forcefully plunged it into the crimson structure materialized from her psychic energy, the blade's end protruding from Sonaido's back. As the light faded, a transformed Ipha stood before the girl and her Pokémon. Tilting her head slightly, she calmly replied, "Do not worry about my safety." To Ipha's surprise, the fawn did not exhibit much shock. Instead, it was filled with concern for itself. The fawn refrained from detaining Ipha any longer, softly murmuring in a tone tinged with melancholy. Sonaido's palm gently caressed the girl's cheek before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 17. With this, current mental core occupancy, 12. Remaining key capacity, 56. All systems operational. If executed, instantaneous movement with scarcely a pause. Traversing the forest at an astonishing speed while meticulously scanning the area with her psychic powers. Her speed surpassed that of a Dragonite, and her psychic scans could pinpoint even a single speck of dust floating in the air. Previously, even at close range, Ipha had been unable to detect the presence of the lurking Lizard King atop the banyan tree. However, within less than 2 minutes of her liberated form, she successfully located her adversary. Ipha's figure materialized beneath a cliff, where the slender Sonaido was suddenly overshadowed by a looming figure. The robust Lizard King unleashed the blades on his arms, mercilessly cleaving towards Ipha. She swiftly employed a protective barrier, but the green shield shattered upon contact with the leaf blades, forcing Ipha to retreat hastily. Calm down, I'm here to assist you, Sonaido quickly clarified. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, she was indeed the fawn Shinado. It felt a sense of relief. Although previously exhibiting wild ferocity, Shinado surprisingly proved to be quite communicative. As for the Lizard King's prior appearance, which allowed if a chance to escape with the fawn, she had anticipated it. After all, with so many individuals and Pokémon present, none had detected the Lizard King's presence. Why should that reckless child, Lien Mao, have been any different? On my way here, I discovered over 100 hunters surrounding this area. You are gravely injured and have been poisoned. It is impossible for you to break through the encirclement on your own. My trainer has already called for help. If you accept my assistance, we can hold out until reinforcements arrive in 10 minutes. The Lizard King chuckled softly. He opened his mouth, expelling a bottle of yellow potion from beneath his tongue, twisting off the cap with his fingers before gulping down the entire contents. The deep purple on his upper jaw began to dissipate rapidly. Then, facing the sunlight, he spread the seeds and leaves adorning his body, a faint green light enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, all of his wounds were completely healed. Before Shinado stood the flawless Lizard King, its body unmarred by any scars. As it clasped its hands together, producing a resounding bang. What were you just saying? Ipha exclaimed. This creature is certainly no wild Pokémon. Was this all deliberately orchestrated by you? I warned you not to meddle, the Lizard King retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ipha before turning away. His overwhelming presence unabated. No, even in your prime, you could not withstand an assault from hundreds of Pokémon. You are destined to perish before reinforcements arrive. Ipha hastened to catch up with the Lizard King, continuing to implore him. The multitude of hunters represented countless Pokémon. Even a gathering of Pikachu could bring down a legendary Ho-Oh. Not to mention the expertly trained combat Pokémon under the hunter's command. I saved you. And you are here to report the situation to the humans outside. We are even now. Why must your progenitor insist on clinging to me? The mechanical voice of the Rotom game console recounted information. Kusha, the ace Pokémon of the Grass-type Elite Four member, Doyu from the Kanto region. His trainer was hailed as the one closest to championship status at that time, but chose to retire after 2 years as an Elite Four member. He was one of the architects of the contemporary Pokémon Ranger system, but tragically passed away in an accident 60 years ago at the age of 38. A moment of silence enveloped Ipha and Kusha as the implications sank in. Indeed, Pokémon of such caliber often held significant renown, easily searchable online. Yet, the Lizard King before them was the ace Pokémon of an elite trainer from 60 years past. Thus, by calculations of time, he must now be. You and your trainer established the Pokémon Ranger system, a framework that has benefited the majority of Pokémon, including the younger generations. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, there is no way we can stand idly by while you march towards your demise, Ipha declared, locking eyes with the Lizard King in unwavering determination. Shinado, Kusha sighed deeply, his fingers tapping restlessly against his head as he spoke in a low voice. Ever since my old friend passed away, I have resided deep within the Evergreen. Recently, the young ones there have caused a riot, and in the process of quelling them, the commotion attracted the attention of the Aqua Gang. The Aqua Gang is a long-established villainous organization in Kanto, their influence having dwindled to almost nothing over the years due to the League's efforts. They believe I possess something that could make their wildest dreams a reality. Thus, they summoned the last of their strength to gather these hunters in an attempt to hunt me down. I lured them between Deep Gray City and Evergreen City, intending to provoke a full-scale assault while seeking an opportunity to expose their plans to the outside world. In the crossfire of these two cities, I could annihilate these vile scoundrels. The outcome was that I managed to inflict significant losses on the Aqua Gang while holding back all their key members until the League's reinforcements arrived to eradicate the remaining forces, leading to the complete obliteration of the so-called veteran evil organization. And that was it. In my plan, there was no place for you. Kusha lowered his head and leaned closer to Ipha. Firstly, I recognize your considerable strength. But do you have any inkling of how long it would take for me to eliminate you with my full might? Do enlighten me. 28 seconds, Kusha scoffed. You are indeed correct. Even if I were to face a horde of hundreds, I would not survive until reinforcements arrived. But what of you? What assistance can you possibly render? Ipha calmly retrieved a bracelet from her hair and adorned her wrist with it. At the center of the bracelet, a radiant keystone shimmered with an array of colors, captivating in its brilliance. With this, Chapter 18, Evolution, the Evolution Keystone. How could you possibly possess such a thing? Kusha began to harbor serious doubts regarding the background of the Shinado before him and the human girl he had rescued. One of them must possess an extraordinary story. The Evolution Keystone is an essential item for the process of evolution, also known as Mega Evolution, which transcends the conventional boundaries of Pokémon evolution. A Pokémon that undergoes Mega Evolution temporarily unleashes hidden powers, exhibiting capabilities unattainable through standard evolution. The strength of a Pokémon post-evolution surges dramatically, marking it as one of the hallmarks of the most formidable Pokémon trainers. For instance, the champion of the Hoenn region, Steven, possesses a Metagross capable of evolution, while Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, commands a Garchomp that can also evolve. To achieve evolution, a trainer must possess the keystone, while the Pokémon must carry its exclusive Megastone. Furthermore, a profound bond must exist between the trainer and the Pokémon, in most cases. These two conditions are indispensable. As a former champion of Kanto and a powerful ace serving under a champion-level trainer, Kosha was quite familiar with evolution. However, such extraordinary power, which transcends limits, has always been tightly regulated by the League. The items necessary for evolution are monopolized by the League, with every keystone and megastone's origin and distribution meticulously monitored. What right does this Shinado have to produce an evolution keystone so effortlessly? Moreover, it is the trainer's keystone, not the Pokémon's megastone. If it were 60 years ago, I would have certainly taken you to the League headquarters for a chat, Kosha said slowly. As for evolution, the truth my junior has grasped may differ from yours. I kindly ask that you do not delve too deeply into its origins. Ipha caressed the keystone on her bracelet, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sorrow. Any Pokémon that has experienced evolution unlocks the genetic code for evolution within. At this moment, any human, or even other Pokémon entirely dissimilar to humans, can establish a connection with that Pokémon using any keystone, forcibly triggering evolution, provided they possess a certain level of psychological suggestion. And what is the cost? Kosha inquired, remaining calm and composed. Without the steadfast bond between trainer and Pokémon, the evolved Pokémon will enter a state of frenzy, nearly losing its own will, and will launch indiscriminate attacks upon its surroundings. Within the words of Ipha lies the sorrow of countless tragedies that have unfolded in the realm of experimentation. When she closes her eyes, the painful memories traverse time, tearing at her heart. It is imperative that trainers maintain a certain distance during the evolution process. What if I were to fall into a frenzy after evolving and inadvertently harm you? Since the younger generation is aware of the secret to bypass the bond between trainers and Pokémon during evolution, they naturally understand how to ensure their own safety post-evolution. Ipha replied with composure, leaving Lizard King in silence. Considering the hunter's encirclement was rapidly tightening by the second, Kosha promptly made a decision, revealing the Lizard King stone concealed within the leaf-like appendage of his tail. I trust you. You can indeed provide crucial assistance to my plan, Kosha proclaimed with a wide grin. And then there's the matter of the second point. The second point. You interrupted me with your keystone. I hadn't finished speaking. Kosha laughed, gesturing to his heart. Do not concern yourself with saving my life. I have come here with the intent of facing death. Ipha was at a loss for words. Upon learning of Lizard King's identity and calculating the passage of time, she had already deduced this outcome with considerable accuracy. Yet, upon hearing Kosha's admission, she felt a profound sense of regret. Although many fantastical narratives depict that beings of higher rank enjoy increasingly extended lifespans, in this world, it is a blessing that Pokémon like Kosha, who have engaged in intense battles for a lifetime, do not have their lives shortened. Furthermore, Lizard King's lifespan is roughly equivalent to that of humans, and it has been 60 years since Kosha's trainer passed away at the age of 38 due to an accident. Thus, the end of Kosha's time approaches. Pokémon are remarkable creatures. Their juvenile and elder stages are fleeting, spending the majority of their lives in a state of perpetual growth during their prime. The more powerful a Pokémon is, the more extreme this distribution becomes. For a formidable being like Kosha, by the time others perceive his fatigue, his demise is imminent. If my trainer had not relinquished the pursuit of the League Championship, securing the title of the strongest champion would have been a certainty. How could I allow myself to perish like an ordinary Pokémon in some forsaken corner? Kosha exclaimed. And what of the Springs group? 60 years ago, at their zenith, they were mere jesters before me. Now, they stand on the brink of annihilation, yet they dare to hunt me? Kosha howled to the sky. The force of his roar unleashed a tremendous wave that reverberated through the forest, causing trees to tremble and rippling waves to spread outward. Ipha had to utilize her psychic powers to avoid being swept away. Since they have dared to approach, I shall grant them their wish. The power I have accumulated over the years, along with the remnants of my life, shall be my farewell gift to them. To shatter like jade and stone on the battlefield in my prime shall be the final dance I prepare for myself. As Kosha let out his roar, the sky, the ground, and the rivers saw an increasing number of Pokémon-bearing hunters rushing towards the positions of Shinado and Lizard King. Are you ready? Kosha asked, arms crossed, exuding confidence. Naturally, such boldness was truly magnificent. Ipha concentrated intently, channeling all his energy into the keystone in his grasp. The mental core utilization rate climbed. 36, 59, 87. Taking a deep breath, Ipha shouted, Lizard King, evolve. Chapter 19, The Ultra Lizard King. Is this truly the location? A solemn-faced elder, clad in a long coat, inquired of his subordinate while leaning on a silver cane. Hundreds of hunters had encircled the cliff from which the sound waves emanated. Beneath the dim light of the evening sun, the forest, now devoid of wild Pokémon, exuded an eerie stillness. Hunters and their Pokémon remained tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Report, boss. That Lizard King must be just ahead. A remarkably robust man with a thick beard confidently replied, activating his walkie-talkie to issue commands to the over 100 hunters nearby. Release your Pokémon. Prepare for battle. What kind of spectacle would it be to see hundreds of formidable Pokémon emerge simultaneously? From the powerful Dragonite to the fierce Charizard. From the majestic Blastoise to the colossal Metagross. From the mighty Machamp to the formidable Gyarados. The overwhelming presence of these Pokémon nearly solidified the very air around them. In a desperate bid to counter the former champion's ace, the dwindling Quagmire group poured their last remnants of strength into the fray. A hissing sound, an unidentifiable source of breath, reached the ears of the assembled Pokémon. Just the latent power concealed within each exhale quickened the heartbeats of the Quagmire group, who held an absolute numerical advantage. This sound, something feels amiss. The burly man furrowed his heavy brow. The Quagmire group had encountered their target numerous times during the pursuit, and they should have been well acquainted with this Lizard King. It was illogical for any unforeseen variables to arise in the final hunt. Boom. A sound akin to a cannon's roar erupted as a sleek, darting object broke the sound barrier, shattering the trees in its path, and tearing a shocking gap through the Pokémon's encirclement. The Pokémon caught in the wake of this force, Nidoking, Golem, and Swampert, were flung aside, their bodies helpless against the overwhelming might. The object ultimately collided forcefully with the Steelix, leaving a deep dent in its metallic body, causing it to faint before its momentum could finally dissipate. At last, the onlookers discerned the true nature of the sleek object. It was a colossal dragon tail adorned with razor-sharp blades. A gigantic Pokémon leaped down from the treetops, its chest boasting green armor unlike that of an ordinary Lizard King, its blades sharper and the tips stained a vivid crimson, while the number of energy-storing orbs on its back had significantly increased. Ultra Lizard King, Grass Dragon type. This is impossible. The bones of Wintergreen have long turned to ash. The elder roared in disbelief, veins bulging in his hand that clutched the cane, his mouth quivering with rage. The surrounding hunters displayed expressions of shock. The evolution, an embodiment of both power and popularity, was a concept familiar to anyone with even a modest understanding of Pokémon battles. The creature before them was evidently the evolved form of the Ultra Lizard King. Mad Plants, the Super Lizard King, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground, emanated a radiant glow from the spore ball on its back. In the next moment, the earth began to undulate like the rising tide, as robust trees shot forth from the ground like tentacles, lunging towards the Pokémon in all directions. Team 2, Unleash Flamethrowers, bellowed the burly hunter into the radio. Fire-type Pokémon, including Charizard, Blaziken, and Pyroke, released their flamethrowers in unison, creating a torrential wall of flames that collided with the oncoming frenzy of plants. Yet, the manic vegetation unleashed by the Super Lizard King astonishingly pierced through the fiery barrier, defying its elemental disadvantage, and struck the fire-type Pokémon with a cacophony of roaring flames and explosions. Now, Team 3 Blizzard, despite the overwhelming power of the manic plants, they would suffer from a prolonged recovery time, and the hunters were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. 3 Snow Kings were strategically positioned around the Lizard King, activating their snow warning abilities, resulting in a flurry of snowflakes. Meanwhile, Ice-type Pokémon such as Jinx and Lapras capitalized on the artificially created snowstorm from the backline to unleash blizzards. The Super Lizard King was engulfed in a savage blizzard, obscured by the relentless snow. Had they succeeded? The hunters held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Several Pokémon probed the area with their psychic powers, frantically alerting their trainers. It's a decoy. The target is behind you. Roar. The hunters' reactions were too late. The Super Lizard King had surged past them, targeting Team 1. Amidst a legion of controlling Pokémon including Flabby and Butterfree, even aware of the Super Lizard King's intentions, the hunters found themselves overwhelmed, allowing the monstrous creature to wreak havoc among Team 1's supporting Pokémon, shattering their carefully devised strategy. There is someone directing it. Find its trainer. They must be close, commanded the elderly man, tapping his cane on the ground with a rasping voice. We thought of that as well. The burly hunter wiped the cold sweat from his brow. They had already instructed their sensing Pokémon to search diligently, for the Super Lizard King was indeed formidable. However, locating its trainer had proven elusive thus far. We cannot allow it to cause further destruction. Intercept it at all costs. Suddenly, a crimson figure appeared before the rampaging Super Lizard King, matching its speed and delivering a precise strike with its pincers to the king's visage. Grah. The Super Lizard King emitted a disdainful growl. The blow barely left a mark on its tough skin. With a single hand, it seized the powerful Scyther by its head and lifted it effortlessly. The Scyther thrashed in agony midair, but against the merciless disparity of size and strength, it could muster no significant resistance. What an opportunity! Use Triple Axle. An unsuspecting Weevil had stealthily positioned itself behind the Super Lizard King, its claws gleaming with a chilling brilliance as it lunged for the creature's vital points. The Super Lizard King, still clutching the Scyther, hurled it backward without needing to aim. The two elite Pokémon collided, shattering trees and boulders in their wake as they rolled across the ground for dozens of meters. The Super Lizard King surveyed his surroundings. And suddenly, he fixated on the staff-wielding elder, surrounded by adversaries. Ignoring the voice that cautioned him against his current target, the Super Lizard King's pupils dilated rapidly, driven by instinct as he lunged toward the elder. The evolved Kosha's power and ferocity exceeded all expectations. He disregarded Ipha's commands and began to act autonomously. Chapter 20. The Final Dance. The Super Lizard King charged directly toward the staff-wielding elder, who calmly raised his right hand. Dig! Several massive steel serpents erupted from the ground, utilizing their immense bodies to hollow out the earth beneath, triggering a significant surface collapse in the path of the Super Lizard King. Oblivious to the chaos around him, the Super Lizard King remained fixated on his target. Humph! Your condition seems off, yet you have not forgotten this, old man. The elder glared at the Super Lizard King, who had stumbled into the abyss, his dim, aged eyes revealing a profound and bitter hatred. Group 3. Continue the blizzard. With limited space to maneuver, the Super Lizard King, now falling into the ground, was the perfect moment for a concentrated assault. Frenzied plants. Despite having succumbed to a state of rage and lost most of his cognitive abilities, Kosha remained Kosha, the trump card of the strongest king, Wintergreen. Decades of accumulated battle experience had become instinctual. As the blizzard raged around him, the Super Lizard King braced himself, while wild plants surged from the surrounding soil, enveloping him completely. Within the confined space, the escalating blizzard drove the temperature toward absolute zero. The outer layers of vegetation transformed into thick ice, yet the heart of the Super Lizard King burned ever hotter. It was right in front of him. That human was within reach. Following the initial wave of concentrated fire, under the hunter's command, the ice-type Pokémon began to alternate their blizzards, maintaining relentless pressure on the pit's bottom, intending to encase the Super Lizard King beneath the layers of earth. But just as the intensity of the blizzard waned, a shattering sound erupted from the pit's depths. The Super Lizard King emerged as a green lightning bolt, piercing through the blizzard's blockade, relentlessly locking onto the elder with the staff. Excellent. This is precisely what I desire. The elder unleashed a Pokeball from his waist, summoning rare and formidable Pokémon like Metagross and Dragonite. This hunt allowed no room for failure. Securing that treasure was essential for the group to see the dawn of tomorrow. The elder issued his final ultimatum to his subordinates, and the Pokémon hunters felt their throats dry at the prospect of the uncertain future, compelling them to command their Pokémon with utmost vigor. Metagross boldly positioned itself in front of the Super Lizard King, its iron arms emanating icy gusts as it targeted the enemy's abdomen. Ice Punch. With a desperate dive, the Super Lizard King evaded Metagross's icy strike, his body radiating a malicious dark glow as he overturned his opponent from beneath. In an instant, the blades of his hands completed their charge, unleashing the very essence of the sun in a devastating strike. Hold the line. At this critical moment, Dragonite rushed to his companion's side, crossing his arms in front of him to absorb the tremendous impact, yet the barrier shattered upon contact. Dragontail. The Mega Sceptile deftly utilized the momentum to pivot, its tail enveloped in the might of a dragon, striking Dragonite with immense force and sending him flying. Subsequently, it leaped onto the back of Metagross, seizing the opportunity to unleash an earthquake aimed at dismantling its opponent. With a piercing gaze, it executed a series of swift strikes. Roar. The Mega Sceptile, now thoroughly enraged, watched as Dragonite attempted to create distance after a successful dragon dive, only to be seized by the tail and hurled to the ground. The Mega Sceptile pressed down upon Dragonite, rendering him immobile, and unleashed a flurry of clawed assaults upon him. Stop. Ice Punch. This time, Metagross's Ice Punch struck the Mega Sceptile directly, but it merely faltered momentarily, continuing its relentless assault on Dragonite. This was already the utmost effort that the Pokémon could muster, with key members of both sides entangled. Long-range attacks were too precarious to utilize, while most melee strikes felt like mere tickles to the Mega Sceptile. As the Mega Sceptile concluded its clawing frenzy and turned to pounce on Metagross, Dragonite lay beneath it, battered and bloodied, having succumbed to the onslaught of moves that exploited its weaknesses. Damn it. Forward, all of you. Engage relentlessly. Even if we must sacrifice our Pokémon, we shall drag it down here. The burly hunter, drenched in sweat, commanded, spread the line. Utilize every available support move to its fullest. Will-O-Wisp, Strange Light, Thunderwave, Power Split. Countless moves struck the back of the Mega Sceptile, erupting in a cascade of vibrant sparks. Yet, due to the insurmountable disparity in strength, most of these attacks had negligible effect. Thus, the Mega Sceptile endured the full force of its adversary's desperate onslaught, methodically tearing through the ranks of melee Pokémon that sought to form a defensive line, steadfastly advancing toward its ultimate goal. You once vowed to eradicate all darkness in Kanto, restoring clarity to its people, but you failed, eternally resting in that tragic incident, while Kanto's shadows continue to run rampant for 60 years. Now, It is my turn to inherit the unfulfilled wish you left behind. Unbeknownst to him, the resilient form of the megaseptile began to sustain injuries. Unable to recall how many ice punches and dragon pulses he had endured, he was indifferent to the pain. His focus solely on the despicable human who was now within reach. You fool! The elder cursed, hurling another Pokeball, summoning a fully revitalized Salamence to his side. Who said you could escape? Salamence, take to the skies. Who permitted your flight? The onlookers suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, escalating to the point of immobility. Confront it all. Face your fate. Gravity, as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. All present, humans and Pokémon alike, were firmly pressed to the ground under a gravity that surged to innumerable magnitudes, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger a Herculean task. The elderly man, intent on mounting his Dragonite, found himself pinned to the earth, the agonizing strain on his frail internals nearly causing him to faint. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids, observing the solitary figure that remained upright amidst the extraordinary gravity, slowly raising the leaf blade in hand. It was a scene of profound reluctance. 2 minutes later, an advanced troop composed of Dragonites arrived at the devastated battlefield, having departed from the nearest Evergreen City, bearing the city's most formidable security force. They managed to reach their destination in a mere 6 minutes. Yet, they were still a moment too late. The Evergreen Gym leader, Sakaki, dismounted his Dragonite, his gaze surveying the Pokémon hunters subdued by the might of the League's powerful trainers. He then turned his attention to the epicenter of the battlefield, where the majestic, deep emerald form of the Super Lizard King lay lifeless. Without uttering a word, Sakaki adjusted his attire, bowed towards Kusha, and hastened to the last bastion of resistance. The robust hunters and their remaining subordinates were on the brink of exhaustion under the siege of official trainers, with only a handful of Pokémon still capable of battle. Upon witnessing the arrival of the renowned Sakaki, even the most tenacious among them felt a sense of hopelessness. The Izumi group. From his elevated vantage point, Sakaki coldly pronounced judgment upon the hunters. You stand accused of illegal capture and trafficking of Pokémon, reckless destruction of wild Pokémon habitats, inhumane experimentation, disseminating reactionary rhetoric, and inciting large numbers of trainers to assault the Pokémon of a former champion. The transgressions you've committed in the Kanto region over the past century shall come to an end. Beedrill Evolve. Chapter 21. Escape from the Vortex. The late Kanto champion, Dekai's Lizard King, was ambushed by the nefarious Izumi group 50 kilometers from Evergreen City. This brave Pokémon met its noble demise. But through the valiant efforts of the Lizard King and the subsequent arrival of the Mobile Task Force, the long-standing threat posed by the Izumi group was utterly eradicated. This operation showcased the League's unwavering commitment to justice and the strict enforcement of the law. Gratitude is extended to all participants and Pokémon for their efforts and sacrifices, ensuring societal order and the safety of the populace. Over 10 high-ranking members of the Izumi group now face charges of premeditated murder, illegal trafficking of Pokémon, extinction of wild Pokémon, and the manufacture and distribution of narcotic substances, all carrying the death penalty. The Earth's Sakaki boldly declared, Evergreen City is a forbidden zone for all evil organizations and illicit activities. Shockwaves reverberated as it was revealed that the late champion's Pokémon had fallen victim to a calculated hunt by Pokémon hunters. The plight of numerous released former trainer Pokémon remains precarious. A tumultuous clash involving hundreds of Pokémon ensued. The League may undertake a thorough cleansing of the evil organizations in the Kanto region. A representative from Team Rocket claimed that the actions of the Izumi group bore no relation to their own. In the Evergreen City Pokémon Center's reading room, a somewhat weakened Shinedo perused the news on the screen, under the curious gazes of onlookers. It is hardly surprising that Pokémon possess the ability to read. Having been educated by humans from a young age, these creatures exhibit intelligence comparable to that of elementary school children, a fact well known to all. A select few Pokémon have even attained legitimate employment, successfully integrating into society. Nevertheless, those capable of literacy remain a minority, as the vast majority of Pokémon exist in a realm between wild beasts and sentient beings. Ipha closed the screen of the Rotom game console, propping her polished back against the chair while crossing one leg. Her hands rested on the table, fingers interlaced, as her thoughts began to wander. The League's reports primarily emphasized the contributions of Kusha and the security forces, addressing the subsequent handling of the Quanzai group and the commemoration of the heroic Pokémon and their trainers. As for the details of the combat on site, aside from revealing the substantial resources deployed by the Quanzai group, little else was mentioned. Their operatives were undoubtedly covertly searching for the mysterious individual who had caused Kusha to undergo an illogical super-evolution and nearly dismantled the Quanzai group strategies. To this end, they had sealed off the entire area and interrogated all present. Naturally, Little Deer was no exception. The young girl was gently questioned regarding everything she knew and had a close encounter with her idol, the esteemed Daichi no Banmu. Like most, Little Deer had been raised to trust the League and possessed a strong sense of belonging to society, harboring admiration for the security forces officials. Therefore, she candidly recounted her experiences, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, aside from a bit of excitement. The League's officer, having received feedback from a partner's psychic Pokémon, also found nothing amiss. Little Deer passed the examination with ease. And what of Ipha, who had always been by her side? The League's scrutiny was limited to humans. Having worked for over a decade in her previous role, Ipha was well-versed in the arts of concealment and memory alteration. They would spare no effort in any conceivable direction. Yet regardless, Little Deer and her Pokémon, already deemed innocent, had distanced themselves from the eye of the storm. As the architects and administrators of modern society, the League took great pride in their unwavering belief that their meticulously optimized system was flawless, adhering strictly to established protocols. Even if they were to pick up an eraser, they would diligently complete the entire process of drafting reports, notifying oversight, requesting manpower, formulating plans, and entering data into records. Undoubtedly, Ipha was intimately familiar with the League's modus operandi. Otherwise, she and her numerous companions could not have operated under their noses for nearly 2 decades. Interestingly, other media outlets appeared to have been similarly guided by the League, focusing either on the safety concerns surrounding the release of Pokémon or discussing the purging of evil organizations, while glossing over the central events entirely. However, they had nowhere to publish their reports, as no journalist was permitted to approach the still unresolved scene, and all present were required to sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement. The League's control over public opinion remained, as ever, meticulously thorough. Ipha recalled the various nefarious organizations that thrived in this world, among which were numerous fools lost in daydreams. Believing that with the power of certain legendary Pokémon, they could overthrow the dominion of the League. At the very least, they thought they could carve out a fiefdom for themselves and reign as local tyrants. However, even if they were to obtain those formidable or extraordinary powers and bravely attempt to contest the League could easily render them utterly powerless with mere words. In stark contrast, Team Rocket exhibited a commendable self-awareness, despite rumors suggesting that their ultimate goal was world domination. These individuals consistently endeavored to portray themselves as mere petty thieves forced into their misdeeds for survival. Ipha raised her coffee cup and squinted as she took a sip. Beyond the rich aroma, she fancifully sensed the fragrance of fresh grass. She attempted to trace its origin, yet that enchanting experience had already dissipated like smoke. Sinead furrowed her immaculate brows, but chose not to dwell on this minor interruption in their daily life. She merely required time to restore the relative balance within herself. I hope the new suppressants arrive soon. Little did she expect that upon arriving in this world, she would veer towards an entirely different extreme. Wait, did she truly enjoy walking so much in the past? Yet that was unmistakably her own shadow. Chapter 22, The Young Giratina of the Mountains. The continuous hallucinations led Ipha to ponder whether she had forgotten something important. As a psychic-type Pokémon, many hallucinations and precognitive sensations often concealed messages from her subconscious. But what did these signify? Ipha sat in her seat, desperately contemplating, yet yielding no insights. She temporarily abandoned this line of inquiry, finished her coffee, and switched off the screen of her Rotom game console. Since it had come into her possession, the device had never fulfilled its intended purpose, as she had entirely repurposed it as a tablet or smartphone. Ipha had even had the shell replaced, making it resemble a Rotom tablet more closely. It was said that the early versions were purely gaming consoles. However, the developers' exceptional skills allowed these devices to match the performance of modern smartphones and computers in certain aspects. Consequently, users preferred to run alternative systems on their consoles, which even became a trend online. The developers were baffled by this, attempting to caution users that changing the system could cause irreversible damage to the consoles, and urged them to respect the device's primary functions. The users, however, disregarded these warnings, claiming that the consoles had their own lives. As a result, the developers enhanced the console's compatibility, allowing Ipha to insert a SIM card into her device. Sinead lazily stretched her arms and rose from her seat, the Rotom game console automatically levitating to follow Ipha. She made her way to the training area, where her companions and other Pokémon were fervently preparing for the upcoming gym challenge. In an unexpected encounter in the wilderness, a novice trainer named Xiao Lu faced an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon. Although subsequent news reports suggested that the formidable opponent was the ace of a deceased champion trainer, the experience remained perilously thrilling for Xiao Lu, who had only been active for a little over 4 months. Fortunately, aside from Ipha exhausting her energy and entering a brief state of weakness, both the young trainer and her other Pokémon emerged unscathed, with no injuries to contend with. It was only natural to continue with the original training regimen. A young Bagon cannot devour a mountain in a single day to achieve evolution. Just as becoming a Pokémon Master cannot be accomplished overnight, it requires gradual accumulation, with no shortcuts in sight. Thud, thud, thud. Ball launchers from every conceivable direction relentlessly discharged plastic balls like petals scattered by a divine maiden. Almond flapped her wings desperately, maneuvering through the barrage of plastic projectiles with great difficulty. Though her breath became labored and her wings felt as if they were weighed down with lead, she consistently managed to summon a flicker of strength through sheer willpower, executing one more action before collapsing, only to rise and repeat, resembling a cold, resilient machine. This BB bird was undoubtedly the most diligent Pokémon in Xiaolu's team. Ipha, on the other hand, did not require such rigorous training, often opting to playfully act and take it easy, adhering to the philosophy that doing one's best was sufficient. Alice relied more on her trainer and displayed unwavering obedience. The other Pokémon did not share her fervent desire for improvement and could not match her tenacity during training. What a pity, Ipha thought, shaking her head gently. Almond was not a naturally powerful Pokémon like Salamence or Dragonite. She was merely a BB bird. Even if she were to evolve into a Beedrill, she would struggle to escape mediocrity. She was not an exceptional individual gifted in battle. Her potential in Pokémon duels could at best be considered average. Average, neither as commonplace as the masses nor able to glimpse the heights that truly exceptional individuals reach, yet destined to be overshadowed by those who genuinely stand atop the summit. No matter how hard Almond might strive now, she would never be able to defeat those inherently strong opponents in future battles. While this was an unfathomable reality, it was a truth that often proved merciless. As an exemplary Pokémon trainer recognized by Ipha, Xiaolu harbored grand aspirations devoid of unrealistic idealism. From the moment she captured Almond, she had not entertained any impractical expectations, setting her apart from peers who fancied their Pikachu could electrify everything in sight. She had always nurtured Almond towards a supportive role. Despite her average lineage and lack of outstanding potential, with focused training, she could still fulfill a significant role in a supportive capacity. Currently, Almond was honing her ability to evade ranged attacks at high speed. The more attacks she dodged, the longer she could remain in the field, allowing for greater strategic planning and creating a more suitable stage for her teammates, thereby providing enhanced support for the match. In contrast, Changming's training focus lay on enhancing his long-range striking capabilities against fast-moving targets. The seasoned Chandelure, with a deft flick of its arm, sent several trails of phosphorescent fire soaring toward the moving target on the wall, each trajectory striking the edge of the target with remarkable precision before crashing against the surface. The walls of the training room were astonishingly resilient, extinguishing the flames without leaving a trace. Changming, observing, remarked that this was not a display of his concealed talents. If it were a matter of shooting fire, Changming could effortlessly scorch each target even with his eyes closed, creating varied patterns. However, manipulating the inherently erratic and elusive phosphorescent flames was a different challenge altogether. His reputation as a top-tier trainer, capable of consistently qualifying for the Alliance Conference, was well-deserved. It stemmed from his former trainer's specialization in double battles. His experience in both formal contests and wild captures was rooted in this foundation. In contrast, Little Deer was an expert in single battles, realms that were almost entirely distinct. In this regard, Changming was on par with the other Pokémon in his team. The Chandelure let out a barely perceptible sigh, steadying itself as it aimed once more at the targets it found increasingly loathsome, unleashing another series of phosphorescent flames. This time, a purple flame, after executing an irregular dance within a small radius, grazed the edge of the target. With a resounding impact, Alice, enveloped in a radiant white light, collided forcefully with the Pokémon training dummy, producing a loud thud. Previously, Alice's training had focused on enhancing her agility, but now it was directed at amplifying her strength. Although both aspects were inherently related to her physical prowess, a distinction Alice herself struggled to discern. Training Pokémon invariably necessitated the guidance of a trainer. Little Deer, clutching her laptop, analyzed the footage of Almond's evasive maneuvers while simultaneously scrutinizing the trajectories of Changming's phosphorescent flames and pondering Alice's shifts in power. This profession was intellectually demanding, yet it bordered on the absurd, considering that Little Deer was human, an entity incapable of flight, incapable of conjuring phosphorescent flames, and certainly unable to emit electric sparks. How could she instruct a Pokémon in these domains? How could one without wings teach a bird to soar? Yet, fortuitously, Little Deer possessed an acute understanding. She could effortlessly count the muscles a Pidgey engaged to flap its wings. This vocation required an extensive and intricate reservoir of knowledge. Although the Alliance stipulated that anyone over the age of 16 could sit for the trainer qualification exam, the majority of individuals aspiring to this path typically graduated from high school or university before succeeding in the examination. Those who managed to pass at 16, thus gaining entry into the realm of Pokémon training, were rare prodigies, Little Deer among them, as well as the illustrious Kagaya Shizen, who was accompanied by a scyther. With the moniker of genius bestowed upon her, Little Deer fixated intently on the screen, her short hair slightly tousled, as her strong hands danced across the keyboard, formulating or theorizing new strategies. She was either replanning an upcoming expedition or contemplating further adaptations within her current team. Without the need for telepathy, Ipha had already deduced little dear's impending choices. Chapter 23, The Final Decision. Is she contemplating Alice's future? A soft and melodious inquiry resonated from the depths of the fawn's heart. In truth, telepathic communication conveys only emotions and thoughts, and should not involve auditory experiences. Yet, the girl instinctively envisioned the other's voice to be thus. The fawn momentarily stood in astonishment, first breaking free from her icy training state, and then cheerfully beckoning Ipha to sit beside her. How has your recovery been? She inquired concerning her physical condition. Quite well. I should be fully healed in a couple of days, came the reply. The little beings within had settled considerably, their compliance greatly facilitated by the key's influence. I have learned the method of analyzing the external heart of Shenado from the internet. Allow me to check your health. The chest of Shenado features a crimson plate that traverses from the front to the back, reputedly a manifestation of its psychic power, commonly referred to as the external heart. Experienced trainers can discern a Shenado's physical condition and emotional fluctuations through the hue and texture of this external heart. Your body is slightly fatigued, yet your emotions are remarkably stable, Ipha acknowledged with a nod, as if the girl's words bore truth. However, few are aware that the state of a Shenado's external heart can be feigned, although it is a cumbersome task, and not all Shenado possess this capability. Have you contemplated the direction of Alice's evolution? Moreover, with the previously most suitable family of cheerful Kappa currently in an uncertain state, the girl found herself unable to venture into the wild in search of appropriate companions in the short term. Wandering aimlessly through the fields in hopes of encountering a cherished Pokémon yields no greater odds than that of introverted individuals encountering love in a home invasion scenario. Thus, to conquer the formidable Evergreen Gym, the girl must seek alternatives within her existing team. Primarily, she had already inscribed her thoughts within the training plan. And Ipha happened to be literate. I have nearly settled on a direction, but I am unsure how to express it to her, the fawn sighed. Resting her chin on her hand, her bright eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. The evolution path for Alice is a matter of great significance for her life. I am uncertain whether she will truly appreciate my choice, nor can I ascertain if it is genuinely worthwhile for the Evergreen Gym. Eevee is an exceptionally unique Pokémon. Its ordinary genetic makeup is notoriously unstable, thus theoretically possessing the potential to evolve into all elemental forms. However, humanity has only discovered 8 stable evolutionary forms: Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Espeon, Umbreon, and Sylveon. Among these, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Leafeon, and Glaceon can evolve using corresponding elemental evolution stones, which are special minerals capable of catalyzing certain Pokémon's evolutions. Conversely, Espeon, Umbreon, and Sylveon are influenced by the bond between Eevee and its trainer. When the emotional connection reaches a particular depth during daylight, Eevee will evolve into Espeon. Conversely, if it evolves during the night, it will become Umbreon. If this Eevee learns a fairy-type move, it shall evolve into Sylveon. Ipha recalled that in her previous life within the game, the relationship between trainers and Pokémon was quantified through metrics of friendship and intimacy. However, in this realm, these aspects seem to have been consolidated into a singular concept. Each variant of Eevee possessed its own distinct move pool, abilities, and distribution of strengths, resulting in significant disparities among them and a near-complete divergence in their roles. The evolution of Pokémon was undeniably irreversible, necessitating utmost caution in determining the evolution of an Eevee. Thus, although Xiao Lu had mentally prepared herself, she hesitated to make the final decision. Ipha observed Alice, who was diligently training in the arena, as the little Eevee emulated her trainer's serious demeanor, repeatedly charging at the strength-testing sandbag. I believe I must be straightforward. The first person she beheld upon hatching was you. In her innocent world, you embody nearly everything, her entire significance. Therefore, you need not worry about whether she will favor your chosen evolution. Any option you select will be perceived as a gift by her. Of course, this does not imply that you may treat Alice's evolution lightly. What you must do is carefully select the evolution form that best suits her, and then, to honor the choice you have made for her, invest time and effort into nurturing her, fulfilling the promise between you. This is the utmost respect you can show her. The bond with your Pokémon is the most treasured possession you hold as a trainer, yet it must not cloud your decision-making abilities. Ipha wished for Xiao Lu to become a strong, independent trainer with her own unique insights, one who would not be easily swayed by her environment. She did not wish to see the girl display such indecisiveness, hence her somewhat stern choice of words. She hoped that in the future, should she encounter extreme circumstances, Xiao Lu would be able to make prompt decisions, even if it meant having to pull the trigger on herself before morning. Naturally, Ipha hoped such a day would never come. I understand, Xiao Lu sighed. Intelligent from a young age, she was now exceedingly receptive to advice. Taking a deep breath, she finally resolved to act. She then navigated to the online shopping page, retrieved the leaf stone from her cart, and completed the transaction in one swift motion. It will arrive tomorrow? The League's logistics are remarkably reliable. Ipha nodded in satisfaction. She noticed a slight tremor in the girl's fingers as she paid. After all, evolution stones were not inexpensive. Being a Pokémon trainer was the most financially demanding profession in this world, without exception, and it would only become more so. Ipha could even sense a hint of despair emanating from the girl, yet Xiao Lu remained silent, seemingly unaware of how she intended to bridge this considerable gap. Shinedo found it somewhat amusing. She subtly established a psychic link to soothe her trainer's emotions. Relax, such experiences will become quite common. She was aware that the girl's second choice was the Moonlight EV, which had the advantage of not requiring an additional evolution stone. Nevertheless, Xiao Lu firmly believed that in the team she envisioned, the Leaf EV was the most fitting choice for Alice. Chapter 24, Evolution. In the vibrant district of Evergreen City during the morning, the crisp and resonant cry of an eagle pierced the sky. A robust Pidgeot, burdened with various parcels, soared gracefully through the delicate currents toward the logistics platform on the second floor of the Pokémon Center. It landed steadily on the platform adorned with a minimalist flying-type emblem, where a nearby staff member promptly unfastened the packages and placed them onto the conveyor belt, before leading the majestic bird to the rear for a well-deserved rest. The logistics station serves as one of the many functions of the Pokémon Center. The expansive structure has transformed its first and second floors into a hub for the transfer and storage of goods, with vehicles and flying-type Pokémon frequently entering and exiting. Ding! A notification popped up on Xiao Lu's phone, revealing that her order of a leaf stone had arrived. A bittersweet smile crossed her face as she thought, how wonderful. I placed the order yesterday, and it arrived this morning. Xiao Lu endeavored to uplift her spirits. Indeed, affirmed Ipha, who was holding a plate of strawberry cake. Nodding in approval, the courier, unable to restrain his exuberance, had likely raised his voice in the city center, which might result in a reprimand later on. Naturally, the Pidgeot employed in the logistics system must adhere to various regulations, including the prohibition of disturbing the public. Accompanying Xiao Lu to the station, Ipha presented her identification to retrieve the securely packaged parcel. The leaf stone, being quite expensive, was transported via the aerial route of flying-type Pokémon, ensuring the parcel's integrity throughout the journey. The shipping costs were already included in the price of the leaf stone, as there exists a collaborative relationship between the official League store and the logistics system. Rather than hastily opening the package for EV's evolution, Xiao Lu first attended to the grooming of her little EV after their morning exercise. Post-capture. A trainer's responsibilities extend beyond merely delivering an injured Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. They must also engage in daily care, which must be performed personally by the trainer. This practice fosters a deeper bond between Pokémon and trainer, enhances the Pokémon's vitality, and significantly boosts their confidence. It is essential to recognize that Pokémon do not possess the same pronounced facial differences as humans. Their perception of beauty typically hinges on the level of care they receive, such as the smoothness of scales, the sheen of fur, and the vibrancy of electrical sacs. Who does not desire to appear handsome or beautiful? Some aesthetically inclined Pokémon may even seek to be captured by humans, motivated by the allure of enhancing their appearance. This principle elucidates why Ipha could discern the beauty of a Rosalia at first glance. The fairy-type Eevee, who fancied herself as Ipha's trainer's mother, had evidently lived among humans for an extended period, as her fur was extraordinarily exquisite. According to Pokémon standards of beauty, she would be deemed a breathtaking beauty, far from the appearance of one born in the wild. Bowie. Alice emitted a soothing sound as Xiao Lu gently groomed Eevee's fur, rendering it sleek and smooth, while the fluffy fur around its neck was meticulously arranged. Meanwhile, Ipha assisted from the sidelines. Next came the grooming of the almond-shaped Pokémon. Due to her relatively short tenure and the unique nature of ghost-type Pokémon, Xiao Lu had yet to master the appropriate care techniques for this particular creature. At last, the girl solemnly unwrapped the package in front of the little Eevee, revealing a vibrant green stone resembling a leaf fossil. Alice, touch this stone and release your constraints, and you shall evolve into a Leafeon. From that moment on, your role within the team will shift to that of a physical attacker. You will endure greater injuries. Yet you shall also possess formidable strength. I have spoken to you extensively about this, but I still hope you will contemplate it more deeply. If you have made up your mind, then place your forepaw upon the evolution stone. Boy. Alice tilted her head, emitting a curious sound, as if inquiring if there was anything more to say. Nothing else. The little deer felt a touch of awkwardness, having watched Alice grow. She couldn't help but worry a little too much. With a decisive thud, Alice placed her forepaw upon the evolution stone, and in an instant, her petite form burst forth in an iridescent glow. In truth, given the intimate bond between Alice and the little deer, she had already fulfilled the conditions for evolving into a Leafeon under the sun, moon, and fairy V. However, Pokémon evolution can, to a certain extent, be actively suppressed or hastened, especially in cases of peculiar conditions. Heeding the little deer's advice, Alice had been restraining the power of transformation within her. But now, she no longer needed to endure. Her solid foundation allowed the power of evolution to manifest without reservation. Ipha squinted at the little Eevee. Yet the dazzling light not only obscured her vision, but also severed her psychic connection. Despite having witnessed this spectacle numerous times before, she found herself unable to unveil even a hint of the miraculous secret this time. Having grown up in a secure environment, and under the devoted training of the little deer, Alice was not destined to follow in Ipha's footsteps. As the radiant glow dissipated, there stood before them a perfectly proportioned Leafeon, its eyes bright, limbs strong, and leaves lushly verdant. Boy! The cry of the Leafeon was more mature and resonant than before. Yet the little deer instantly discerned the confidence and joy within, recognizing it as her beloved Alice. Ipha sat quietly at the bedside, smiling as she observed the bond between the girl and her Pokémon. It's decided. We shall celebrate this evening, the little deer exclaimed excitedly. Ipha wore a peculiar expression, having recently hosted a welcoming party for Changming and purchased a leaf stone. Now they were to celebrate Alice's evolution. It seemed her trainer's purse would struggle to bear the burden. Shania kindly signaled to the girl, causing the little deer's exuberance to freeze on her face. With the expectations of her parents, the cultivation of Pokémon, and the upcoming Alliance tournament, alongside daily expenses, she felt as though a mountain was pressing upon her heart, heavy enough to nearly suffocate her. However, the little deer forced herself to regain her composure, squeezing out a radiant smile, and casually remarked, "Everyone has chosen to follow me, so their treatment must not be lacking. A single celebration one tea costs too much. After all, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, and find part-time work if necessary." The little deer was not one to spend extravagantly. She could even be somewhat frugal in many aspects, except when it came to her beloved Pokémon. "We'll manage, won't we?" Ipha repeatedly murmured this phrase in her heart, as if to alleviate the doubts within her. She pretended to examine herself in the mirror, turning her back to little deer, softly reciting, "When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out." Little deer suddenly lifted her head. "Ipha, was that your voice just now?" Shania turned around, calmly responding, "You must have misheard." Chapter 25, The Economic Crisis Rescue Plan. The venue for the banquet remained the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City. Not for any particular reason, but because Little Deer, as a rookie trainer in her debut year, enjoyed discounts at the Pokémon Center. The girl ordered a lavish spread of Pokémon food, and this time, she did not skimp on herself, relishing a rare, delightful meal. No pain, no gain. Little Deer resolutely thought. It meant that one could not earn more money without exhausting the funds in their wallet. Her team was currently on a rapid rise, with every Pokémon's strength soaring under her careful training. Alice had just completed her evolution today, and Almond was expected to metamorphose into a Fiero within 2 months. So, how does my trainer plan to earn money? Ipha took a bite of the exquisite dessert, savoring it delicately. Previously, desserts had always been a luxury in Little Deer's team, and each purchase required meticulous budgeting, making such indulgent tasting opportunities quite rare. She soon discerned a familiar flavor, indicating that a Whimsicott had arrived in the kitchen. This unique cream Pokémon, native to the Galar region, had rapidly been cultivated on a large scale due to its immense potential in the food industry and was now found worldwide. Changming floated beside Ipha, his flames joyfully flickering. This crystal flare Pokémon gazed at Ipha and tentatively inquired, "Captain, I have encountered many psychic-type Pokémon who adore sweets, but their passion pales in comparison to yours." Ipha looked down to find her empty plate had unwittingly piled into a small mountain before her. She feigned nonchalance as she wiped her mouth with a napkin. "I consume far more mental energy than my peers. Hence I naturally require more sugar for replenishment. Psychic-type Pokémon excel in utilizing the mental power generated by their brains for battle, necessitating a significant amount of energy supplementation and storage, which is why they tend to have a sweet tooth." "Oh," Changming expressed with approval. "I am quite similar. I grew up in a barren land, which likely seasoned me to prefer the taste of sandstorms." "Is that quite similar?" Ipha asked with a peculiar expression directed at Changming. Although she had never tasted it herself, the adventurous Alice had shared her experiences. She had repeatedly confirmed that what she consumed was indeed not grit after spitting it out several times. Incidentally, Almond favored heavily oily and salty foods, while Alice preferred various canned fruits. Sharing one another's preferences and experiences is an effective way to deepen bonds, and Ipha could tell that Changming was intentionally trying to bridge their connection. It was only natural for this crystal flare Pokémon to do so. She did not resist such behavior. After all, they were all part of the same trainer's team. The little deer left all the Pokeballs in her room, quietly taking Ipha's hand as they made their way to a secluded corner of the hall. "All right, let us officially commence the Economic Crisis Rescue Plan," the little deer declared softly as she opened her notebook. Shania smiled at her, silently agreeing within her heart, "I shall listen first." Earning money is indeed one of the essential skills for the majority of trainers, and it belongs to the most critical category, for in the realm of Pokémon breeding, one always gets what one pays for. The common schemes and low-budget options are simply not suitable for professional trainers aiming to participate in the league. As for why this applies to the majority, Ipha speculated that the little deer's only admirer need not concern herself with such matters. In truth, Ipha had numerous methods to help the little deer amass wealth in a short span of time, such as leveraging the internet to secure victory in competitions using her psychic Pokémon, whose reaction speed and operational precision far exceeded that of humans, or anonymously selling knowledge about breeding psychic Pokémon online without revealing her identity. However, she wanted the little deer to resolve her current predicament through her own abilities, with Ipha merely providing peripheral assistance, akin to how she had captured May, as this was part of the training process. The little deer's slender fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly compiling a lengthy list of various strategies. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and promptly eliminated a particular option, seeking assistance from her parents. Although her parents earned a modest income, their years of savings had been sufficient to support her upbringing, yet the thought of asking them for help was more unbearable than death. They had given her so much. The little deer could only lament her own lack of ambition, feeling unworthy to desire more. Nanamiwaki, she seemed quite affluent, likely possessing lucrative opportunities. Indeed, for instance, she might offer the little deer a job within her company. Ipha envisioned the wealthy young lady, who evidently possessed a strong desire for power, but if it were her, it was highly probable that she would request the little deer to personally instruct her on the intricacies of Pokémon breeding. Lately, the young lady had occasionally engaged with the little deer on social media, enthusiastically addressing her as master, which made the little deer feel somewhat embarrassed. However, her intentions remained ambiguous. Having shared only some superficial knowledge online, she had taken the little deer as her teacher, her familiarity bordering on the unsettling. What if, upon seeking her assistance, she later made inconvenient demands? The little deer pondered, marking this option as tentative. Is there a possibility that she merely wishes to draw closer to you? Ipha kindly suggested a constructive thought. Me? What is there to be close to? The little deer pointed to herself, her face a canvas of confusion. As the only daughter of a humble farming family, what could possibly attract that young lady? Indeed, a person of ordinary origins, yet possessing a formidable Pokémon partner and exceptional commanding abilities, a mysterious and aloof beauty who outshone her own ace, was hardly someone of worth to be approached. Ipha mentally scoffed, recognizing her trainer's admirable qualities, yet noting her excessive humility and a lack of clear self-awareness. With an undercurrent of self-doubt. Chapter 26, Serving as a Teaching Aid. Observing the girl showing no signs of enlightenment, Ipha shook her head in disappointment. If Xiao Lu were to express a desire to draw closer to Jiyin, perhaps she could leverage this relationship to navigate the numerous obstacles that lay ahead on her path as a Pokémon trainer. Connections are indeed a crucial resource for any aspiring Pokémon trainer. Shinedo rested her chin on one hand, quietly listening as the girl engaged in a brainstorming session. Searching for part-time work online, she recalled having seen advertisements in that vein before. It was possible that she could indeed find a job that required minimal time commitment, allowing her to maintain her daily training while working, though the pay would undoubtedly be modest, as expenses for the team would escalate in the future. The income from a regular job would hardly meet Xiao Lu's needs. Moreover, even if she could sustain her daily training, practical training and field trips would surely have to be sacrificed. It was unlikely that any part-time job would allow her to work, train, engage in practical exercises, and travel simultaneously. Yet, there truly exists such an opportunity. A faint smile tugged at Ipha's lips as she raised her hand to speak. Really? What is it? Xiao Lu exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Assistant Park Ranger. Then it's settled. The term Park Ranger here referred specifically to Pokémon Park Rangers, whose duties involved residing at Pokémon Ranger bases in the wilderness, overseeing and maintaining the local natural environment. Their responsibilities were diverse, ranging from combating poaching and illegal organizations to guiding Pokémon migrations and resolving territorial disputes. Anything occurring within their jurisdiction fell under their purview. Pokémon Rangers were perpetually busy, yet the entry requirements for this profession were exceedingly high, resulting in a chronic shortage of personnel at most ranger bases. When tasks piled up, they would often recruit temporary ranger assistants from the community to help share the workload. If she were to go to the base, not only would she not be able to share the workload, but the rangers would likely exclaim, "All right then, time to turn back the clock." In fact, there is another option. What? Xiao Lu's hopes surged once more. Video blogger. Please, have mercy on me. The girl wore a wry smile. What a pity. You clearly have the potential to become an internet celebrity. However, Ipha was merely jesting. As a trainer, she could only maintain a serious demeanor when interacting with strangers, envisioning them as opponents in a battle, making the idea of her becoming a video blogger quite a challenge. I have a website address here that can help users find the most suitable part-time jobs based on the Pokémon they possess and their specific abilities. For instance, a trainer with a Frostlass might work at a dessert shop, while one with a Bashadora could engage in afforestation, and a trainer with a Genki might find work at an amusement park, among other possibilities. Excellent work, Ipha. Please send it to me. Xiao Lu's expression brightened once again as she regained her enthusiasm. Ipha opened her portable Rotom game console, and her social media account, created just a few days prior, had only 2 friends, her trainer and a Sylveon named Yuji. She noticed that Yu had sent her several messages. So she first shared the website link with Xiao Lu, then opened the chat page between the two Pokémon. It turned out that the other party had already disembarked and settled in Canas City of the Hoenn region. Her trainer, Ziyu, planned to embark tomorrow towards the mountainous area north of Canas City, where his parents had last been located before their disappearance. Ipha extended her blessings for their journey, advising them to be particularly cautious of certain formidable wild Pokémon and to flee decisively in the face of danger. After responding to the message, she discovered that Xiaolu had already entered the website, selected keywords, and was swiftly sifting through suitable part-time jobs. "Oh, this one seems promising," the girl exclaimed after a while. "What is that?" The renowned Pokémon research program, located between Hualan City and Kuhu City, is said to allow its graduates to bypass the gym challenges and directly participate in the Pokémon League. For some reason, Ipha felt an inexplicable fondness for this school, a sentiment devoid of logic that left her utterly perplexed. Xiaolu was undoubtedly intrigued. This short-term job would not interfere with her upcoming travels, and she could even visit the legendary Pokémon research program. Most importantly, the rewards they offered were exceedingly generous. "What do you think?" the girl asked, turning to seek her companion's opinion. "I have no objections." Ipha shrugged her shoulders. This was arguably the most perfect choice available at the moment. Xiaolu swiftly mapped out her upcoming itinerary. Her last challenge had been at the Hualan City gym, and she had just arrived in Evergreen City. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but sigh. At that time, she was also in the prime of her youth. Becoming a Pokémon trainer felt just right. Not a moment too late. Yet the harsh reality was that unless she debuted immediately and showcased a dazzling performance at the league, she had no idea how to face her family. Chapter 27, Battle. Evergreen Gym. A week had passed since Alice transformed into a Leaf EV, during which Xiaolu gradually devised targeted strategies for tackling the Evergreen Gym, leading her team of Pokémon through repeated drills. However, her opponent was the esteemed Pokémon Master Sakaki, whose gym boasted a mere 0.3 completion rate. The internet was rife with tales of woeful failures, attesting to Sakaki's reputation as an exceptionally stringent gym leader. Numerous novice trainers, and even seasoned trainers with years of experience, had been left psychologically scarred by their encounters with Sakaki. Yet Sakaki was indeed qualified to impose such rigorous standards at the gym, for his prowess could easily earn him a position as an Elite Four member or even the champion, a privilege granted by the league as recognition of his strength. Conversely, he was also responsible for identifying true talent among trainers and nurturing the exceptional individuals destined to become the pillars of the league. Conquering the Evergreen Gym was not merely a testament to Xiaolu's own abilities, it would significantly benefit her development as well. Ipha stood resolutely beside Xiaolu, who was surrounded by a group of spirited Pokémon, all of whom radiated an undeniable vigor, a clear indication that they had recently undergone meticulous training and care. Excellent. As she gazed upon her accomplishments, the corners of the young deer's mouth involuntarily curled upward in delight. She retrieved a cap adorned with a Pokeball design, deftly twirling it in her hands before placing it atop her head. With a graceful flourish, she recalled her Pokémon, turning away with poise. The girl casually swept aside her short hair, her gaze resolute and unwavering. "Off we go." Ipha trailed closely behind her, maintaining a distance of merely 2 paces. The Evergreen Gym stood as an imposing stone edifice, resembling a grand palace, ancient yet solemn. Proudly it loomed over the bustling center of Evergreen City, seemingly fused with the very earth, coldly observing the ebb and flow of the world around it while remaining eternally steadfast. Every trainer who approached the Evergreen Gym was awestruck by its formidable presence, their demeanor shifting to one of cautious respect. Yet, Ipha noted that her trainer was an exception. The young deer remained unperturbed by her surroundings, presenting her identification to the gatekeeper with a serious expression. Fortune favored her this afternoon, as no other trainers had booked challenges, allowing her direct access to the gym leader. The gatekeeper was taken aback by the girl's cool, moonlit demeanor. Despite the gym's renowned reputation, the number of trainers drawn to it far exceeded those who were deterred. He had witnessed countless challengers, yet only a select few managed to prevail. Instinctively, he sensed that this remarkably youthful girl might be among that rare breed. Inside, the gym's decor was a stark contrast to its exterior, showcasing a completely modern aesthetic. The young deer proceeded to the service window to complete a series of formalities and sign a pre-challenge agreement. This agreement encompassed provisions for video recording, penalties for cheating, and assurances regarding the safety of the Pokémon. Having challenged 3 gyms prior, she was well acquainted with this process. She recalled her inaugural challenge, where she had anxiously memorized the regulations in the hall for an entire hour, fearful of transgressing any rule. Once all was concluded, she was led into a dimly lit corridor, flanked by ancient stone walls, illuminated only by a few flickering wall-mounted torches casting insufficient light. As she traversed the passageway, the environment opened up before her, revealing a vast indoor arena. The spectator stands surrounding the arena lay shrouded in shadows, entirely vacant, save for a solitary referee clad in black, standing at the edge of the illuminated battlefield. The referee's features were obscured beneath the brim of his hat as he nodded toward the young deer and Ipha, extending a hand to indicate the challenger's position. The girl prepared herself, donning the communication device intended for relaying commands. The black-clad referee paid no mind to Ipha, a Pokémon not uncommon in preferring the company of its trainer over the confines of a Pokeball. Following protocol, he began to recite the match rules in a strong, resonant voice. The following is the Evergreen Gym Challenge, with the challenger being Su Jinlu from Jade City, and the opponent being the gym leader, Sakaki. The rules dictate a Pokémon single battle, limited to 3 Pokémon per side, with the option to swap out Pokémon freely. Now, the match commences. Tap. A grand light illuminated the arena, allowing the young challenger, Xiao Lu, to clearly discern the imposing figure of the gym leader, Sakaki, on the opposite side. This middle-aged man, renowned across the internet and idolized by countless young trainers, including Xiao Lu herself, donned an unremarkable black suit. His hair, as dark as ink, was meticulously combed back, and he sat in silence upon a throne elevated above the ground, exuding an aura of formidable pressure that weighed heavily on any challenger. Sakaki lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, revealing 2 rows of classic Pokeballs, adorned in red and white. With a casual flick, he selected one and pressed the central unlock button. A flash of crimson light erupted, accompanied by a fierce roar, as a quadrupedal Pokémon clad in shimmering gray armor, crowned with a prominent horn, emerged onto the battlefield. It was a Rhydon. Unfazed by Sakaki's imposing demeanor or the provocation of the Rhydon, Xiao Lu entered a battle stance, her sole objective being victory. It was as if the world had narrowed down to the battleground and the trainers on either side, with all else dissolving into meaningless lines. Her opponent was merely that, an adversary to be vanquished with all her might. His identity, his posture, were of no consequence compared to the battle itself. With Pokémon, she might appear somewhat naive and immature. In conversations with her parents, she often fumbled and stuttered. When addressing strangers, she could be exceedingly awkward. Yet, once the matter of Pokémon battles arose, this remarkably youthful girl would unleash an extraordinary calmness and determination that surpassed her years. As a Pokémon trainer, she was undeniably a prodigy. Ipha stood upright, arms crossed over her abdomen, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Lu's focused profile, quietly awaiting the trainer's command. Execute the plan, Amond. After Sakaki unleashed the Rhydon, Xiao Lu swiftly called forth her own Pokémon, Pidgey. With a sharp and powerful cry, a Pidgey burst forth from its Pokeball, soaring into the sky to capitalize on its aerial advantage. Amond circled high above their side of the field, firmly positioned at the 35-meter mark, gazing down upon the grounded Rhydon. From her vantage point, the Rhydon appeared diminutive, akin to a Paras, far from posing a threat. It seemed a fanciful notion that it could even reach her. Sakaki, undeterred, calmly issued his command, Rock Blast. Chapter 28, The True Gym Challenge. With a mighty stomp, the Rhydon pressed its robust foreleg into the earth, causing the ground to fracture, sending countless shards of rock hurtling upwards, accompanied by a chilling rush of air towards the airborne Pidgey. Retract your wings, Xiao Lu commanded, her dark eyes fixed intently on the incoming stones. Typically, a rock blast from a Pokémon would involve a series of projectiles aimed successively at a target. However, this Rhydon had innovatively adapted the technique, launching all the rocks in a single barrage, encompassing both the target and the surrounding area with no escape route. This was a clear specialization aimed specifically at countering flying Pokémon. As the almond-eyed creature soared through the air, her pupils abruptly constricted. Having undergone extensive training simulating such scenarios, she swiftly adjusted the angle of her wings upon receiving her trainer's guidance, plunging downward at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The tail feathers of the Pidgey grazed a scattering of debris as she narrowly evaded the first wave of attacks. The solid ground rushed toward her, and just as she was about to make contact, she flapped her wings with great force, gliding parallel to the earth. Pull up. In the midst of this shift in perspective, she was momentarily unable to grasp the evolving dynamics of the battlefield, yet she placed her unwavering trust in her trainer's commands, straining her muscles to ascend once more into the air, almost as soon as she distanced herself from the ground. Another barrage of rocks whizzed through the space she had occupied mere moments before, crashing against a massive boulder behind her. This was a preemptive strike from her opponent. How perilous! Amond's heart raced violently, teetering on the edge of danger, her body temperature rapidly rising in response to the thrill. Turn left. Under the timely commands of her trainer, she skillfully navigated the skies, gliding, plummeting, and rising, deftly avoiding wave after wave of rocky bombardment. Records indicated that the Rampardos, deployed by Sakaki, excelled in close-quarters combat, displaying proficiency in ranged attacks, yet not overwhelming dominance. This was an inherent weakness of the Rampardos, a Pokémon belonging to the earthbound Sakaki, and it was no exception. While the Rampardos executed each rock strike with remarkable precision and speed, showing no signs of fatigue, the facade of invincibility concealed vulnerabilities waiting to be uncovered. Patterns. Where are the patterns? As her trainer directed Almond to evade, thoughts raced through her mind. Yet, she could find no flaws in the onslaught. The Rampardo's pressure was too flawless, the intervals between rock bombardments too compact to strategize effectively. Each strike bore considerable force. Each aim was unfailingly accurate. How could there be no openings? Was her position not elevated enough? Was her perspective not broad enough? Frowning slightly, the trainer dismissed her doubts immediately. To question oneself in the heat of battle was a cardinal sin. Denying any openings also demanded a strategy that left none. Abandoning all extraneous preparations, she resolved to focus solely on the primary tactical objective. As the Pidgey narrowly escaped yet another round of rocky onslaught, the young trainer made a decisive call: clear skies. Upon receiving the command, Almond halted her movements, her circling form momentarily pausing as a radiant, blazing light converged at her throat. Seated upon his throne, Sakaki remained unflinching, his fingers tapping the armrest, allowing the Rampardos to continue its rock bombardment. Now, Almond tilted her head back, her soft pink beak opening wide as the dazzling light erupted from her throat, soaring towards the top of the arena. The light exploded, illuminating the entire venue as if it were day. Even the shadowed seats surrounding the arena were aglow, and the brilliance of that light showed no signs of fading, promising to illuminate the arena for a considerable time to come. Meanwhile, a new wave of rock bombardment enveloped Almond, leaving her with no energy to evade under the relentless glare of the sun. Several powerful boulders struck Almond directly. In a desperate moment, she curled her body to shield her most vital areas, her head and abdomen. It appeared that her wings were injured, and it would be difficult for her to return to the battle. Watching Almond's pockball, the little deer felt a surge of dark anguish. But she swiftly suppressed her excess emotions and released the next Pokémon in line. Proceed with the plan, Alice. Stealth Rock. The Rhydon lowered its body close to the ground, and for a brief moment, the earth beneath seemed to undergo an imperceptible transformation. Sakamoto's lips curled into a slight smile. He chose Rhydon as his lead without substitution, believing it to be the quickest means to eliminate unworthy trainers. Thus, he typically commanded Rhydon to employ only two moves: Tackle when within reach, and Rock Blast when out of range. With sheer force, many trainers had been overwhelmed by this singular Rhydon, succumbing to these two seemingly mundane moves. This was a threshold challenge. Only by forcing his Rhydon to execute a third move beyond Tackle and Rock Blast could a challenger prove their worthiness to engage in a true Pokémon battle with him. During the majority of his time as a gym leader, he merely utilized this Rhydon for routine cleanup, with the only variation being the intensity of the attacks. Seldom experiencing a match that truly invigorated him, he eagerly anticipated how far this young girl could go. As the graceful and delicate Leafeon landed on the battlefield, alarm bells rang in her mind, leaving her no time for contemplation. Instinctively, Alice leaped to the side. Her pre-evolution ability was Danger Sense. Although her ability had changed upon evolution, she retained an enhanced intuition. The radiant light from above continued to illuminate the battleground, and in that instant, Alice drew some energy from the sunny weather, awakening a latent potential within her, allowing her evasive movements to double in speed. Boom! The ground where Alice had stood erupted, as numerous sharp stones hidden underground shot towards her afterimage. However, Alice moved with such incredible swiftness that not a single one of those jagged rocks managed to pierce her. Ability: Chlorophyll. In sunny weather, her speed doubled. Alice landed gracefully, glancing back at the cracked earth with a shiver of apprehension, before resolutely setting her gaze on the Rhydon at the opposite end of the field. The true gym challenge had officially begun. Chapter 29, Shiny Gardevoir and Nidoking. Almond bore the brunt of a rock blast to trigger Sunny Day, allowing Alice, empowered by her chlorophyll ability, to confront the Rhydon. This was not the scenario the little deer had envisioned as ideal. In her strategy, Almond's tasks also included using Sand Attack and Gust to wear down the Rhydon's status, and potentially using Steel Wing to counterattack under the right conditions. Regrettably, Sakaki's Rhydon ultimately did not grant this opportunity. In order to facilitate the subsequent tactics, the young fawn chose to sever ties decisively. However, this meant that Alice would have to confront a nearly invincible Rhydon. Taking a deep breath, the young fawn reassured herself that this was all part of her plan. With the ability to trigger chlorophyll, Alice could potentially evade the stealthy rock slide, which should not pose a significant challenge given her speed. With a mighty charge, the colossal iron-gray figure of the Rhydon barreled towards Alice with an ear-splitting rush. The hearts of both the girl and her Leafeon momentarily halted. Quick! It was too swift. The velocity was utterly unexpected for a Pokémon of such physical stature. It was akin to a racing car. The full scope of its power could only be grasped from within, as the suffocating pressure threatened to overwhelm them. Yet Alice's body reacted instinctively. Muscle memory propelled her to leap sideways. The fierce winds whipped her cheeks painfully. The Rhydon, having missed its target, dug its feet into the ground, tearing two ghastly scars upon the earth before coming to a halt. Leaf Blade. A vibrant, deep green luminescence erupted from the leaves adorning Alice. transforming into leaf-shaped energy blades that shot towards the briefly stunned Rhydon. The rock-type Rhydon should have been severely harmed by this move. However, the Rhydon ignored Alice's retaliation, defiantly charging forward, undeterred by the impending leaf blade. The blades shattered upon impact, yet they did nothing to impede the Rhydon's relentless advance. Such remarkable physical defense. The young fawn's expression turned grave as she witnessed Alice narrowly evade her opponent's assault yet again. Fully aware that dancing on the edge of a knife could not last indefinitely, Alice gazed at the massive boulders scattered around the arena. A plan rapidly took shape in her mind. The boulder at 7 o'clock, dig a tunnel and burrow. The Rhydon, akin to an unyielding, fearless train, continued its assault towards Leafeon, whom it perceived as feeble. This time, however, Alice opted not to evade sideways but instead leapt into the air, vanishing into the ground in the blink of an eye. The Rhydon barreled past the tunnel's entrance, crashing directly into a massive boulder in its path, creating a thunderous sound and a cloud of dust as the colossal rock bore a terrifying wound from the impact. Reckless. Earthquake. Just as Sakaki's words echoed. The entire battlefield trembled violently beneath the Rhydon's pounding feet. Earthquake, a highly potent ground-type move, would double its effectiveness against an enemy hiding underground. Even though ground-type moves were less effective against the grass-type Leafeon, the amplified power was enough to obliterate anything in its wake. It struck true. Solar Blade. A petite yet agile figure leapt forth from behind the massive boulder. The leaves atop her head transformed from a curve to a straight line, as immense grass-type energy surged forth, forging a long, sharp emerald blade. Enhanced by the bright sunlight, this blade rapidly took shape, extending to 3 meters in an instant. Alice aimed at the Rhydon, which was buried in the act of unleashing Earthquake, and brought down her solar blade with tremendous force. In a moment of explosive energy, a powerful force struck the unsuspecting opponent, pinning the massive and heavy body of the single-horned rhinoceros firmly to the ground. The dazzling brilliance temporarily obscured the vision of both trainers, yet within the heart of the young fawn lay the answer: stay down. As the light dissipated and the dust settled, the imposing figure of Sakamoto, seated high above, found himself momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the fallen armored rhinoceros. Its eyes clouded with the markings of unconsciousness. Standing triumphantly atop the back of the single-horned rhinoceros was Leafy, proudly raising her head towards Sakamoto. The seasoned Sakamoto quickly grasped the tactics employed by his opponent, strategically positioning at a specific angle to coax the rhinoceros into crashing against the rocks within the arena, thereby generating a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, when the rhinoceros charged with its fierce tackle, she executed a dig move. However, it was only Leafy's shadow clone that delved into the earth. That initial dig was merely a clever ruse, and she hadn't even completed the move. The hole perhaps only possessed an entrance without an actual tunnel, allowing Leafy ample time to stealthily conceal herself behind a massive rock. The dust generated by the collision obscured Leafy's movements as well as the angle of the rock, effectively blocking Sakamoto's line of sight. Furthermore, she had cleverly utilized the rhinoceros itself. With its eyes fixed forward, the rhinoceros was incapable of perceiving what lay behind it. Sakamoto gently closed his eyes, as if envisioning the agile Leafy daringly trailing behind her opponent, nestled within the shadows cast by the enormous creature and the swirling dust, unimpeded by the tremors. Skillfully maneuvering to the rear of the rock, ready to seize the moment as her opponent unleashed the decisive blow from above. This strategy, though not without its flaws, showcased an impressive level of command from the trainer, successfully leveraging the opponent's strengths, the terrain, and the environmental effects to yield a rich outcome amidst the immense pressure of the duel. A wave of satisfaction rippled through the calm depths of Sakamoto's heart. The extensive tactical preparations made prior to the match had borne fruit, complemented by a crucial element of on-the-spot adaptability. Most gratifying for the young fawn was that Alice had flawlessly executed her vision in a perilous environment, even incorporating her own insights, intuitively utilizing the enemy's form to her advantage. Sakamoto's lead single-horned rhinoceros, though formidable in its offensive prowess and imposing presence, was hindered by its obvious disadvantage of the rocky terrain. On the defensive front, it could either unleash rock-based attacks to prevent the opponent from closing in or charge to hinder counterattacks, by luring it into executing its rigid moves, which lacked a seamless blend of offense and defense. It became relatively straightforward to exploit a powerful finishing technique for a swift victory. While challenging, it was not without its vulnerabilities. The young fawn's confidence soared. However, there was but one caveat. The gym leader resumed his serious demeanor, a flicker of red light illuminating the arena as he summoned his second Pokémon, Nidorino. This poison-type Pokémon boasts deep purple skin, short and stout limbs, broad elongated ears, and sharp spikes adorning its back and forehead. The elongated spike on its forehead is particularly vibrant, nearly oozing with venom. The Evergreen Gym is a ground-type gym, yet this does not preclude the leader, Sakaki, from utilizing the pure poison-type Nidoking, as its evolved form, Nidoqueen, is a dual poison ground-type Pokémon. Just as trainers can strategically exploit type advantages against various gyms, gym leaders are equally capable of countering with appropriate type selections. The grass-type Leafeon enjoys a favorable matchup against the rock-ground-type Rhydon, but finds itself at a disadvantage when facing the poison-type Nidoking. Ipha observed the two Pokémon locked in a momentary standoff. Her thoughts began to wander. According to the lore from her previous life, Nidoking possessed a base stat total of 365, while Leafeon boasted an impressive 525. However, she held no underestimation of Nidoking, especially considering that Rhydon, which had previously exuded immense pressure, had a lamentable base stat of only 325, with a mere speed stat of 25. This was clearly at odds with its performance in battle. It is not to say that the concept of base stats does not exist in this world. Rather, it is referred to as innate abilities and is not quantified. Nonetheless, those formidable trainers wielding powerful Pokémon can, to a greater or lesser extent, transcend the confines of these innate abilities. By the way, one might ponder how the base stat of Lizard King reaches 530. Poison Sting. Dig. Sakaki's Nidoking was the first to strike, as the deep purple Pokémon shook its body, unleashing a flurry of toxic needles that rained down upon Alice like a tempest. This time, Leafeon truly executed Dig, vanishing beneath the ground. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metallic sounds erupted as the multitude of poisonous needles struck the boulders and earth. Pursue it. Upon witnessing Leafeon burrowing underground, Nidoking immediately followed suit, employing the same move. Little Deer did not believe that Alice's proficiency in Dig could surpass that of Sakaki's Pokémon. She continued to direct the closest spot, quickly. With a resounding sound of earth being disturbed, Alice emerged smoothly from the ground, scaling the summit of a massive rock, shaking off the dirt from her Leafeon as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Logically, standing atop the hard rock should have alleviated Alice's concerns regarding a surprise attack from Nidoking underground. Yet her heart raced with an unsettling intuition that the danger was far from over. Boom. A slight tremor resonated beneath Alice's feet, accompanied by faint sounds of earth cracking. In the next instant, spiderweb-like fissures erupted beneath the massive rock she was standing on. With a thunderous roar, the ground tore apart, and the entire boulder, along with Leafeon perched atop it, rapidly plummeted into the abyss below. Nidoking had stealthily engineered a cave-in beneath the surface, aiming to ensnare Leafeon in a sea of soil, its most familiar battlefield. However, a flash of red light illuminated the scene as Alice was promptly withdrawn by Little Deer, who anticipated this move. In the same moment, the girl turned to the quietly waiting Ipha and calmly instructed, "It's your turn to enter the fray." Ipha nodded slightly, her psychic power enveloping her as she descended onto the battlefield. Suddenly, the hidden rocks were triggered, but Shinedo deftly evaded them with a swift teleportation. Nidorino emerged from the ground, and the two Pokémon exchanged glances. The balance of power equalized between the poison type and the psychic fairy type. From the outset, the young deer had no intention of using Alice, a grass type, to recklessly confront Nidorino despite the disadvantage. Nidorino's ability was undoubtedly Poison Point, which posed a significant threat to Alice, who excelled in close combat. Alice's signature move, Toxic, would have no effect on a poison-type Pokémon, and Nidorino's highly skilled underground tactics left Alice with little chance but to be worn down. Moreover, the bright sunny weather was nearing its end. Without the benefit of chlorophyll, Leafeon would no longer possess a speed advantage. However, the young deer could not blindly switch Pokémon, for any lapse in judgment would be a prime opportunity for a seasoned battler to set a strategy. Nidorino was capable of laying spikes. In such a scenario, with both hidden rocks and spikes on the field, the subsequent Pokémon would face great difficulty even in safely entering the arena. Thus, the girl feigned a struggle between Alice and Nidorino, all the while searching for an opportune moment to switch Pokémon. Toxic Spikes. Nidorino, half buried, launched a barrage of poisonous needles as a greeting. Defend. A pale green barrier enveloped Ipha, intercepting the countless poisonous needles. As the barrier dissipated, Ipha's psychic energy brushed against the cave's entrance, but Nidorino had vanished once more into the depths, evading Shinedo's psychic lock. Ipha remained unperturbed, taking a deep breath and gradually releasing her will. She was forging a mental connection with her trainer through the innate abilities of her psychic-type Pokémon and their shared bond cultivated over time. This was an advanced technique that demanded exceptional skill from both parties, requiring deep-rooted ties and a striking similarity in consciousness. Yet, this mental link defied logic. Emerging between Ipha, who had known the young deer for only a few short months, one of whom was merely an ordinary person, the spirit of companionship. Ipha slowly opened her eyes, softly murmuring as her bright red gaze swept across the seemingly tranquil battlefield. Coexistence. Nidorino's attack came swiftly, bursting forth from behind Ipha and unleashing a torrential downpour of poisonous needles. Teleport. Ipha executed a small-scale teleportation, calmly observing as the dense barrage of needles engulfed her previous position. Before long, Nidorino reappeared from her side, launching yet another perilous volley of poisonous needles. As her psychic barrier faded, the pale green shield rose once more. Both Ipha and the young deer watched as the poisonous needles ricocheted off the protective barrier, their brows furrowing in unison. This disruptive tactic was exceedingly bothersome. The opponent did not genuinely expect the low-power needles to inflict substantial damage. Rather, they sought the poisoning effect. Once afflicted by the poison status, the opponent could simply avoid confrontation, ensuring victory much like Alice had against Changming. However, the poison jab is categorized as a low-power attack, and once mastered, its preparation time becomes negligible, making it nearly impossible to counter the opponent's timing for executing the move. Unless Ipha can discern the patterns of her adversary's subterranean movements and preemptively lock onto the range of their assault. At this moment, a question arose in the minds of both the trainer and her Pokémon. How does the opponent ascertain its precise location, despite having lifted off the ground? Why does this Nidoking consistently pinpoint her position with such accuracy, even aligning its direction with clarity? While its trainer surely comprehends this, what about the Nidoking beneath the earth? Even if it were to issue commands, how could it swiftly communicate their coordinates? Ipha and her fawn raced through their thoughts, and suddenly, their gazes fell upon the colossal rocks scattered throughout the arena. Could it be? Shinado levitated once more, this time gliding swiftly toward the less densely populated area of the boulders. Nidoking emerged again from the ground, this time deliberately widening the range of its poison jab. Although Ipha's silhouette was encompassed as well, the focal point was clearly not aligned. Indeed, she tilted her head to gaze at the gym leader, Sakaki, at the far end, her expression exuding pure calmness, as if it were a provocation to this champion-level trainer. Just give me a little more time, and I shall dismantle your tactical arrangement completely. The Earth's Sakaki nodded slightly, as if acknowledging the challenger's resolve. Thus, the sound of earth-shattering erupted. The Nidoking, which had previously only harassed from a distance, now appeared behind Ipha, its long horns glowing with a sinister purple light, aiming a precise and ruthless strike at Shinado's vulnerable spot. Poison Sting. Chapter 30. No Mercy. Upon realizing that his opponent was gradually unraveling his tactical intentions, Sakaki audaciously abandoned a more cautious approach of ranged harassment and commanded Nidoking to launch a vigorous assault. This seasoned man would not allow his adversary the opportunity to boil him like a frog in warm water. Since you have discerned my strategy, I shall simply overturn the chessboard. Yet, Ipha seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head, dodging to the side the instant Nidoking initiated its ambush. The furious poison jab merely struck Shinado's afterimage. The airborne Nidoking soared past Ipha, and in that fleeting moment, its gaze lifted, locking onto Shinado's increasingly alluring crimson eyes. Hypnosis. Ding ding ding. Its eyes lost focus, and its consciousness slipped into a fleeting slumber. A brief hypnosis. This alternative application of hypnosis does not seek to deeply control the opponent or alter their will, but instead seizes the ephemeral moment in the heat of battle to force the adversary into a brief state of sleep, plunging them into a transient daze. Psychic. Both the fawn at the command post and Ipha on the battlefield raised their right hands, palms up, directing the incapacitated Nidoking skyward with a powerful telekinetic force. Whoosh. The robust Nidoking was rapidly lifted into the air, far from the earth, transforming into a fish out of water, a lamb awaiting slaughter. If it were in a state of wakefulness, even if it faced a disadvantage in attributes, it could, through intense struggle, extricate itself from the confines of its psychic energy for a limited time. The opponent would at most be able to smash it to the ground, but never propel it into the heights. Yet, it fell victim to Ipha's hypnotic spell. Nidalino only regained consciousness at its apex, but it was already too late. The wide-ranging combat prowess. Ipha lifted her gaze and took a step forward, her outstretched right hand aimed at the airborne and defenseless Nidalino. A dazzling interplay of pink and blue electric light flickering intensely at her fingertips. Following a brief moment of silence, brilliance descended. The electric light transformed into a beam, precisely piercing through the air and striking the helpless Nidalino. Nidalino was heavily injured. At this juncture, one Pokémon had lost its fighting capability, while another was gravely wounded, leaving the evergreen gym leader, Sakaki, with only one Pokémon remaining. Even the little deer felt a flicker of excitement, but the related emotion was swiftly extinguished before it could fully manifest. Until the final victory was secured, everything was merely a mirage, an illusion. Meanwhile, Sakaki temporarily stowed away Nidalino's Pokeball, marveling inwardly. It appeared that he had discovered his tactical arrangement was being gradually deciphered, leading him to take a daring offensive, only to be seized upon by a more skilled opponent, who countered with a series of interconnected moves that successfully left his Pokémon gravely injured. However, he was the Earth's Sakaki. This impromptu assault, his Shinado could utilize guard, could employ teleport, could purely evade with psychic energy, should have been capable of dodging, yet somehow, it managed to expose a fleeting flaw in the opponent's defense. Such speed, such angles, she could not achieve. Yet, reality stood in stark contrast. He had engaged in numerous speculations, his hands, calloused and marked with small wounds. Brushed over one Pokeball after another until finally resting upon the luxurious black and yellow ball. Your turn. As the red light dissipated, the last Pokemon of Gym Leader Sakaki emerged, Gardevoir. This Pokemon stood on 2 feet, its slightly rotund body cloaked in pale yellow skin. Yet its limbs were surprisingly agile. The most striking feature was the head concealed beneath its white bony helmet and the pale, elongated bone club it wielded. Upon entering the fray, it warmed up by brandishing its bone club with vigor. Despite its diminutive stature, it exuded an immense presence. Gardevoir was extraordinarily rare, with almost no valuable information available. Fortunately, having previously participated in manufacturer-hosted entertainment competitions and being in peak condition today, the little deer felt no trepidation before this unknown adversary. Energy Ball. A preliminary probe. Ipha swiftly condensed a verdant energy ball in her palm and, propelled by a significant recoil, launched it towards Gardevoir. The strike was forceful and precise, flowing seamlessly. The energy ball struck its core, but, peculiarly, did not explode. Instead, it was deflected outward by Gardevoir's bone club. A muted explosion resonated behind Gardevoir, the resulting cloud of brown dust enveloping its small, robust form. 3 o'clock. Be cautious. A sudden silhouette of Galarian emerged from behind a massive boulder to the right front of Ipha. Utilizing the cover of these giant rocks, it deftly maneuvered through the air, swiftly closing the perilous distance to Shinado. Concealment, shadow clones, obscuring vision. Was this not the very tactic Alice had just employed? With no time to ponder the underlying reasons, a thought flickered in Ipha's mind, akin to that of a fawn. She did not attempt to ensnare the agile and formidable target with her psychic prowess. Instead, she immediately executed a teleportation, striving to maximize the distance between herself and Galarian. As Shinado's form began to wane, Galarian hurled its bone club, but it merely pierced through Ipha's afterimage in vain. Ipha appeared at a distance, poised to unleash a second energy sphere while her opponent was disarmed. Yet, an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the fawn compelled her to halt her preparation. She turned her head just in time to witness the bone club, having missed Ipha's instant teleportation by a mere step, collide with a massive rock in its original trajectory. The sound of impact rang clear, clack. The collision altered the trajectory of the bone club, sending it hurtling towards Ipha with an eerie, enhanced velocity. A name of a move unique to Galarian surged forth in her mind. How could this be? There was no time to contemplate, as from the other side, Galarian's true form erupted with astonishing speed. Its tail shimmered with a metallic sheen. It was Iron Tail. The agility displayed earlier had merely been a fade. Its limits were far beyond what had been revealed. In the blink of an eye, Ipha executed the most flawless response. As confidently assured as the fawn, she advanced towards Galarian's corporeal form. The emerald barrier met the forceful Iron Tail. Buzz. The bone club narrowly grazed Shinado's nose, and Ipha felt a stinging heat on her cheek. The forces were reciprocal. Galarian, having unleashed its Iron Tail, was also repelled by the barrier. Initially, it appeared unfazed as it caught the bone club midair, but then its gaze locked onto the recovering Ipha, muscles tensing as an almost tangible sense of power surged forth. This bone club held extraordinary significance for Galarian. Wielding it would double its strength. Ipha realized the Iron Tail without the bone club had already left her disoriented, and with the club in play, it could potentially pierce through her current defenses. The barrier was not invulnerable. What an outrageous output capability, Ipha mused. She then recognized that she was now positioned within the melee range of such an extraordinarily powerful Galarian. Galarian showed no intention of granting Ipha the opportunity to adjust. It swung the bone club and charged forward. Maintaining a suffocating silence, it sought no communication with its adversary. Nor did it require a battle cry to bolster its morale. The whoosh of the bone club slicing through the air was its language. This was an exceedingly rare display of supreme confidence. Here it comes. Ipha's pupils constricted sharply, her steps retreating as she utilized her psychic lift to evade the sweeping strike of Galarian. The Galarian Zigzagoon, with its relentless grip, wielded its bone club in a dazzling display of intricate maneuvers, striking with such ferocity that it forced Shinado to retreat continuously. This scenario echoed the struggle of the mantis against the formidable Seven Palaces weaving sound, where the creature had no opportunity to utilize its teleportation skill amidst the barrage of attacks, relying solely on its reflexes and telekinetic mastery to evade. Yet, the Galarian Zigzagoon crafted an impenetrable wall with its bone club, rendering its offensive actions nearly indistinguishable and leaving no room to exploit any weaknesses. After enduring for several agonizing moments, Ipha finally seized a moment to breathe. Her pupils, once of vibrant crimson, morphed into a rich sanguine hue, reminiscent of an oil painting. As she prepared to once again attempt to lull her opponent into a brief slumber, the eyes, often said to be the windows to the soul, became her focal point as she aimed to meet the gaze of the Galarian Zigzagoon, but the pale bone club effectively obstructed her line of sight. Block. The trainer's warning rang clear, revealing that the opponent had seen through her intentions. The essence of gym challenges lay in the assessment of a challenger's capabilities, with gym leaders focused on evaluating strength rather than merely defeating their adversaries. Ipha began to discern Sakiki's strategy. Meanwhile, Sakiki's hands instinctively clenched into fists, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Indeed, this method of combat, utilizing telekinesis to manipulate one's own body, was a rare skill. Typically, Pokémon could only execute a single move at any given moment. However, through rigorous training and a touch of innate talent, a select few Pokémon could employ multitasking abilities, conferring a significant advantage in battle when executing multiple moves simultaneously. The simplicity of the maneuvers would determine the ease of their execution. For instance, the foundational psychic move, telekinesis. Some powerful trainers' psychic Pokémon could maneuver their bodies while unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon their foes. Such was the case with Shinedo. Thus, she had been using telekinesis to maintain vigilance while preparing hypnosis, allowing her to evade Nidoking's assault while mounting a counterattack. Sakiki found himself intrigued by Ipha, and by the prowess of her Shinedo. This was a remarkably advanced technique. How had it come to be in the hands of a novice trainer? Was it the extraordinary nature of the Shinedo, or the remarkable background of its trainer? A myriad of hypotheses flashed through Sakiki's mind, and he resolved to intensify the efforts of one of his key Pokémon, determined to ensure that this girl would not prevail in the Evergreen Gym. As the battle unfolded, it became apparent that the only viable strategy against the Galarian Zigzagoon lay with Alice, whose speed and type advantage could potentially overcome the foe. In their mental link, the thoughts of the fawn were directly conveyed to Ipha's consciousness. Ipha complied fully with the girl's directive. Just then, the Galarian Zigzagoon abruptly ceased its offensive, positioning its bone club behind its back, as if preparing for a decisive confrontation. A splendid opportunity. Ipha immediately complied with the directive. Preparing for a bright sunny day, willing to sacrifice her combat capability to pave the way for Alice in the rear. With a whoosh, she unleashed a powerful strike, creating a gust of wind with her palm, devoid of the bone club. This action, it was undoubtedly a swift and perilous maneuver. A ferocious assault that left no room for mercy. Suddenly, Ipha was engulfed by a heart-wrenching pain, as if her consciousness were severed in two. Time-space, and the overwhelming chaos of her existence were forcibly intertwined, rendering her mind an utter tempest. Everything before her dissolved into a myriad of abstract concepts, disassembled, dissected, and reconstituted. Save for that singular sound. A faint whisper within Ipha urged her to recognize that these two entities were not one and the same. Yet the surging tide of emotions swiftly consumed her reason. Regret, anguish, and murderous intent. Ipha forgot the existence of the key, overlooked the perilous modifications coursing through her veins, and unabashedly radiated the terrifying aura that had been restrained. Thud. A heartbeat resonated within the hearts of all present. Dear, Sakiki, the referee, and the others, echoing in a vague manner. All but Sakiki were left in a stupor, their minds blank and unable to conjure even the slightest thought. Gravity. Chapter 31, Awakening. Beep, beep. Ipha was an ordinary young person, idly passing the time during a mundane holiday. It felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity, resulting in a splitting headache, with hallucinations dancing at the tip of her nose and beside her ears. Beep, beep. A pungent and acrid scent of blood filled her nostrils, as if many were arguing in a foreign tongue. Beep, beep. A primal instinct, or perhaps the remnants of this body's memories, ignited a profound terror within Ipha. She struggled to open her eyes, which throbbed with relentless pain. You have awakened? Beep, beep. The healing apparatus emitted a soothing tone as Ipha emerged from the Pokémon healing chamber at the Pokémon Center, turning to gaze at Nurse Joy through the glass. It was she, the head of the Evergreen Pokémon Center, a member of the world-renowned medical family, her pink hair styled in two circular pigtails, who was inquiring about her well-being. Shinedo blinked her bright eyes, a thought resonating directly in Nurse Joy's heart. Where is my trainer? The girl named Sujinlu, perhaps? She should still be waiting in the lobby. Nurse Joy tilted her head slightly, offering a warm and approachable smile. What time is it? What happened? It is currently 10:09 in the evening. You have been unconscious for a significant part of the day. As for what transpired, to be honest, I am also unaware. Mr. Sakiki, who brought you and your trainer to the Pokémon Center, merely stated that you inexplicably lost control, exhausting a substantial amount of psychic energy, prompting us to examine your condition. What did the examination reveal? Honestly, nothing at all. Although Mr. Sakiki has made a specific emphasis, there are no discernible issues aside from the fatigue resulting from a depletion of mental energy, which is astonishingly similar to your previous examinations here. Remarkably healthy. Yet I am convinced that something is amiss within my body. The memories before my descent into madness are vivid. I feel as if the world before me has blurred, shrouded behind a filthy glass pane, interspersed with chaotic and indistinct hallucinations, despite the testing results indicating otherwise. Perhaps the instruments lack precision or the direction of the examination was flawed. I intend to consult someone more specialized. Perhaps you could discuss this with your trainer, as Mr. Sakaki may have mentioned something to her. In other words, I am free to leave. Of course, do remember to stay in the lobby and refrain from wandering about. Miss Joy opened the glass casing of the treatment pod, and Ipha rubbed her head as she stepped out. She politely thanked Miss Joy and followed the guidance of the chancy nurse as she exited the room. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center's lobby, she immediately spotted the young deer resting on the table, with Eevee Alice sitting beside her, anxiously wagging her tail. Intuition prompted the deer to lift her head, and she too saw Ipha, whose demeanor was unperturbed. "Ipha," the girl joyfully called out, disregarding her surroundings, as she embraced Ipha. Shinedowo gently patted the deer's back, soothing her trainer's overly excited emotions. "Boo. Thank you for your concern, Alice. I am all right now." At that moment, I felt an abrupt severance of our connection. And then you seemed to transform into a Pokémon, suddenly exuding a terrifying aura that rendered me speechless. It appeared you utilized gravity. How absurd. A move typically devoid of offensive power caused Gardevoir to sink directly into the ground. I could almost hear the sound of bones shattering. Had you employed an attacking move? I shudder to think of the consequences. It was gravity, not an attacking move, wasn't it? It seems that I had not completely lost my sanity at that moment. A flicker of rationality regarding the potential aftermath still lingered. Fortunately, Mr. Sakaki assured me that Gardevoir was unharmed, mentioning that you harbored an immense energy within you, albeit in an unstable state. At that time, your immersion in battle led to an uncontrolled release of that energy. "Ipha, why is this?" The young deer gazed intently into Ipha's brilliant red eyes, her expression more concerned than reproachful. "If this pertains to your privacy, I can." In Ipha's eyes, the deer could easily adopt a more assertive stance. The current scene felt as though she were the trainer of this girl before her. She shook her head, deciding to reveal a portion of the truth to the deer as planned. "No, there are things you ought to know. I am not merely an ordinary wild Pokémon. I was captured by what you humans refer to as an evil organization and underwent numerous perilous experiments. Later, an incident during the experimentation led to my liberation. I also became aware that I had acquired powers not inherently mine, which is perilous. Thus I have always exercised caution in controlling it. I had never experienced a loss of control before, and I am unaware of what transpired today. I sincerely apologize for concealing this for so long. I was concerned that humanity would not accept a potential ticking time bomb." Having conveyed her heartfelt sentiments, Ipha pressed her hand to her chest and bowed her head in sincere remorse towards the fawn. The essence of Shinedo's telepathy lies in the sharing of thoughts and emotions, leaving little room for deceit. Sensing the sincerity and guilt within, countless thoughts swirled in the fawn's mind until she gently lifted Shinedo's head, cupping the creature's cheeks in her hands, and smiled with a sense of relief. "I am truly glad you could speak honestly with me. Does this mean our relationship has reached new heights? Let bygones be bygones. What matters most is to look forward, is it not? I shall consider increasing the frequency of visits to the Pokémon Center for your checkups, and I will strive to prevent you from engaging in overly intense battles." That fellow, Woven Sound, seems to possess considerable knowledge. Perhaps he could assist in finding a suitable doctor. "Oh, and I must also procure some specialized calming medications for psychic-type Pokémon. Do not let your mind wander," she continued. "You have aided me immensely along this journey. How could I possibly not accept you?" Ipha gently pulled away the girl's hands, feeling a touch bewildered as she grazed her own cheek, revealing a faint smile. "Thank you. You would never reject me." Ipha's heart was as tranquil as a still lake, calculating the repercussions of today's incident. "So, Miss Joy, have you discovered the cause of your instability?" "Not yet. She mentioned that she is contacting more specialized personnel." "More specialized than Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center in the big city? Perhaps it is someone of considerable stature." A look of barely concealed pride emerged on the fawn's face, as if the recent trust crisis was merely an inconsequential interlude. She was not surprised, after all. Her uniqueness in battle was rather apparent, and Sakaki would undoubtedly take an interest in both herself and Ipha. Yet what of it? Initially, Ipha instinctively wished for her trainer to steer clear of dangerous figures like Sakaki, but upon reflection, both the League and Team Rocket were their common adversaries. Why not turn the tables? Perhaps the fawn could become a triple agent in the future? Humph. The mere thought of Sakaki ignited an uncontrollable urge within Ipha to report him, but now was not the time. "By the way, do you know the name of the nefarious organization that captured you for experimentation?" The fawn inquired curiously, intending to report their malevolence to the League. Ipha uttered the name she had long prepared, Team Rocket. The two continued their conversation in a casual manner until, before long, Miss Joy approached them. The only place nearby that might uncover the issues within this child is Professor Oak's research facility. I have informed her of the situation, and fortunately, Professor Oak expresses great interest in this child and is willing to take over the case, with the entire treatment process being completely free of charge. Professor Oak. Initially, the fawn maintained a stoic facade to alleviate her tension, but overwhelming surprise caused her to falter. Indeed, he is a person of great significance, immensely so. He is a renowned authority in the field of Pokémon science, a former champion-level trainer, and a figure frequently featured in major news outlets. I, of course, have no objections, but, confronted by the incoherent stammering of the young fawn, Miss Joy exhibited an odd expression. Under her gaze, the fawn felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and pulled the seated Ipha beside her. I must first consult my Pokémon. My sincerest apologies. Miss Joy could not help but laugh, quickly following it up with an apology. Embarrassed by the thought of being seen in such a disheveled state by outsiders, the fawn wished she could dig a hole and burrow into the ground. I have no objections, Ipha declared. Chapter 32, Professor Oak. The fawn and Ipha fortuitously caught the last bus from Evergreen City to Pallet Town. The Alliance had done an excellent job with infrastructure, allowing trainers to reach any town without enduring long treks through the wilderness. The roads were sparse at this late hour, and the fawn and Ipha were the only two passengers on the bus. Upon learning that the young girl was taking her Pokémon to Professor Oak's research facility for treatment, the driver pressed the accelerator, speeding down the empty highway. Gazing out at the fleeting scenery, Ipha couldn't help but marvel at the vastness and sparsity of the world. They arrived in Pallet Town before midnight, and Professor Oak's research facility was perched atop a hill, occupying nearly half the town, making it easy to locate. Ipha recalled that, aside from conducting project research, the facility also served the purpose of distributing starter Pokémon to novice trainers. In large cities like Evergreen or specialized facilities such as this, the Alliance approved of offering the well-known trio of water, fire, and grass types, deemed most suitable for new trainers, while in the fawn's hometown, options included Eevee, Pikachu, and Vulpix. After ringing the doorbell at the research facility's front entrance, the fawn anxiously awaited outside with Ipha, unsure of how to present herself. She feared that adopting a battle-ready expression might offend the esteemed Professor Oak, whom she revered. Soon, a young man's voice crackled through the speaker. May I ask if this is Miss Su Jinlu? Yes. Great. I'll be right there. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. A young man, dressed in a researcher's white coat and sporting a modest beard, opened the door and welcomed the fawn and Ipha into the facility. Good evening. I'm a student of the professor. You can call me Manta. The professor is waiting for you in his office. Follow me. All right, the fawn replied. Ipha observed that Manta's hair was disheveled enough to serve as a nest for a torchic. His white coat bore suspicious stains resembling instant noodles, and he wore mismatched socks with a pair of Snorlax slippers. He perfectly embodied the stereotype of a researcher. The interior of the research facility was brightly lit, bustling with activity even at this late hour. Manta led the duo through several turns and corridors before stopping at an unremarkable room. You're here? Perfect timing. Let me see your thesis. Ipha noticed that Manta visibly shivered. However, Professor Oak was not addressing him. Moments later, the door swung open, and another disenchanted researcher exited the office, barely acknowledging the unfamiliar guests. Teacher, the newcomer trainer named Su Jinlu and her Shinado have arrived, Manta exclaimed, relief washing over him as he called into the room. Let them in, and you may continue with your tasks. Certainly. The office of the esteemed Professor Oak was unexpectedly minimalist, primarily furnished with a simple desk and chair set, alongside towering file cabinets crammed into a corner. In contrast to his students, Professor Oak exuded vitality. His hair was meticulously styled, his face bore distinct wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. And his attire was impeccably neat, radiating an air of professionalism and reliability. Seated opposite me was Shinado. Professor Oak gestured towards the two vacant chairs with a succinct command. For reasons unknown, upon approaching the elderly gentleman, Xiaolu felt her anxiety dissipate, as if she could converse with ease. I've consulted with the Evergreen Gym and the Pokémon Center regarding your situation. Your Shinado lost control during a battle and subsequently unleashed an unprecedented level of power. Correct? Professor Oak's voice was robust. Although his tone was gentle, it commanded an instinctive respect that deterred disobedience. Yes, Xiaolu nodded in compliance. The gym leader, Sakamaki, believes that your Shinado harbors a considerable amount of latent energy, albeit in an unstable state. Are you aware of this? Professor Oak continued his inquiry. Indeed. Good. I now suspect that your Shinado may have undergone potentially illicit experimentation. What are your thoughts on this? You guessed it. Although Xiaolu had intended to confide in the professor, being directly confronted left her somewhat flustered. Well, I have a basic understanding now. Typically, a standard Pokémon Center would be unable to ascertain the cause of your Shinado's aberrant behavior, Professor Oak concluded decisively, stroking his chin. The issues with this Shinado could range from minor to severe. However, this is my research facility, and I can manage it with a few adjustments. Please remain in my office for the time being. It won't be long. Shinado, follow me. Professor Oak instructed as he rose and strode towards the door, signaling for Ipha to accompany him. Really, Professor? Xiaolu questioned, disbelief evident in her voice. Rest assured. With that reassurance, the professor closed the office door, leaving Ipha without sight of the girl. Keep close, Professor Oak commanded, leading Shinado deeper into the research facility. Ipha calmly trailed behind. noting that while the professor's upper attire was immaculate, he wore a pair of rather casual slippers, the Jigglypuff style, with mismatched socks. Is this a tradition of your research institute? Ipha couldn't help but muse internally. As they ventured further, the number of personnel dwindled. Professor Oak brought her to a set of electronic doors, extracting a meal card from his collar with fluidity. Beep. The indicator light turned green, allowing Professor Oak and Ipha to descend into the underground of the research facility, ultimately arriving in a room brimming with an array of sophisticated instruments. Your ability must be telepathy, correct? Upon entering the room, Professor Oak abruptly inquired. Yes, Professor, she confirmed. Excellent. This will facilitate our communication significantly. Dr. Oak nodded with satisfaction, his tone imbued with an undeniable sense of affirmation. Ipha surveyed the surroundings, noting that the room was completely enclosed, and the sturdy metal door at the entrance had quietly closed at some unknown moment. To be candid, your predicament is quite grave. Had you not encountered me, you would likely have perished within the next 6 months, Dr. Oak stated, as if casually revealing an astonishing truth. He was taken aback to find that the shiny Sableye before him exhibited no sign of alarm, remaining remarkably calm, as though it had lost the instincts typical of a living being. Aren't you surprised? Dr. Oak could not help but inquire. I am indeed surprised. To be honest, I am unclear about what triggered my loss of control, nor did I anticipate such dire consequences. Ipha's thoughts conveyed a serene demeanor, intertwined with an undeniable sincerity. Aren't you afraid of death? Dr. Oak's expression grew exceedingly serious. I trust you, Doctor, Ipha replied, blinking her crimson eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dr. Oak suddenly realized he could not fathom the Sableye before him. From his perspective as a champion-level Pokémon trainer, her temperament had transformed from the ordinary to the enigmatic. Perhaps her loss of control was genuinely unexpected, and the anomaly she experienced had indeed confounded her. Yet coming to his research facility and meeting him was undeniably one of her intended purposes. Though surprised, Dr. Oak remained composed. I am aware that you are probing into my thoughts, and you must surmise that I can also glean insights into yours. Therefore, let us speak nothing but the truth from here on. Chapter 33, Life and Death Together. This room, resembling some sort of laboratory, housed an array of exceedingly advanced instruments, maintained at a consistently cool temperature. Dr. Oak extracted a chair from a complex workstation and gestured to Ipha to take a seat on a silver-gray stool beside a certain apparatus. As they sat across from one another, human and Pokémon engaged in discourse. Recently, an evil organization attacked the deceased champion Lizard King near Evergreen City. The League has cordoned off the area, and my position is rather unique, allowing me access to sensitive information that cannot be disclosed publicly. Remarkably, that Lizard King completed its evolution during battle and maintained its Mega Evolution state until its demise, which challenges our understanding of evolution, especially since its trainer passed away 60 years ago. Even more astonishingly, the analysis of the Megastone carried by the Lizard King revealed that the corresponding keystone for its evolution does not fall within the known catalog of numbers. This suggests that there are unofficial entities outside the League possessing the technology for evolution, posing unimaginable risks. The League has invested considerable resources in searching for the mastermind behind this, yet thus far, we have come up empty-handed. Initially, I had no intention of getting involved until I learned of you from the Evergreen Pokémon Center. Dr. Oak's gaze bore into Ipha, his words resonating with conviction. The mastermind is not human at all. It was you who established a connection with the Lizard King and facilitated its evolution. Am I mistaken? Ipha maintained her tranquil demeanor, nodding slightly. No, you are correct. Well then, Doctor, may I pose a question? You? Dr. Oak chuckled lightly, as if amused. It seems you are unaware of your current situation. Indeed, my life rests in your hands. Ipha's thoughts flowed gently, as though they were not ensconced in a sterile, rational silver laboratory deep underground, but rather in a quaint CAF on a street corner, where the cool autumn breeze carried a few fallen leaves past the window, and a charming lady whispered sweetly in her ear. Yet, our relationship should not merely be that of doctor and patient, warden and prisoner. We are also equal negotiating parties, exchanging our respective assets. I do not believe you possess that privilege. Certainly not, for I am but a dying Pokémon, a disposable pawn. However, the technology one possess, along with the potential existence of a clandestine organization behind it, is quite another matter. To discuss her predicament brought a smile to the face of this Shinader. Doctor, you are a clever man. The evolution technology not under the League's control signifies that someone has indeed evaded the League's grasp over Pokémon. Yet, where does the funding for the research come from? Where do the materials, preliminary technologies, supporting instruments, and experimental resources originate? It is crucial to note that the production processes related to evolution technologies and tools have always been stringently regulated by the League, classified as top secret. Hidden within this may lie a ticking time bomb capable of igniting half the League. Dr. Oak was certainly aware of these implications. It appeared that the opposing party had long sought to engage him, attempting to broker some exchange of interests. After an unexpected event, they had chosen to play along. sending a messenger directly to him. How dare they? Do they underestimate the League's control over this society? Every action leaves a trace. It would only take a report to alert this machine, unless they had infiltrated the League's upper echelons. No, perhaps the truth is even more terrifying. Dr. Oak furrowed his brow deeply, the lines on his face becoming more pronounced. The current League is a marvel of human civilization, a grand system operating genuinely for the advancement of civilization and the happiness of its people. In comparison, all past regimes on this planet appear crude and inadequate. Is humanity truly innately malevolent? Can an ideal society not endure? Is there truly a parasite intent on causing division? The laboratory fell into a profound silence until Dr. Oak finally spoke. What do you wish to inquire? He suddenly realized that, despite wielding the power of life and death over her, he found himself in a passive position during their exchange. How absurd. Yet, he could not recklessly control this Schneider, nor dare to report the occurrences here to higher authorities. Ipha was not surprised by Dr. Oak's choice. She relaxed her hands, placing them gently in her lap, and replied calmly, certainly, it pertains to my life. What has transpired within me? Why did I suddenly lose control? This is related to certain characteristics of evolution. Dr. Oak was somewhat taken aback, though it did not exceed his expectations. As an eminent scholar in the field of Pokémon studies, he had indeed delved into evolution. Perhaps she sought to obtain the missing piece of a puzzle from him. The profound exploration of evolution yields minimal rewards yet presents significant risks, with relevant studies exhibiting a trend of fragmentation in recent years. Let us not dwell on the information inscribed within textbooks. It is widely acknowledged that evolution stems from the latent powers concealed within Pokémon, demonstrating that many Pokémon possess a more formidable, albeit unstable, potential evolutionary form, which has been discarded throughout species evolution. However, by utilizing Keystone and the corresponding Megastones, we can momentarily unearth this hidden power. This endeavor necessitates a harmonious partnership between trainer and Pokémon, requiring a profound bond between the two. Yet your example challenges this notion, suggesting perhaps that no essential distinction exists between humans and Pokémon. This perspective aligns with the prevailing consensus in academia and the primary focus of Professor Oak's research, the intricate relationship between Pokémon and humanity. The Keystone and Megastones serve as mediators, while the bond acts as a safeguard. In the absence of such a bond, an evolved Pokémon may succumb to the overwhelming surge of power, losing its sanity and spiraling into madness. There once existed a Mega Charizard that went uncontrollable, resulting in the tragic incident referred to as the Blood Moon. At this point, Professor Oak could not help but express his lament. Ipha listened quietly, awaiting her counterpart to delve into the crux of the matter. During the evolution process, the consciousness of trainer and Pokémon is interconnected. When a Pokémon loses its sanity, the trainer is also driven to madness. Yet your existence suggests that perhaps you not only know how to circumvent various limitations to force evolution, but also possess the knowledge to ensure your safety when the evolved entity descends into madness. However, you have overlooked a critical point. What consequences arise if the entity at the other end of this superconscious link perishes while maintaining its form? Isn't that a disconnection? Ipha inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. This was indeed a blind spot she had scarcely considered, as typically, if one end perishes, the other cannot possibly survive. Generally speaking, this holds true. Yet if the other end belongs to a unique group that has undergone deep cerebral development, now including psychic-type Pokémon, they could harbor two entirely distinct consciousnesses within their minds. Even if the physical form at one end ceases to exist, the consciousness intertwined with the other end continues to thrive in the recesses of the other's mind. For instance, throughout this process, you may experience a multitude of hallucinations, occasionally falling into a state of unconsciousness, losing control over your body, followed by a gradual descent into negativity, exhibiting self-destructive tendencies, and engaging in perilous actions that place you in jeopardy, all of which remain undetectable without the most advanced specialized instruments. Thus, I was able to pinpoint you, an individual who is entirely normal yet profoundly abnormal. Chapter 34, Induction. Upon hearing Professor Oak's response, Ipha gently closed her eyes, her mind swirling with thoughts. She had long harbored suspicions regarding the intermittent hallucinations, speculating they might relate to the guidance of her lizard king toward evolution. However, she had never anticipated such grave repercussions arising in this manner. The requirement for the entity seeking evolution to perish in its mega form, alongside the necessity for the other end to belong to a unique population capable of cerebral development, legendary psychics, or perhaps a Pokémon of the psychic type, much like oneself. Such conditions are indeed exceedingly stringent. It is no wonder that even the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City cannot detect the anomalies within one's body. What does this signify? It is beyond comprehension. Let those technicians grapple with it, while I merely serve as an experimental subject. The slender Shinado lightly drummed her fingers against her thigh in mild irritation. Doctor, it is now your turn to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Oak cautiously began. Why do you wish to assist that lizard king in achieving evolution? He is a luminary in academia, with a distinct research focus. Certain scientific accomplishments in his possession hold little significance for me. I am more concerned with the intentions behind his actions. Ipha nodded slightly, offering a polite smile. His trainer is a principal founder of the Pokémon Ranger system, which has made tremendous contributions to the advancement of the Alliance and the maintenance of societal stability. Without him, the discord between humans and Pokémon would have undoubtedly escalated, making the establishment of this resource-abundant utopia impossible. His legacy will endure through the ages. Regrettably, he passed away in his prime. Our assistance to the Pokémon that once followed him is but a trivial expression of gratitude. Fortunately, it is evident that the organization lurking in the shadows is not comprised of madmen intent on appending the world. They too value the bountiful achievements of the Alliance, as they are likely a part of it. This implies that the situation has not deteriorated to an irretrievable state. There remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. What further inquiries do you have? Professor Oak took a sip from the water bottle on the workbench. Ipha's crimson eyes gleamed with increasing brilliance. Behind her captivating charm lay a fierce restraint of coldness and impulse. A sudden foreboding stirred within Professor Oak. What materials? The original data on artificially induced expressions of Pokémon virus symptoms. Professor Oak nearly spat out his tea, staring incredulously at the Shinado across from him, struggling to believe his own ears. His prior assessment had been erroneous. They were indeed a group of lunatics, albeit ones with a semblance of basic rationality remaining. The Pokémon virus is a minuscule, infectious entity that attaches itself to Pokémon. Theoretically, nearly all Pokémon harbor this virus. Yet only a rare few exhibit active symptoms of infection. Pokémon infected with the virus experience a remarkable growth rate in battles, far surpassing their peers. Yet the virus simultaneously inflicts physical discomfort and suffering, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether infection is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. 20 years ago, a remarkably gifted young researcher proposed the topic of artificially inducing expressions of Pokémon virus symptoms. He truly succeeded, achieving the extraordinary feat of eliciting infection symptoms in ordinary Pokémon without actual infection. This prodigy was arrested by the police on the very night his results were unveiled, as this technique, which blatantly contravened both societal ethics and alliance law, was evidently strictly prohibited. Dr. Oak was well versed in this technology. The brilliant researcher, both a prisoner and a genius, was one of his former students. He had even participated in the initial stages of data collection and analysis, mistakenly believing it to be a project aimed at curing the Pokémon virus. It was only after his student was incarcerated and the scandal erupted that he realized he had been deceived. Although this technology was strictly prohibited from being revealed to the world, its byproducts could be utilized for genuinely beneficial research, with the relevant materials being heavily guarded. Given Dr. Oak's esteemed position, acquiring the original data for the project was hardly a challenge. I truly do not comprehend your thoughts. Why are you so fixated on research where the risks far outweigh the potential benefits? Even if it is the legendary powers of Pokémon that you covet, what of mastering land and sea, fulfilling wishes, and creating worlds? At least those goals yield substantial outcomes. Ambition is not a disgrace. To attempt to circumvent various conditions to forcibly achieve evolution, or to artificially induce the Pokémon virus, could result in devastating consequences for centuries. Even if successful, what then? Dr. Oak wiped his mouth, a surge of resolve swelling within him. Once a champion of the league and now a luminary in academia, he wielded significant influence throughout the league. His current restraint stemmed from a desire to avoid mutual destruction rather than a lack of control over the situation. Sensing the intensifying aura of danger surrounding the elder, Ipha spoke calmly. You need only decide whether to proceed. As for our intentions, rest assured, we are equally dedicated to a brighter future for the League. If we succeed, our civilization will leap forward. If we fail, it will merely mean our own demise, posing no threat to contemporary society. Dr. Oak fell silent. The bond of psychic resonance cannot lie, and he had covertly established multiple safeguards to ensure the truth of her words. Unless, of course, this Shinado was merely a disposable pawn, an outer member assigned to undertake perilous tasks, her knowledge entirely fabricated, merely articulating what she believed to be the truth. Believe it or not, a foreign thought pierced Dr. Oak's mind, bringing forth a critical piece of information. Organizing that data will take at least 2 days. How will I get it to you then? Ipha felt a surge of satisfaction, contemplating the possibilities of further advancing the plan. Reason extinguished thoughts of recklessness, and ultimately, she replied flatly to Dr. Oak, I will accompany Su Jinlu as her Pokémon. You may have my contact information, and I will inform you of how and where to transmit the data. What contact information? Dr. Oak inquired, puzzled. Of course, it's Poke, she replied. Upon hearing the name of the largest social networking platform, Dr. Oak was taken aback. Poke, really? Simple? Absolutely, after all. We are not an organization that hides in the shadows. Ipha chuckled lightly, adjusting her flowing hair. Were they truly unafraid of scrutiny? Dr. Oki, with a skeptical demeanor, shared his POC account with the other party. Well, our initial transaction concludes here, he stated. Ipha noted the string of numbers and continued with a cheerful disposition. She pondered her symptoms for a moment. Multiple personalities? Your condition bears no essential relation to that category of mental illness, Dr. Oki replied briskly, rising from his seat while attending to his workstation. Such cases are recorded only a handful of times within the Union. We typically refer to it as plural consciousness and death syndrome, abbreviated as plural syndrome. To treat it, one must understand the fundamental form of consciousness, commonly known as the soul. The soul, like the concepts portrayed in various entertainment works? Yet it can be explained scientifically, Dr. Oki remarked earnestly, turning to face Ipha. He entered a command, and the ceiling opened to reveal a metallic helmet connected to a web of intricate tubes, which gently descended before Ipha. Wearing this will allow for the separation of your excess consciousness. Given the rarity of your case, there are very few of these machines within the entire Union. The helmet appeared rather rudimentary, lacking the semblance of advanced technology. Was it an early model? Ipha, intrigued, donned the metallic headpiece, unperturbed by the thought of it potentially siphoning away her original consciousness. After all, she was a psychic-type Pokémon. Where does this separated consciousness go? She inquired, feeling the multitude of tiny electrodes pressing against her head. To the server, Dr. Oki replied, his tone imbued with an inexplicable hope. The server constructs a false biological brain at the data level to lure the excess consciousness. If fortune favors us, the originally departed life may attain a new existence within the digital realm. To become a digital life form? That is quite a sci-fi notion, if amused. Though she recalled that the doctor merely suggested it was a possibility. Concentrate, Dr. Oki urged. Buzz. The apparatus activated. Chapter 35, Investment. The following morning, a gentle alarm from her mobile device roused the fawn, who sat up on the sofa in Dr. Oki's guest quarters, a light blanket slipping from her form. After completing Ipha's treatment, Dr. Oki had opted for the young girl to rest at the research facility for the night. Ipha, lying beside the fawn, instinctively opened her eyes, her psychic powers whimsically manipulating the air around her, serving merely to awaken her senses. The sensation of having a singular consciousness was liberating. Ipha felt her thoughts sharpen, her reactions becoming more agile, and her perception of the world no longer veiled by a layer of dust-laden glass. To employ a down-to-earth analogy, it felt as though a week-long bout of rhinitis had been cured. Knock, knock, knock. The fawn opened the door to the small guest room, revealing Dr. Oki's student, Manta, who had welcomed them the previous evening. Just waking up? The doctor invites you both for breakfast in his office. The so-called breakfast consisted of a simple bowl of scallion noodles, said to be prepared by Dr. Oki himself. However, the opportunity to share breakfast with the illustrious Professor Oak, who even personally prepared the meal, rendered the specifics of the food inconsequential. The young girl, deeply moved, finished the bowl of noodles without leaving a trace, feeling as if her future had suddenly brightened. Professor Oak also prepared Pokémon food for the young girl's companions, a special blend used at the Oak Research Lab, undoubtedly of the highest quality available in the market. Ipha pinched a piece of dark brown cylindrical Pokémon food between her fingers, examined it briefly, and then tossed it into her mouth. She closed her eyes to savor the experience. Although she primarily consumed human food within her team, she had her fair share of encounters with Pokémon food throughout her life. The flavor could only be described as mediocre, seemingly designed for a wide array of Pokémon, lacking the warmth described in certain fantastical narratives. Nevertheless, consuming it over time would undoubtedly benefit the Pokémon significantly. To supply such Pokémon food for an entire team, a trainer would have to spend hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins each month. Professor, I brought those 3 little ones. A female researcher entered, her long black hair framing a face marked by dark circles, suggesting she was not particularly well-rested. Let them in, Professor Oak exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he welcomed them with a beaming smile. Behind the female researcher, 3 small Pokémon bounded in. A turtle with blue skin and a brown shell, a large frog with a green seed sprouting from its back, and a red lizard with a tail of flame with a bright flame. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. A young trainer is coming today to receive their starter Pokémon. TSK, did you sleep well last night? Professor Oak playfully teased the 3 Pokémon, personally feeding them, completely shedding the demeanor expected of a venerable scholar, a stark contrast to the way he interacted with others. Ipha observed the professor engaging joyfully with the Pokémon, struggling to reconcile this image with the man who had brokered a perilous deal with her the previous night. Upon gaining clarity, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension regarding her actions from the night before. In truth, given her nature, she would typically have either declined or postponed the meeting with Professor Oak, discreetly relaying information back to her superiors. Only after gathering sufficient intelligence and crafting contingency plans would she have initiated any formal action, even though she had inadvertently made the right choice amidst her confusion. The events of the previous night had been fraught with danger. From the moment she stepped into that room, Ipha sensed she was being scrutinized. A terrifying and formidable will, one that stifled any thoughts of rebellion, loomed over her, attempting to breach her mental defenses covertly, coaxing her to divulge her innermost thoughts. She had to navigate this oppressive presence while simultaneously deceiving the vastly experienced Professor Oak, forcing herself to disregard the awareness of that will's existence to prevent provoking more aggressive measures. Despite the fact that her aura is not as flamboyant as that of the Lizard King, Hannah, there is no doubt that lurking in the shadows is a champion-level psychic Pokémon. Champion level, a distinction reserved for legendary Pokémon whose power matches that of the core members of past League champion teams. Their very existence is a defiance of conventional wisdom. I wonder if exchanging half of this body would bring me closer to the brink of championship status, Ipha mused cynically to herself. It is truly perplexing whether to consider herself fortunate or unfortunate. Encountering such a rare creature twice within a mere month is nothing short of miraculous. She sipped calmly from the tea in the professor's office, her crimson eyes observing the playful banter between Professor Oak and the three starter Pokémon from Kanto. Yet, she had triumphed. Ipha was acutely aware that Professor Oak would undoubtedly leverage his connections and resources to conceal her enigmatic organization from the League's scrutiny, but she remained indifferent. Let them investigate. The best outcome would be if they uncovered the truth. For four of them. Although the professor's tone was exceedingly amiable, the young girl felt an inexplicable tension, reminiscent of childhood days when questioned by her parents about her exam scores. Professor Oak expressed mild surprise, exclaiming in admiration, "Quite impressive. You must have set out not long ago, right? At this rate, it's possible you might encounter my grandson at the court's conference." The professor's interest was piqued. He anticipated that a mere shield sought by that organization would be so extraordinary. "Indeed, I embarked on my journey this January," she replied. "Excellent, truly excellent." Professor Oak nodded vigorously before shifting the conversation's direction. He intended to invest in this remarkable young lady, ideally guiding her to choose the path of maintaining order and safeguarding peace amidst potential chaos in the future. "Yes, I will certainly strive to excel." The young girl was taken aback, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly bowed to Professor Oak. Ipha observed this scene silently, offering no comment. Professor Oak reflected that 10 months was indeed a tight time frame, yet his tone betrayed little concern. As for the individual who only came to claim their initial Pokémon in June, it was likely they were preparing for the League conference scheduled in Chengdu in February of the following year. Although Chengdu and Kanto are distinct regions, they share a unified League system. According to the order of the League conferences, both of the upcoming year's events would be held at the Quartz Plateau. Chapter 36, Offline Tutoring. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to the professor, the young girl departed from the Oak Research Institute with Ipha. Standing at the bus stop in Pallet Town, the girl opened her phone's map application, reevaluating her forthcoming travel route. "Since you've decided to nurture Alice with utmost dedication, do not forget to factor in the additional costs incurred after her evolution," Ipha reminded her. The training expenses for a Leaf EV are nearly threefold that of a standard EV, including advanced Pokémon food, energy cubes, training fees, and paid courses, among others. The general training facilities at the Pokémon Center are rather limited in function. To conduct targeted training for specific types of Pokémon, one must venture to specialized training bases, which, quite evidently, cannot be free of charge. As for the courses, there is certainly no shortage of free options available online, with renowned champions generously offering their insights around the clock without repetition. However, each Pokémon is a unique individual, even among those of the same species. Training regimens may vary significantly. This discrepancy has led to the emergence of bespoke paid courses tailored specifically for your Pokémon, with higher-end options commanding increasingly steep prices. It's all taken into account. After all, I am but a rookie trainer in my debut year, benefiting from various forms of support. Generally, the first year poses no major issues, yet it is imperative to make a name for oneself at the inaugural League conference after debuting. Fame attracts sponsorship, and with sponsorship, one can continue along the path of a professional trainer, barring the exceptions of those fortunate enough to have wealthy families. The vehicle has arrived. Xiaolu selected a seat in a corner of the back row. True to its nature, Jinshin Town is an unremarkable rural locale, distinguished solely by the presence of Professor Oak's research facility, resulting in a sparse number of passengers aboard the vehicle. The young girl was scrolling through her phone when she unexpectedly discovered that high-speed train tickets had become quite coveted in recent days. Yes, graduation season is upon us. The compulsory education system in this world resembles that of my previous life, with a comprehensive assessment akin to a college entrance examination held in June. However, unlike the conventional scoring system, this world categorizes students for further education. Those wishing to attend university must sit for entrance exams. These exams become available 1 year after the completion of compulsory education, allowing students time to engage in social internships and contemplate their future career paths. Naturally, after finishing such exams, one must indulge in a well-deserved celebration. This explains the high demand for train tickets, which Xiaolu had long forgotten about due to her early graduation. A moment of silence enveloped Ipha, who felt inexplicably offended. Ding dong. Suddenly, Xiaolu's phone, which had been silent for half the day, sprang to life with a notification. It was a message from Nanami Oren, a peer she had met during a recent competition, whose overly enthusiastic demeanor had left Xiaolu feeling somewhat perplexed. Oren had sent a sticker featuring a golden, cheeky Pikachu. At the entrance of a vast complex in Evergreen City, the radiant Oren cheerfully waved at Xiaolu. This beautiful girl, who could easily debut as an idol, donned a rather understated yet expensive female trainer's outfit, her face adorned with a subtly crafted makeup that accentuated her natural beauty. Regrettably, neither Xiaolu nor Ipha expressed admiration for each other's fashion choices, nor did they find Oren's presence particularly captivating that day. They simply could not perceive it. What brings you here? Xiaolu asked with a calm exterior, aware that they were at the largest Pokémon training base in Evergreen City, bustling with activity. And feeling her body grow as cold as the expression on her face, Oren felt a pang of disappointment but maintained her sunny smile. Of course, I've come to ask my master for some offline guidance before the Evergreen Gym Challenge. Didn't you conquer the Evergreen Gym? It would be great if you could share some of your experiences with your students. Huh, what do you mean? Oh, Xiaolu, initially confused, suddenly grasped the situation. In order to reassure her parents, she frequently shares her recent updates on her social media platform, detailing the new moves her Pokémon has learned, the cities she has visited, and the gyms she has conquered. Her account was newly created after she became a trainer, and the only friends she had were her family. Until recently, when she added Nanami Cheyenne. Wait, does that mean she can see all the updates I usually post? With a sense of urgency, she hurriedly averted her gaze from Cheyenne, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her posts typically included simple images, many of which featured her selfies. Oh, how she wished for the world to end. Master? Cheyenne inquired, sensing something amiss. No, nothing. I'm just about to leave Evergreen City, so I'm short on time. That is all right. I'm already so grateful that you're willing to teach me. You haven't been here much, have you? Let me show you around. Boldly, Cheyenne took Xiaolu's hand and smiled as they walked into the Evergreen Pokémon Training Center. Ipha followed the two girls, lost in thought. Is this how friendships between girls are formed? Once a woman, now not quite human, she realized her experience in such matters was woefully inadequate. Perhaps, it didn't matter. She could sense any ill intentions immediately. Upon entering a certain building, Cheyenne released Xiaolu's hand and began to guide her through various procedures. Here, master. This is your shared membership card. Cheyenne cheerfully handed over a rather splendid card. Is it done already? Wait, how much is the monthly fee? Xiaolu asked in her coldest tone. Free. Well, it's actually because I'm a premium member here, and I can get a supplementary card for you. So you can enjoy my privileges. Xiaolu sighed in relief for her wallet, yet remained cautious. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After obtaining their membership cards, the two stepped into a descending elevator, arriving at the third underground level. Upon opening the door, the sight before them was breathtaking. Spanning nearly the size of 2 football fields and towering 5 stories high, the vast space unfolded. The floor was painted with various functional zones, each filled with dazzling professional equipment, while at the center lay a spacious standard battle arena equipped with a barrier system. Which part belongs to us? Xiaolu frowned and asked. All of it. This entire floor. All of it. Cheyenne's affluent background exceeded Xiaolu's expectations. In the future, if you encounter any bottlenecks and need special training, feel free to use your membership card to come here anytime. Xiaolu momentarily felt dazed, questioning whether she truly deserved such friendship. She resolved to become stronger. But for now, Cheyenne produced a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Pokémon clad in bright red armor, with 2 pairs of delicate wings fluttering behind it and wielding heavy pincers, appeared before Xiaolu and Ipha. Scyther, let the master engage in a friendly duel with the rejuvenated Carlos. With a confident smile, Shimizu Otanashi tossed her ponytail back and donned a serious expression. Chapter 37, True Mastery. My name is Shimizu Otanashi, a 16-year-old novice trainer. I am of decent appearance, hailing from a well-off family in Golden City, yet burdened with 3 foolish older brothers. As the most gifted and astute member of my generation, I was chosen to embark on the path of a Pokémon trainer. Since the age of 10, I have grown alongside my initial partner, the formidable Scyther, Carlos, while my foolish brothers are left to regret their inheritance of the family business. My family possesses a keen eye for talent. Undoubtedly, I am a prodigy. Ever since I formally began my journey with Pokémon at the age of 12, I have emerged victorious time and again, compelling my family to seek out more seasoned trainers merely to temper my pride. However, this was only a temporary setback. With a bit of specialized training, I could easily close the gap and have Carlos vanquish them. I firmly believe I have reached the pinnacle of invincibility amongst my peers. It is unfathomable that there exist contemporaries stronger than I. That Gardevoir, capable of employing battle techniques typically reserved for top-tier Pokémon, is astounding. That woman maintained an unwavering demeanor throughout our battle, as if she navigated the encounter with effortless grace. Is it possible that the confidence I have nurtured all along was merely a figment of my imagination? This is exhilarating. It signifies that I still possess room for growth. Su Jinlu, is it? I must acquire every detail about this woman. Wait, what do you mean there is no Su family? Is that individual truly of humble origins? Curse it, how does one befriend an ordinary person? It appears that while you may have the upper hand in Pokémon battles, you are utterly inexperienced in social interactions. Carlos has chosen to evolve into a Sizer, and I see this as a fortuitous development. As he stated, evolve, then bring the adversary to their knees. The Master has successfully conquered the Evergreen Gym? No, rather, the Evergreen Gym has finally anticipated the Master's challenge. What perfect timing. The Master has resolved to continue utilizing that Gardevoir. Thus, I shall not hold back. Bug and Steel-type advantage is mine. Crack. The Sizer. Its exoskeleton scorched to a fiery red, widened its incredulous eyes, kneeling in defeat with a look of bitter resignation. Shimizu Otanashi appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly unable to process the rapid yet intense battle. Observing the girl whose eyes had lost their sparkle, Ipha extinguished the magical flames in his hand and shook his head. Despite the Scyther's evolution into Sizer, gaining a type advantage and reconstructing a more targeted move set, it succumbed even more swiftly and tragically than before. A rigid approach breeds weakness. The previous flaws remain, and the evolution has rendered it even more vulnerable due to a decline in mobility. It's over, are you alright? Xiao Lu inquired coolly, observing the disoriented Otanashi. I'm fine. Well, that is good. Are you two merely staring at each other in this match? Ipha sighed, face-palming while internally reminding himself. Let us treat the Sizer first. After receiving a reminder, the two young girls skillfully administered healing spray and burn ointment to the Scyther, meticulously checking for any other issues before placing it into a Pokeball to recuperate. Ipha's touch was gentle, for Pokémon. As long as the injuries were not life-threatening but merely rendered them incapable of battle, proper care for a couple of days within a Pokeball would suffice for recovery. Of course, they would subsequently be sent to a Pokémon Center for professional treatment, and by tonight, one could expect to see the Scyther revitalized and full of vigor. Why, then, could they not secure a victory? What? Noticing Ji Yin's murmured thoughts, Xiao Lu inquired with curiosity. We couldn't win. Where exactly do I fall short compared to my master? Ji Yin lamented, scratching her head of golden locks in frustration. Xiao Lu blinked her dark eyes, her expression turning serious as she imparted her wisdom. In my view, it is due to your insufficient mastery of moves. Mastery? Ji Yin looked perplexed. Xiao Lu continued, articulating her thoughts with clarity. For instance, the bullet punch works in this manner, does it not? Ji Yin remained baffled. I'm not suggesting you misunderstand bullet punch. Rather, your grasp of it is rather superficial. You know what the move entails, but I also comprehend it fully. Thus, you are attempting to wield a move that I am well versed in against me, which cannot be considered true mastery. Shaking her head, Xiao Lu pressed on. You must learn to deconstruct a move and apply each component judiciously. For example, once bullet punch is prepared, the next step is merely to execute the punching motion. We can then exploit the timing of the opponent's response to bullet punch to set up for the next move, launching a flurry of rapid strikes. Prepare the next move while executing a move? How is that possible? Ji Yin exclaimed in astonishment, nearly believing the girl before her was speaking nonsense. Multitasking is a skill possessed only by a select few top-tier Pokémon. How can it be impossible? Aren't moves only executed after preparation is complete? Thus, the process of using a move should theoretically be exploitable. Xiao Lu retorted without mercy. Furthermore, the form and essence of a move must be distinguished. For instance, the essence of Shadow Clone is to use light to create illusions, while its form manifests as multiple clones. However, these two concepts should not be conflated. What if I appear to be using Shadow Clone, but in reality, I am employing hypnosis to create a shallow illusion? So that is how it is. Now, it dawns on her that it was not a fluctuation in her Kalos state. Instead, in Kalos's eyes, there indeed existed a semblance of the real Shinado. Moreover, your Scyther may seem poised to utilize quick attack for speed enhancement, but in truth, it could be employing a brief dash to conceal its other moves, catching the opponent off guard. Alas, you have completely failed to perceive this. Your tactical intentions are almost transparently one-dimensional to me, which is the primary reason for your consecutive defeats. A piercing insight. Ji Yin gazed blankly at the young girl before her, whose aristocratic features and cool timbre belied a genuine concern. She was sincerely pointing out Ji Yin's shortcomings and even offering suggestions for improvement. A pang gripped Ji Yin's heart, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging from within, compelling her to throw herself into her mentor's embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Little dear exclaimed, startled, as she looked at Ji Yin, who had wrapped her arms around her waist, the facade of aloofness crumbling in an instant. I have decided that you are my mentor. Huh? What? Ipha sat off to the side, utterly speechless, unable to comprehend or comment on the unfolding scene. Chapter 38. Type 8 Inhibitor. Ipha did not yearn for the pure and beautiful camaraderie of young girls. To her, since Ji Yin's resources would greatly benefit Little Deer's future as a trainer, She chose not to concern herself with the interactions between the two, leaving the two young women to continue their exchange of techniques in the training area. Ipha departed from the spacious training room and made her way to the lounge stocked with refreshments and fruits. She grabbed a can of sweet peach juice and sank wearily onto the soft sofa. The virus, like a merciless tyrant, trampled upon every cell in her body, turning her internal organs into suffering prisoners. Pain lashed at her like a tempest, sweeping across every inch of her skin. Each breath felt like a knife slicing through her lungs, and each heartbeat resonated with the roar of thunder. Ipha stared vacantly at the ceiling adorned with an opulent chandelier, her consciousness drifting, while time seemed to lose all significance, each second stretching into an eternity. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented loneliness and despair, her heart filled with questions about the meaning of life, a disdain for existence, and a yearning for release. With a sudden crunch, the can in her hand was inadvertently crushed, and juice splattered everywhere in a cacophony of suppressed sounds. She straightened up, calmly disposing of the mangled metal remains in the trash can, where its original form was no longer discernible. Subsequently, she summoned her Rotom game console and opened a specific webpage to begin editing a message. Informants stationed outside the base typically transmitted intelligence through a complex and vast network, with recent rendezvous coordinates disguised within a discussion board for a niche video game, exchanging information through coded messages written in gaming jargon. Newbie inquiring about how to tackle the Shinado on the 8th underground level. Any guides available? Urgently awaiting responses. Ipha temporarily stowed her Rotom game console, closing her eyes for a brief rest on the sofa. Catching a steel type doesn't just require hands, does it? The original poster seems a bit inhuman, sweating. This one is old. If you disconnect during a cutscene, you'll just stand there and take hits. Humorous. The general store in the newbie village has Bullet Punch and Iron Head on the 3rd floor. Just rush in and you're good. Laughing. The first message served as a pure smokescreen, while the remaining two concealed the time, location, and method of their meeting. The guidance continued until the moon rose high in the sky, at which point Ian reluctantly waved goodbye to Little Deer. Next, she would remain in Evergreen City to challenge the Evergreen Gym, while Little Deer would embark on her journey towards Withered Leaf City. With the two not expected to reunite for quite some time, she had booked a high-speed train ticket to Hualon City, departing at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If there were no evening training, Xiaolu would often immerse herself in online posts where trainers shared their experiences or watch battle reviews and tactical analyses posted by formidable trainers on video platforms, staying awake until midnight. However, fearing she might oversleep today, she climbed into bed and turned off the light by 11. Good night, Ipha. The girl bid goodnight to the Shinado leaning against the bedside, signaling the end of this ordinary day. Good night, Xiaolu. Apart from occasionally using a sleeping bag in the wild, Ipha was accustomed to resting while sitting. She closed her eyes, patiently awaiting the girl's breathing to gradually slow and her consciousness to settle into tranquility. The moment arrived. She opened her crimson eyes and, in an instant, departed the pitch-black room, emerging onto a bustling street. The nightlife of the city was just beginning, illuminated by vibrant lights and filled with the sounds of traffic. Ipha walked calmly through the city center, unfazed by the occasional glances from passers-by, who either assumed her trainer was nearby or considered the sight of a humanoid Pokémon traveling alone as an everyday occurrence. She paid no heed to the ubiquitous cameras, making her way out of the city center and into the relatively secluded university district. The automated convenience store in the late hours played the same advertisements repeatedly. Ipha entered, finding the place deserted. Galar imported energy cubes, a masterpiece by the Malakaman Group, tailored for your Pokémon, empowering them to shine on both the battlefield and the dazzling stage. The female voice in the advertisement suddenly faltered, then spoke in a strange tone, as if piecing together snippets from different sentences. Chief, you've arrived. Ipha nodded slowly, gazing at the paused advertisement screen where a beautiful woman in professional training attire stood motionless, welcoming her with, "Here, 30 meters underground. All the cameras you passed have been tampered with. Rest assured, Chief." The disjointed phrases could hardly conceal the excitement and joy woven between the words. In the blink of an eye, Ipha vanished within the convenience store. A second later, the stagnant display resumed its preordained advertisements, and the beautiful trainer continued reciting her well-rehearsed lines. 30 meters underground, a concealed entrance leading into a pitch-black cavern suddenly illuminated with a soft, bright white light. The air was thick with dampness as Ipha surveyed her surroundings, noting the textured rock walls adorned with trickling water. Before her stood a starkly contrasting silver metallic door against the natural environment. The stability of society and abundance of resources had led to a population explosion 20 years ago. To prevent towns from expanding unchecked and encroaching upon the habitats of wild Pokémon, the Alliance proposed a vertical development plan. Shortly after taking office as the Evergreen Gym leader, Sakamaki led the first group from his hometown of Evergreen City to respond to the Alliance's initiative, choosing to develop underground. In essence, The plan involves relocating the entirety of the Pokémon industrial zone and a portion of the agricultural area underground, leaving only residential housing. Urban parks, commercial centers, schools, and scientific research institutions on the surface. Sceptile endeavored to establish an underground city of a scale far surpassing that of the surface to alleviate the pressure on terrestrial land. Regrettably, constrained by the intricate subterranean structure of Evergreen City, the construction of the underground city, despite the assistance of Pokémon and technological advancements, inevitably succumbed to stagnation. During this process, numerous areas emerged that were not under official control. No one could have anticipated that someone would construct a covert research facility amidst the fractured rock layers intertwined with underground rivers. Ipha approached the metallic door, which swung open autonomously at her highest access clearance. The door's design ingeniously integrated with the surrounding rock walls, and the main structure of the research facility mirrored this harmony. Behind the door stood a man with long black hair, clad in a pristine white lab coat, who greeted Ipha with a subtle smile. "Chief, please follow me." Within the facility, humans and Pokémon coexisted harmoniously, diligently advancing the final review processes. The silvery interior was divided into clearly defined areas, all of which encircled the innermost, most pivotal hall like stars orbiting a central sun. Gazing at the intricate mechanical structures and a plethora of cutting-edge instruments installed on the expansive walls, Ipha confirmed with a thoughtful resonance, "Is this the Type 8 suppressor?" The suppressor is the name of this scientific endeavor, running concurrently with the Synthetic Legend project. Only the earliest products of the suppressor project were directly consumable medications. As research deepened and the demand for iteration grew increasingly urgent, the products of the suppressor evolved towards complexity and gigantism, transforming from a mere test tube into the comprehensive workstation that now occupied an entire wall. Indeed, due to constraints in materials and research scale, the Type 8 suppressor has yet to undergo final structural optimization. However, I believe the collision and fusion of pragmatism and empiricism embody a unique aesthetic. Do you not agree? The long-haired researcher inquired with a hint of pride in his tone. "I am primarily concerned with its functionality and stability," Ipha replied succinctly. "Of course," the researcher responded confidently. Suddenly, everyone, humans and Pokémon alike, halted their tasks, turning to gaze silently at the shiny Galade standing at the center of the hall. "Chief, the final testing has been completed. I must report one crucial matter. The energy for this research facility has been siphoned from the underground power grid. While routine research operations are manageable, activating the Type 8 suppressor will undoubtedly draw the attention of the city's overseers due to its immense energy consumption. Fortunately, the mission of the research facility has concluded, and the data and materials have been successfully transferred and destroyed. We must prepare for evacuation, and I kindly request your assistance with the pursuers behind us." Ipha nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying, and she approached a wall that had opened into a human-shaped recess. Mechanisms enveloped her entirely, resembling a precise and cold cocoon, and she initially felt a tingling sensation before gradually losing all her senses. The long-haired researcher retracted her faint smile, her expression turning profoundly solemn. All humans and Pokémon bowed deeply towards the metallic cocoon affixed to the wall. For the Alliance. Episode 39, The Angel. The rock layers fractured, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, as a silver-gray metallic door was illuminated by searchlights. A tall, shadowy figure clad in black approached the entrance of the underground laboratory. Fully armed, droplets cascaded from the multifunctional protective suit. A straight baton and communicator were clipped to the left side of his waist, while several miniature Pokeballs adorned the right. A weapon of indeterminate purpose hung from his back. He lifted his visor, revealing a tousled mane of black hair and a youthful, handsome visage. Siju surveyed the surroundings, then focused his attention on the metallic door before him. Was the stolen electricity brought here? How audacious it was for someone to establish a secret base in such a location. Did they not fear the structure collapsing under its own weight? He suppressed the upward curve of his lips and solemnly enlarged the Pokeballs at his waist. The 3-meter-wide, 5-meter-high metallic door was instantaneously marked by several piercing slashes. The heavy alloy seemingly more fragile than tofu. Siju stepped over the remnants of the door, effortlessly entering the laboratory's interior. 2 imposing Pokémon flanked him. One resembled an ancient, noble longsword, its hilt adorned with a cold, purple vertical pupil, while its ribbon-like arms crossed over its chest, brandishing a uniquely patterned round shield. The other, akin to a bipedal fox, bore a dense mane of deep red and gray, a hint of crimson visible at the corners of its mouth. The sword Pokémon, Aegislash. The fox Pokémon, Zoroark. The destruction of the door triggered the laboratory's alarms, the shrill sirens blaring in a rhythmic cacophony, while the crimson warning lights intermittently cast a sanguine hue across the silver-white interior. Despite being surrounded by trusted companions with whom he had fought for years, Siju maintained the utmost vigilance, one hand pressing the communicator while the other remained poised to release his remaining Pokémon. He advanced deeper into the laboratory, observing his surroundings, his steps steady and swift. The only sounds were the alarm and their footsteps, abundant light rendering everything crystal clear. Rows of unknown instruments gleamed with metallic luster, the laboratory immaculate. The walls smooth as mirrors. Chairs were neatly arranged facing the display screens, and the pure white lab coats hanging on the metallic walls were devoid of wrinkles, as though freshly retrieved from the factory. Everything was so orderly, as if it could revert to normal operation at any moment, yet the place was utterly deserted. Siju furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Had those who once inhabited this space deliberately adorned it anew in mockery of his tardy arrival? Or had they consistently maintained this almost neurotic rationality? He glanced at his watch. After reporting the anomaly according to protocol, the security team of Chongqing City would take an hour to arrive, yet he had reached the scene within 10 minutes of the incident, which meant he still had nearly 50 minutes of operational time left. A sense of inexplicable irritation washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. The surroundings exuded a deathly calm and silence, the silver sheen imparting an immediate sensation of scientific rigor. Yet he felt an unsettling aura of strangeness and danger permeating the air, breathing in the antiseptic-like scent that lingered. He arrived at the entrance to the core area of the research facility. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself for the worst, he forcefully pushed the door open. Beep beep. The monotonous sounds of the instruments mingled with the shrill blare of alarms. His deep brown pupils constricted in terror, his body freezing as if encased in ice. His mind a blank slate. Before him stood a vast metallic wall, with solvent pipelines, mechanical arms, countless surgical instruments, and screens emitting a ghostly green light. All converging towards the center, where a humanoid chrysalis composed of metal and synthetic materials awaited. In a daze, it seemed he glimpsed an angel, an artificial angel. Metal constituted her flesh, solvent coursed as her blood, and the intricate machinery on the walls formed her wings and crown, a divine amalgamation of sanctity and rationality. Warmth and coldness, piety and madness, all paradoxically intertwined at that moment. The humanoid chrysalis twitched slightly, shattering the stillness. Crack. It felt as though this unknown experiment was approaching its conclusion, as the comprehensive apparatus on the wall began to siphon energy from its surroundings, plunging the facility into darkness. Both he and his two Pokémon were jolted awake as if doused with cold water. He swiftly drew his communicator, while Zoroark instinctively moved him behind, gathering deep purple energy in its claws. Meanwhile, Sherelden raised its shield high, positioning itself at the forefront. The emergency lights connected to the backup power briefly illuminated the hall, and amidst the crimson glow, the screens erupted in garbled static, mechanical arms failing one by one, and the angelic figure on the wall began to show signs of collapse. This is Unit 8. Hurry, bring everyone inside. The scarlet light flared again, and the structure of the metallic wall disintegrated, first the angel's crown, followed by the wings, which clattered to the ground, sparks flying, and crimson solvent spilling everywhere. Unit 7, report your status. Darkness enveloped the hall, and the voice from the communicator abruptly ceased, leaving only a hollow busy signal. He stared in shock as the signal on the screen rapidly dwindled to zero, his head lifting in a stupor amidst the darkness. Just then, the red light flickered back to life, revealing the humanoid chrysalis detaching from the wall, its layered composite structure beginning to disassemble. Without hesitation, he unstrapped his firearm and disengaged the safety. Click. The overhead lights restored power, bathing the hall in bright white light, signifying the end of the metallic wall's energy extraction. He raised his weapon, aiming directly at the chrysalis, which now stood at the wall, gradually revealing its inner visage. First, there was a head of green short hair, followed by a pair of bright red eyes. A human? No, that was not right. With green arms, a crimson core, and a flowing white gown. It was none other than a Shinado. The product of a mysterious underground laboratory, both mad and perilous, was the renowned embracing Pokémon. Sishi could hardly believe the absurdity of the scene before him. While Sishi observed Ipha, she merely closed her eyes, savoring the profound changes within her. The tumultuous energy within her surged like a roiling ocean. In the past, she could only carefully manage this power, even with the aid of a key, liberating but a fraction of it. Yet now, she could allow it to flow freely within her, command it at will, utilize it to her heart's content. And she was spared from the excruciating agony that once tormented her. She admitted to being entranced by this addictive sensation, acknowledging that she had, to some extent, become a captive of power, willing to pay a steep price and bear the risk of being shattered at any moment. And it was all worth it. The painful past served as a constant reminder. Mediocrity is the root of all suffering. She opened her eyes, looking down from her elevated position at the human aiming a gun at her and the two Pokémon standing on guard. So swiftly they had arrived? Surely, they were members of Team Rocket. How fortuitous, an old acquaintance. Ipha revealed a sweet smile. The smile of Shinado momentarily stunned Sishi, making him question if he was overreacting. In the next instant, a violent psychic force coalesced into a tangible wave, akin to a devastating tsunami, sweeping up instruments and debris from all directions. intent on engulfing Sishi and the two Pokémon entirely. Dark Pulse. Chapter 40. The Embracing Pokémon. Dark Pulse. The moment Sishi issued the command, the deep purple energy in Zoroark's claws erupted like a waking volcano, enveloping one human and two Pokémon in a rich, near-black wave, akin to a fragile boat struggling amidst a natural disaster. The Psychic type's telekinesis was theoretically countered by the Dark type's Dark Pulse. Upon collision, it would instantly dissipate. Yet Zoroark was horrified to discover that the barrier woven from Dark Pulse was wearing away at an alarming rate. The overwhelmingly powerful telekinesis was challenging the fundamental rules of type effectiveness. Ipha observed the scene with calmness, continually acclimating to the intensity of her inner power. She understood that the essence of the type effectiveness rule, wherein Psychic type moves are ineffective against Dark types, stemmed from the fact that Dark type energy acted as a potent catalyst, neutralizing the external Psychic energy. However, the efficacy of this catalyst had its limits. When the disparity in strength exceeded a certain threshold, telekinesis could indeed force the Dark type barrier to succumb. As the telekinesis subsided, the wave calmed, and the barrier of Dark Pulse had faded from deep purple to nearly transparent. Yet it still fiercely protected its allies within. Ultimately, Ipha's strength had not transcended the ordinary. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of yellow bullets erupted amidst the flashing flames, only to futilely halt before Ipha, as though an invisible wall of size surrounded her. Disassembling one of the bullets with her telekinesis, Ipha quickly discerned its structure. A tranquilizer dart. In this world, pure firearms belong to the periphery of human civilization's technological evolution. These weapons, which are ineffectual in terms of lethality and struggle to even graze the hide of a steel-type Pokémon, quickly faded into obscurity upon their mere emergence. Presently, most weaponry in use is a blend of Pokémon powers and specially designed auxiliary ammunition. To think that there are no specialized projectiles capable of penetrating psychic barriers. Ipha raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not regular troops, merely pawns for probing? Cursed. Observing his opponent effortlessly intercept the bullets out of thin air, Jishu could not help but utter an expletive, lamenting that his firearm had been rendered into a mere stick for kindling. Yet he had not surrendered. Another flash of crimson light, and a Shenandoah materialized beside him. Hypnosis. This fellow kin, with deepening eyes, gazed at Ipha. She too could perceive the external changes from within her Pokeball, and, upon introspection, she doubted her ability to truly hypnotize the adversary, let alone induce even a fleeting slumber or illusion. She merely hoped to create a momentary lapse in the opponent's thoughts amid the rapidly shifting battle. A mere insect shaking a tree. Now was the time. Jishu's pupils constricted as he seized this fleeting opportunity. A massive Pokémon erupted from the ground behind Ipha. Possessing sharp, finned arms and a robust tail, an Aerodactyl. He had capitalized on Ipha's telekinetic disruption of the laboratory floor, quietly submerging into the earth after releasing his Pokeball. The tail of the Aerodactyl shimmered with a metallic luster, delivering a powerful iron tail aimed at Shenandoah's nape. Ipha maintained an unperturbed demeanor, suddenly executing a backward kick. Quick! The Aerodactyl was caught off guard. The slender leg, enveloped in a cold gleam, arced gracefully, striking the Aerodactyl's jaw and dissipating the metallic sheen of its tail, causing its heavy form to momentarily falter in midair. The first strike. Ipha pivoted, replacing the standing leg, and delivered another kick to the Aerodactyl's ribs, encasing half of its body in frost. The second strike. The third strike. Indeed, he realized, physical attacks were not his forte. Observing the outcome of his assault, Ipha shook his head in regret, deciding against further attempts to employ a combat style that contradicted Shenandoah's inherent capabilities. Despite the potential to eliminate inertia and adjust posture with telekinesis, one would think it would be well suited for close combat. All of this transpired in an instant. It was only then that Jishu and his remaining Pokémon comprehended the situation. Was that a tri-attack? Shenandoah could execute such a move? His Aerodactyl, on par with the mainstays of typical gym leaders, felled by a single tri-attack from a Shenandoah? What did her expression signify? Was she dissatisfied with her own performance? Jishu, his face smeared with dust, felt the events of the night were utterly surreal. This mission was beyond his capacity. Dark Pulse. Beads of cold sweat erupted on Jishu's forehead as he commanded his Pokémon to launch a new wave of attacks, while inwardly cursing his comrades who were nowhere to be found. Zoroark once again harnessed the dark energy, yet before the move could be completed, it was taken aback to witness a radiant blue energy orb surging past it, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that collided with the wall behind. The energy orb detonated with a violent explosion. The area beyond the hall was left in ruins, and even the shockwaves rendered both Zoroark and Jishu unconscious in an instant. The only figures still able to move were Ipha and the sturdy Shereldon, which had narrowly escaped due to its ghostly nature. Surveying the desolation before her, Ipha calmly navigated through the debris of metal and rock, approaching the fallen human. She extended a hand toward the unconscious Jishu. In the next moment, a feeble yet stubborn psychic force attempted to thwart her actions. Miraculously, The Shinado that had been among the first to fall into unconsciousness revived for reasons unknown, teleporting to position itself between Ipha and Jishu. Shinai, please do not kill him. Ipha raised her chin with intrigue, re-evaluating her kin before her, and responded with a smile. You are far too weak. You lack the qualifications to plead before me. The Shinado, dust-covered, gritted its teeth as crimson tears streamed from its eyes. The surrounding space began to exhibit unstable fluctuations, triggering a faint yet clear warning in Ipha's instincts. In its determination to protect its invaluable trainer, a Shinado can unleash its full psychic prowess, capable of warping space and creating miniature black holes solely through telekinesis. Ipha, being a Shinado herself, understood this all too well. Her smile broadened as she callously remarked, "Now that is more like it. However, I advise you to restrain yourself. This level of power is insufficient to end my life, but should you cross that line, you will surely suffer brain death from the incineration of the majority of your neural cells. After all, seeking power beyond one's limits always comes at a steep price." Jishu's Shinado momentarily faltered, astonished. "How do you know? Take a guess." Jishu's Shinado fell into a brief silence before resolutely declaring, "I do not care. Are you truly willing to die for your trainer? Why? Simply because you are his Pokémon?" Ipha inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I lost my parents at a young age. He risked his life to save me from being devoured. He is my only family, my most important companion. I know the chasm between us is vast, but I do not mind attempting to drag you down with us." The feeble Shinado once more gathered its psychic energy, prepared for a mutual demise. "Very well." Ipha nodded in satisfaction, her kin's thoughts and emotions laid bare before her. "Now you are deemed worthy. I grant you an opportunity. Tell me a reason not to eliminate this Team Rocket member." "He is not a member of Team Rocket." Jishu's Shinado immediately retorted. "He is a senior employee at the Thornshield Security Company, primarily responsible for collaborating with law enforcement to manage complex or perilous tasks. The rocket team I refer to is a broader concept. No need for you to understand it. It seems your trainer is merely an unfortunate pawn, possibly even oblivious to the hierarchy above him." Ipha shook her head. "His duties encompass maintaining societal stability and safeguarding the well-being of key individuals. He has committed no acts of cruelty against Pokémon. Even if you harbor animosity towards humanity, he is not your adversary. I do not despise humanity. However, you are correct. He does not qualify as my enemy." Ipha retracted her aura and smiled. The shiny Gardevoir belonging to Tsishu seemed momentarily taken aback before hastily bowing to Ipha, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much." Ipha then cautioned, "I intend to obliterate this place completely. You must teleport them all at once, which may cause some strain. So be cautious." Shortly thereafter, the laboratory was left solely in Ipha's presence. She had no intention of killing that human. Her plan was merely to hypnotize him so he would forget crucial information. However, after realizing that the battle had persisted for quite some time without any sign of reinforcements, and considering that although she had used electromagnetic waves to sever communication, Sakamoto's people would certainly have ways to indirectly assess the situation inside, she concluded, based on intelligence from her kin, that he was merely an unfortunate soul of little value, cast aside. How naive. Reflecting on how easily one of her kin had let down their guard after just a few of her words, Ipha felt a pang of frustration. Had her intentions been malevolent, she could have seized the opportunity to dominate him. Is the exchange through telepathy always genuine? Truly, it exemplifies the so-called tolerant Pokémon. After once more using telekinesis to scour the laboratory, ensuring that no valuable items remained, Ipha left behind a sphere of true energy and then vanished into the ground via teleportation. Chapter 41, Journey to Hualon. The alarm clock rang promptly at 8, and the girl fumbled for her phone on the bedside table, pressing the snooze button. She sat up, yawning widely as she stretched luxuriously. The young trainer scratched her pale thigh and turned her head, discovering, as expected, that her Gardevoir was leaning against the edge of the bed, gazing at her. She maintained her position from the previous night, seemingly having stood vigil without moving an inch. "Good morning, Ipha." The girl beamed a radiant smile, one that only blossomed in the presence of her Pokémon, cheerfully greeting her companion. "Good morning, Xiaolu." Xiaolu quickly leapt from her bed, drawing back the curtains to welcome the sunlight of a new day, gazing at the vibrant city and feeling the warmth on her face. A wave of hope for the future surged within her, reminiscent of Ipha's earlier words. Has the light boat already traversed the myriad mountains? Although there were still gaps in the funding for their journey, Xiaolu believed that with her own abilities and the support of her companions, this was not an insurmountable issue. "Go freshen up. There are still 3 hours until the high-speed train departs." Ipha reminded the girl behind her. "Oh dear." The young fawn swiftly completed her washing and changed her attire. The Kanto region, situated in the subtropical zone of this planet, boasts a temperate climate with perennial spring. Yet having entered the summer season, the rising temperatures inevitably induce a slight discomfort. Thus, the fawn replaced her previously worn women's sports long pants with the trainer shorts she had purchased together, which featured a convenient Pokeball holder. while still retaining the lightweight white jacket that gracefully fell below her waist. Satisfied with her appearance, she twirled before the full-length mirror, pleased with her stylish ensemble. From a young age, she had admired those poised and spirited female trainers, such as the champion from the Sinnoh region, Cynthia, who was often hailed as the strongest champion. Having completed her preparations, the girl exited through the automatic doors of the Evergreen Pokémon Center and boarded a bus at a nearby station, heading towards the high-speed train station in Evergreen City. Along the way, Ipha refreshed the local news multiple times on the Rotom game console, only to find a few brief reports on the edge regarding a collapse in the underground area, with the explanation merely attributing it to natural structural changes caused by the erosion of fractured rock layers by an underground river. The casualty and property damage figures were conspicuously marked with 2 zeros. As expected, Sakamoto had concealed the events of the previous night. A clandestine organization had surreptitiously established a dangerous, illegal research facility in the depths of Evergreen City. The feral Pokémon that emerged had even attacked investigators sent to probe the site. Such truths could never be allowed to surface. This contradicted his public claims as the gym leader of Evergreen City and the de facto ruler of the area, insisting on expelling all evil organizations from the city. While tarnishing his reputation was minor, inciting panic among the citizenry could lead to the League dispatching officials to support Evergreen City in a thorough investigation of the underground area, potentially exposing his unsavory dealings. Ipha, hailing from another world, was acutely aware that Sakamoto, beneath his polished exterior, was the mastermind behind Team Rocket, the largest inter-regional criminal organization globally. How could Evergreen City, which he had managed for years, not harbor corruption? The development of the underground area was, after all, a means to provide a more discreet operational zone for his nefarious organization. For now, the advantage lay with her. Ipha leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes in contemplation. Sakamoto was currently oblivious to who his adversaries were, where they had emerged from, or their intentions. Meanwhile, her ability to establish a research facility right under his nose indicated a profound understanding of his operations. Nevertheless, he might not feel panic, even if his misdeeds were exposed. This contemporary kingpin, adept in both light and shadow, would surely find a way to dissociate himself and portray himself as the victim. Reporting him was not yet a fatal blow. The potential backlash from him was of little concern, as long as her side did not inadvertently reveal itself. All of Sakamoto's efforts would be in vain. The only variable was his interest in the fawn. Sakamoto might very well attempt to recruit her into Team Rocket, and the organization's substantial support and employee benefits would be tremendously enticing for a novice trainer from a modest background. As Ipha turned to glance at the carefree fawn, who was blissfully admiring the scenery outside, the girl remained blissfully unaware that her fate was inexorably spiraling towards the eye of a storm. It would be prudent to remind her to keep her eyes wide open in the future. After disembarking at the high-speed train station, the fawn was utterly absorbed in the manual, meticulously following each procedure, as this was her inaugural experience with such a mode of transportation. In the midst of this, a staff member discovered her underage status, leaving the fawn momentarily speechless until Ipha stepped in to present her trainer's qualification certificate. Finally, seated in her designated spot on the train with a serious expression, the fawn felt the cold sweat soaking her back. Well, that wasn't so difficult after all. She managed to smile weakly at Ipha, having purchased 2 adjacent tickets. Of course, you are indeed a certified trainer. The trainer's qualification certificate afforded numerous conveniences in society. Otherwise, a minor traveling alone on a high-speed train would undoubtedly encounter various complications. As the train set in motion, the advanced technology here surpassed that of Ipha's previous world, rendering the journey remarkably smooth and silent. Shortly thereafter, the fawn suddenly declared that she felt a bit dizzy, her stomach churning. I remember, I don't usually get motion sickness, she lamented, resting her forehead on the table with a wry smile. Hold on, I just found an interesting feature online, Ipha replied, retrieving her Rotom game console to consult an online medical advisor, inputting the girl's symptoms. Meningitis. Ipha discreetly turned off the screen, deeming it an exceedingly foolish conclusion. It's likely a psychological issue. You're too tense. Then what can I do? So many people around are watching me, aren't they? The fawn leaned closer to Ipha, her voice barely above a whisper. Not at all. Sit up straight. Don't lean on the table or recline. Just do something to distract yourself. I'll fetch you a cup of hot water. On her way to the water dispenser, Ipha encountered a steward pushing a cart laden with an array of snacks and beverages, atop which sat a cheerful Kyuffin adorned with a tiny stewardess hat. This vibrant, orange-skinned Pokémon could brew delicious, nutritious juices using berries within its shell. Come and try our Kyuffin's homemade juice. It's quite affordable, don't miss out. The Kyuffin joyfully flapped its stubby limbs in response to the steward's enticing calls. After a moment's contemplation, Ipha collected her hot water and, from her hair, discreetly retrieved some change to purchase a cup for the fawn. Her hair concealed an assortment of items, yet thanks to her psychic abilities, she felt no inconvenience. Upon returning to her seat, Ipha placed the cup of Kyuffin juice in front of the fawn, who was engrossed in her phone. Try this. The Ipha juice? I've never had it before. It's so expensive outside. The fawn took a small sip, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. It's delicious. Thank you, Ipha. Perhaps it was the delightful flavor of the fruit juice that uplifted the young deer's spirits, or perhaps the age-old wisdom of drinking warm water truly bore fruit. Throughout the ensuing journey, she felt no physical discomfort. By 5 in the afternoon, the towering skyscrapers of Hualan City loomed ever closer through the window. Chapter 42, The Pokémon Encounter. Upon exiting the high-speed train station in Hualan City, the young deer did not linger in this city abundant in water resources. Instead, she proceeded directly southward along the elevated exit road. Her hometown, Bu City, and the nearby Crescent Moon Town, which typically houses the gym, were both towns unmentioned in the previous Life's games and anime. This is not surprising, as the Kanto region of this world is home to hundreds of cities, encompassing a complete array of 18 gym types. The works of her past merely showcase the tip of the iceberg of this vast region. For instance, in the Pokémon game that Ipha was familiar with, directly south of Hualan City lies the premier modern metropolis of Kanto, Jinwang City. Only further south does one reach the coastal city of Kai City. Yet, the map application on the young deer's phone indicated, well, we are currently directly south of Kai City, and Jinwang City is relatively close to the southwest. While the Pokémon Research School is situated right between Hualan City and Kai City, remarkably close to Jinwang City. As the young deer walked along the roadside of Hualan City's outskirts, she conversed with Ipha while glancing at her phone's map. The sporadic vehicles passing by on the concrete road created a thin stream of traffic, and a gentle breeze ruffled the young girl's dark hair. In a sense, the Pokémon Research School is essentially a part of Jinwang City, Ipha remarked as she summoned her Rotom game console, using telekinesis to swiftly search for information pertinent to their destination. When the Alliance decided to construct that complex of schools and supporting facilities, it was Jinwang City that provided the most assistance. After the school was established, Jinwang City has continually supplied it with resources. The so-called Pokémon Research School is not merely the picturesque establishment depicted in the anime, but rather a sprawling complex comparable to a small town, dominated by the Pokémon research classes along with numerous affiliated schools. What is this? An academic metropolis? Indeed, it seems that online discussions portray it as exceptionally advanced, rivaling the city center of Jinwang City, the young deer exclaimed, perusing the relevant materials with genuine astonishment. Although her hometown, Bu City, boasts a gym, it merely owes its status to the emergence of a remarkably gifted trainer. In terms of prosperity, it might pale in comparison to this educational district. Of course, the Alliance invests countless resources into it every year. Ipha gazed at the bustling city on the screen, her thoughts swirling like the tide. Pokémon trainers form the foundation of the Alliance, not merely as professional athletes commanding Pokémon in battles. The young girl and her contemplative Shinado continued their journey, the surrounding buildings gradually thinning and the sky dimming. Suddenly, a solitary stall appeared before them. The stall's proprietor, an elderly man with a full head of white hair, was initially packing up, but upon seeing the approaching trainer and Pokémon, he set down his bench and waved at them, calling out, "Hey, trainer up ahead. Would you care to try Pokémon profiling?" Pokémon profiling does not involve using some arcane principles to ascertain a creature's personality and future based on its facial features. Rather, it is a straightforward analysis of a Pokémon's appearance, subsequently translated into terms comprehensible to human aesthetics. After all, many trainers are curious about how their daily companions are perceived by their peers. Pokémon profiling. In a place like this, the young girl murmured in confusion, instinctively inclined to reject the stranger's invitation, yet her curiosity was piqued. After a moment of internal struggle, she chose to accompany Ipha to the stall. "Grandfather, why are you here assisting with Pokémon profiling?" The girl looked around, feeling that this location was rather isolated, far from any village or shop, and seemed an unlikely spot for a market stall. "Haha, you youngsters traveling south from Hualan City tend to favor this route. See, I was merely waiting for you." After a brief hesitation, she inquired, "How much does it cost?" 30 Alliance coins per session. Notably, the elderly man produced a payment code. "That's quite reasonable," the girl murmured as she made the payment. "All right, time to get to work, my old friend." The elderly man retrieved a Pokeball from his sleeve and struck it against the table. A flash of red light revealed a blue Pokémon with a petite black tail beside him. "Sedaine, the patient's Pokémon, Garanong," Ipha observed quietly. Noting that the old man had once been a formal trainer, the vintage Pokeballs were more complex to operate, requiring not only unscrewing but also a precise motion to release the Pokémon. She grasped the essence of this craft. It was essentially an indirect experience of possessing a Pokémon's unique perspective through the telepathy of certain traits. Although Ipha herself also possessed the telepathy trait, she was incapable of performing this task, perhaps due to a difference in self-awareness. She belonged to a category of Pokémon that struggled with facial recognition, only able to recognize her close companions and particularly distinctive individuals, like the Sylveon. while finding it easier to distinguish among humans. Come now, young lady, release all your Pokémon for grandfather to see. The elderly man donned a pair of oversized sunglasses on Gardevoir, standing confidently with his Pokémon, exuding the essence of a seasoned duo. All right then. Thank you for your help. The girl released all her Pokémon: Leaf, Eevee, Alice, Crystal Lamp Pokémon, Changming, Bibarel, Almond. And Ipha aligned in front of the elderly man and Gardevoir. My, what a remarkable sight. These Pokémon radiate vitality. The old man exclaimed with genuine admiration, then turned to Alice. Let us begin with this Leaf, Eevee. Such a charming young lady. She resembles a delightful and obedient neighbor's little sister. Perhaps a year or two younger than you. Have they truly grown so much? The young deer was somewhat taken aback. Considering that Alice had only hatched from her egg a mere year and a half ago, the growth rate of well-nurtured Pokémon was astonishingly rapid. Perhaps before long, Alice would appear older than her own trainer in the eyes of her companions. Then there was the exceedingly rare Chandelure, a gentleman whose age was indiscernible, exuding a seasoned maturity while simultaneously embodying the cleverness and vigor of youth. Indeed, he was not only older but also brimming with trickery, delighting in ensnaring naive young maidens. As Ipha mused internally, next was the sharp-eyed Fletchinder, a cool and aloof beauty with a passion for battle that was extraordinary, instilling a formidable sense of pressure in her opponents. While it was true that she was cold and imposing, this Fletchinder had certainly never encountered the reverential demeanor of Almond towards both the young deer and herself. Finally, there was Miss Xanadu. The elderly man scrutinized Ipha with great intensity, mumbling indistinct phrases as beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. What does that mean? The young deer inquired, perplexed, as both she and Ipha were baffled by the old man's reaction. It was an appearance that was difficult to articulate. If one were to stretch their imagination, it could only be described as resplendent and grand. Resplendent and grand? The young deer tilted her head, struggling to envision it. Resplendent and grand? Ipha pointed at herself, questioning what relation she had to such a description. Reflecting on her past, her earliest recollection of her appearance was one of frailty, helplessness, and utter insignificance, akin to a roadside wildflower, shattered and on the verge of collapsing into the mud. Though her circumstances improved over time, her unique status left her without peers to assess her looks. Young lady, you might want to confirm with your Xanadu and companions. I assure you, I am not lying. The old man wiped his brow with a handkerchief, ensuring to include his old partner Fletchinder in his reassurance. Ipha turned to the Chandelure, addressing him directly. Do you think I am beautiful? What? Me? Chandelure initially failed to comprehend, but then straightened his posture and responded with a resolute conviction, of course. Ipha found his reaction baffling, suspecting a malfunction in his nervous system, and then turned to Fletchinder Almond. Well, am I pretty? Almond folded her wings, awkwardly turning her head away, unable to meet Ipha's gaze. What did they say? The young deer curiously tapped Ipha's shoulder. It should be a positive affirmation, perhaps? Chapter 43, Pokémon Research School. After performing a fortune-telling for her Pokémon companions, the young deer was introduced by the elderly man to the village where he resided for an overnight stay. This quaint village, nestled beside the vibrant city of Hualan, primarily cultivated vegetables and fruits that were in high demand in the urban market, and also boasted a modest Pokémon Center. Thus, the young girl settled in for the night at the Pokémon Center, ready to embark on her journey anew the following morning. Ipha initially harbored mixed emotions, yet soon found herself unperturbed by the minor incident during their travels. She was indifferent to her appearance, as she could hardly distinguish it herself. Moreover, compared to her aspirations, a pleasing exterior was of little value. It neither garnered the support of allies nor enhanced her strength. The journey ahead unfolded without any remarkable incidents. With a clear destination and a time constraint, the young girl walked along the highway constructed by the Alliance, occasionally seeking refuge at ranger bases or Pokémon centers for the night. When such accommodations were unavailable, she would find a flat patch of ground by the roadside to pitch her tent. Thus, 2 days passed, and on the morning of her interview, she finally arrived at the Pokémon Research School nestled among the mountains. What a magnificent sight! The girl gazed at the scene before her, feeling a profound sense of awe. Can this truly be called a school? Though it was not her first visit, Ipha was still genuinely astonished by the architectural complex. Before the girl and Xanadu stood a city built amidst towering mountains and swirling mists. Their eyes were first drawn to the numerous skyscrapers piercing the clouds, followed by the urban area seamlessly integrated with the mountainous basin and the intricate transportation systems that meandered around. It resembled a more advanced and exaggerated version of the mountain cities from her previous life. As Xiao Lu and Ipha entered the urban area along the road, an empty taxi soon came to a halt beside them. Are you Miss Sujin Lu? Here for the interview for the second-year temporary tutor position at the Pokémon Research class? A pixelated smiling face appeared on the taxi screen, accompanied by a line of text and a lively female voice. Yes, that's me. Xiao Lu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She had only seen such fully automated taxis online, rumored to be deployed in areas unsuitable for human drivers. Please, step inside. I will take you to the interview location. The rear door of the taxi opened automatically, and Xiao Lu swallowed nervously as she and Ipha settled into the back seat. The taxi started. The driver's seat was naturally empty, the steering wheel turning by itself, while the onboard AI engaged the girl in conversation. To promote efficiency, there are no human drivers within the Pokémon Research School. The routes are planned by a large computer, allowing taxis to pick up passengers promptly and transport them to their destinations at the fastest speed. Haha, after all, human drivers could never navigate such a complex road system at 200 miles per hour. How does this taxi charge for its services? The girl inquired suddenly. Charge? No. No. Public resources here are completely free, whether you are a guest or a member of the school. Just as the AI had stated, the taxi sped along and arrived at the destination in less than 2 minutes. Xiao Lu opened the car door, discovering that the taxi had delivered her directly into the building's interior. Looking forward to serving you again. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. The surrounding people were already accustomed to this. Xiao Lu exchanged a glance with Ipha, summoning her courage to head toward the interview location. Office 17 on the 32nd floor is here. The girl took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. Seated in the office was a middle-aged woman with silver-streaked black hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored uniform, and adorned with brown, gold-rimmed spectacles. She was incessantly typing away at the keyboard before her. Here for an interview as a temporary instructor? I mused, glancing at the profile of Su Jinlu, a remarkable 16-year-old. The woman paused her work, adjusting her glasses to scrutinize the young girl before her. Not bad. She continued reading the information about Jinlu and was suddenly taken aback. It seems the prestige of the Sakaki Dojo is indeed well recognized. Ipha silently reflected, realizing why there were so many trainers who, despite numerous failures, were eager to challenge the Evergreen Dojo again. Very impressive. Are you considering enrolling in our institution? The silver-streaked woman inquired, a smile of admiration gracing her lips. I'm not considering it at the moment, Jinlu replied. Although she aspired to join the most prestigious trainer academy in the entire league, her greater desire was to achieve remarkable results in her debut at the upcoming league conference. Ah, what a pity. However, individuals like you are indeed better suited for the wild. Our school cultivates talent, but not prodigies. Prodigies? So, are the talents at this school truly unremarkable? Or is it that this world is filled with mediocrity? This was a mixed message, but far from a cause for distress. Nonetheless, despite your prowess, you must still earn your place through a selection process. Selection? Of course. You're not the only one vying for the position of temporary instructor. The woman sighed as she continued. It was evident that such a coveted position would attract numerous competitors. Be cautious. Those trainers are quite formidable. And you are not the sole victor of the Evergreen Dojo. Honestly, I would dislike seeing you lose. I wish to see more of you in the coming days. Jinlu felt her cheeks flush with heat, and she hastily changed the subject. What does the selection process entail? Do I really need to explain? You're a professional trainer. Sweetheart, it naturally involves Pokémon battles. Chapter 44, the selection begins. Due to the emphasis on efficiency, the selection process for the Pokémon Research Department was remarkably streamlined. A designated battlefield was chosen for trainers to engage in one-on-one battles using Psychic-type Pokémon, with the strongest being selected through elimination. A total of 23 Pokémon trainers arrived for the temporary instructor interviews, and the silver-streaked woman led them to an outdoor battlefield, where simple draw lots determined the battle pairings. Jinlu effortlessly commanded Ipha through the first 3 rounds of selection, leaving only 3 novice trainers remaining on the field. In Ipha's view, among this group of novices, only a scant few could be considered true experts, with the most outstanding being these 3. Let us see the results. Oh, Su Jinlu has a bye. Next up is Iane against Darius. The woman announced, drawing a name from a small box to declare the remaining trainers. The young deer was somewhat taken aback, yet the opportunity to rest amidst the intense series of battles was undoubtedly a welcome reprieve. Thus, obediently, it led Ipha to the spectator stance. On the battlefield, 2 novice trainers remained, a male and a female. The girl, named Iane, appeared to be just over 18, with long black hair and a gentle, sweet appearance. She donned a simple floral dress and a woven sun hat, embodying the vibrant age of youth. Yet tragically bound to her wheelchair due to paralysis from the waist down, she relied on her Lucario to navigate the challenges of daily life. The male trainer, Darius, was in his early 20s, characterized by prominent dark circles under his eyes. Clad in the most ordinary of trainers' sports attire, he was often taciturn, resembling someone who had saved enough money from years of work to embark on a journey of travel. As both trainers took their places, their gazes locked. The battle was poised to commence without the need for a referee. The metal monster swiftly leveraged its steel and psychic-type advantages during the initial 3 rounds, employing agility to enhance its speed, and effortlessly dispatched all opponents with Bullet Punch and Psystrike in close combat. Much like Iane's Scyther, it exemplified a balanced Pokémon that prioritized strengthening before launching an all-out assault. Darius, on the other hand, had chosen the fairy and psychic-type Pokémon, Brimstone, and notably, a variant that focused on defensive strategies. In previous encounters, he had employed tactics such as Calm Mind, Charm, Pain Split, and Life due to prolong the battle, while inflicting debilitating headaches on rival Pokémon, culminating in decisive blows with type-effective moves. This strategy, while frustrating for opponents, required a high level of talent from the trainer, as it was not a style easily mastered by just anyone. Yet, Darius executed it with remarkable finesse. The metal monster, utilizing its magnetic powers, sped through the air, swiftly closing in on Brimstone. Its right claw charged with a dazzling white light, poised to strike Brimstone's head like a bullet. Bang! Iain's strategy succeeded. The bullet punch landed squarely on Brimstone's face, and she gleefully prepared to issue her next command. However, the metal monster sensed something peculiar as it unleashed its bullet punch. The seemingly witch-like Pokémon across from it not only reacted but also presented a knowing smile. Cheek rub. The metal monster fell into a state of paralysis. Was that really a cheek rub? Brimstone could perform such a move? The young deer in the audience exclaimed in astonishment. Cheek rub was a rare move employed only by a select few electric-type Pokémon, although its preparation time was negligible and the effect quite pronounced. Its stringent triggering conditions rendered it far less common than moves like Thunder Wave, which could similarly induce paralysis in opponents. The exceptional Brimstone, a Pokémon with unique parentage, can learn this technique through genetics, and other individuals may seek similar peers for instruction. However, the number of those who can apply it effectively in battle is indeed scarce. The unfolding events piqued Ipha's interest, leading her to pay closer attention to the Brimstone and her trainer. Daryl likely considered that the remote electromagnetic waves could not only be evaded, but that the evident preparatory movements of the technique might expose vulnerabilities, which is why he opted for a gentle tap on the cheek. Yet, was it truly worth forcing the opponent into a state of paralysis at the cost of enduring a bullet punch? With a charming smile, Brimstone fixed her gaze upon the metal monster, and an inexplicable, wondrous transformation seemed to occur between the two Pokémon. A sense of unease crept into Iain's heart. She was entirely unaware of the move her opponent had just executed, yet she steeled herself to continue issuing commands. Continue with bullet punch. The metal monster's movements appeared somewhat stiff, yet it resolutely aimed a bullet punch at its opponent's face. Due to its paralysis, Iain refrained from employing the more unpredictable heavy slam or comet punch. A pale green barrier manifested before Brimstone, effectively absorbing the bullet punch. The witch-like Pokémon's eyes sparkled with a mocking glint, only to then feign a pitiful gaze towards her rival. The metal monster, composed of minerals and gems, saw its eyes dim, momentarily losing focus, and its fighting spirit began to wane. Nevertheless, it remained loyal, continuing to follow its trainer's commands, attempting to overwhelm the opponent with a torrential onslaught. However, its metallic claws felt as if they had transformed into mere puffs of cotton, lacking any real strength despite its relentless efforts. Brimstone effortlessly withstood the unending barrage from the metal monster, and in the next moment, her wounds began to heal rapidly. In stark contrast, the metal monster's levitating form suddenly tilted to one side, as if it had lost a significant amount of stamina in an instant. Realization dawned on Iain, but it was already too late. Shadow Ball. Brimstone's elongated tendrils, made of fur, coalesced into an energy sphere with a pitch-black exterior and a dark purple core, striking the metal monster as it failed to evade due to its paralysis. The effect was remarkable. This was merely the first ball, and the still vigorous Brimstone swiftly prepared a second Shadow Ball, ready to deliver a decisive blow to her opponent. Stop. Iain, seated in her wheelchair, leaned forward desperately and shouted, I concede. Chapter 45. Emerging Victorious. One can never truly know which action from the opponent is a trap. The more logically sound a tactical plan is, the more susceptible it becomes to pitfalls. Conversely, the audacity to disrupt the battlefield with unconventional strategies is not a trait possessed by all. Lacking skill, there is little to say. Iain raised her head, and behind her, Lucario obediently leaned down to heed the girl's instructions, ultimately nodding before wheeling her towards the audience. All right, the final round. Let's go, sweetheart. A middle-aged woman with silver-streaked black hair waved at the fawn. Does Mr. Darius's Brimstone not require a rest? I can wait a moment. The young deer proposed that although the previous battle was brief, it was exceedingly intense, that Brimwin had withstood 2 strikes from the metal Pokémon's bullet punch. Despite being at a disadvantage, she harbored a strong disdain for taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Ah, you speak true. What does the party involved have to say? Inquired the lady, turning her gaze towards the silently observing Darius, who in turn focused on Brimwin within the arena. Proceed. Darius's intense desire to win and his penchant for performance were evident, exuding a pride that bordered on arrogance. Ipha silently evaluated Brimwin in her heart. Very well. The young deer unexpectedly took her place at the command post of the battlefield, her expression shifting from serene to icy in an instant. All the novice trainers she had previously encountered fell prey to the chill of her gaze, finding themselves at a disadvantage even before the battle commenced. Yet Darius remained unfazed. His eyes, rather than resolute, appeared almost numb, fixated solely on his Pokémon. Ipha. Swiftly conclude this. With a sudden flash, Shinado materialized in the arena, twisting her wrist and calmly gazing at her opponent. Iain's metal Pokémon possessed the ability Clear Body, rendering it impervious to reductions in its attributes from opponents' moves or abilities, a fact revealed when a prior trainer's attempts to lower its special defense through ultrasonic sounds proved futile. However, in the earlier confrontation, Brimwind had seemingly employed a charming tactic to significantly diminish the metal Pokémon's attack power. This could only imply one possibility. Brimwind had quietly utilized the ability skill swap, transferring Clear Body away from the metal Pokémon. Thus, the solution was singular and straightforward. Shadow Clone. Suddenly, a multitude of identical Ipha appeared on the field. Darius's expression grew grave as he commanded Brimwind to conjure a sphere of dark purple energy with her tentacles. Dark Pulse. The malevolent energy radiated outward, attempting to obliterate all adversaries in its path. Continue using Shadow Clone. As Dark Pulse swept past Ipha's form, she reconstituted herself, and rather than revealing her true self, the number of Ipha on the field increased manifold. This was illogical. Darius's suspicions intensified. Even if this Shinado recreated her clones, what of her true form? How was she ensuring her core remained unharmed? Although the underlying principle eluded him, such probing was futile. Darius quickly grasped this realization and promptly shifted his battle strategy. Calm Mind, simultaneously enhancing one's special attack and defense. Brimwind closed her eyes, and the atmosphere around her surged. This Pokémon was already exceptionally proficient in special attack and defense, and with the augmentation, she nearly became an impregnable fortress. Should the opponent launch an attack, she would defend against the stronger blows and withstand the weaker ones with calm mind. If her stamina waned, she could rely on Life Dew or Pain Split. In a psychic-type internal clash, as long as she survived the initial wave of attacks, this strategy was nearly insurmountable. Success. All Ipha on the field simultaneously curled their lips into a smile, raising their hands. Once more, she clapped her hands with a smile that did not reach her eyes, as if offering the most insincere encouragement. However, the affected Brimwind paused for a moment, involuntarily compelled to continue utilizing meditation. Once more, create a closed loop of consciousness in the opponent, employing the previous technique repeatedly. This is not good, Darius thought ominously. Yet in the midst of this one-on-one battle, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Nevertheless, maintaining the meditation was not entirely disadvantageous. The opponent was unlikely to break through the situation in such a short span. If he could just endure until the effect of once more concluded, until Brimwind executed sheer pain. He attempted to reassure himself, but upon turning, he discovered that his Brimwind had suddenly fainted. Hypnosis. Well, no need to continue. I concede. This also signified that the little deer had emerged victorious among the 23 trainers present for the interview, successfully securing this lucrative part-time position. Splendid. You three performed magnificently. The lady exclaimed with delight, clapping her hands, increasingly finding the trio of novice trainers exceptionally agreeable. Are you truly not considering joining me as transfer students? The three remaining trainers exchanged glances as they approached the lady. I have no intention, Iain replied, tilting her head slightly with a gentle smile. I still prefer the life of travel. Though inconvenient, it is profoundly meaningful. I lack funds, Darius blurted out, presenting the most irrefutable of reasons. I could apply for scholarships for you, the lady offered, though her sincerity did not seem to deter their refusals. While only the little deer had been selected, she added, You may add me as a friend. I can inform you both next time an opportunity arises. She glanced at the trio and continued, You should exchange contact information. As the CR de la CR among novice trainers, you could certainly benefit from sharing experiences in the future. Under the watchful gaze of the elder, the three reluctantly added each other as friends on social media. Ultimately, it was the most talkative among them, Iain, who broke the silence. It seems we haven't made formal introductions yet. I am Iain, hailing from Yuhong City. Su Jinlu, from Bu City. Darius, from Jinhua City. Another awkward silence ensued. Chapter 46, A Broadening Perspective. As if amused by the peculiar atmosphere, Iain couldn't contain her laughter. Honestly, why are you all so reticent? Apologies. I usually communicate more with Pokémon, the little deer replied, her expression taut. Although she didn't mind interacting with others internally, she felt compelled to maintain a facade of aloofness. I am not adept at this, Darius added. Iain laughed even more heartily and continued to tease. You both are like two wooden blocks, utterly adorable. Let us discuss Pokémon battles then. Darius, why did you opt for such a high-risk strategy? What if my Metagross actually breached your defenses? Is there a hidden adventurer within you? Perhaps. The sound of Iain's laughter proved infectious, and the weary-looking Darius rubbed his nose, responding earnestly. I am indifferent to this tactic. It is merely my Brimstone who desires to execute it, hence I command accordingly. In that case, it seems that Brimstone's temperament is rather unpleasant. Is that so? Alas, I lament that my instincts lack sharpness, failing to perceive your trap, especially when compared to the remarkable acumen of Little Deer. I have merely taken advantage of your kindness." Upon hearing this, Little Deer shook her head and replied calmly, "Had it not been for your battle with Darius, exposing brimstone as characteristic of not being a magical mirror, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to act. May I inquire if it was this Shinado that alerted you?" Darius hesitated before asking. "I deduced it myself. I was fortunate," Little Deer responded. Ipha can attest to the fact that she did not provide such a hint. Upon hearing Little Deer's reply, Darius sincerely marveled. Remarkable. Pokémon battles in reality are not akin to games. There are no subtitles to indicate what transpires. Many dynamic moves exhibit almost no external manifestations. For one to grasp the tactics employed by the opponent immediately after a defeat, like Iane, is already exceptional. Most trainers likely undergo considerable contemplation. He continued. If Shinado had utilized its unique perception as a psychic-type Pokémon to discern the use of the characteristic swap move and relayed that information to the trainer, it would be comprehensible. Yet the reality is that Little Deer captured the crucial information from the mutual gazes of the two Pokémon and the swift changes in the situation, further deducing more advantageous intelligence for herself. That is truly formidable. Darius, adopting a different perspective, found it hard to believe that this girl, barely over 16, was merely a novice trainer like himself. What depth of knowledge must she possess? How profound must her understanding of moves be? How decisive her tactical judgments? I do not exaggerate. Others have previously questioned this, yet they dared not act, for the cost of trial and error is exceedingly high. Yes, indeed, Little Deer interjected. While I had also surmised it at that time, when I witnessed your Shinado attempt the move again, I could not help but think, how dare you? I simply do not believe there could be any other possibility, Little Deer said, pursing her lips, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush of embarrassment. By the way, may I ask how your Shinado evaded Brimstone's malevolent wave? Yes, I am quite curious as well, Iane chimed in. First, I used Shadow Clone, followed by Teleport. Once in her area of expertise, Little Deer responded with greater confidence. Specifically, I created Shadow Clones at both my position and a designated safe spot, then teleported to cover the Shadow Clone at the safe location, allowing me to switch my actual position without the opponent's notice. Darius and Iane fell into silence. The three of them quiet for a moment, until Iane meekly inquired, such precision and control over moves. It seems only Pokémon in the League Championship would possess such capabilities. Does it not? Little Deer and Ipha nodded in unison. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. In order to provide her trainer with a reasonable path of growth, while avoiding excessive reliance on her innate advantages that would render effort meaningless, Ipha consciously restrains her own power and the techniques she has mastered. The specific application of these techniques evolves in tandem with the understanding of her companion, the young fawn. For instance, the method of interspersing teleportation within Shadow Clones was independently conceived by the fawn, who meticulously simulated the training of an ordinary Pokémon. It appears there is still much for us to learn. Iane chuckled awkwardly, while Darius instinctively rubbed his nose, both having come to wholeheartedly respect the fawn's capabilities. Iane had initially been curious as to why Darius conceded defeat so readily after Brimstone was hypnotized. Psychic-type Pokémon inherently possess resistance to hypnosis, and the fawn's Shinado would likely awaken Brimstone after a single attack. Given that Brimstone had already enhanced herself through meditation, Iane believed she could withstand the effects. However, if she were to replace Darius in that situation, Iane felt she would undoubtedly concede as well. It was not merely a matter of her Pokémon's endurance. Strategically, the game was already lost, rendering further combat unnecessary. There was one more point of curiosity that, while unrelated to the battle, might encroach upon Mr. Darius's privacy. Leaning forward, Iane braced her chin on her hands resting on the edge of her wheelchair and addressed the seemingly lethargic young man. Go ahead, Darius replied, somewhat surprised, as he did not believe there was anything outside of battles that would pique anyone's interest. When you released Brimstone, you called out the name 63, right? Is that your Brimstone's name? Indeed. Oh, really? What inspired such a name? Iane inquired eagerly. It's the name of a nebula, one that I admire greatly. Hence I chose it for my Pokémon. Iane found this both cool and romantic, prompting her to request an image of the nebula to be sent to her online. She also expressed her desire to adopt similar naming conventions when capturing Pokémon in the future. The physically challenged girl seemed brimming with boundless energy, her gentle smile rendering her companions unable to refuse her requests. Throughout the day, under Iane's suggestion, the fawn and Darius explored the vast building they inhabited, which was merely one of many occupied by the Pokémon research class, yet it still left the three in awe. Unfortunately, as Darius and Iane had not passed the final selection, their time in this school-structured city was limited. They bid farewell, leaving only the fawn and Ipha, who remained steadfastly by her side. Ipha gazed out at the expansive view of the fiery sunset beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows and reminded the resting fawn. We must seek out that lady, or we may face difficulties finding a place to sleep tonight. All right, let us go now. You can sit a while longer. There's no rush. Chapter 47. The Exceptional Prodigies. Within the Pokémon Research School, in a colossal playground nestled within the building, the second-year students of Class 2 gather daily in preparation for their upcoming battle lessons. However, today an unfamiliar young girl stands beside their homeroom teacher, Miss Caitlin. Meet your temporary instructor for the next 3 days of specialized training in the psychic type, Miss Su Jinlu. She is a remarkably talented trainer with a profound understanding of psychic Pokémon. You must heed her guidance and learn diligently from her. Miss Catherine, with her dark hair accented by silver, adjusted her brown glasses and introduced the young woman to the audience of over 100 students. The announcement ignited a flurry of animated discussions among the students. Really? Is this true? But this Su Jinlu looks like a minor. Is she truly a genius trainer? Does the school not fear being reported for employing child labor? What are we having for lunch? She is so adorable, just like my sister. Stop joking. You don't even have a sister. The cacophony of voices pierced through Miss Su's ears, causing her heart to race. Clenching her fists, she steeled herself and focused her gaze ahead. Behind her, Ipha quietly placed his hands on her shoulders, using telepathy to alleviate some of her anxiety. Initially, she had not anticipated such a scenario. Upon accepting this part-time position, she had consulted online and discovered that a temporary instructor merely needed to deploy their psychic Pokémon to execute predetermined tactics for the students, without necessitating any direct interaction. Thus, she had resolved to apply for the role. However, Miss Catherine, after reviewing Su's credentials and observing her performance during the selection process, altered her decision. She chose to involve Su more in the daily teaching activities, believing it would greatly benefit the students. Undoubtedly, Su initially voiced a firm refusal, but Ms. Catherine sweetened the deal, raising the remuneration from 10,000 Alliance coins to a staggering 30,000. Su truly needed this money. Thank you, Ipha, Su whispered, closing her eyes. Just say what needs to be said when the time comes. No need to overthink. Ipha released his hands and stood quietly behind her. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let us begin the class, Miss Catherine asserted, maintaining order as she unfolded the mobile blackboard, beginning to write and lecture simultaneously. As a temporary instructor, Su was not required to participate in most of the class, so she and Shinedo found a bench at the edge of the playground to observe Miss Catherine's lesson. Noticing the shift in the environment, the crystal lamp Pokémon, Ling Ming, emerged from its Pokeball, eagerly watching the scene unfold before it. Having previously wandered around the school's grand buildings, everything here felt refreshingly novel to it. How fascinating. That blackboard is actually a display screen? Ling Ming's purple flames flickered gently as it struck up a conversation with Ipha. This design is quite common outside, Ipha began, but before he could finish, Ms. Catherine detached a portion of the blackboard with her bare hands, causing it to float in mid-air as an independent screen. Indeed, it is intriguing. Ipha has visited numerous laboratories that epitomize the pinnacle of scientific achievement in this world. Yet this Academy City is the place where she feels the most profound sense of futurism since her arrival. After all, no matter how advanced those laboratories may be, Ipha cannot comprehend their black technologies, and the urban and rural landscapes outside, with their myriad lights, are not vastly different from her previous life. The insights shared by that human female were truly fascinating. She directly analyzed the principles of psychic abilities and then deduced their characteristics in various techniques. What do you think? No issue, quite impressive. Although the analysis can be accomplished, it does not imply that those who understand the principles can wield psychic powers. Humans seem to have lost the vast majority of their extraordinary abilities throughout the long course of evolution, with only a select few individuals exhibiting atavistic traits, such as the renowned and authentic psychic, Nasi, the gym leader of Golden City. Ipha was not surprised by this. Although over 100 students in this class are legitimate trainers, only a small fraction will pursue further studies in Pokémon battles. Most are academic types who intend to apply their knowledge to societal production in the future. Standing in the training arena, confronted by more than 100 unfamiliar faces seated in orderly rows, Xiaolu could hardly muster the courage to lift her gaze, instead fixating on the notes in her hand as she recited the prepared lesson plan. Next, I will demonstrate how to break through the psychic defenses of psychic-type Pokémon in practical combat. Could I have a volunteer from the class to serve as my opponent? Xiaolu, though not particularly short, standing at just over 1.60 meters, appeared diminutive among this group of university students, most of whom were over 19. Due to her youthful visage and voice, despite her utmost efforts to present a serious and stern demeanor, she still could not elicit the respect she desired from the students. As soon as she concluded her statement, a throng of students erupted in laughter, eagerly shouting their desire to volunteer. The uproar left Xiaolu momentarily dazed. She could only follow her instincts and point to the student who seemed to have raised her hand first. Very well, this student it shall be. She was a striking girl with chestnut hair and dressed in the Academy's summer uniform, her short skirt revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her eyes radiated an air of arrogance, exuding a commanding presence. Hello, instructor. I am the outstanding prodigy. Ipha had already taken note of the standout figure among the students. recognizing that the others in Class 2 seemed to gravitate around her. She recalled that this girl in the original story had a penchant for taking center stage. All right, release your Pokémon. Xiao Lu, unfamiliar with her opponent, diligently followed the procedure step by step. The outstanding prodigy summoned a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a bug-type Pokémon emerged, adorned with 2 pairs of delicate wings and a head resembling a unique mask. Ninja Pokémon, Iron Face Ninja, renowned for its unparalleled speed. Now, I will send forth my Shinado. Ipha stepped forward, positioning herself opposite the Iron Face Ninja, to confront a Psychic-type Pokémon that envelopes itself in a protective shield of telekinesis. One should first employ long-range techniques to compel the Psychic-type Pokémon to lower its telekinetic barrier. You may begin. The distinguished prodigy displayed a confident smile, waving her hand as she exclaimed, Iron-Faced Ninja, move at high speed. In an instant, the already swift Iron-Faced Ninja vanished from the spectator's sight, leaving behind only a faint afterimage and the sound of its wings fluttering rapidly as evidence of its presence. Halt! Little Deer raised her right hand to call off the battle. Why? She questioned. Please instruct your Iron-Faced Ninja to breach the psychic barrier of the Psychic-type Pokémon with a ranged attack. In response to the prodigy's challenge, Little Deer remained composed, reciting meticulously from her notes. However, my Iron-Faced Ninja is not proficient in ranged attacks. It excels in high-speed close combat. The prodigy disregarded Little Deer's words, persisting in her argument. I believe that, against a Pokémon like Shinado, which is not adept at close-quarters combat, employing the Iron-Faced Ninja for high-speed assaults is a more rational and efficient strategy than adhering to the conventional method of using a ranged attack to dismantle the psychic barrier. Are you not the exceptional trainer that the school invited? Surely, you must agree with my approach. Following this declaration, the arena fell into silence, with only the sound of the Iron-Faced Ninja's wings breaking the stillness. Little Deer merely gazed coldly at the prodigy, remaining silent for a considerable time. Her demeanor momentarily subdued the proud prodigy, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, beneath her frosty exterior, Little Deer was inwardly lamenting. No, you should at least follow my instructions first. Once I finish my task, you can retreat to the corner and question me. At that point, you can challenge me all you wish. I could simply acquiesce. Moreover, if you disagree with the instructor's perspective, why volunteer for this role? The frustration was palpable. Little Deer found herself overwhelmed by the presence of such an arrogant individual. However, she knew her silence could not last indefinitely, as she ultimately had to provide a response. Yet the prodigy was relentless, clinging to her convictions. Instructor, your previous statement does not serve as a rebuttal to my strategy. May I conclude that you cannot prove me wrong? With this reasoning, she continued, since I am not in the wrong, why should I alter my viewpoint? Little Deer, typically patient, found it unbearable to endure the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, and finally, in resignation, waved her hand. Very well, proceed as you wish. The prodigy beamed with satisfaction, cheerfully responding, excellent. But do be cautious, instructor. As the strongest among the novice ranks of the Pokémon research class, she relished pointing out the flaws in her teacher's instruction, guiding her less capable peers, and testing the temporary instructors hired by the school. To rise to prominence among such gifted individuals as the Pokémon research class and aspire to become a regional champion or even a league champion, only trainers of gym leader caliber deserve to offer her any guidance. As for these temporary instructors, the Iron-Faced Ninja facing Shinado, she could actually suggest that it first use a ranged attack to dismantle the psychic barrier without considering whether it might grant the opponent an opportunity. Nor did she contemplate how Shinado's psychic barrier could possibly withstand the accelerated Iron-Faced Ninja. It is likely that she is a pampered heiress, raised with a silver spoon, a mere bookworm relying on her Pokémon to secure victories. A genius trainer? And yet, she pretends to be aloof? I shall unveil the facade of this embroidered pillow. The proud elite pointed forward with an imposing gesture. Iron Mask Ninja, continue your rapid movements. The spectators could no longer discern the presence of the Iron Mask Ninja, who now possessed the ability to defy the rules of the illusionary arena. At this moment, however, the young girl remained expressionless and indifferent, while Ipha yawned in utter boredom. How dare you disregard me? The proud elite, brimming with indignation, promptly commanded, lacerate. Whoosh. A piercing sound sliced through the air, as the Iron Mask Ninja's actions were so swift that none could perceive them. Ipha could have focused her attention, but found it unnecessary. She merely needed to maintain her psychic barrier. She was unaware of the specifics of the elite's thoughts. Yet it was evident that her opponent had overlooked a crucial point. Psychic power is an extension of a Pokémon's mental strength. Creak. The Iron Mask Ninja, dashing at high speed, seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall, coming to a halt helplessly before Ipha. The exoskeleton on its face exhibited numerous delicate cracks, and its sharp forelimbs, enveloped in a green glow, bent at grotesque angles, drooping feebly. Entering my psychic realm is akin to invading my consciousness. Ipha reached out her hand, effortlessly grasping the Iron Mask Ninja as if it were a feeble fly. She had no intention of using excessive force. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the Iron Mask Ninja was propelled away by her psychic energy, tracing a tragic arc before landing at the feet of the proud elite. The Iron Mask Ninja has lost its combat ability. Please send forth the next willing participant for demonstration, announced the young girl, her demeanor unwavering. Chapter 48. Interpersonal Relations. As the girl's words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the arena. However, this stillness did not endure for long, as students began to murmur, their voices transitioning from hushed whispers to clearer and louder commentary, ultimately devolving into unabashed criticism. The young girl remained absorbed in the battle, oblivious to the external commotion, while the proud elite, who had confidently stepped forward only to be humiliated, wore a face mottled with shades of green and white. Anger, shame, regret, and disbelief fused together. Truth be told, Ipha had never witnessed such a captivating expression on a human face. Compared to the proud elite at that moment, she felt that even the princesses from her past Disney films seemed more grounded in reality. While the young girl found the proud elite rather bothersome, she refrained from belittling others' interests. Observing her opponent standing frozen in place, she simply requested that they step back before selecting another seemingly unassuming classmate. Miss Catherine, seated nearby, smiled with delight, seemingly unconcerned with any impropriety in the young girl's actions. With the lessons learned from the exemplary student, the subsequent tasks of the young deer proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Naturally, it was impossible for her to personally instruct each of the over 100 students in the class. Most of her time was spent observing the student sparring sessions. When the bell rang, Miss Catherine briefly announced the end of class, and the students dispersed in a flurry. My dear, you did splendidly, you know. I absolutely adore the glint in your eyes. Miss Catherine affectionately ruffled the young deer's hair, and the intimate gesture left the girl momentarily frozen, as if caught in a blizzard. Please, don't do that. I thought you might consider my handling a bit hasty. The young deer stiffly moved away from the lady's hand, striving to maintain a calm expression. Hasty? Surely you jest. Did you think I would have you reason with that child? The young deer hesitantly nodded. The thought of debating in front of a large crowd was utterly daunting, which was why she opted to let facts speak for themselves. There's an old saying, the iron fist of a ladybug surpasses the dialectics of a bangelis. In films, even convincing the antagonist often starts with a good beating. Miss Catherine chuckled heartily as she tidied up her teaching materials. Moreover, reasoning with such a person is rather futile. Even if you speak, she wouldn't listen. Oh, and that child certainly wouldn't concede, but you needn't concern yourself with her. In Pokémon battles, strength reigns supreme. Why should the powerful heed the thoughts of the weak? The young deer shook her head in resignation. She was astute enough to discern the reasons behind the exemplary student's actions. What she could not comprehend was how such behavior contributed to personal growth or future development. Was it merely to satiate a trivial vanity? Not understanding is a good sign. It shows you are not of the same ilk as her. The young deer concurred with Ipha's perspective, and since she was only at the school for 3 days to earn her wages before leaving, the thoughts of others were indeed inconsequential to her. Let us go, Ipha. Let us check the cafeteria. All right. After dining with Ipha in the cafeteria, the young deer purchased a considerable amount of Pokémon food from the store, finally leaving it in the public training room before releasing the other 3 Pokémon from their Pokeballs. As soon as Alice emerged, she eagerly leaped into the young deer's embrace, but her newly evolved size caused the girl to be toppled onto the bench in the resting area, startling the Leaf EV into a sudden jump. Ouch! The young deer rubbed her head and sat up straight, smiling wryly. Alice, are you trying to teach me Iron Head? Feeling she had caused a mishap, Alice's leaves drooped despondently as she gazed at the young deer, emitting a pitiful whine. Bubby. Alice is very, very sorry. You've grown up. Stop always thinking of yourself as a child. Ipha chuckled as she patted the top of the Leaf EV's head, playfully tugging at a vibrant green leaf. She then turned her attention to the other 2 teammates, Almond and Changming, who were much easier to manage. The Pidgey, Almond, diligently pecked at her portion of food, ensuring she ingested enough energy for the intense training ahead, while the crystal luminous Changming floated in midair, framing his eyes with his arms. What are you doing? Ipha has always found it challenging to comprehend the actions of this individual, to prevent unforeseen circumstances. She felt compelled to inquire further. I am emulating humanity, akin to capturing the scene before me with a camera. This behavior, however, strikes her as rather juvenile. Ipha frowned, doubting that this elderly figure retained such childlike whimsy. You are not a ghost-type Pokémon. You are unaware of our memory structure, which holds significance for us. Besides, I am still in my youth, equivalent to a human in their 30s. 30s? More like 300, Ipha silently scoffed. If such actions bring you joy, you may utilize my Rotom game console. Really? Changming suddenly pivoted, his ghostly eyes fixated intently on Ipha. Research on your own. Ipha, disinterested in lengthy discourse, handed the Rotom game console to Changming for his own exploration. Although she was a newcomer, she was the de facto leader of these Pokémon. and maintaining harmonious relationships within the team was part of her daily responsibilities. Speaking of which, it seemed that after the recent Pokémon appraisal, Amand had been acting strangely around her. Previously, Amand had been polite to the point of almost being overly respectful, yet now she hesitated to even meet Ipha's gaze. Perhaps there existed some misunderstandings. The greatest taboo within a team is the concealment of feelings among its members. Issues should be resolved as swiftly as possible. Amand, I previously asked you to assess my appearance, yet you persistently shroud your thoughts when I am present. You know I am indifferent to such matters. Have I said something amiss? And no, please don't misunderstand. It's just, It appeared to be a rather serious dilemma. Ipha grew vigilant, preparing to delve deeper into Amand's thoughts through telepathy. An overwhelming sense of shame threatened to engulf Ipha's consciousness, intertwined with a hint of admiration. Ipha, after calming Alice and preparing food for the Pokémon, the fawn opened her notebook on her lap. Just as she began her work, she noticed Ipha had suddenly seated herself beside her. What is the matter? Weren't you just conversing with them? I realized I am not as adept at interpersonal relations as I had imagined. To begin with, Alice's current role within the team is that of a physical, swift attacker, necessitating ample resources for her to undertake offensive missions. Naturally, her training is focused on enhancing both her explosiveness and precision. Ideally, there would be a high-speed measuring device to allow Leaf EV to simultaneously train her technique's accuracy and power. It is imperative that Alice is not hindered by opponents during the optimal moments triggered by chlorophyll. Her entrance must only be marked by success, not failure. Next is Amand. The fawn had resolved to train her as the team's support member, with the intention of paving the way for her teammates. The training would primarily concentrate on enhancing her resilience under pressure and her proficiency in techniques. Mastery of techniques can only be achieved through diligent practice, while resilience can be developed by having her bear burdens and engage in close combat with Alice. In an ideal combat environment, one might utilize Feather Roost to restore health and re-enter the fray, as a fortunate breeze or a radiant sun in the late game could potentially turn the tide of battle. Next comes Ipha. In the eyes of the fawn, Ipha's greatest advantage lies in her dual focus ability. With remarkable agility and comprehensive functionality, she is the quintessential choice for the role of a savior within the team. Without a moment's hesitation, it is evident that honing her dual focus techniques is imperative. The fawn conceived the idea of playing a game, specifically, engaging in a reflex-based game while simultaneously employing telekinesis to interact with the touchscreen, striking moving targets with attack moves, or defending teammates from assaults. The goal is to flawlessly navigate high difficulty levels while adeptly utilizing various techniques. Given the ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield, no amount of meticulous planning can foresee every variable. Thus, Ipha is the most suitable candidate for probing unknown adversaries and countering unconventional strategies. Lastly, we have Changming. Theoretically, his role should be akin to Alice's, serving as a formidable special attacker. However, the Crystal Lantern Pokémon lacks exceptional mobility, rendering him a high-risk choice as a decisive trump card. The fawn resolved to enhance his adaptability in complex environments. This would entail expanding his move pool, increasing proficiency in his techniques, and experimenting with diverse applications of his skills. Beneath this comprehensive training plan, the fawn meticulously cataloged the number of techniques each Pokémon currently mastered and devised multiple move sets for each member, allowing for targeted choices prior to confronting different opponents. With an agile mind and nimble fingers, the fawn swiftly completed this lengthy task. She stretched languidly, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she prepared to confront the more burdensome and pragmatic aspects of her responsibilities. Opening her computer, she began to tally expenses. Following Alice's evolution into Leafeon, expenses had doubled. The Pokémon now consumed over 150 Alliance coins worth of food daily. Ipha, Changming, and Amand together incurred approximately 400 coins daily, with Ipha opting for human food. The monthly expenditure on nutritional supplements for Changming amounted to around 16,000 Alliance coins. When factoring in the costs of routine care, supplements for enhancing physical vitality and energy levels, the fees for using training facilities and move tutors, along with her personal allowances, the fawn's monthly expenses hovered just above 20,000, nearing 21,000 Alliance coins. However, she was reluctant to disclose her true financial situation to her family. Thus, she faced a substantial monthly deficit of approximately 13,000 coins. The pocket money she had saved since childhood was nearly depleted, and she would now need to rely on her own efforts to bridge this gap each month. No wonder it is rare to find a powerful trainer of humble origins. No wonder the outfits of those trainers who thrive in the Alliance tournaments often bear conspicuous logos. The fawn closed the calculator window, an overwhelming sense of gloom settling within her. Even though she had recently secured a suitable part-time job that yielded a month's worth of Alliance coins, it felt like a mere drop in the ocean, prompting her to seek yet another job. The disparity between reality and dreams left her feeling disheartened. Ipha inquired from the side. There is indeed some truth to that, but I had foreseen it long ago. Moreover, do I not have all of you by my side? The young girl opened her eyes, smiling as she gently brushed aside the hair from Shinedo's forehead, speaking earnestly to her. If she can maintain this, it is almost a certainty that she will achieve the status of a Pokémon Master in the future. Ipha has always possessed exceptional insight. Of course, it would be ideal if the young fawn could transfer even half of her composure in facing Pokémon to her interactions with humans. Are all these Pokémon yours? The fawn and Ipha turned to see that the inquiry had come from the esteemed prodigy, a realization that was particularly striking given the public training room setting. Upon locking gazes with the one human and one Pokémon, the prodigy's expression wavered slightly, yet she held her head high, striving to uphold her image as the strongest among the novices. Yes, I don't believe it, the prodigy retorted immediately. Ipha could surmise the thoughts racing through her mind, likely believing that the fawn was merely the daughter of a prominent family, and that her Pokémon were captured with the assistance of her household, thus allowing her to exhibit such formidable strength. Come on, you're an adult now. Can't you be a bit more mature? Ipha felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. It was irksome how such individuals, having achieved a modicum of success within their small circles, began to reach for unattainable heights, deriding those who fell short of their standards while viciously undermining those who surpassed them, all for the sake of self-satisfaction through delusion. Oh, the fawn paid no further heed and began browsing a part-time job site for trainers. The prodigy assumed that the fawn had been rendered speechless, relishing her newfound victory and preparing to gracefully withdraw. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the empty Pokémon food packaging discarded by her opponent, a brand both familiar and foreign to her. Familiar, as she encountered it nearly every day. Foreign, as it represented something cheap and inferior in her eyes. A choice she would never consider for feeding her own Pokémon. The prodigy's breath quickened, an array of frantic thoughts flooding her mind as she hastily exited the public training room. Chapter 49, Recruitment. The past 2 days in the Pokémon research class had been rather uneventful. The building resembled a stacked mini-city, complete with teaching and training areas, as well as entertainment venues such as cinemas, amusement parks, and arcades. There were several such edifices within the Pokémon research school, surrounded by a bustling urban landscape. Yet, the fawn seemed to have cast aside all thoughts of entertainment, devoting herself entirely to the training of her Pokémon. Ipha objectively assessed that her primary role as a temporary instructor in the Pokémon research class should be to deepen her understanding of the exceptionally talented students with remarkable backgrounds, to explore the surroundings, and to forge connections with strangers. Perhaps an inconspicuous passerby could evolve into a pivotal ally in the future. In any fiercely competitive field, networking is an invaluable resource. What may seem insurmountable to you could be regarded as trivial by another. However, Ipha could not persuade Xiao Lu to actively engage with the circle of trainers. Since it was the girl's own choice, she could only express her respect. Perhaps, a Pokémon Master could emerge from humble beginnings, rising to the pinnacle of the world solely through her innate talent and relentless effort. Ipha was filled with anticipation. On the second evening of their Pokémon research class, Ipha took Xiao Lu's hand, leading her out of the training room to a scenic overlook at the Academy's building. The two of them, along with the Shinedo, leaned against the railing, relishing the cool breeze that caressed their cheeks. As they faced the resplendent sunset, Xiao Lu, who had previously complained about the hassle, couldn't help but squint her eyes, lost in the fleeting tranquility and leisure of the moment. Xiao Lu, today I shall teach you another phrase, Ipha said. Xiao Lu tilted her head slightly, meeting Ipha's gaze. Veil of gauze, light feather fan, pillow cold, mat cool in the deep courtyard. At this moment, feelings align with the heavens. Idleness makes one akin to a celestial being. Listen, I don't quite understand. The girl pondered for a moment, ultimately revealing a wry smile. It probably means that in such a leisurely and tranquil moment, those without pressing matters feel as carefree as celestial beings. Celestial beings refer to the legendary Pokémon, right? Xiao Lu asked, her curiosity piqued. You can interpret it that way. I hope you don't push yourself too hard. Occasionally, it is essential to unwind. Hey, I got it. Xiao Lu winked at Ipha, uncertain if she truly grasped the meaning or was merely pretending. By the way, Ipha, you always manage to articulate such beautiful, yet incomprehensible phrases. I can't even find them online. Did you create them yourself? Create them? I lack such talent. Ipha resolved not to assume the role of a literary thief. You may consider them as sayings from my kin. Your kin? Is there a culture belonging to Pokémon? Xiao Lu's eyes widened, immediately seizing upon this intriguing notion. Why not? Ipha replied with a knowing smile. The alternate name for Pokémon is spirit, and the prototypes of spirits in European legends were often depicted as individuals of Eastern descent. Thus, her words were not entirely deceitful. Really? Xiao Lu reflected on her beloved Alice, feeling a touch of unreality. Perhaps only certain exceptional races could cultivate their own culture? Just then, an unfamiliar voice called from behind. Excuse me, are you Miss Sujinlu? Oh, what a coincidence. Xiao Lu turned to face a student clad in a uniform. Gold will always shine, she mused. Despite Xiao Lu's recent inclination to keep a low profile, dealing only with the elite, Her radiant aura still attracted those who believed they could seize this precious gem. For instance, this young student named Yuta, of whom Xiao Lu held little impression, seemed to be among the most capable in her class. Aside from the top achievers, an archetypal wealthy and handsome figure. What? No, Xiao Lu is still a minor. This affluent young man was certainly not here to flirt. Yuta initially approached Xiao Lu with the demeanor of a student, lamenting about his usual training woes. Only when she began to show signs of impatience did he reveal his true intentions. He aspired to represent the Kawakami group in sponsoring Xiaolu's Pokémon training endeavors. Ipha summoned the Rotom game console and swiftly retrieved information about the Kawakami group, leaning over slightly so that the young girl could also see the screen. The Kawakami Group, a corporation that began with Pokémon food and expanded into various related industries, was, in simpler terms, a formidable enterprise. Yuta, momentarily interrupted, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet his astonishment was directed more towards the astute Shinedo, reinforcing his belief that he had made the right choice in selecting her. Xiaolu nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to listen in silence. The true intention of the conversation was to sign Xiaolu as a trainer under the Group S banner, with the corporation providing all necessary funding for her Pokémon training. In return, Xiaolu would be required to represent the group, participating in various activities to promote its products without compensation. According to Yuta, in the future, Xiaolu might even be linked with the ambitious heir of the group, himself, becoming the group's ambassador, a mutually beneficial arrangement where both parties could attain their respective needs. Mutually beneficial? Ipha smirked inwardly, recognizing that this was merely a ploy to capitalize on Xiaolu's talent, seizing this budding opportunity to plant a parasitic seed. Setting aside Xiaolu's resolute determination to overcome her challenges independently, one must ponder who were the individuals truly interested in her. Ipha himself, along with the influential alliance and the esteemed Professor Oak from the Pokémon academic community, possibly even the Evergreen Gym leader and Team Rocket's Giovanni, represented a tidal wave of influence that could easily overshadow such capital. The Kawakami group was still unworthy. I did not embark on this journey seeking to depend on anyone, nor did I aspire to be a trainer for fame or profit. Your group's wealth and bright prospects hold no relevance to my path. You have overstepped your bounds, Yuta. Faced with Xiaolu's unwavering stance, even Yuta, who prided himself on his thick skin, found it inappropriate to press further with a girl who was, in fact, considerably younger than himself. He could only offer an apology before regretfully turning to leave. Ipha observed Yuta's gradually receding figure, contemplating how, despite his lack of discernment, he at least exhibited a degree of decorum, showing politeness without succumbing to embarrassment. Yes, his bow was sufficiently deep. Was this a traditional skill of entrepreneurs? Chapter 50. I am Ash from Pallet Town. On the third and final day of his part-time role in the Pokémon research class, the students of the second year had relocated to an outdoor teaching area on the outskirts of the Academy City, as arranged by Ms. Catherine. What was happening? Xiaolu turned her head and quietly inquired of Ipha. Whether a genius or an ordinary person, in any educational setting, university students inevitably reveal a certain naive foolishness. This is quite normal. Ipha spoke eloquently. Today's training would take place amidst the fog, spanning the entire afternoon. All right, it's time to commence the lesson. In Lady Catherine's proclamation, the mountains gradually became enveloped in a dense, artificial mist. Meanwhile, not far from the teaching area, a trio accompanied by a Pikachu slowly stepped into the fog. What does the whip of love mean? Asked Xiaolu, having heard from passing students about an impending trial involving this peculiar test. It seemed to involve tossing others onto a treadmill, bombarding them with questions, and if they faltered, accelerating the machine to send them tumbling like a hapless Puccina. Aren't you going to intervene? Xiaolu frowned, finding this trial rather unfriendly. Oh my dear, your time here is brief. Such matters are of little consequence, Lady Catherine replied with a smile, dismissing it as trivial. With the head teacher expressing such sentiments, Xiaolu, a mere temporary tutor, felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. She shook her head, knowing that if she could complete her teaching duties this afternoon, she could leave with her wages. Her luggage was already packed, ready for her to embark from this outdoor teaching area. Boom. Ipha was struck by a shadow ball from her opponent's Jengar, the explosive force causing her to stumble momentarily. All right, you've passed. This is the last one. Phew, finally done. Xiaolu closed her notebook and stepped forward to lend Ipha a hand. Are you all right? It's nothing. Ipha internally scoffed. Her ears perked up as they detected some unusual commotion. Over there, water gun, or perhaps a high-level hydro pump. Along with the sounds of Pokémon hitting the ground, it seemed to be the students engaging in a spar. Xiaolu, with a keen interest in observing Pokémon battles, proposed eagerly, let's go take a look. Ipha made no objections, also anticipating the arrival of characters from the original storyline. Wait, protecting the weak is the true mark of a woman. A haughty voice rang out. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Xiaolu and Ipha spotted a girl with striking orange hair styled in unique braids confronting the top student leader. On one side stood a throng of her admirers, while on the other was a dark-skinned adult man with a spiky hairstyle, accompanied by a boy in sportswear holding a Pikachu. Despite the considerable difference from the animated portrayal, Ipha immediately recognized the round-faced figure as the protagonist of the Pokémon series. The eternally 10-year-old Ash Ketchum had been reimagined in this world to appear at least 16. The same age as Xiao Lu. Is he an outsider trainer? Oh, that's him. Xiao Lu exclaimed, scanning the surroundings and locking her gaze on the spiky-haired man. Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City, the master of rock and water-type Pokémon. What brings him here? It seems he recently stepped down, citing a journey to seek breakthroughs. Ipha flipped through her Rotom game console, finding news about Brock's resignation. As one of the 18 gym leaders from Kanto, he enjoyed considerable popularity online, while his counterpart, Misty from Cerulean City, was less well-known. Observing from the sidelines, Xiao Lu discreetly eavesdropped on the students' discussions, piecing together the unfolding narrative. It appears that a group of individuals encountered a student named Xiaochun while wielding the Whip of Love. This led to a confrontation between an impetuous youth and a student from the research class, ultimately culminating in a dispute over their differing philosophies on the Whip of Love and the educational approaches of the research class, which escalated into a physical altercation. In the midst of this chaotic battleground, Xiaoxia's gym star was shattered by the rolling stone of the elite students, fracturing the central gem and sending shards flying into an outdoor pool. Beyond the aspect of type advantages, the timing of skill execution is paramount. This is the essence of strategy. The elite students, having followed Xiaoxia in her efforts to rescue the gem star, ventured outdoors, where they instructed the earnest boy behind them, asserting, "Master this, and you shall become a world-class Pokémon trainer." Wait a moment. Is that all you can talk about, calculations? A youthful boy, still bearing signs of adolescence, interjected boldly. "And who are you?" retorted the elite student. This remark elicited uproarious laughter from the group of elite students. "From Pallet Town? The town of Professor Oak," exclaimed another. As Ipha noted, heroes emerge from youth. The boy before her, Ash, appeared to be a prodigious talent. Having qualified as a trainer at the tender age of 16, no trainer who made such a bold decision is to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Ipha's gaze was entirely captivated by the Pikachu that trotted alongside Ash, completely disregarding the derisive jests aimed at him. It was only when Ash challenged the elite student, and Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, that she snapped back to reality. That familiar sensation, the essence of the Pokémon virus. The excessive focus on the idealized use of moves, neglecting the inherent characteristics of the Pokémon, was a costly oversight. Dejected, Xiao Lu shook her head. The elite student had previously lost to her, naively believing that the swift movements of the iron-faced ninja could penetrate Ipha's psychic barrier, failing to consider the nature of the barrier and the psychic Pokémon's mastery over its own consciousness. Now, losing to the relatively unknown Ash was a consequence of being overly fixated on individual moves, ultimately succumbing to Pikachu's relentless close-quarter combat. Ipha was not surprised by this outcome. Ash truly was a prodigiously gifted combat genius. This mirrored Xiao Lu's earlier battle against Jiyin, where she commanded Ipha to disrupt the flying Scyther's wings with a kick. Yet, Ash might still be merely relying on his instinctual battle prowess, lacking a systematic understanding of such tactics. That Ash is quite impressive. He seems capable of advancing through the Evergreen Gym. I wonder if we'll encounter him at the League Conference. In stark contrast to her assessment of the elite students, Xiao Lu held high hopes for Ash. Her intuition had proven to be correct. Ipha awaited with keen interest. Surely another trio was about to make their entrance. As expected, a smoke bomb was suddenly hurled into the crowd. The air filled with haze, and amidst the confusion, Ash's incredulous exclamation, "What is this?" rang out, followed by a grand proclamation. "Since you sincerely seek our guidance, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, in the pursuit of safeguarding world peace, we embrace the virtues of love and authenticity, even amidst malevolence. Enter the charmingly wicked antagonists, Musashi and Kojiro, the infamous Team Rocket traversing the galaxy. A white hole beckons, heralding a bright tomorrow. Suddenly, a Meowth descends from the heavens, landing in a pool of water, only to leap ashore and join a peculiar pair of individuals, astonishingly uttering human words. All right, strike a pose." Alarm bells rang in the heart of the young girl, Sheikah. "Oh no, it's Team Rocket. Wait, can Meowth really speak? No, we must stop them." Confusion enveloped her as her hand, poised to throw a Pokeball, hovered in the air. The scene before her was rife with absurdities, leaving the girl momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, there was no need for Sheikah and Ipha to intervene. The students of the research class, armed with their own Pokeballs, swiftly dispatched the trio of jesters, sending them fleeing in disarray. Surely, they cannot be the real Team Rocket? Sheikah pondered hesitantly, beginning to doubt her own perceptions. Did the antics of these two, accompanied by Meowth, bear any resemblance to those of notorious criminals? Who can say? Ipha's lips twitched in disbelief, taken aback by the surreal resemblance of the real Team Rocket to their animated counterparts. The once proud prodigy knelt alone, her gaze vacant and despondent. If her previous failures against Sheikah could be dismissed as mere anomalies, how could she explain her defeat by an ordinary trainer passing by today? Was she truly so inept? Merely a title holder of the research class's junior champion, with her past accolades reduced to mere scraps of paper? Had she become a mere observer, trapped in her own limitations? The former radiant beauty now appeared ashen, engulfed in profound self-doubt. As Sheikah and Ipha chanced upon her, the prodigy abruptly lifted her head, desperation etched across her face. Where are you going? Continuing my journey, Sheikah replied, casting a curious glance before heading toward the outskirts of the teaching area. My work here has concluded. The prodigy bit her crimson lip, tears brimming in her eyes, as her heart ached painfully. Choking on her words, she implored, please tell me, am I truly so inadequate? One person in a Shinado halted, scrutinizing the disheveled prodigy. You're quite formidable, but this world is brimming with geniuses. You simply do not measure up. That is the truth. Sheikah paid no further heed to the kneeling prodigy, continuing on with Ipha toward the distant forest beyond the teaching area. The girl gazed blankly at the retreating figures of Sheikah and her Pokémon, and after a long while, the pain in her heart began to subside. Yet first, she needed to attend to her withdrawal procedures. Chapter 51, The True Team Rocket. Today marked the third day since leaving the Pokémon Research School. Sheikah and Ipha had been journeying southward, aiming for the renowned international port city of Leaf Green in the Kanto region. Snap! Sheikah's water shoes sank into the muddy path, remnants of a torrential downpour from the previous night. Fortunately, the verdant foliage was sufficiently dense, and thanks to the collective efforts of the wild Pokémon, this area had been spared from a mudslide. Ipha floated unusually beside the young fawn, assisting her in carrying the backpack. While most of her kin favored this mode of travel, Ipha preferred walking. This was partly due to the inherent risks associated with prolonged use of psychic powers, and partly because she relished the leisurely sensation of simply moving forward without the burden of thought. Alas, how unfortunate, the fawn lamented. As the journey from Hualan City to Kai City traversed vast expanses of hills, characterized by mountainous terrains and basins. It was in such intricate environments that wild Pokémon thrived, and the fawn had embarked on this arduous trek with the hope of encountering her beloved Pokémon. However, not only did she fail to meet her cherished companions, but a torrential downpour had nearly uprooted their tent, and during the day, she had to contend with the scorching sun while wading through muddy puddles. The cries of Spearows echoed from the surrounding forests, which only made the fawn feel as though they were mocking her. Ipha summoned a Rotom game console, perusing the map while muttering, all right, I refuse to believe this. Gritting her teeth, the fawn mustered her strength to accelerate through the muck. After a few steps, she suddenly noticed a significant reduction in her burden. Hey, Ipha, I realize this isn't so difficult after all, because I am carrying you. Together, the girl and her Shinado hastened over the hill, with the smooth mountain road coming into view. Yet, Ipha abruptly raised a hand to halt the fawn. What? Stay hidden. Obeying the command. The fawn crouched behind the bushes alongside Ipha, peering out with their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding along the mountain road. Over there. Is that a black van? It looks elongated. They are not good people. Ipha asserted, her mood heavy as waves of pain throbbed in her mind, conjuring fleeting, ominous visions before her eyes. This was one of the innate abilities of Shinado. When she and her companions were on the verge of danger, they could briefly activate a precognitive ability, essentially a synthesis and calculation of the surrounding environmental information. This ability was passive, and each successful activation was rarely a sign of good fortune. It seems related to poaching. Ipha articulated uncertainly, as she envisioned countless Pokémon lying unconscious. The fawn immediately retrieved her phone. Reporting an incident in urban areas meant alerting the security department, while in the wilderness, it referred to the ranger station governing that region. Of course, the caller could also opt to report to the nearest town. For instance, when the fawn had previously encountered an attack by the Springwater group against Lizard King Kosha, she had chosen to report directly to Evergreen City, having learned that the local ranger station had already fallen. As it turned out, that was an extremely rare occurrence. This time, the call connected smoothly. Hello. This is the ranger station of District 077. How may I assist you? There is an elongated black van parked on the mountain road to the southwest. Upon observation, it may be related to large-scale poaching activities. Please send someone to investigate immediately. The ranger station had the means to pinpoint the caller's location. Understood. We are taking action. May I have your identity, please? The response from the ranger base was remarkably swift. Through the phone, Xiaolu could already hear the trainer's shouts and the sound of Pokémon flapping their wings to take flight. All right. Please remain hidden and do not move. Our rangers will come to retrieve you once the danger has been dealt with. After hanging up, Xiaolu let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Ipha beside her, asking, is this sufficient? Shinado nodded. In theory, yes. But do not let your guard down. Her sense of danger was far from over. The alarm would likely not resolve all troubles. Ipha gazed into the dense forest beside the black van, her smooth brows furrowed deeply. In this era where the League frequently struck hard against illicit enterprises, Any organized poaching operation would undoubtedly be formidable. Considering that the most notorious evil organization in the Kanto region had already met its demise at the hands of King Lizard. The owner of that black van was likely the current ruler of the underground world in Kanto, Team Rocket. This time, it was certainly not the likes of Musashi and Kojiro, but the regular forces of Team Rocket. The legitimate Team Rocket had substantial capital backing, enabling them to meticulously train each member, providing Pokémon with food and lodging, and offering what the League could not. Members emerging from this nefarious organization were uniformly well-trained and formidable, demonstrating seamless cooperation among team members, with their moral boundaries exceedingly flexible. It was precisely because of this that they could continually recruit new members, miraculously grappling with the League, which held absolute advantage. The former trainer of the Crystal Lantern, had it not been for Ipha, would likely have ended up in Team Rocket, an organization that would even sponsor its members to participate in League conferences. Ipha harbored grave suspicions that many trainers favored by Sakaki had become his subordinates, and Xiao Lu would inevitably face that man's probing soon. A distant commotion arose from the woods, and shadows could vaguely be seen spiraling high above, exchanging brilliant moves. Have they begun to fight? Xiao Lu hesitated to ask, obediently hiding herself, yet unable to resist the urge to peek in the direction of the sound. Ipha affirmed, utilizing her still-active precognitive abilities to glean relevant visions. No matter how Team Rocket wielded power in the underground world, or how much capital secretly supported them, or how renowned their members might be, they could never rival the order upheld by the legitimate government of this society, the Pokémon League. However, the League's official rangers were all elite competitors, belonging to the top 0-1. In comparison, Team Rocket's inevitable retreat became quite understandable. Wait. It seems the route to the mountain road has been cut off by the rangers, Ipha noted. Which direction are those villains fleeing now? Ipha silently glanced at Xiao Lu. It was better that she did not mention it. As soon as she did, Ipha realized that a few uninvited guests had intruded within her perceptive range. What if those individuals happened to run into us? We might. Ipha quickly covered the girl's mouth, causing Xiao Lu's cheeks to flush crimson. Keep your voice down. They are truly coming. As far as the eye could see, at the valley's base on the mountainside, stood a trainer clad in camouflage attire, accompanied by several Pokémon. Sensing the probing gaze, the robust man lifted his head and barked, "Who goes there?" Chapter 52. Authenticity Unveiled. This is bad. There's no hiding now. The young deer's expression hardened as she immediately entered battle mode. Remember, our objective is self-preservation and delay. Do not engage. Before Ipha's telepathic communication could conclude, a massive blade of wind surged through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, aiming directly at the young deer concealed within the thicket. Protect. Ipha positioned herself in front of the young deer, conjuring a verdant barrier that intercepted the oncoming wind blade. The sheer force of the gust forced Ipha to stagger back a step before the barrier reluctantly shattered, the remnants of the tempest seemingly plowing through the ground, snapping several small trees in half. Is that an airblade? Even in battle mode, the young deer couldn't suppress her astonishment. Her opponent's strength exceeded her expectations. Stay calm. Let us retreat in turn. Ipha dispersed the barrier and turned her head to offer a reminder. Just then, a deep purple figure adorned with 4 wings swooped down from the mountainside, prompting Ipha to retaliate with a sleep powder. It's a Crobat. Flamethrower. Create a gust. Seizing the opportunity, the young deer released her other Pokémon from their Pokeballs and commanded them forthwith. The flamethrower, propelled by the wind conjured by the almond, transformed into a surging dragon of fire that engulfed the massive bat Pokémon, whose wingspan exceeded 2 meters. Yet, astonishingly, the opponent ascended into the sky, circling unscathed as the flames extinguished, its small yellow eyes fixated on the fully exposed young deer and her Pokémon. Seeing that his probing Crobat emerged unscathed, the Rocket member in camouflage silently rejoiced, resolutely deciding to scale the mountain with his remaining Pokémon. They intended to take a hostage. The young deer, while rapidly communicating with Ipha, directed her Pokémon to prepare for the next round of attacks. Retreat from the other side. Circle around towards the ranger's direction. Ipha halted the young deer's actions, urging the girl to descend the mountain. Meanwhile, she concentrated, summoning dazzling sparks at her fingertips, targeting the swiftly ascending Rocket member with a beam of azure and lavender light. An area attack. A bipedal Pokémon cloaked in fiery red fur leaped before the Rocket member, using its arm to shield itself against Ipha's area attack while pressing onward toward the mountaintop. The Inferno Roar Tiger? Ipha gasped in surprise. How could a Pokémon of cosmic renown be affiliated with Team Rocket? The Fire Dark type Inferno Roar Tiger exhibited no fear of Ipha's area attack, charging forward with its black glowing arm, while the previously circling Crobat ceased its observations, unleashing a torrent of viscous, nearly black venom from its bifurcated wings towards her. Poison Jab. The simultaneous strikes from the Inferno Roar Tiger and the Crobat struck Ipha, dismantling her slender form like a fragile doll into a flurry of scattered fragments. The forest rangers would not allow any lucky escapees from their encirclement to slip through their fingers. A member of Team Rocket had misjudged the strength of a young deer and mistakenly attempted to control a hostage. All he needed was to engage in a few rounds of diversion, wasting the opponent's final moments, and inevitably, the official personnel from the Alliance would arrive to apprehend this criminal. With her mind link activated indiscriminately, Ipha detected a sinister thread of thought. She cast a glance towards the lush woods, where countless energy-formed leaves danced silently before transforming into a tempest that surged towards the exhausted Shinado. Flame Jet, a ghostly silhouette materialized before Ipha, its arms sweeping to unleash a broad wave of flames that clashed with the green storm. Quite thrilling. I assent it, Captain. Shall I unleash my full potential? Even in such perilous combat, Changming's tone remained somewhat flippant. To him, this poacher was nearly an insurmountable foe for the young deer. Yet he perceived them as no more than an equal to his former employer. Even in his suppressed state, he could withstand a powerful move like the leaf storm. Once liberated with a type advantage, wouldn't it be easy to subdue? Ipha shot Changming a puzzled glance. Did he not realize what it implied when the enemy initiated with a leaf storm that would significantly diminish their own abilities? The blazing roar tiger and the crossbat did not pursue immediately, wary of inflicting collateral damage. As Ipha anticipated, just as the first leaf storm subsided, a second wave of assault, nearly doubled in strength, followed swiftly. The furious leaves transformed the surroundings into a verdant ocean, obliterating nearly all surface vegetation and thwarting the young deer's attempts to provide further support from a distance. Impressive, indeed. Is that a contrary monarch superior? Is Team Rocket so lavish even in their ranks? Ipha surveyed the dense thicket and discerned a green figure entwined among the treetops. As her second wave of attack was effortlessly deflected, the monarch superior hesitated momentarily before conjuring yet another storm. This next move would wield triple the power. Madam, could you possibly transport me instantly? Changming inquired earnestly. Perhaps it would be best to cease this charade and explain things to the boss later. Unnecessary, Ipha replied coolly. What do you mean, unnecessary? Changming began, but his periphery suddenly caught a flash in the sky. All present, including the monarch superior poised to unleash its storm, instinctively looked up. It was a meteor radiating an aura of terror. Boom. A blinding explosion engulfed the monarch superior south hiding place, disrupting the formation of the leaf storm and causing the very earth to tremble. No. Witnessing this, the camouflage Team Rocket member's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the Rangers would act so swiftly, leaving his team unable to withstand even this brief respite. In the next moment, he found himself shrouded in shadow. With a chilling sound of slicing air approaching from behind, a dragon Pokémon descended from the sky, its crimson bone wings unfurling as it landed, crushing the poacher beneath its feet. It was a Salamence. See, I told you it was unnecessary, Ipha remarked, rapping on the lampshade of Changming's light, cautioning him against his presumptuous thoughts. A ranger, clad in a neat uniform of white and green, with a sparse beard, leaped down from the Salamence and approached the rocket member pinned beneath its foot. He delivered a kick to the man's head. The poacher coughed twice, half opening his eyes to respond defiantly. No, it's not. He was acutely aware that admitting to being a member of Team Rocket would only exacerbate his punishment. The ranger scoffed. Your position seems rather significant. Your knowledge could be turned into a means of atonement. I am. Cough, cough, sir, absolutely. Chapter 53, Ranger Base 077. The Ranger Base in Zone 077 resembled an open mountain villa. The invited fawn took a sip of tea from the table, gazing around with curiosity. The architectural design was remarkably unique, featuring a towering oak tree at the center of the hall, bathed in sunlight streaming through the skylight. Its dense branches sprawled freely, extending towards the second and third floors, with various Pokémon flitting through the canopy, allowing the villa to almost meld with nature. Such a structure would typically be challenging to maintain, yet the owner, in addition to being the Pokémon ranger of the area, also included the wild Pokémon living nearby. After the fawn raised the alarm, the ranger resolved the Team Rocket crisis in under 10 minutes, rescuing a multitude of rare wild Pokémon, including 2 exceptionally rare Dratini. As the girl had been the first to notice Team Rocket's actions and had even delayed the squad leader's escape until reinforcements arrived, the ranger in charge of Zone 077, the man riding the Salamence, named Zakuchuan, held a deep admiration for the fawn. Upon learning that the girl intended to rest briefly during her travels, he insisted on inviting her to their base as a guest. The ranger base was located alongside the local Pokémon Center, power station, and other essential facilities. The fawn had initially planned to rest at the Pokémon Center in Zone 077, but was pleasantly surprised to find herself at the actual ranger base. Come on, try our homemade cookies, Zakuchuan exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and presenting 2 plates brimming with cookies, placing them on the table in front of the fawn and Ipha. Thank you very much, the fawn replied, sitting up straight and gazing ahead. Zakuchuan had exuded an imposing demeanor while subduing the Team Rocket members, yet here, outside of work, he was unexpectedly warm and welcoming. leaving the girl somewhat bewildered. She bit her lip, slipping back into the state she had adopted when facing Professor Oak, and sought conversation by asking, "Where's the ranger who made the cookies?" Yes, on the night shift. He's sleeping upstairs now," Zakuchuan replied, patting the sofa as he settled down, eagerly picking up a cookie. A full complement for a standard ranger in a typical area is 10 individuals, divided into morning and evening shifts. Is it really for that long? The young doe expressed her astonishment, revealing that her father was an employee at the Pokémon power plant, a facility that required continuous operation around the clock, typically employing 3 or 4 shifts. Working 12 hours a day is virtually unheard of in today's society. Generally, the work is quite relaxed. It's mostly about patrolling and observing wild Pokémon populations. During idle moments, one can even afford to slack off like me. Yet, it is true that the younger generation today is reluctant to endure such toil, Sichuan chuckled, sharing gossip about the park rangers. Our recruitment for newcomers partly stems from this year's Alliance conference, and partly from internal recommendations. Many people look down on the compensation for this job. We can only recruit a handful each year, and the scale has been steadily diminishing. When I was a child, a district could be fully staffed with 20 individuals, but now we are even compelled to recruit from the community. You must have seen our recruitment information, right? The young doe hesitated, asking, "Isn't that fraught with risks? Moreover, is it appropriate to discuss such matters with outsiders?" "What risks? This is a positive development," Sichuan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "It indicates that the Alliance is becoming increasingly stable, with poaching activities on the decline. And the Rangers are effectively maintaining the ecological balance of Pokémon. You may not be aware, but being a Pokémon trainer used to entail life-threatening dangers. The wilderness was teeming with hostile Pokémon and rampant poaching gangs. The introduction of an invasive species could render an entire region ecologically barren, necessitating a significant number of rangers. The young doe was indeed aware. She had studied the history of trainers and Pokémon quite thoroughly. The establishment of the modern ranger system was intended to address this series of crises. Yet the distance of time and text made it difficult for her to fully grasp Sichuan's sentiments. "I recall that the compensation for Pokémon rangers is quite generous. Why is it looked down upon?" she inquired. "The monthly salary starts at no less than 100,000 Alliance coins, along with various preferential benefits. A level that families like mine can only aspire to. Unfortunately, the Alliance is indeed quite generous, but now there are numerous avenues for trainers to earn money. Those with the prowess to be rangers often choose to teach, seek sponsorships, or become streamers. How could that not yield more than a fixed salary?" Sichuan relaxed, enjoying his cookies and tea, believing that the pursuit of a better life was a natural inclination, and he saw nothing amiss in it. The somewhat awkward trainer, whose income relied solely on fate, shrank back slightly, reassuring himself internally. Ipha, beside him, diligently munched on cookies, fully committed to her role as an observer. After the Alliance harnessed the power of Pokémon to liberate productivity, the living standards of ordinary people had indeed risen significantly. Yet it appeared that major corporations reaped even greater rewards. "Let us talk about you. I have yet to meet such an impressive new trainer. What do you aspire to do?" Sichuan inquired, gesturing toward the young doe, who repeated in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Indeed, when embarking on a career as a trainer, one must have a goal, right? Do you intend to pursue a purely professional path as a trainer?" Sichuan asked, as if it were self-evident. "A goal?" Initially, the young doe's aspiration was merely to repay her parents. She harbored no intense desire for wealth or fame, but simply cherished the sensation of directing Pokémon in battle. Her ambition was to become a Pokémon Master and to thwart Team Rocket. "How pure!" Zekawa exclaimed. "You truly despise Team Rocket, don't you?" "Indeed. They have harmed my companions." "What?" Ipha's hand trembled as he lifted his teacup, immediately on high alert. "What audacity! When did Team Rocket?" "Oh." It seems that she had previously used Team Rocket as a shield. After all, the techniques she possessed did originate from them, and they could be considered accomplices. "Then it's nothing to worry about. I suppose we are colleagues now," Zekawa replied with a satisfied smile, although this was indeed a daunting task. As the underground market in the Kanto region was nearly entirely under Team Rocket's control, their influence was expanding daily, accompanied by the emergence of peculiar technologies. However, they could never triumph over the League. "I am quite curious about the true identity of Team Rocket's leader. Should I have the opportunity to meet him, I shall capture him with my own hands." The young doe nodded in agreement, suddenly noticing the cup Zekawa was using, which bore the emblem of the Evergreen Gym. "What is this?" "Oh, I am from Evergreen City, having grown up listening to the illustrious tales of Mr. Sakaki. This is a limited edition signed mug of Mr. Sakaki that I managed to acquire. Should I have the chance to meet him, I must obtain his autograph personally." Chapter 54, Soaring Across the Skies. Mr. Zekawa is an optimistic and enthusiastic individual, a diligent Pokémon ranger, and a trainer worthy of admiration. As a trainer capable of serving as a ranger, Zekawa is undoubtedly a genius among ordinary people, and his life thus far has been remarkably smooth. The greatest tragedy of his life may be that his most revered idol and the criminal he longs to capture are, in fact, the same person. Ipha sipped the tea from the ranger base, resolving not to disclose this harsh truth to the unfortunate man. Is that so? The young doe's gaze repeatedly drifted to Zekawa's cup, her expression reflecting a profound empathy for his words. Ah, there is indeed another pitiful soul. The young doe and Ipha rested at the 077 District Ranger Base for an afternoon, deciding to set out once more only when the sun had dried the mountain path. Zekawa engaged the young doe in light conversation, revealing a look of regret upon realizing she was preparing to depart. Won't you stay here for the night? The Pokémon Center has available rooms. The tall ranger sighed. Then, with a sense of relief, added, allow my Pokémon to escort you. Zekawa led the young doe and Ipha to the back mountain of the base, where they found a waiting Fiero perched at the summit. This Fiero was equipped with a backpack and bandages, its feathers glossy and well-groomed, its size noticeably larger than others of its kind. Clearly having received meticulous care and professional training. May I ask, where is that esteemed ranger from before? The young doe inquired, scanning the area for any other figures. That would be him. The former captain of the Rangers in District 077, my venerable predecessor, Zekawa replied, chuckling as he patted the young doe's shoulder, causing her to shiver with surprise. She absent-mindedly caressed her arm, her gaze fixed upon the Pidgeot with a look of astonishment. Despite being accompanied by Ipha, who bore a striking resemblance to humans, and having learned from her that certain Pokémon could indeed cultivate their own cultures, an occurrence that had become somewhat commonplace in society, she still found it hard to believe that a Pokémon could serve as a distinct individual within human society, especially in such a vital position as the Chief Ranger. Ipha, however, displayed no particular sentiment towards this revelation. She noticed the Pidgeot's gaze towards Zekawa was laden with unmistakable reproach, akin to a supervisor observing a subordinate who was not diligently fulfilling their duties. Ipha suddenly understood. No wonder Zekawa was so enthusiastic. It was merely an excuse to slack off under the guise of entertaining guests. Go ahead, buckle up. Under Zakawa's guidance, the young fawn cautiously climbed onto the Pidgeot's back, securing herself like a zongzi. She then called downwards, but Ipha had already settled behind the girl, her hands resting on the fawn's waist, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura of psychic energy. Feeling firmly secured and meeting Ipha's speechless expression, the fawn awkwardly chuckled. Thank you. Once the duo was seated comfortably, the Chief Ranger Pidgeot of Zone 077 spread its expansive wings, taking flight with a powerful flap and a nimble run. You must come visit again sometime. Zekawa waved from a distance. Sure. As the distance between them grew, the fawn found herself shouting. I'll be keeping an eye on the court's conference early next year. Though they had only known each other for half a day, and despite her own selfish motives, Zekawa genuinely believed in the fawn's potential. The Pidgeot soared swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the conspicuous villa nestled in the forest diminished to the size of a small frog's eye, the ranger's blessings masked by the whistling wind. The fawn gazed at the azure sky, the post-rain canopy devoid of clouds, crystal clear, with the horizon kissed by the descending sun, painting a corner with strokes of gold. Heart racing from the exhilarating experience of flying hundreds of meters high on a Pokémon, she found solace in the Pidgeot's steady movements. Its splendid crest, due to its unique structure, arched gracefully as it sliced through the air, perfectly shielding the fawn and Ipha seated behind. Moreover, in this world where human physiology was extraordinary, the fawn, after initially feeling panic, began to relish this rare adventure. As she gradually grew bolder, she dared to gaze down at the swiftly passing landscape and strained to glimpse the distant skyline. Ipha watched the fawn's every movement, silently reinforcing her psychic hold to ensure stability. While the fawn wished for extra pairs of eyes to take in the surroundings, Ipha remained focused on a singular direction, her vibrant crimson eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space. Beyond that horizon lay the northern coast of Withered Leaf City, home to the renowned Pokémon researcher and inventor, Jinghui's lighthouse. It was there that Ipha sought something precious. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon them. The Pidgeot directly transported the fawn and Ipha out of Zone 077, arriving at the flat coastal plains. As night descended, a young girl set up camp on the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea, gazing at the luminous moon above while sharing a meal with her Pokémon companions. Good night, Ipha. At midnight, the fawn promptly shut down her computer and crawled into the tent, bidding Ipha good night. Shinedo nodded at the girl, and only after confirming that the fawn had fallen asleep did she cocoon herself within her sleeping bag. In an instant, Ipha discreetly departed from the campsite. With the radiant moon overhead guiding her path, she harnessed her psychic powers to soar into the sky, racing along the coastline with remarkable speed, rivaling that of a majestic Pidgeot. Before her unfolded a pristine stretch of white sand beach, and in the distance, the warm, orange glow of a lighthouse illuminated the sea. Ipha squinted, recognizing the renowned beacon. Jinghui was an expert across various domains, yet his passion lay in exploring the boundaries of known Pokémon species. To this end, he had constructed the lighthouse, often coming here to await the potential emergence of mysterious Pokémon from beyond the ocean. In the original animation, Ash and his companions sought refuge at Jinghui's lighthouse, fortuitously arriving on the very night he awaited the unknown Pokémon that haunted his dreams, only to have their encounter thwarted by the interference of Team Rocket. From the silhouette, it was evident that the mysterious Pokémon was a colossal Dragonite, far larger than the lighthouse itself. Ipha paused at a distance from the lighthouse, standing solitary on the rugged rocks as the waves crashed around her. Chief, is the information accurate? Those three, with Pikachu, entered tonight, after a chance encounter with Ash's group at the Pokémon Research School. Ipha had contacted her allies to monitor their movements closely. As a traveler from another world, her understanding of the timelines was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Yes, but this area lies outside our established territory, so I fear we will have no reinforcements tonight, came a voice tinged with regret. You are moving too slowly, Ipha remarked, disregarding Lucario's response as she soared into the air once more, making her way toward the shore near the lighthouse. She had long grown accustomed to operating solo, as few among her ranks possessed the capability to aid her. Chapter 55, Deep Infected Beings. After sharing her aspirations with Ash and the others, Jinghui led them to the summit of the lighthouse, where, as per tradition, he began broadcasting signals across the sea to attract mysterious Pokémon. A massive shadow concealed in darkness tread the seabed, serenading a hauntingly beautiful melody, desperately seeking the lighthouse's light and the calls of its kin. Jinghui stood transfixed, gazing at the towering figure, his 2 decades of research and knowledge crumbling before him, replaced by an overwhelming surge of emotions. Then, predictably, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. But is it really okay to fire at such a melodious voice? Kojiro questioned Musashi, perplexed while hoisting a rocket launcher. Don't forget, we are the villains. Villains must see their schemes through to the end. Boom. It remains a mystery from where this trio procured their rocket launchers, and how Team Rocket came to possess such a powerful weapon long since discontinued. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth is that these resolute miscreants launched an assault on a mysterious Pokémon, unleashing a barrage of rockets that illuminated the night sky with brilliant explosions. Amidst the fiery chaos, Ipha discerned that this enigmatic creature was, indeed, a colossal Dragonite. The Dragonite, caught in the direct line of fire from Team Rocket, emitted a piercing roar, swiping its claws to obliterate the top of the lighthouse. Following this, it executed a powerful tail whip that shattered the cliff where the trio had sought refuge, sending them plummeting into the abyss, their screams fading into the void as they became mere specks on the horizon. Feeling deceived, the immense Dragonite disregarded Jinghui's pleas and turned its gaze towards the open sea. It was time for action. Ipha, with swift determination, glided above the water's surface, locking onto the massive silhouette as she pursued it. Now, both Team Rocket and Jinghui had witnessed the existence of the gigantic Dragonite. The revelation of this extraordinary Pokémon would soon reverberate through the ranks of the League and Team Rocket alike, each side possessing ample motivation to control this unparalleled entity. If left unchecked, this maritime expanse would swiftly devolve into a chaotic battleground, with the allegiance of the Dragonite remaining uncertain. Forearmed with intelligence, Ipha recognized the necessity to seize the advantage. Her slender form traced an elegant arc through the air, silently alighting atop the colossal Dragonite's head. Instantly, she detected a familiar scent, akin to that of Ash's Pikachu. Indeed, transcending the boundaries of species and defying the laws of nature. This gigantic Dragonite was also deeply infected by the Pock virus. The superficial symptoms of the Pock virus infection were largely consistent, significantly accelerating the growth of Pokémon. However, as the infection deepened, individual entities could diverge drastically in their developmental trajectories, exhibiting extraordinary characteristics such as the explosion of energy beyond cellular limits and other enigmatic phenomena. Ipha then activated her psychic abilities, delving into the psyche of the giant Pokémon beneath her. She couldn't help but express her astonishment. The Dragonite's mental faculties were severely impaired. In comparison to humans, it was akin to a wild Pokémon on the roadside, almost indistinguishable from the ordinary animals of Ipha's past life. This level of willpower barely qualified it as a sentient being. It was no wonder that the gigantic Dragonite had roamed the vast ocean in solitude for so many years, evading the footsteps of both humans and its kind. It appeared that its low intelligence rendered it incapable of normal communication with peers, possibly harboring a childhood trauma that instilled a fear of human interaction. This revelation simplified matters considerably. Initially, Ipha had braced herself for a verbal confrontation, but now, she hesitated no longer. She directly implanted a psychological suggestion into the colossal Dragonite. This was an extension of her telepathic abilities, aimed at altering the target's behavior by incessantly feeding it a particular thought, with the ideal outcome being a modification of its perception and a reshaping of its character. The process unfolded with remarkable smoothness, as a specific coordinate materialized in Dragonite's mind, igniting a powerful urge to journey there. It flapped its massive wings, and the colossal figure, towering over 80 meters and weighing several tons, indeed began to ascend from the ocean's surface, slowly yet resolutely climbing into the sky. Pokémon, how enchanting they are, Ipha silently mused. Standing atop the enormous Dragonite and gazing down at the shimmering sea below. Was it Team Rocket that reacted the swiftest? Upon noticing the gargantuan Dragonite's impending takeoff, the members of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon, unleashing ice-type attacks that caused the surrounding air to plummet below freezing in an instant. Ipha stretched languidly, engaging in simple movements of her limbs, her indifferent gaze emanating a sinister crimson glow in the darkness. She was not a gentle Pokémon. The young deer and a few of her underlings were mere exceptions. Although they adhered to their own moral principles, it did not imply that she was accustomed to forbearance and tolerance. Even when she had released that unfortunate soul and his Pokémon from the underground base in Evergreen City, it had only been after dismantling their team piece by piece, forcing that kind to prepare for mutual destruction. With familiarity, Ipha drew a brilliant short sword from her hair, gripping it in both hands and inserting it into her heart, where her essence resided, allowing the chip implanted in her mind to spring to life. Current mental core utilization, 23, remaining key capacity, 42, all systems functioning optimally. After employing the suppression agent type 8, her physical condition was exceptionally well, and occasionally unleashing her power for minor skirmishes did not disrupt the larger scheme. Team Rocket launched their assault, a torrential blizzard, ice beams, and even absolute zero surge toward the mighty Dragonite's wings, aiming to incapacitate its flight capabilities. Ipha leaped from the top of the colossal Dragonite, floating in midair, directly facing a barrage of ice-type attacks potent enough to induce snow blindness in an ordinary person, and snapped her fingers lightly. Chapter 56, Aurora. What was that? On the speedboat, a high-ranking member of Team Rocket squinted into the distance, observing a figure that stood defiantly between the hundreds of ice-type attacks and their target. Absurd. How could such a concentrated strike be countered head-on? Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling panic began to stir within this high-ranking member's heart. Suddenly, he heard a faint yet distinct snap of fingers. Psychic force. Ipha's pupils dilated, transforming her eyes into two blood-red nebulae. She stood as a singular shadow in the high sky, her garments billowing, coalescing into tangible psychic energy that distorted the light, morphing into a formidable shockwave directed at the concentrated ice-type attacks. The icy beams, swirling blizzards, and bone-chilling cold could withstand the onslaught of her psychic force for barely a second before collapsing in a domino effect. The dissipating ice energy caused the water droplets in the air to crystallize into frost, transforming into a flurry of white snowflakes. Yet before they could gracefully descend, they were crushed into irregular fragments by the overwhelming force that followed, ultimately becoming a shower of sparkling ice blossoms scattered across the sky. The members of Team Rocket aboard the speedboat, along with numerous Pokémon, were suddenly engulfed in a dazzling spectacle illuminated by the searchlights. The overwhelming psychic energy sent them into disarray, resulting in chaos and despair, as even the ocean's waves were momentarily subdued. In the distance, a Lucario riding a Charizard surveyed the battlefield through a telescope, his expression shifting from shock and disbelief to excitement and fervent zeal. Was this truly the sighing wall of the chief? Number 109, get closer, closer, he shouted, his eyes ablaze. 115, do you want to meet your demise? The commanding officer of Team Rocket was hoisted from the sea by his Pokémon, wiping the salt water from his eyes and spitting in disdain. The Alliance's sluggish operational efficiency could never have unveiled the colossal Dragonite before them. This unfamiliar foe must surely belong to a third-party force. Yet, this was the Kanto region. Apart from the Pokémon League and the dominion of Team Rocket in the underworld, what third-party entity could possibly exist? Even if there were one, how could they respond faster than Team Rocket? How could they possess the strength to confront the majority of Team Rocket alone? His mind swirled with unanswerable questions. But hesitation was not an option. The Team Rocket officer seized his communicator and bellowed, "Form the third squadron. Trainers, retreat. Move, move, move." Observing the Team Rocket members striving to restore order amidst the chaos and commanding their Pokémon to assemble, Ipha smirked and suddenly plunged from the sky at high speed. The wind howled around her, but as she neared the ocean's surface, she defied the laws of physics, halting abruptly. The resulting splash dampened her skirt, essentially her skin, as she delicately touched down upon the sea's surface. A shiny Gardevoir? The Team Rocket officer could hardly believe his eyes. The source of such legendary power was none other than a Pokémon typically deemed unfit for battle. Wait, what does she intend to do? Ipha's eyes shimmered with iridescence as a wave of exquisite pink and purple emanated from her feet, rapidly spreading across the vast expanse of water. The Team Rocket members gazed in awe at the luminous spectacle, feeling the vibrant waves lapping against them, their senses entranced by this wondrous force, momentarily blurring the line between reality and dream. Only the commanding officer remained unenchanted by the mesmerizing scene. Beads of sweat cascaded down his temples, and veins bulged on his forehead as a singular move flashed through his mind: psychic terrain. With all his might, He roared into the communicator, level 1 alert. Unfazed by the struggling Team Rocket members before her, Ipha simply raised her right hand, pouring her unrestrained psychic energy into the air. The intertwining pink and blue energies transformed from mere sparks into brilliant comets, radiating a universal aura of annihilation. This was sheer wide-area combat power. In the distant city of withered leaves, under the shroud of night by the seaside, two figures, one large and one small, leaned against the railing, captivated by the ocean view. What is this? Why is the sea so dark? It's not beautiful at all. You're deceiving me, Dad, the father replied. It's nighttime, hence it appears dark. Isn't their city light? Not enough. Why aren't there lights on the sea at night? Well, because the Pokémon in the sea also need to sleep. At that moment, the smaller figure suddenly leapt up in excitement. Look, there's an aurora over there across the sea. What are you talking about? Auroras only occur in very cold places. The father lifted his gaze from his phone, his words faltering. At the horizon of the sea, a stunning blend of pink and blue hues began to rise, evoking a wave of astonishment from the tourists along the coast. It's an aurora. It's really an aurora. Amidst the chaos, Ipha stood at the water's edge, slightly panting. This was her first time unleashing her vast psychic power without regard for her physical consequences. This technique had truly lived up to its name. In times of conflict, she herself would be akin to a nuclear weapon, possessing the capability to obliterate a city single-handedly. Shaman turned around. Its massive Dragonite had already vanished into the night sky, a feat no one from the Alliance or Team Rocket could hope to pursue, contributing to its longevity and evasion from external detection. The sluggish advancement of the Alliance's satellite program, hindered by certain peculiarities of this planet's outer space, rendered them incapable of precise location tracking, marking a singular weakness in human civilization compared to previous eras. Chief, Ipha tilted her head slightly, noticing a Charizard approaching, carrying Lucario after the situation had calmed. We have spotted an Alliance helicopter from afar. It's time to evacuate. Huh, what has happened to you? Ipha examined herself, realizing she was covered in wounds, blood flowing incessantly. The toll of exerting her vast psychic power was evident. Shaman's body is still too fragile, she thought, frowning slightly, and calmly replied, it's just minor injuries. You all go ahead. As she spoke, she invoked a healing wish, and her wounds began to close at a visibly rapid pace. Do you have any further reports? Ipha noticed her junior, who was supposed to rendezvous with her, hesitating to speak, prompting her to ask directly. I have a question. Lucario scratched his head, while the Charizard beneath him shot him an annoyed glare. After a moment of silence, Ipha coldly reprimanded. You are being narrow-minded, only seeing from your limited perspective. These young juniors had not witnessed true legends and lacked understanding of what it meant to be a champion. They had grown up under the shelter of the Alliance, with little grasp of genuine power. Just tonight, Team Rocket had shown that under her full psychic strength, they were not without resistance at crucial moments. Several formidable figures had emerged to absorb most of the damage. Ipha chose to disregard her companions, vanishing from the surface of the sea in an instant. As the distant hum of a helicopter approached, Lucario paused momentarily, then, composed and unperturbed, placed his hands over his heart and reverently bowed toward the spot where Ipha had vanished. For the League. Chapter 57, Kindred Spirits. The morning sunlight filtered through the tent as the preset alarm on the phone chimed, rousing the young girl from her slumber. With sleepy eyes, she emerged from her sleeping bag. Stifling a large yawn, she greeted her companion, Shinado, with a cheerful, good morning, Ipha. Last night was so peaceful. The sound of the waves was quite soothing. Ipha's lips twitched slightly as she concurred. Indeed, it was quite tranquil. Though the reality was that she had unleashed a powerful psychic wave across the ocean, leading to a chaotic clash between the League and the surviving members of Team Rocket. The ensuing explosions and cacophony of sounds were anything but serene. However, considering they were a day's journey away from that tumultuous sea, it was hardly surprising that the young girl remained oblivious. After sharing a simple meal with her Pokémon companions, the girl folded the tent and stowed it in her backpack, ready to embark on their journey once more. With a determined heave, she adjusted the straps of her heavy travel bag, her youthful face betraying no signs of fatigue or strain as she strode forward with vigor. Ipha keenly observed that after months of outdoor adventure, the girl's physical prowess had visibly improved, a remarkable testament to the bond between humans and Pokémon. A whimsical thought struck her. If certain genetic modifications were implemented and special nurturing commenced from birth, could humans, too, achieve maturity akin to Pokémon within just a year or two, rapidly developing into reliable warriors? Ipha believed that even Giratina would commend such an idea. Leaving Team Rocket in awe, lowering her gaze, she felt as if she could penetrate the very skin and flesh to glimpse the beating heart within. The frequency of her encounters with inhumane experiments had been alarmingly high lately. Despite being the subject of these trials, she recognized that this should not be taken for granted. Whether it was the Pokémon virus, artificial legendaries, or suppression programs, none of these were natural or ordinary. An obsession with external elements only led to self-destruction. After admonishing herself, Ipha raised her head to regard the vibrant girl beside her. Yet she was different. She had not been tainted by external influences and still possessed the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the world through her own abilities. A surge of warmth flickered within her heart before tranquility returned. As they strolled along the sandy beach, engaging in light conversation, Ipha began to strategize their next steps in her mind. After a considerable distance, they took a brief respite under the blazing afternoon sun, eventually arriving at a dilapidated lighthouse standing steadfast by the sea. "Is this Mr. Jinghui's lighthouse?" the girl exclaimed in astonishment, for the sight before her was utterly tragic. The top of the lighthouse appeared as if it had been violently demolished, leaving one to wonder what merciless devastation it had endured. "Yes, it was struck by a panicked dragonite," Ipha responded. "It seems to have been attacked by something, but there are no reports about it. It must have happened last night." Ipha lightly tapped the screen of the Rotom game console and calmly remarked, "I wonder if there are any casualties?" Xiaolu unlocked the Pokémon ball at her waist, preparing to search for survivors. "Over there, something's up." Ipha pointed to a clear area by the lighthouse's cliff, previously shrouded in a blind spot. "A dragonite." Xiaolu furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, spotting a dragonite sitting at the edge of the cliff, gazing vacantly towards the sea. The girl and her Shinado approached, only for the dragonite to suddenly speak. "Are you travelers passing by? Could you lend me a hand?" A dragonite can talk. Xiaolu was utterly astonished. Although she had Shinado, who communicated effortlessly through telepathy, this was indeed her first encounter with a speaking Pokémon. Oh, and there was that Meowth claiming to be a member of Team Rocket, but she had unconsciously overlooked it due to its lack of presence. Nonetheless, this was a talking dragonite. "I am not a dragonite. I am Saigai, the master of this lighthouse." The dragonite stood up, revealing its hollow eyes and a button on its abdomen. "The arms of this costume are simply too short. I can't reach the button to remove it. I implore you to assist me." Saigai, trapped in the dragonite costume, pleaded with distress. Ipha recalled from the original story that Saigai had once found himself ensnared in a fossilized armor costume, also due to the inadequately short arms. "Come on, buddy. It's only been one night." Ipha thought of Professor Okido, who had worn mismatched socks and plush slippers in the office, instinctively pulling out his meal card from his pocket. "Do all you researchers have your peculiar quirks?" "Oh well." Xiaolu felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly realized that before her stood not a Pokémon, but a human, even the illustrious Saigai from the academic world, prompting her to become somewhat reserved. The girl pressed the button, and with the sound of escaping gas, Saigai liberated himself from the costume. "Ah, that feels much better." He stretched lazily, surveying his two visitors with a calm and courteous gaze, though a fleeting sharpness flickered in his eyes when he glanced at Ipha. Well concealed yet somewhat evident. "Thank you both. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to extricate myself." Xiaolu hesitantly inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Saigai, why did you encase yourself in such a costume?" Saigai cast a joyful glance at Xiaolu, exuding an extraordinary enthusiasm. "Are you curious? Excellent. Wonderful." Ipha silently observed his performance, remaining taciturn. "I am experiencing what it feels like to be a Pokémon. The sensation of being a Pokémon." Xiaolu was no stranger to this idea, though it typically occurred in training rooms and battle arenas, to devise strategies better suited for each Pokémon. She often immersed herself in the bodies of Eevee, Pidgey, and even Shining Lampent. "Indeed, just last night, I discovered a new meaning in life." Saigai gazed at the sunlit, shimmering surface of the sea, his words imbued with sincere emotion. "I yearned to pursue it, to study it. Thus, I spent an entire night awake, donning this costume, seated by the seaside, imagining how it would act. I hope never to witness the news of you drowning while dressed in a doll outfit." Ipha silently offered her blessings. "Can you comprehend my thoughts?" Jinghui turned his gaze to meet Xiaolu's, and the fervent intensity of his look made her shy away. "I can." She often envisions herself transformed into various formidable Pokémon, invincible and unrestrained on the battlefield. "Splendid." Jinghui suddenly clapped Xiaolu on the shoulder, a gesture reminiscent of Ranger Zekawa, startling the girl. "Come sit at my lighthouse. It's quite spacious inside." Chapter 58. Encrypted Communication. The grand doors of Jinghui's lighthouse stood solemn and ancient, engraved with an array of Pokémon known to humankind. Ipha surveyed the entrance and noted the absence of Mutuo, lending it a sense of reason. After ushering Xiaolu and Ipha into his lighthouse, Jinghui, much like he would for Ash and his companions, began to share his dreams and aspirations with Xiaolu, showcasing holographic images of all the Pokémon that humanity has discovered. It is noteworthy that these images included many of the renowned legendary Pokémon, such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, the three-bird Pokémon, and the trio of Hoenn, yet lacked the more obscure and elusive Pokémon like Deoxys and Spiritomb. Nevertheless, the visual spectacle was indeed impressive. Gazing at the myriad forms surrounding them, Ipha calmly remarked. Beside her, Xiaolu appeared somewhat disheartened. She had long aspired to be a Pokémon trainer, dedicating extensive time to relevant literature and professional texts, and was already well acquainted with what Jinghui presented. Unlike many of her peers, Xiaolu had never dreamt of collecting every Pokémon in existence to become a universally acknowledged Pokémon Master. Her goal was exceptionally clear and specific, to be the world's strongest trainer with her meticulously cultivated team, without exception. Sir, with so many Pokémon in this world, which do you believe to be the strongest? To prevent an awkward silence following Jinghui's exposition of ideals, Xiaolu tentatively inquired. The strongest? Jinghui paused, his fingers gliding through the images, causing the Pokémon within the entire space to move in response to his gestures. Finally, his finger rested upon the imposing figure of Incineroar. Fierce in appearance and versatile in function, this Pokémon must surely be the strongest. Relying on teammates, lacking the strength to stand alone, does not qualify as the strongest Pokémon, Ipha thought, shaking her head internally. Jinghui then selected another group of Pokémon, Shiinotic, Tapu Koko, Yamper, Flabby, and Drifloon. With steadfast gazes and diverse styles, these Pokémon also seem to embody strength. Ingenious techniques and unconventional methods do not equate to being the strongest Pokémon. Ipha's lips twitched as she silently disagreed. Finally, Jinghui pointed out a lineup of Pokémon, truly divine beings, Kyogre, Groudon, Xerneas, and Yveltal. The immense powers of heaven and earth converge within these Pokémon, undoubtedly making them the strongest. One could directly articulate the ambition to dominate the world, yet here we are, meandering through complexities. Ipha found herself utterly speechless. Yet she discerned the underlying metaphor within Jinghui's words. The roaring flame tiger symbolizes unyielding might, filled with malice, representing the dark forces akin to Team Rocket. The legendary Pokémon Gyoka and Rukongzo signify a potential upheaval of the world, embodying a terrifying and absurd dictatorship where one reigns supreme. Jinghui is an ally of Professor Okido, one of the forces he enlisted to salvage the situation after meeting Ipha. Through this indirect discourse, they seek to probe the intentions of the powers lurking behind Ipha, thus illuminating the path they ought to pursue in the future. From Ipha's perspective, it resembled a gathering of misled fools yearning for elusive answers that hold no substance, yet she refrained from ridicule. Telepathy cannot be deceived, no matter how convoluted or misleading. The information she conveys remains genuine. This implies that the crisis is real, and the threats to the Alliance are indeed tangible. Of course, these are merely my personal reflections, as I am but a researcher with limited engagement in Pokémon battles. What do you think, Miss Su? Jinghui gazed expectantly at Xiaolu, having already inquired about her identity en route to the lighthouse. Though this was merely a fade, Xiaolu's background had long been scrutinized. In my opinion, the strongest Pokémon are my own, regardless of their species or innate abilities, as long as I can guide them to become the mightiest trainers. They embody the essence of strength. She chose the alternative. Are my Pokémon indeed the strongest? Jinghui pondered deeply, contemplating her intent. This suggests that any type of adversary is conceivable, yet also improbable. The three directions they proposed might have never been intended to be separated, as they could inherently be equivalent. In the face of impending crises, the genuine means to save oneself and the Alliance lies not in preparing for every possible scenario, but rather in harnessing one's own power. How intriguing. Jinghui lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with acknowledgement for Xiaolu, just as the large screen on the side of the lighthouse suddenly illuminated. Jinghui, is this the Xiaolu I mentioned to you? The image of Professor Okido appeared on the screen, visibly surprised upon seeing the girl beside Jinghui. Professor Okido, have you traveled all the way to Jinghui's lighthouse? Next, you will be heading to the Kureha City Gym, correct? Indeed. The gym leader there is formidable. You must tread carefully. Professor Okido nodded slightly before instructing Jinghui. Jinghui, please add that young man on the messaging app he uses. What was it called again? Pajapogia, Professor, or simply Poga? Jinghui interjected. Just ensure you understand. Xiaolu is a prodigy, yet the path of a genius is not always smooth. As the saying goes, only when bones are shattered and reformed do they become robust. Should Xiaolu encounter difficulties, I implore you to offer her ample support. Professor Oak raised a finger, poised to elaborate, but was promptly interrupted by Jinghui. All right, fine. I've already sent the data over. Keep it for yourself, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. With that, Professor Oak ended the call. Data? Little Deer felt a twinge of confusion, but recognizing the potential significance of the exchange between the two scholars, she refrained from speaking out. Data. Ipha sensed something hard in her palm and glanced down to discover it was a disc. Professor Oak had likely been discreetly observing the situation with Jinghui, and, once satisfied with the information gleaned, signaled for Jinghui to hand over what was requested. This was the initial research data on the Pokémon virus. Was it really so? Ipha turned her gaze to a corner of the lighthouse. Despite the subtlety of the movements, she managed to pinpoint the source of the anomaly through the distortion in space. Jinghui, while a renowned Pokémon researcher and inventor in his own right, paled in comparison to the legendary Professor Oak, a former league champion and now a titan in the field of Pokémon studies. Chapter 59, Enlightenment Without Entering the Dragon Arena. On the evening of July 3rd, The citizens of Kureha City witnessed an unusual brilliance in the Northern Sea. The Alliance's security department celebrated a significant victory, apprehending numerous key members of Team Rocket. The distinguished Pokémon researcher and inventor Jinghui announced the initiation of the Horizon Project, aimed at exploring the boundaries of known Pokémon. Delicate fingers glided through headlines as Ipha narrowed her crimson eyes slightly, savoring a sip of tea. This was the Pokémon Center in Kureha City, where Little Deer and she had arrived in the famed coastal city 3 days prior. Ipha, it's your turn, a girl's voice called from nearby. Ipha set down her Rotom game console and teacup, letting out a soft sigh. Her moment of indulgence was coming to an end. After Ipha concluded her discussions with Jinghui and the ever-watchful Professor Oak, both parties had secured their needs, and Jinghui promptly wrapped up his meeting with Little Deer. Before parting, he added Little Deer as a social contact as per Professor Oak's instructions, informing her that she could reach out to him directly if she encountered any difficulties. This was a blatant attempt at alliance and investment. Professor Oak and his associates recognized Little Deer's unique position as a bridge between their two parties and were prepared to extend a measure of goodwill towards her. Should Ipha object, they would incur no losses, but if she acquiesced, they could steer Little Deer towards the path of righteousness, fostering her as a formidable ally for the future. Ipha welcomed this development. Following this, Little Deer departed from Jinghui's lighthouse and, 3 days later, arrived at Kureha City, utilizing the training facilities at the Pokémon Center to prepare for her challenge against the Kureha Gym. Alright, next, you will engage in practical training with Changming. Remember to execute the tactics strictly as I envision. Little Deer commanded sternly, holding a laptop in her hands as she entered training mode. Ipha lifted her gaze to meet the floating Changming's eyes, which shimmered like crystal, momentarily wavering in resolve. Boss, could you possibly? Ignoring the opinions of others, Ipha propelled herself forward with a surge of psychic energy. In truth, the journey from Jinghui Lighthouse to Withered Leaf City would take no more than 3 days. Primarily because Xiaolu had discovered online that the nearby lakes might harbor the elusive Venus, a Pokémon rarely seen in the Kanto region. The girl eagerly rushed to the lake, squatting there for 2 days, much like her arduous trek after leaving the Pokémon Research School, yet ultimately, her efforts yielded nothing. Xiaolu's luck seemed perpetually lacking. She consistently faced the most formidable challenges at the gyms, and, in moments of peril, fate always conspired against her. Were it not for Ipha's intervention, she would hardly have encountered rare and powerful wild Pokémon during her travels. Perhaps this was a divine limitation imposed on her prodigious battling talent. Crash! The Crystal Lantern Spirit was mercilessly thrown to the ground by Ipha, hastily signaling surrender with its mosquito-repellent eyes. Outside the arena, Xiaolu maintained her composure, diligently recording the outcome of this practical training exercise, unperturbed by the result. Halftime! The girl exclaimed, signaling the conclusion of the afternoon's first training session. For Xiaolu's Pokémon, the time spent on their wild adventures was perhaps the most blissful and carefree, as the girl was preoccupied with her journey and encounters with wild Pokémon, leaving little time for meticulous training plans. However, once they reached a resting point mid-journey and began preparing for the upcoming gym challenges, Xiaolu's Pokémon would face a grueling regimen of training. The morning commenced with several rounds of physical conditioning, followed by a brief respite before the afternoon's practical drills. And even the evening was reserved for honing their mastery of moves. He simply could not comprehend Alice's unwavering loyalty and the stubbornness of Almond. Ipha, as a behind-the-scenes strategist, was an exception. How could they endure such torment with unflinching expressions? It was utterly unfathomable. The ever-bright flame appeared somewhat dispirited as it trudged toward the rest area, indulging in the nutritional supplements Xiaolu had prepared in a fit of revenge. Meanwhile, Xiaolu was not idle. She sat cross-legged on the bench, once again opening that cherished video. The evaluation of the move Destruction Ray among trainers was sharply divided. Some believed its after effects were far too severe, equating prolonged standoffs to a form of suicide, while others asserted that the caliber of the attack was paramount. If one's abilities were sufficient, the so-called after effects were merely a reflection of the user's shortcomings. Both perspectives held merit. The optimal use of Destruction Ray was indeed in the endgame, and Ma Jishir was a master of this move, relishing in using it as the final blow to vanquish challengers. However, what truly captured Xiaolu's attention was not the move itself, but rather the action of Raichu extending its tail to restrain the Mountain King. Ipha sat beside Xiaolu, a rare look of satisfaction gracing her features. It was crucial for Pokémon to possess a degree of independent adaptability, seamlessly integrating their trainers' preparations and tactical strategies to maximize the efficacy of every unleashed move in battle. She had already begun revising the tactics for Ipha and the other Pokémon, encouraging them to minimize move usage during practical training. It was likely that in just a few days, the girl's understanding of Pokémon battles would ascend to a level comparable with that of numerous Pokémon Masters. Even though the assistance of Ipha was indispensable, it nonetheless highlighted the extraordinary combat talent possessed by the Little Deer. No, Ipha suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 60. The commotion of filial piety. Hold on, Scorpion King. A stretcher bearing a fainted Pokémon surged past the resting little deer. Propelled by the strength of a Mach-Hoke, hastening into the medical room, closely followed by a young trainer whose face was etched with worry. Here we go again. How many is this today? The little deer murmured to herself as she observed the dismal scene before her during her lunch break. Without a moment's hesitation, Ipha replied. This has become a signature site at the Pokémon Center in Leafy Town. The onlookers, including Nurse Joy at the front desk, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Every day, the gym leader, Majishur, eliminated a considerable number of trainers, yet his trials were not excessively stringent. Ranking below Sakiki's Evergreen Gym and Natsum's Golden Gym in the Kanto region, thus remaining within the realm of normalcy. As a renowned coastal city, Leafy Town naturally attracted a plethora of Pokémon trainers, boasting a substantial base of challengers. Furthermore, the gym leader's arrogant demeanor during trials, often laced with taunts directed at challengers, left the defeated feeling particularly disgruntled, prompting them to return for yet another attempt. It was said that one trainer had faced defeat 8 times in 7 days under Majishur's scrutiny, earning a spot on Nurse Joy's blacklist at the Pokémon Center. I must not emulate such individuals, the little deer silently vowed, though even after nearly 2 weeks of preparation, she felt a twinge of unease regarding her impending challenge at the Leafy Gym. Last week, upon learning of her preparations, Nanamiwaki had sent her an online document detailing the experiences of a prodigious trainer who had faced defeat thrice at that very gym. The brilliant trainer, named Yulong-Du, ultimately achieved the distinguished titles of champion of both the Kanto and Chengdu regions and chief Pokémon inspector. It still felt as though something was missing. The little deer stroked her chin, despite the initial successes of her newly implemented training regimen over the past fortnight. She sensed an intangible barrier separating her from a higher echelon of mastery. As if the concept of a flawless battle strategy was more complex than merely utilizing a few techniques. Lacking practical experience, Ipha succinctly pointed out. The little deer felt her cheeks flush, awkwardly rubbing her earlobe. I truly have done my utmost, but no one has come to challenge me. Ipha regarded the girl with a hint of exasperation, pondering why she lacked self-awareness regarding her own situation. The little deer's objective was to observe and learn, which inadvertently enveloped her in an aura that deterred strangers. Her piercing gaze could unsettle even the bravest of hearts, leaving others to simultaneously worry about their Pokémon and their own safety, making it a rare occurrence to receive a challenge. Not that there are no alternatives. Ipha activated the Rotom game console, and the screen illuminated with an active group chat filled with messages. What is this? The little deer leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. The Brutal Majishur Fan Club, a group chat formed by those who had failed their challenges at the Leafy Gym. How did you end up in this group chat? Xiao Lu inquired with a perplexed expression. Ipha cast a sidelong glance at her and replied effortlessly. It is quite beneficial. Remember, surfing the internet is indispensable. With a light tap on the screen, Ipha opened a registration window for a competition. Another competition? Xiao Lu appeared somewhat conflicted. This is the upcoming Pokémon Rookie City Tournament, and this round conveniently takes place in Kuyu City. The scale and prestige of this official league event far surpass those friendly matches you previously participated in during the game console release, Ipha explained earnestly, tapping Xiao Lu's head gently. The group chat's owner has internal registration channels, and there are still a few slots left. Participating in this tournament will undoubtedly validate your training strategies and significantly enhance your understanding of battles. Of course, you will also attract more attention. However, if you choose to concede after just 2 rounds, it won't be a significant loss. The goal is merely to reach the champion title, Ipha said, narrowing his eyes as he observed Xiao Lu's reaction. Indeed, the young girl harbored a profound yearning for the title of champion, and with a strategic tease, Ipha noted her shift from disinterest to indecision. What is the registration range for the competition? Xiao Lu hesitantly asked. Taking a deep breath, she resolved. I'm signing up. The following day, at the Electric Arena in Kuyu City, the preliminary rounds of the Pokémon Rookie City Tournament officially commenced, with a multitude of spectators and novice trainers flowing in. Meanwhile, a small group of jovial young individuals gathered at a special entrance away from the crowd. Shouldn't our group be all here by now? A young trainer in his early 20s, sporting golden long hair, queried. He was the group leader of the Brutal Horseman Society, possessing exclusive internal registration access for this city tournament and generously sharing this resource with his fellow chat members. His internal registration channel was courtesy of his father, the Kuyu Gym leader, Majishur. The revelation of his identity elicited uproarious laughter from his peers. The invincible Aid King is just one short. A similarly aged young man with black hair responded. Ahem, just call me Macro, the invincible Aid King, Macro remarked, his face flushing. As the saying goes, there are 2 most embarrassing situations, being called by your real name online and your online name in real life. He quickly shifted the topic. Who is arriving so late? Are we here waiting for them? Reporting to the illustrious Macro, it seems to be someone named Experiment Zero from the group, came the reply. Haha, Experiment Zero. Who is that absurd? Do they genuinely believe they are part of a secret experiment? Macro mocked. And I mentioned not to call each other by our online names. Real information is required for registration. Let me see what their real name is, he said, rummaging through his phone for the records. Su Jinlu. An uncommon name, Macro remarked, lifting his gaze only to find his usually boisterous friends suddenly silent, creating an eerie stillness in the air. What are you all doing? Are you stunned? One of the group members, with a wandering gaze, finally gritted his teeth and, with a hint of trepidation, exclaimed, "Goodness! It's the black and white witch. The black and white witch has arrived. What on earth?" Marco was utterly bewildered. Don't you know, Lada? These urban legends surrounding the Pokémon Center in Withered Leaf City have been circulating for days. His companions chimed in, each adding their own tidbit. It is said that she refreshes her presence at the public battle arena every night. Her gaze is utterly terrifying. Indeed, everyone claims she is a hidden powerhouse. Scouting for prey. Someone who passed by her training room described the sounds within as horrifically intense, almost like the wails of tormented spirits. By the way, why do they call her the Black and White Witch? It seems she only wears black and white clothing. Marco chuckled at the absurdity of his companion's beliefs. How old are you all? Still believing in urban legends? If the Black and White Witch were truly that impressive, would she be signing up for a Novice City tournament? Besides, she is just a 16-year-old girl, looking rather charming, like a character straight out of Brimstone. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still, as if the very air had chilled, causing Marco to falter momentarily. A remarkably young girl, clad in a loose white jacket and black athletic shorts, approached the group silently, accompanied closely by a tall Shinado. Are you the invincible Guardian King? The girl, Xiao Lu, slightly lifted her head, fixing her icy gaze upon Marco, the leader of the brutal Magishire enthusiasts. The son of Magishire felt a sudden rigidity in his body under the girl's cold stare, as if she were a butcher contemplating how to carve a fish on a chopping block. In that moment, he even forgot to remind her not to call him by his online name. Why yes, Marco stammered. Good. Xiao Lu nodded succinctly, then leaned against the side with Ipha, remaining silent thereafter. Well, everyone is here, Marco observed the tense crowd, unusual doubt creeping into his mind. So, shall we report now? A young man with blonde hair tentatively inquired of Xiao Lu, who nodded expressionlessly. Are you not the organizer? Why are you asking others? Xiao Lu silently criticized in her heart. Marco drew in a sharp breath, then abruptly slapped his palm against his forehead. He turned to the others and gestured. All right. Everyone follow me. How could he have been subdued by a mere 16-year-old girl? As Marco regained his composure, he was deeply astonished. Even his father in a furious state had never exerted such an overwhelming presence upon him. Those black pupils seemed to connect to the very gates of the underworld, threatening to devour the souls of those who dared to meet her gaze. No wonder they referred to her as a witch. That chilling aura was certainly not something one would expect from a mere human. Was she a trainer specifically cultivating ghost types? No, based on the Shinado beside her. She might actually be a specialist in psychic abilities, perhaps even a legendary psychic? During the registration process, Marco's mind was a tumultuous whirl of chaotic thoughts, his entire being propelled like a soulless automaton through each requisite step, observing the crowd parting to create a vacuum of at least 3 meters in diameter around her. Little Deer struggled to mask the fear hidden behind her facade of combat readiness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She leaned close to Ipha's ear and whispered, Did I come on too strong? Ipha looked at her incredulously. Generally speaking, normal individuals do not regard strangers with the eyes reserved for corpses and arch-nemeses. Little Deer's aptitude for battle was not solely reflected in her understanding of Pokémon combat, but also in the extreme composure and focus she exhibited when assuming a commanding role. As she endeavored to mask her social anxiety with a commanding demeanor, an aura of icy detachment naturally emanated from her, causing ordinary individuals to keep their distance. This unique quality bore a resemblance to Ipha's full-powered strikes in her liberated state. Oh, let me adjust that, Little Deer said, striving to amend her expression. Her social anxiety, a product of her upbringing, belied her deep-seated yearning for genuine interaction with others. She managed to force a slight smile and attempted to glance at her companions. The unfortunate souls who caught her gaze immediately felt a chill run down their spines, but fortunately, Ipha was quick to cover Little Deer's mouth. Your expression resembles that of a villain poised to execute a decree. If you wish to avoid your urban legend becoming even more ludicrous, my advice is to tone it down. Dejected, Little Deer ceased her attempts and followed the group to complete the registration process, successfully acquiring her preliminary match number, 101. Upon concluding their reports, the gathered individuals congregated in the contestant lounge, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows to observe the venue inside. As Little Deer instinctively retreated into a corner, the atmosphere relaxed, and discussions grew more animated. The center of the venue spanned approximately the size of 3 or 4 football fields, divided into 9 distinct battle arenas. Since today was merely the preliminary round preceding the main event, the organizers had yet to officially promote it. resulting in a sparse audience primarily composed of local residents drawn by the allure of free tickets. A total of 999 participants had registered for this city tournament, with the preliminary round adopting a single elimination format, ultimately narrowing the field to 128 contenders for the main event, akin to a simplified version of the league conference. Marco muttered to himself, noting that his number was 024. He glanced across the expansive lounge to a group of young trainers clad in matching uniforms, animatedly chatting with expressions brimming with confidence. Marco recognized them as members of the Caliph youth training team, his father being the head coach of that very team. Given the fervor surrounding Pokémon battle competitions orchestrated by the league, it was inevitable that even one-on-one matches would give rise to team dynamics. Even in this novice city tournament, an official event hosted by the league, it would undoubtedly attract numerous professional trainers affiliated with various teams, with champions likely emerging from the ranks of elite squads. This is going to be challenging, he thought as the announcement echoed through the lounge, prompting the trainers to rise and prepare to enter the arena. In the 6th round of Venue 3, number 101, Su Jinlu faced off against number 122, Yuan Gan. The referee blew the whistle, and the young girl entered the arena. The preliminary matches were one-on-one battles, and Xiao Lu, participating in the Rookie City Tournament, aimed primarily to test her innovative combat strategies, leaving Ipha on the sidelines. The girl enlarged the Pokeball at her waist, her gaze intensely focused. The battle commenced. Chapter 62, A Brave Champion. Both trainers released their Pokémon simultaneously. On Xiao Lu's side was the assertive and sharp-clawed Pidgey, Almond, while her opponent unleashed a sinister-looking Sneasel, its claws glistening ominously. Of course, this was merely an ordinary Sneasel, not the toxic fighting variant from the region of Shuchuei, thus sparing them from any tragic encounters with poison blades. Regardless of the adversary, Almond soared confidently, flapping her wings mid-air, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. She had initially chosen to follow Xiao Lu to become stronger, yearning for the power to control her own destiny. Yet, as she became part of the girl S team, she gradually realized that her tactical contributions were undervalued. She felt as though she might merely be a tool, a stepping stone for her teammates throughout her battling career. On the surface, Almond feigned indifference, diligently training and flawlessly following battle commands. But within her heart, she harbored a profound sense of loneliness, coupled with the emptiness and anguish of unfulfilled ambitions. Her true dream was to become as powerful and beautiful as Captain Ipha, dominating the battlefield with an imposing presence. A core member who brought immense honor to her trainer. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Almond narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous aura emanating from her well-honed physique, as she regarded the opposing Sneasel as her destined prey. This was a one-on-one match. She no longer needed to assist her teammates and could showcase her combat prowess entirely. Almond. Xiao Lu adjusted the communication device by her ear, relaying instructions directly to Almond's concealed earpiece. Fire at will. No sooner had the girl spoken than Almond enveloped herself in a luminous glow, launching into a powerful sprint. Who was this reckless individual? The opposing trainer was momentarily taken aback. He was unfamiliar with the girl named Su Jinlu, and the expansive arena obscured his view of her expression. Seeing this, the trainer couldn't help but smirk inwardly, quickly commanding, defend. In the Rookie City tournament organized by the league, it was already laughable to employ a common Pidgey, let alone to initiate a battle against a type-advantaged Sneasel. Such ignorance was indeed audacious. He had not anticipated encountering a rare opportunity for experience in such a prestigious competition. As the reckless Pidgey was predictably blocked by Sneasel's defense, the trainer felt certain that this little girl was a divine gift from Arceus, a windfall beyond measure. Alright, now, take advantage. Just as the Sneasel's trainer began his command, he suddenly witnessed the Pidgey, seemingly unaffected, maneuvering around the defensive barrier and launching an attack from the side. How is this possible? At the outset, the BB bird executed a dazzling flash, colliding with its opponent. How could there be no stalemate following such an encounter? A flicker of panic crossed the opposing trainer's mind, yet he remained convinced of his invincibility, swiftly issuing the next command. Ice Shard. This move required minimal preparation time. Regardless of whether the opponent's BB bird opted for Steel Wing or any other maneuver, the Naira could act first and disrupt the opponent's assault. Naira's claws coalesced with frost, rapidly unleashing a flurry of sharp ice shards towards the BB bird. However, with a powerful flap of her wings, she elevated herself to evade the onslaught of ice. Following this, she slightly adjusted her position and fully extended her crimson iron claws, swooping down from above to grasp Naira. As Naira beheld the shadow overhead, though not grand, it was sufficient to obscure the sun. His heart skipped a beat, instinctively rolling backward to escape the grasp of the BB bird's claws. What is happening? Continue to defend. Naira immediately conjured a pale green barrier. Yet the BB bird calmly glided to the side and rear, her keen gaze fixed intently on Naira's every move. A sudden realization flashed in the trainer's mind. This was not merely a move. It transcended the realm of Pokémon battles. This was a habitual action of BB Bird when hunting in the wild. It was executed with swiftness, agility, and ferocity. The BB Bird did not regard Nayura as an adversary, but rather as prey. This thought ignited an unnameable rage within the trainer, causing his clenched fists to tremble. Ice Punch. Let it feel your might. The trainer's roar emanated from the headset, prompting Nayura to abandon its defensive stance. With a powerful leap, its frost-laden claws aimed for the airborne BB Bird. A glint of determination flashed in the BB Bird's eyes. Too slow. She had endured countless strikes from plastic balls, flames, and leaf blades in the training room. Such a speed. With a slight motion, she deftly dodged Nayura's counterattack. Even burdened by weights, she could react effortlessly. With a swift lunge, her crimson claws seized Nayura's wrists during its moment of retaliation. This is bad. The trainer's earlier enthusiasm had evaporated, replaced by a disheartening realization that he was utterly helpless in this situation. The greatest threat posed by Nayura, a Pokémon capable of shattering rock with its iron-like claws, was rendered ineffective as its forearms were ensnared by the opponent, while its hind legs could not reach the soaring BB Bird, leaving its cunning and ferocity unutilized. With a cold, indifferent gaze, the BB Bird looked down upon the futilely struggling Nayura, flapping her wings to elevate her opponent into the sky. The BB Bird soared high, spinning and dashing through the air, tossing Nayura around like a mere plaything before abruptly arching upward. Upon reaching the zenith, she plunged downward with ferocity. Whoosh! The piercing sound of slicing air resonated in the trainer's heart, leaving him with a bitter taste in his mouth and a tumultuous swirl of complex emotions within. The battlefield swiftly approached in Amon's eyes, and just as it seemed they would collide, the skilled BB Bird executed a sudden maneuver, forcefully hurling the incapacitated Snivy to the ground. A thunderous crash ensued, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust as the referee, a creature of immense strength, rushed onto the scene to assess the fallen Snivy's condition. Moments later, with all four of its hands raised in a count of 4, the referee nodded and announced loudly. In round 6 of Venue 3, number 101, Su Jinlu emerges victorious. Amon traced an elegant arc outside the arena, finally alighting upon the outstretched arm of the young deer. Well done. The victorious deer beamed with a radiant smile, tenderly preening the resplendent feathers of the BB Bird. Amon's heart raced, still reeling from the intensity of the battle. She turned her gaze to the stands, where Ipha offered a slight nod of approval. The overwhelming joy nearly caused the BB Bird to swoon. She had triumphed. Without relying on any particular moves, she had deftly overcome a formidable adversary. This was a powerful testament that even as a BB Bird, with a meager repertoire of moves and a lamentable innate talent, one could still rise to become a formidable contender in battle. On another front, Macro expended considerable effort to vanquish his opponent in the first round of the preliminaries. Although he was the leader of the brutal Horseman Society, he was fundamentally a challenger destined to fail against the Withered Leaf Gym. However, this was not due to any deficiency in Macro's capabilities, but rather the result of his father's persistent challenges for various reasons. Among his contemporaries, he was undeniably a standout, often prevailing against the talented individuals from the Pokémon Research School and members of the Youth Training Squad. Nevertheless, he found the preliminaries of the Newcomer City tournament somewhat taxing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Macro reflected on the value of the official league matches as he made his way to the locker room. He should have been the fastest to conclude the first round in his group. With such intensity, it was uncertain how many would endure the preliminaries. Upon entering the locker room, Macro's gaze immediately fell upon the young deer seated in the corner. She did not spare him a glance, her expression unchanging as she tenderly offered water to the BB Bird perched on her arm, appearing to have been resting there for quite some time. Chapter 63, The Posture of Victory. The preliminaries of the Newcomer City tournament stretched throughout the day, only yielding the selection of 128 trainers to progress to the main event as the sun dipped below the horizon. In the twilight, the battlefield witnessed the BB Bird stir up a whirlwind, effortlessly toppling an adversary on the brink of exhaustion. Steel Wing. The command from the headset resonated, and Amon spiraled around to her opponent's vulnerable spot. Her wings glimmered with a metallic sheen and with a flash of silver. A colossal onyx struggled and collapsed to the ground. The BB Bird, having dispatched her foe, traced a graceful arc in the sky, smoothly landing on the outstretched arm of the young deer. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her coat and tousled her shoulder-length hair, her youthful visage remaining tranquil. This had become the young deer's signature posture of victory in the preliminaries, destined to leave an indelible impression on the spectators surrounding her. In the 18th round at Venue 3, contestant number 101, Su Jinlu, emerged victorious. In the players' lounge, those gathered, led by Macro, exchanged puzzled glances. Macro was the first to speak, but everyone shook their heads in response. I managed to grasp a semblance of understanding, albeit vague. A young man, whose face was adorned with vivid orange and red paint, hesitated before speaking. His attire revealed him to be a trainer from the BB Bird family. The witch had consistently directed her Pokémon to exploit their physical advantages in battle, reminiscent of wild BB birds hunting prey or defending their territory. Yet what was the yet that lingered in the air? Macro pressed the others for clarity. But this approach is utterly futile, the young man exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. To abandon techniques in favor of honing physical prowess, how can that possibly maximize a Pokémon's potential? Can a Dragonite charging headfirst triumph over another Dragonite that uses Dragon Claw to counterattack? Moreover, humans are not Pokémon. We lack wings and tails. How can we command Pokémon in domains where they excel? Are we to let them decide for themselves? Isn't that akin to a trainer giving up entirely? The youth shook his head vigorously, confident in his knowledge as he hailed from a family dedicated to breeding BB birds. To him, Su Jinlu's method seemed unfounded. Yet she continued to win, truly an enigma. Perhaps it is not merely about abandoning techniques or focusing solely on physicality, Macro mused, recalling his unfortunate father's signature move, a Raichu locking onto its target with a devastating beam. That technique might not have been purely for show. It could also contain elements of suggestion and guidance. After much contemplation, he felt as though he were separated from the essential insight by a delicate veil, leaving him frustrated. Why not simply ask her directly? A trainer from the crowd suddenly suggested. Are you foolish? Macro shot him a disdainful glance. Considering him as Navi as a country Meowth, lacking in worldly experience, do you think such battle secrets can be casually imparted? Those who offer lessons online often expect a hefty fee for mentorship. And for such a prodigious talent, what could you possibly offer in exchange for her insights? Expecting her to answer your questions is as far-fetched as hoping for someone to suddenly reciprocate your affections. Another chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group. Indeed, that seems a more plausible outcome. Every novice trainer possesses their own comprehension of Pokémon battles, and each understanding is vital for their survival. To recklessly disclose one's strategies invites immediate scrutiny. Tomorrow, someone will exploit your weaknesses, and the day after, another will emulate your style and surpass you. It was a foregone conclusion that everyone naturally assumed Su Jinlu operated under this same principle, for only the champions of past leagues dared to defy such norms. The rationale was simple. The understanding of league champions is either incomprehensible to others or impervious to imitation, as no one can truly surpass them. Clearly, this line of thinking held merit. The young doe joyfully reunited with Ipha in the audience, who nodded with appreciation and then reminded her. You have garnered quite a bit of attention. Are you certain you wish to proceed to the main competition? The girl surveyed her surroundings. The judges and spectators were huddled together, while the competitors in the lounge whispered amongst themselves, occasionally casting glances in the direction of the young doe, whose stunning performance in the preliminaries had rendered her a star of the event. Let us do it, the young doe replied succinctly, her heart a tumult of emotions. Though no longer consumed by the panic that once plagued her. As a novice trainer, her practical experience was, in truth, quite limited. Aside from the gym leaders, she could count the number of peers she had truly faced on one hand. Despite the accolades from seasoned trainers, she consistently reminded herself to remain humble and cautious, which left her with a vague understanding of her own capabilities. Now, having stepped out of her comfort zone to participate in the urban newcomer tournament, she was beginning to realize that perhaps she was stronger than she had thought. Her social anxiety had stemmed from a profound insecurity about her performance. However, with newfound confidence and clear feedback, the symptoms of her anxiety began to dissipate. Miss Su Jinlu, a sudden voice from behind startled her, causing her to straighten her posture and adopt an aloof demeanor. You have successfully advanced to the main competition. Please follow me. In a certain hall of the venue, the young doe and Ipha settled onto a sofa in a corner, while the other competitors instinctively created a vacuum of space around them. They even make posters for each competitor? The young doe mused as she browsed the draft on her phone, somewhat taken aback. It featured a dramatic image, her opponent's almond Pokémon poised to land on her outstretched right arm, her gaze sharp and expression serene, her white coat and short hair billowing in the wind, accompanied by 2 lines of artistic text, with aspirations that reached the clouds. Ipha did not mention that the notion of equal promotional opportunities was somewhat misleading, given the young doe's performance in the preliminaries. Her poster would undoubtedly be positioned at the forefront. This poster makes it seem as though I specialize in flying-type Pokémon, the young doe mused, recalling that she had only utilized her almond Pokémon in the preliminaries to conceal her strategy and to refine her opponent's practical skills, which may have led to a misunderstanding by the organizers. Though the almond Pokémon had always been the hardest worker in her team, its performance in practice had consistently lagged behind, prompting the young doe to seek a chance to prove its worth. If the trainers eliminated by her in the preliminaries heard such remarks, they would likely find themselves exasperated enough to bury their heads in their hands. Encountering a young girl with a BB bird in the preliminaries, defying logic and proving as formidable as a monster, only to be told that the almond Pokémon was the weakest link in her team? Moreover, isn't this image a bit too overexposed? Just say whether the photo is good or not. Ipha chuckled. Chapter 64, The Opening Ceremony. 2 days following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds marked the commencement of the promotional period, during which the keywords pertaining to the Rookie City competition in Key City surged to the forefront of major headlines, capturing widespread attention not only in the Guangdu region but also across the globe. Aside from the annual, critically important Alliance Conference, the Rookie City competition and the World Championships are the most fervently followed official events of the various leagues. This phenomenon might seem counterintuitive at first, yet upon deeper reflection, it reveals a certain logic. In Pokémon battles, as the strength of the competitors escalates, the threshold for spectatorship rises correspondingly, particularly during clashes between league champions. The principal Pokémon of both sides often transcend the conventional norms of Pokémon battles, rendering even the most seasoned commentators hesitant to assert their comprehension of the match. For instance, the champion Julian Garchomp once employed a subpar move, Giga Impact, against an opponent's Bronzong, only to achieve an unexpected knockout. Conversely, the Rookie City competition presents a different scenario. The Pokémon dispatched by the participants are not excessively powerful, allowing the average audience to easily grasp each move and technique. Coupled with the engaging commentary from professionals, the competition offers an unparalleled spectacle for the layperson. Furthermore, while the contestants are undoubtedly prodigies, they are still nascent in their careers, resulting in a relatively small gap between them and the audience. Beyond the matches themselves, the vibrant discussions in the forums add another layer of excitement. For these reasons, tickets for the home venue in Key City were sold out within mere seconds of their release, with live-stream reservations surpassing 3 million across the internet. In a bright office, Ma Zhishir perused a stack of documents, examining the details of this year's Rookie City competition. Hosting such an event promises to generate considerable buzz for the locality. And as the gym leader of Key City, he naturally found himself among the ranks of the event organizers. Familiar faces abound. Ma Zhishir scanned the list of the 128 competitors entering the main event, noting that over 80 of them hailed from various professional training teams' youth squads. The remaining 40 or so were primarily offspring of affluent families, renowned masters, or exceptional students from Pokémon research institutions. It seemed that only Darius and Su Jinlu could be classified as civilian talents. Darius appears more akin to a diligent wage earner than a vibrant rookie trainer. Ma Zhishir mused. His prowess was commendable, yet the Pokémon he chose to deploy, Brimstone, Sweet-Scented Fairy, and Magical Masquerade Meow, were indeed rare. But would their coexistence in a single team not lead to internal discord? An unusual expression crossed Ma Zhishir's face as he began to question Darius's inclinations. In contrast, Su Jinlu seemed far more conventional, debuting as a 16-year-old rookie specializing in flying-type Pokémon, notably using a BB bird. Ma Zhishir scoffed lightly, pondering how a prodigious ace could possibly be represented by such an unremarkable Pokémon, one inferior even to the roadside chirping crickets. It was evidently a guise. He circled the name of the young deer, contemplating that if such a concealed strategy proved effective, perhaps he might indeed topple the professional team's dominance in the championship. "Sir, a guest is here to see you," the secretary abruptly entered, somewhat flustered, delivering the message. "How could I forget to knock? Who is it?" Ma Zhishir furrowed his brow slightly, only to be met with a chilling, childlike voice. "Uncle, we've come to play with you." This long-established tough man shivered, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. On the third day, at the venue of the New City tournament in Kyu City, the opening ceremony was a distinctive local affair featuring a song and dance performance, themed around the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon, as well as the international connectivity of ports. Following the ceremony was a speech from the host, succeeded by a parade of various esteemed guests. Leading up to the entrance of the competitors, the venue had been transformed into a landscape of uneven miniature mountains, from which 128 participants were elevated from below, standing atop the peaks and striking their pre-rehearsed poses. Ipha was not surprised to find that she and the young fawn were positioned on the highest peak among the cluster. Standing quietly beside the girl, she used her telepathic abilities to siphon away the tension and panic radiating from her companion. At this moment, the fawn was rendered speechless, instinctively tightening her expression, coldly gazing ahead as she counted the hidden presence of the transforming dragon in the air. Dozens of Jengars, each carrying cameras, weaved through the crowd, searching for the perfect angle to capture the moment. The outer circle of the circular venue was packed with a dense throng of spectators, while several large screens floated high in the center, with a group of 3-in-1 Magnemites providing the audience with an impeccable viewing experience, accompanied by stirring background music. Each competitor made their appearance on the screens, starting with the major youth training teams, Kuyu, Honglian, and Chongqing, followed by individual participants. "Darius?" the fawn exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter a familiar face at the Newcomer City tournament, so soon after their separation in the Pokémon research class. "It's him," Ipha confirmed with a nod. The girl silently criticized the situation, and just as her expression began to relax, a Jengar suddenly playfully directed the camera towards her, instantly projecting the images of the fawn and Ipha onto the big screen. Her reaction was the swiftest of her life, the fawn's sharp, icy gaze seemed capable of piercing through the screen, while the girl's delicate features, under such scrutiny, exuded an unusual sense of pressure. As if she were surveying a lifeless scene from above, the audience fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers. The online livestream chat filled instantly, with the refresh rate skyrocketing to 100 lines per second, as nearly all viewers were profoundly captivated by the fawn's aura. So cool. Who is this competitor? What's their Pokédex number? You can tell she's terrifyingly strong. Love heart. Hubby, haha, step on me. Cackling, rolling, creeping into shadows, transforming into high sure. An intriguing sister. In the VIP section, a long-haired girl cradled a doll that suddenly spoke, its mouth curling into an unsettling smile, causing Ma Gigi beside her to break into a cold sweat. Phew. The pressure of dealing with Miss Nassi's changing temperament is becoming increasingly daunting. Ma Gigi lifted his head, gazing at the small deer deliberately frozen on the large screen by the director. He was certainly not intimidated by the sight, yet a profound curiosity was stirred within him. Sujin. Indeed, as the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. What, I wonder, is your true strength? Amidst the heightened anticipation of countless spectators eager for the player's debut, the main event was about to commence. Chapter 65, the first round. The Rookie City Tournament in the Kanto region features one-on-one Pokémon battles, where the outcome is determined in a single match. Casual trainers typically possess only one or two main Pokémon, while aspiring players or sponsored trainers can easily devise targeted strategies based on their opponents' lineups. Since its inaugural event over a decade ago, the Rookie City Tournament has become a prestigious arena for elite training teams and distinguished trainers. In the first round, 128 contenders would be narrowed down to 64. The ordinary trainers who barely qualified for the main event were swiftly eliminated, while over 80 aspiring players took turns competing, igniting an extraordinary fervor on the first day that elicited resounding cheers from the audience. Among them were the dual-wielding Tsang, Yanjian Gui from the Paldea region, the ground-shattering Malaluli, the exceedingly rare quasi-divine Pokémon Hakaron, and the phantom ruler Zoroark. Despite being hosted in Kanto, the global trend had introduced Pokémon that transcended the region, showcasing an average strength that could arguably be considered the finest in the history of Rookie City tournaments. Some seasoned spectators, frequently attending matches, found themselves momentarily disoriented, convinced they were witnessing a more advanced regional league. How could these trainers be labeled as newcomers? The first round of the city tournament would last the entire day, and it was only in the afternoon that Xiao Lu's turn finally arrived. The girl and her Shinado emerged from the ground, appearing on opposite sides of the battlefield alongside their opponent. As the miniature mountain range at the center of the venue was removed, revealing an astonishingly vast arena. Hills, massive boulders, and lakes surrounded the trainers and their Pokémon, while the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Xiao Lu swept her hair aside, feeling a genuine sense of awe at the scene before her. Winning beautifully would mark a splendid beginning. The encouraging voice of Ipha resonated within her, and Shinado offered a gentle smile. All right, Xiao Lu nodded emphatically, her gaze resolute as she enlarged the Pokeball at her waist. The Rookie City Tournament in Koi City, the 128-64 elimination round. Contestant 101, Sujin, versus Contestant 907, Zai. The battle commences. With a commanding shout from the referee, the audience's cheers surged anew. Believe in yourself, Alice. Make your name known. Charmeleon. Two beams of red light flashed as the two Pokémon faced each other across the arena. Charmeleon glared fiercely, sharpening its claws and disdainfully exhaling a shower of sparks, while Leafeon raised its head high, its leaves gently swaying in the breeze. Charmeleon's trainer was a young man with red hair, clad in the uniform of the Honglian Town training team. Zai was his stage name, a mark of modernity, as only traditional trainers would still fight under their real names. He naturally recognized Xiao Lu. In truth, it was nearly impossible for him not to. In the preliminary rounds, he rose to fame, rumored to have even sparked urban legends in the local area of Withered Leaves. His debut at the opening ceremony left the entire online audience in awe, as he nearly claimed half of the attention directed towards the 100-plus competitors. How ridiculous, Zay remarked, tossing his red hair back. What substance could a rogue trainer, unaffiliated with any youth training team and lacking sponsorship from any company, possibly possess? It is merely a facade aimed at garnering attention. He hoped to encounter her in the first round. Surely numerous spectators were watching now, serving as a perfect stepping stone for him. Flamethrower. A fiery dragon erupted from the mouth of his Charmeleon, the surging flames swiftly encroaching upon Alice's EV. That's rather slow. It seems less impressive than Uncle Changming, Alice thought as she gracefully sidestepped the oncoming inferno. She was oblivious to the concept of a newcomer city competition, unaware of the reasons for competing against other trainers' Pokémon, and even lacked understanding of the need to grow stronger or travel. Yet, her master seemed to place great importance on these matters, and for any goal pointed out by Little Deer, Alice would exert every ounce of effort to achieve it. Now is the time. Attack. Seeing his opponent's EV evade the flamethrower, Zay immediately commanded, "That initial flamethrower was merely a test and a feint. My Charmeleon truly excels in close combat. Charge flame." Charmeleon ignited in vibrant orange flames, roaring as it lunged toward Eevee. "Stay calm. Don't move," Little Deer instructed. Alice obediently remained still, observing the swiftly closing distance between herself and Charmeleon. Even as the fiery claws loomed dangerously close and the scorching air slapped against her face, she did not budge an inch, her gaze clear and resolute. See through it. A glimmer flashed in Alice's eyes, and suddenly, Charmeleon's movements appeared agonizingly slow to her. With a mere dip of her head, she evaded the fierce fire punch. Takedown. Seizing the momentary opening as Charmeleon became momentarily stiff from its missed attack, Eevee's strong tail ensnared its hind leg, and with a powerful thrust, she lifted Charmeleon overhead, executing a half-circle before slamming it to the ground. The audience erupted in astonishment. Alice's brilliant defensive counterattack had them cheering in exhilaration, akin to witnessing a grand spectacle from Bollywood. Captain, in the players' lounge. A trainer clad in the same youth training uniform as Zay anxiously glanced at the tall man beside him, but the captain of the Honglian youth training team replied calmly, "No rush. This is intriguing." Upon seeing his Charmeleon crash to the ground at the hands of Alice's EV, Zay found delight where one might expect dismay. Excitement coursing through him. If it were merely a fragile vase that shattered upon contact, it would lack interest. A bit of resistance made the competition all the more thrilling. Zay was confident that once his Charmeleon closed in on Eevee, defeat was out of the question. Fire Punch. Chapter 66. A Breakthrough. The dragon emerges. Charmeleon, having been slammed to the ground by Alice's throw, quickly rose on all fours, its front paws clenched into fists. Enveloped in crimson flames as it launched its assault once more, it resembled a small flame, seemingly harmless in appearance. As flames erupted from its fists, the intent to attack became unmistakably clear. It was a simple truth that Alice had completely grasped. Coupled with her pre-evolution trait of danger anticipation, the straightforward approach of the fire dinosaur had virtually no chance of landing a hit on her. It was time to conclude this encounter. Witnessing Alice effortlessly evade her opponent's fiery punches, the little deer felt a sense of certainty, prompting her to convey decisively through the battle communication, "Oh, good. Yay, Eevee." Suddenly enlightened, cast aside all distracting thoughts and fixed a cold, unwavering gaze upon her adversary. The fire dinosaur, momentarily taken aback by its missed strike, had no time to react before a powerful palm struck the side of its head. Alice had resolved to take the initiative. One strike, then another. The relentless assaults left the fire dinosaur dazed, instinctively retreating. "What are you dawdling for? Continue with the fire punch," came the urgent command from the trainer through the headset. The fire dinosaur, steeling itself, ignited its claws with brilliant flames. Gritting its eyes in pain, it stumbled back a couple of steps. Sister Almond had advised against allowing prey a moment to breathe. What was Zaya doing? The Eevee hadn't even used a move. Was his fire dinosaur lost in thought? Had it perhaps fallen under a spell? In the players' lounge, the Red Lotus training team's members were in a frenzy, utterly perplexed by the scene unfolding on the battlefield, where a mere Eevee was completely dominating a fire dinosaur, renowned for its melee prowess, without employing a single move. The captain of the Red Lotus training team furrowed his brow deeply, pulling out his phone to find the live chat flooded with question marks, with viewers already questioning whether Zaya was throwing the match. Damn it, hundreds of thousands are watching. Give it your all. The blaze ability of the fire dinosaur had been triggered. Zaya was preparing for a desperate gamble. The exhilarating commentary ignited thunderous cheers from the audience as the time, place, and circumstances aligned to provide the fire dinosaur with a stage to unleash its full potential, awaiting the protagonist to take center stage. Yet Alice would not afford her opponent such an opportunity. The fire dinosaur was her target to vanquish, and its trainer was the adversary her own trainer sought to defeat, with Alice wholly compliant to the will of the little deer and nothing more. Admiration, awe, passion, mutual respect. Such emotions were foreign to Alice. The fire dinosaur breaking free was merely an illusion. The Eevee seized the moment to gather strength and leap. Her agile form twisted gracefully in midair before her powerful tail descended upon the fire dinosaur's head, delivering a blow that knocked it to the ground. The flames at the tip of her tail flickering dramatically. A hush fell over the arena. Zaya stood in stunned silence, and the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the commentators momentarily at a loss for words. Get up. Gracefully landing, Alice prodded beneath the fire dinosaur, exerting force to lift her opponent. Excellent, Leaf Blade. Came the cool directive from the little deer, as the EV's leaves glimmered with a vibrant green light, extending into sharp, formidable blades. Alice surged forth, transforming into a dazzling emerald tempest. The Charizard was immediately beset by a myriad of grievous wounds, as Alice aimed to completely engulf her opponent in this potent maneuver. Uncle Changming had once said to maximize the utility of one's own body. Coughing and battered, Charizard fell to the ground for the third time. Yet it struggled valiantly to rise again, its fiery tail still blazing with fierce intensity, a testament to its indomitable spirit. Tenacious willpower, remarked Ipha succinctly. In the heat of battle, the little deer maintained an unsettling calm. Should her adversary refuse to yield, she would continue to fight until submission was achieved. Gathering the sun's energy at her tail, it glimmered with radiant brilliance, transforming into a broad sword of sunlight. Ipha had once advised to afford the most profound respect to an enemy unwilling to concede. Alice's tail blade extended, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. She swung the sunblade, carving a deep scar into the ground. Then, amidst the explosion of pure white sparks, she glided from Charizard's tail to its head, culminating in a delicate upward flick that traced a neat semicircle in the air. The path of the blade was adorned with myriad dazzling points of light, reminiscent of a fragment of the sun itself. A thunderous cacophony of cheers and screams threatened to overturn the venue, as commentators excitedly recounted the spectacle that had just unfolded. Yet no one had the heart to listen intently. The live streams across various platforms were ablaze, with the barrage of comments reaching unprecedented heights since the little deer's debut. If one did not meticulously adjust the filters, the main screen displaying the deer's victory would be entirely obscured. The young girl, having successfully advanced into the top 64, adjusted the battle communications by her ear, impervious to the external discussions and cheers. Well done, she beamed, embracing Alice as it rushed towards her. Yet, ultimately, it morphed into a sigh. He had lost. Captain. The players' lounge was rife with noise, save for a pin-drop silence in the area of Honglian. Zai would undoubtedly rank among the upper echelons of their team. Aside from his somewhat impatient demeanor and fervent desire for fame, he was nearly impeccable as a professional trainer. If even Zai faced such an effortless defeat, what could be said of the others? A mere unknown trainer. How could they impose such pressure on a professional youth training team? It must be noted that Honglian's ambition was to clinch the city tournament championship. The captain was left speechless, suddenly recalling the moniker bestowed upon the 16-year-old girl by local trainers, the sorceress of Pokémon battles. Chapter 67. I am Super. Box. The inaugural city tournament for newcomers spanned 4 days. The first day determined the top 64, the second the top 16, the third the top 4, and the final day crowned the champion. As night descended, the first day as competitions were wholly concluded. Notably, the matching groups in the newcomer city tournament were not arbitrary. The primary aim of the first round was to eliminate those mediocre competitors whose skills clearly fell below the average line, thus making it rare for an ordinary trainer to fortuitously advance or for a favored contender to be ousted in the initial round. Behind the scenes, the official platform of the Alliance ensures the fairness of the matchmaking mechanism. To be eliminated is merely a testament to one's inadequacy. There is no need to attribute it to luck. Aside from Honglian Ziyue, who also faced elimination in the first round, this newcomer city tournament has seen many formidable competitors unexpectedly falter, igniting fervent discussions on related forums. For instance, the student of the Yuhong gym leader was utterly overwhelmed by an obscure trainer exuding the aura of a corporate worker, while Miss Kuner was effortlessly lifted and savagely pummeled into the ground by the wickedly smiling Brimstone, exhibiting no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Indeed, it was the move Frenzied Dance, a low to mid-power dark-type physical attack. The scene was nothing short of brutal, leaving the young girl utterly heartbroken, reduced to tears during the handshake, her face flushed with embarrassment. This is not a failure of the Alliance's matchmaking system. Rather, this round of the Kuyu Newcomer City Tournament has fortuitously attracted a plethora of strong participants, raising the average skill level to unprecedented heights compared to previous competitions of its kind. However, not all spectators share this sentiment. So, Honglian Ziyue can be defeated by a 16-year-old child? Truly a moment for the rich and powerful. One scoffed. Which princess has descended to experience this? Another jeered. Ipha quietly downvoted the post, her silence unnecessary as many netizens were already vigorously defending their stance below. Even though this was merely Xiao Lu's first appearance in this circle, her skyrocketing fan count swiftly eclipsed that of Ziyue, whom she had defeated in the first round. Pause. 15-minute break. Boom, 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 boom. You are famous now. Ahem. Xiao Lu froze and inadvertently choked on water, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Ipha, exasperated, patted her back, while Xiao Lu, recovering, quickly retrieved her phone and opened her Boca account, only to be inundated with a flood of messages. Gazing at the multitude of zeros following her fan count, the girl felt momentarily dizzy. Boca is the most popular social media platform in this world, roughly akin to Ipha's previous life as Weibo. How does it feel to be a person of note with 100,000 fans? Ipha teased, noting how Xiao Lu's private messages were overflowing with declarations of adoration, requests for guidance, invitations to youth training teams, sponsorship offers, and a myriad of oddities. No. Xiao Lu vehemently shook her head, hastily blocking all messages except for a few familiar accounts. How terrifying. Why are they suddenly interested in me? The girl felt a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, having learned from the cautionary tale of Qigong Shireen, she had closed her personal space. Otherwise, would those over 100,000 followers have been able to see her candid photos shared with her parents? In such a case, she would leap from the peak of Moonview Mountain. I told you, didn't I? You are famous now. Ipha observed her curiously, moving the floating Rotom game console closer to Xiao Lu. A casual scroll through video sites revealed a plethora of short clips showcasing Xiao Lu's stunning debut at the opening ceremony, with the highest likes exceeding 1 million. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she was unexpectedly relieved to find that it wasn't as excruciatingly awkward as she had anticipated. Upon observing the admiration and affection in the comments section, and skimming through the video edits brimming with praise, the young girl felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance and tranquility, akin to discovering the first solid marker on an endless, winding journey. Since the dawn of her memories, she had harbored a profound yearning for Pokémon battles, dedicating over a decade of effort from her unremarkable hometown to the highly anticipated newcomer tournament in the illustrious city of Kureha. If she were to clinch the championship in this city tournament, perhaps it would serve as a modest justification for her family's sacrifices. Yet, in the aftermath of her elation, a deep-seated confusion lingered within her. But wait, I haven't posted anything on my Pokémon account. It's merely my username. How did they find me? She pondered. Lost in thought. You might have been boxed, came the earnest response from Ipha. The girl had stirred a considerable commotion online, and those with keen intent could easily trace her true account through the registration channels of the newcomer tournament. Should I report this to the authorities? Little Deer stood up, anxiety coursing through her. Do you think the League's cyber police are inept? The multi-type Pokémon Rotom could trace back information with a single command, and coupled with the insights gained from her discussions with Professor Oak, there was a possibility that even stranger entities roamed the digital realm, such as the justice-driven, tempestuous old man named Don. There was no need for such alarm. Once calmed, Little Deer exhaled deeply and began to address the few messages from her limited contacts. Her parents seemed to have gradually realized that their daughter was not accustomed to their excessive attention, so they simply conveyed their congratulations, advising her to remain composed and to reach out to them if she found herself in need. Aside from her family, she had only 3 fellow trainers, Nanamiwaki, and the duo of Iane and Darius, who had been introduced by Ms. Catherine in their Pokémon research class. Notably, Darius only became aware of Little Deer's existence during the opening ceremony. Now, having both advanced past the initial round, they exchanged pleasantries in a perfunctory manner. Iane, on the other hand, was considerably warmer. This gentle girl, who had to rely on a wheelchair, left a profound impression on Little Deer. She shared numerous anecdotes related to the competition, encouraging her not to dwell on the online commentary. Lastly, there was Nanamiwaki. After parting ways with Little Deer, she remained in Evergreen City to conquer the Evergreen Gym, successfully completing the challenge after a month of effort, which was commendable. Her understanding of Pokémon had significantly deepened, compelling her to rectify the outdated concepts she had previously imparted to others. Woohoo! The exclamation of a certain beautiful girl echoed throughout the Pokémon Center in Evergreen City, located on the other side of the Kanto region. Chapter 68, the top 64 matches. On the second day of the Kureha City Newcomer Tournament, the matches for advancing from 64 to 32 and from 32 to 16 were set to take place. Within the venue, in the analysis room rented by Evergreen, the coach of the youth training team solemnly explained the crucial points to the trainers regarding the battles ahead. Chongqing stands as the premier elite team in the Guangdu region, showcasing unparalleled dominance from the rookie city competitions to regional leagues and even the Grand Alliance tournaments. Over the span of more than a decade since its establishment, the team has secured the championship title at the Alliance tournament 3 times, with an array of other victories that are too numerous to recount. In the recent Withered Leaf Rookie City competition, all members of Chongqing participated, a total of 13 competitors, of which 10 have successfully advanced to the top 64, creating a staggering gap in numbers compared to the second-place team. They have regarded the city competition's championship as all but assured, yet they remain humble and focused, diligently analyzing their opponents in the moments leading up to the match. This round, the adversaries you face are not particularly formidable, the coach remarked, pointing at the display screen that illustrated the progression of the matches. Under normal circumstances, victory should not pose a significant challenge, except for Xiao Zhou and Lianhua. The coach's stylus hovered over the screen, landing on the name of Xiao Zhou. Your opponent is a rogue trainer named Darius, known for his aggressive combat style. You must maintain your composure. If you do not falter, it will surely be him who reveals a weakness. The stylus then moved to another section of the screen, encircling the profile of a young girl, the coach's tone turning increasingly grave. Lianhua, your opponent is the witch. Given her astonishing presence during the opening ceremony and the ruthless decisiveness she displayed in battle, the moniker is well-deserved. You must first acknowledge that your opponent possesses formidable strength, potentially surpassing your own. The coach's words elicited a wave of disbelief among the others. The notion of a rogue trainer being stronger than a member of Changqing's training squad seemed utterly preposterous, akin to imagining a caterpillar defeating a legendary Pokémon. Through their investigations, it was revealed that the witch currently commands 4 Pokémon: Leafeon, Chandelure, Pidgey, and her ever-present companion, Shinado. This is advantageous for Lianhua, as her primary Pokémon holds a favorable type advantage against this lineup. As the battle commenced, the coach advised, be particularly vigilant. If he paused to take a sip of water, even if you ultimately lose, it is of little consequence. We have discerned the witch's weaknesses, which will significantly enhance the odds for your fellow teammates when they encounter her later. Now, adjust your mindset. The match is about to begin. The young trainees began to murmur amongst themselves, aware of the extensive time the coach had devoted to discussing the witch, even rare instances of addressing the possibility of defeat. They had never witnessed this veteran, who had nurtured several generations of star players, place such emphasis on a single adversary. The mention of Zhe, who had been soundly defeated by her, also raised eyebrows, as he too was a formidable trainee. Among the crowd, a tall young trainer stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought and disengaged from the surrounding discussions. Known as Erwu, he was the foremost member of Changqing's training team. His prowess already sufficient to compete in higher-tier regional leagues. In the guest lounge of the city competition venue, Ma Zhisher found the overly quiet atmosphere somewhat disconcerting and initiated a conversation. Mediocre, utterly uninteresting. Nazi clutched a simple doll, her voice icy as she spoke, as if echoing the stillness around them. Haha, I thought you would be concerned about the contestant named Su Jinlu. Only trainers proficient in psychic Pokémon are truly interesting. Hehe, let us wait and see when she sends out her Shinado. In the players' lounge, the young girl sat on the sofa surrounded by her Pokémon, with a Rotom game console floating before her, its screen expanding. Although as a competitor in the main event, she could observe other contestants' battles from the designated seating area, the noise and crowd, combined with her current popularity, led her to choose to remain in the lounge with her Pokémon to watch the matches. Here he comes, Darius, the girl exclaimed eagerly. Although she found the man, who bore dark circles under his eyes and often remained taciturn, somewhat peculiar, she nonetheless recognized his strength. The commentary began to heat up, displaying the personal information of the 2 contestants on the screen, while the command positions on either side of the battlefield unfolded, and the platform for the contestants slowly rose. First up was Xiaozhou Changqing, a member of the strongest team in Kanto's youth training division, a talented newcomer skilled in multiple types. Known for a calm and steady battle style, with few mistakes. Next was Darius, previously an obscure individual. But where was he? The spot Darius was meant to occupy remained empty, and the platform had yet to rise from the ground. A murmur of confusion swept through the audience, and a flurry of question marks appeared in the live stream. The experienced commentator swiftly changed the topic while urgently inquiring with the backstage staff for details. To have a contestant tardy for such a crucial match was truly unprecedented. After a considerable wait, Darius finally arrived, beads of sweat dotting his face. A Jinghost photographer floated beside him, signaling that Darius could explain his tardiness to the audience. There was a dispute among my Pokémon regarding who would take the stage, but it has been resolved now. This explanation sent the audience and viewers into an uproar, leaving even the commentator baffled by this absurd reasoning. His opponent, the typically unflappable Xiaozhou, found herself both angry and amused. The choice of which Pokémon to send out was always a tactical decision made by the trainer. Was he implying that his strategy could be entirely dictated by his Pokémon? Why not let them fight freely without him? For Xiaozhou, a professional trainer, this was an affront. Just as everyone was grappling with their astonishment and indignation at Darius's reasoning, the referee waved the signal flag and began to announce the newcomer city competition in Khalif City. From 64 to 32, contestant number 078, Darius, versus contestant number 197, Xiaozhou Changqing. The battle begins. Go forth. Hercross. This is troublesome, he muttered. 2 beams of red light illuminated the arena, revealing the robust Heracross, which faced off against a grass-type Pokémon radiating queenly authority, Sweet Cold Beauty. Heracross, a bug-fighting type, was at a distinct disadvantage against the pure grass-type Sweet Cold Beauty. It was evident that Darius would undoubtedly face a challenging battle ahead. However, the possibility of victory is not entirely absent. If this Sweet Cold Beauty were to master aerial acrobatics, it could indeed hold its ground against the formidable bug type, which has a quadruple advantage over it. As both Pokémon entered the arena, the spectators, including the commentators and esteemed guests such as Majishur, as well as the Evergreen team members and Xiao Lu in the players' lounge, quickly reached a consensus regarding the outcome of the battle. Zaofian Audio. Xiaozhou initiated the assault. Zaofian Audio, also known as Super Horn Attack, is a rare yet powerful move among bug types, coupled with Heracross's outstanding physical attack capabilities. Even Pokémon with resistance to bug type moves must tread carefully. Heracross lowered its body, its wings unfurling behind it, as a single horn radiated an ominous red glow, charging toward the Sweet Cold Beauty. This attack, infused with overwhelming might, cleaved through the air, a force that the grass-type Sweet Cold Beauty could not withstand head-on. "Be cautious," Darius remarked, maintaining an air of calm indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome of the battle, merely offering a simple reminder to his Pokémon. As Heracross closed in on her in the blink of an eye, the Sweet Cold Beauty scoffed disdainfully, raising her wine-red leg high and unleashing a powerful kick. Smashing. Xiao Lu praised generously from the players' lounge. Regrettable, the head coach in the Evergreen analysis room shook his head in disappointment. For the grass-type Sweet Cold Beauty, directly confronting a Heracross's formidable Super Horn attack was to be avoided at all costs. The arena erupted with deafening cheers and explosive applause. Even the majority of renowned trainers in the guest area displayed expressions of admiration. The commentators began to excitedly analyze the moment. As the big screen replayed the scene in slow motion, the signature move of the bug-type Pokémon, executed with utmost precision, was effortlessly countered by the grass-type Sweet Cold Beauty. Within the venue, Xiao Zhou felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, despite the overwhelming setback, he retained remarkable composure. The more dire the situation became, the sharper his mind grew. This was the very quality that had earned him a place in the Evergreen training team. There is still a chance. Rise and feign bravado. His Pokémon had merely been interrupted in its attack. Its stamina remained largely intact. If the Sweet Cold Beauty favored unorthodox tactics, then he would provoke her into a frenzy, enticing her to strike first, only to unleash a devastating counterattack with double edge. As Heracross prepared to taunt its opponent, the Sweet Cold Beauty moved first. Her legs lashed out like a pair of swift whips, her movements fluid and graceful, as she advanced and interrupted Heracross's feigned bravado. Using a move with such a pronounced wind-up in such an intense battle, Xiao Lu gasped in surprise from the lounge. She recognized the initiating action of Heracross's feigned bravado and understood the strategic thought process behind it, yet she could not fathom Xiao Zhou's decision-making. As for Darius, Ipha does not believe that his talent can rival that of the sweet-scented Beautifly. His ability to grasp the intricate nuances of Pokémon battles independently is indeed a rare circumstance, undoubtedly stemming from underlying reasons. In the arena, the performance of the sweet-scented Beautifly continues unabated. With a seamless blend of tropical kick, low sweep, and triple spin, her melee techniques flow effortlessly in a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Her opponent, Heracross, attempts to retaliate, yet the movements of the Beautifly resemble a phantom gliding over water, striking with precision before he can even discern her whereabouts. Arrogance personified. If Darius's brimstone embodies ferocity, then this sweet-scented Beautifly embodies defiance. She treats her adversary as mere plaything, mercilessly trampling him underfoot in a display of dominance. Ironically, the defeated opponent finds himself speechless. Why? For today's battle, he meticulously prepared an array of strategies, some aimed at disruption and attrition, others focused on powerful breakthroughs, and some designed for evasion and delay. Yet, before he could even deploy these tactics, he found himself vanquished. As his Heracross was subdued, he relentlessly issued precise commands. But each fell silent like a stone cast into the sea, failing to alter the tide of battle in the slightest. He suddenly empathized with the previous challenger, a student from the Yuhong gym, who had been similarly dismantled by Darius. Despite a seemingly comparable strength, he was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of his defeat. Utterly devoid of any means of resistance. This, indeed, epitomizes the profound sorrow and anguish felt by Pokémon trainers. Amidst the cheers and accolades of the audience, Xiao Zhou and Darius shook hands at the center of the arena, escorted by the referee, before each retreated from the stage. Before exiting, the sweet-scented Beautifly deliberately positioned herself before her trainer, legs crossed, with her slender arms clasped behind her back, as if awaiting something. A faint smile graced Darius's typically stoic visage as he affectionately stroked the head of the Beautifly, revealing that the joy of his Pokémon's spirited performance surpassed even the victory itself. Ah, so that is the case. In the guest seating, Ma Zhishir displayed a look of astonishment, beginning to grasp why Darius, a lone wanderer, could repeatedly triumph over formidable foes, including the youth training teams and even gym leaders' students. Xiao Lu recalled Darius' words during the Pokémon research class, where he mentioned that his aggressive style was merely a reflection of Brimstone's inherent desire to battle. Ipha's crimson eyes brightened slightly as she thought of Ash. Yet the circumstances surrounding Darius are markedly distinct. He represents an even more extreme case. Ipha began to suspect that Darius may not have trained his Pokémon through conventional means at all, and that his journey might not have been initiated for the purpose of challenging gyms or participating in the Pokémon League. Though this man possesses a certain level of insight, his combat spirit appears lacking, let alone any ambition to become a Pokémon Master. A light novel protagonist? When did he arrive? Chapter 70. The former antagonist, now reduced to a comedic role post-redemption, makes his reappearance. The intense competition of the Rookie City Tournament in Kuyu City continues, as the top 64 battle for a place in the top 32. Among the numerous competitors gracing the stage, The most fervently discussed are the solitary trainers, Xiao Lu and Darius. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare in the history of rookie city tournaments, prompting many to speculate that this may be the inaugural championship not led by a youth training team, but rather by independent trainers. These two unconventional figures bear the titles of witch and terrifying corporate slave, the moniker of which primarily stems from the urban legends surrounding the Pokémon Center in the city of Kuyu, where it is said that every night, Xiao Lu randomly selects a fortunate trainer to mercilessly defeat, subsequently using sorcery to siphon their combat essence to enhance her own prowess. The legend of the witch has been passed down throughout the regions from Kuyu to Jinhuang, representing, in essence, humanity's ancient reverence for the power of Pokémon. Today, however, this title carries a more humorous connotation, serving as an acknowledgement of Xiao Lu's prowess and demeanor in battle. Conversely, terrifying corporate slave reflects Darius's overall persona and fighting style. Unlike Xiao Lu, Darius receives a mixed reception online. His ferocious and rebellious combat methods elicit both admiration and criticism, particularly following his elimination of a popular student from the Yuhong gym, a strikingly beautiful young lady. Fortunately, Darius remains unfazed by such chatter, as it does not impede his Pokémon's subsequent performances. Following Darius's victory over Xiao Zhou, the excitement in the live stream noticeably surged, reaching a new pinnacle with Xiao Lu's impending appearance. The venue resonated with thunderous applause, as spectators brandished banners and lightboards provided by the organizers. A vibrant sea of colors and twinkling lights filled the arena. Despite being merely a rookie city tournament, the spectacle remained breathtaking. As Xiao Lu ascended from the depths on a platform, she donned her battle communicator, instantly muting the surrounding clamor to a mere whisper. She gazed across the arena at her next opponent, a man named Lianhua, who possessed a rather rotund appearance, exuding an air of harmlessness. While Xiao Lu assessed Lianhua, he too scrutinized her. However, from a distance, he failed to perceive the imposing presence she radiated once the battle commenced. Inhaling deeply, he endeavored to calm his nerves, preparing to confront his adversary in the best possible state. Despite Lianhua's exceptional performance in the Evergreen League, where many regarded him as the second prodigy of the training program, he remained vigilant, fully trusting his coach's judgment and viewing Xiao Lu as a formidable foe far beyond his capabilities. The Kuyu Rookie City Tournament. From 64-32, Su Jinlu versus Chongqing Lianhua. Let the battle begin. At the referee's signal, both trainers released their Pokémon. A ghostly blue flame flickered gently, and bright yellow eyes darted about. Xiao Lu summoned her crystal lamp flame, which unfurled its expansive wings adorned with a golden, bifurcated crown. Lianhua countered with his Emperor Nebo, a water and steel-type Pokémon. Xiao Lu pondered, silently recalibrating her strategy. It appears he has done his homework. No matter whom he dispatches, he will not find himself at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Fortunately, Changming has yet to make an appearance in this city competition. Even if the opponents are aware of the existence of this chandelier-like spirit, they cannot devise the most effective tactics to subdue it. The little deer nodded, then pressed the battle communication device, issuing a cold command. It seems I finally have a chance to showcase my abilities. Changming, the chandelier spirit, chuckled softly. Seizing the moment while the adversaries were still assessing him, he deftly bent his arm, framing the surrounding scenery in a mental snapshot. Ghost-type Pokémon often possess extraordinarily long lifespans, and their memory structures differ entirely from those of other Pokémon and humans, stemming from their exceptional capacity for recollection. Throughout the ages, every image remains vividly etched in their minds. Over time, the burden of existence itself becomes overwhelming, prompting nearly immortal ghost-type Pokémon to learn the first crucial lesson: to forget. To safeguard cherished memories from inadvertent erasure, they ceremoniously commemorate these images, akin to setting a secondary password. All right, let us get to work. Changming adjusted his head, aligning the lampshade with the base, filled with mixed emotions. Once, he had been a Pokémon hunter, a key player under the tutelage of a trainer during the league's preliminary selections, his strength far surpassing that of all the Pokémon present. Yet, after a failed hunt, he found himself in his current team. Initially, he thought he had come to a leisurely retirement, but the training intensity under his new master was akin to a slave laborer's toil, exceedingly rigorous. Even with such high training demands, the practical exercises within the team offered no respite. Under suppressed strength, a certain Shinado posed no challenge. Even the recently hatched EV, merely over a year old, showed signs of surpassing him. Changming found himself struggling against that once derided Pidgey, a fact that left him questioning the fairness of it all. The discontent within the team was one thing, but the lack of opportunities to showcase his skills outside was another matter entirely. The Chongqing gym had not acknowledged him, and he had not engaged in practice battles with other trainers. After nearly 2 months of joining, he had yet to find a single opportunity to truly shine. Was this fair? Kingdra, Oath of Water. Changming slightly shifted his body, evading the column of water that surged from beneath the ground. The chandelier spirit's captivating eyes fixated intently on the attacking Kingdra, instilling a chill within this robust Pokémon. Good. Good. I hope you allow me to enjoy this. Changming's entire form ignited with candlelight, transforming him into a torch ablaze with ghostly blue flames in an instant. The unique aura of coldness, even separated by the battlefield's barrier and a screen, sent shivers through the spectators. The seasoned commentators fell momentarily silent, while the competitors in attendance trembled in their hearts. Particularly the Lotus and Kingdra standing opposite the chandelier spirit. It is said that wherever a chandelier spirit appears, misfortune follows. They ignite souls and drain them entirely, leaving behind mere husks, mindlessly wandering through the cracks between realms. In the legend of the United States, they are synonymous with death, the reapers of all life. Such a level? Changming looked down condescendingly at the Emperor, Nepo, who seemed to face an impending threat. Before washing his hands in gold, he was only fit to be his own prey, the abyss of flames. The young deer swung his hand and shouted forcefully. Chapter 71, The Source of the Supreme Technique. In the distance, the Lotus observed the flickering flame of the crystal lamp spirit transitioning from blue to white. An ominous chill appeared to sweep across the vast battlefield. And she silently muttered a warning. Quick, evade. Emperor Nepo, the Pokémon, adorned with a regal crown, immediately rolled to the side. A layer of water film coalescing around its abdomen, gliding away like an ice skater. Almost the instant Emperor Nepo vacated its original position, the ground ruptured with a ghastly gash, as if infernal white-hot flames erupted forth, transforming this area into a hellish purgatory. The rampant sparks scattered everywhere, the tips of the flames morphing into countless pale arms that clawed frantically outward, with indistinct figures of tormented souls twisting and crying out in the fiery center. The Abyss of Flames, also known as Purgatory, is a powerful fire-type special attack that can severely burn an opponent upon impact, having narrowly escaped disaster. Both Emperor Nepo and the Lotus broke into a cold sweat, leaving the commentators and the audience utterly speechless. Yet, the young deer never allowed his opponents a moment to catch their breath. Proceed. Following the command, Changming laughed mockingly. The laughter of the crystal lamp spirit resembled the creaking of rusty wind chimes or the discordant notes of a broken music box, evoking an eerie sense of terror. Its flame intensified, and once again, the ground beneath Emperor Nepo began to crack, a piercing cold emanating from below. Move. The Lotus shouted immediately, prompting Emperor Nepo to amplify the turbulent water beneath, racing across the battlefield, utilizing surfing to achieve rapid movement despite its cumbersome size. Changming lightly waved his arm, continuously aiming and predicting Emperor Nepo's position to unleash the Abyss of Flames, yet each time the opponent narrowly evaded before the inferno could erupt. TSK. Does this Emperor Nepo possess the ability to foresee danger as well? The crystal lamp spirit remarked leisurely, acknowledging that the accuracy of the Abyss of Flames was inherently low. An evasion was to be expected. If it were to be struck directly by its own attack, the game would lose its thrill. At that moment, the battlefield was littered with shattered fissures left by the Abyss of Flames, remnants of fire visible everywhere. Complying, Changming encircled his arms before him, the flamboyant flames rapidly constricting, not a signal of danger being dispelled, but rather the flames being concentrated at the center of his arms. One more blaze. A colossal sea of fire surged forth, bathing everything in the arena in a ghostly white glow. Emperor Nepo, gliding at high speed, was momentarily stunned, facing a sense of despair for the first time against an opponent's attack, a stark contrast to its usual pride. Tidal spin. The trainer's shout jolted it awake. Emperor Nepo immediately ceased its futile maneuvers, extending its wings to release layers of swirling water around itself, utilizing tidal spin to counter the impending assault. The understanding of techniques by the Lotus contestant is remarkably profound. The commentator excitedly analyzed as the pale and azure hues of the boundless sea of flames engulfed the solitary vortex in an instant, stirring a dense white mist across the arena, causing all spectators to momentarily lose sight of Emperor Nepo. The water-type tidal swirl defended against the fire-type eruption, as elite trainees faced off against a newly emerged free spirit. Would they triumph? On this bright day, Little Deer commanded almost instinctively. A deep blue water sphere suddenly shot forth from the thick white mist, soaring towards the heavens. The water sphere burst at its zenith, immediately gathering a mass of ominous dark clouds above the battleground, the moisture in the air rapidly intensifying. Rain dance. The pressure from the crystal lamp fire spirit on Emperor Nepo was overwhelmingly great, prompting Lotus to allow her Pokémon to execute rain dance. In rainy conditions, not only would the power of water-type moves be significantly amplified, but more crucially, the potency of fire-type moves would be greatly diminished. The white mist formed by the intersection of water and fire presented the perfect opportunity to alter the weather and create advantageous conditions. However, just as the dark clouds began to coalesce, a dazzling pure white sphere pierced through the heavy layers of cloud, radiating scorching brilliance that shattered the gloom. In sunny weather, water-type moves would be severely weakened, while fire-type moves would experience a boost. How could this be? Lotus exclaimed in disbelief, as the situation flipped in an instant. The scale of victory, which had just begun to tip in her favor, plummeted to the opposite end. There was a keen tactical sense at play. In the evergreen analysis room, the coach tapped away at the keyboard, jotting down Little Deer's characteristics, growing increasingly uneasy, his brow furrowing deeper with each keystroke. Gazing at the densely packed records on the screen, the coach's lips twitched, unable to suppress his exasperation. How can one even contend with this? In the guest area, Ma Zhisher raised his eyebrows in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this even possible to predict beforehand?" Anticipation, a high-level skill in Pokémon battles, refers to the preemptive reading of an opponent's moves and arranging countermeasures accordingly, given the fluidity of real combat situations. Not to mention the rarity of trainers capable of effectively employing such anticipation. It is a remarkable feat indeed. Within the battleground, basking under the radiant sun, the candle flames on Changming danced comfortably. The atmosphere felt warm. Considering this was a crystal lamp fire spirit, such a remark could be seen as somewhat darkly humorous. Under the illumination of the bright day, the mist enveloping the arena dissipated swiftly, revealing Emperor Nabo's figure in its entirety. Flame vortex, concentrate energy, Little Deer decisively commanded. The previous inferno and wide-range fire eruptions had transformed the battleground into a sea of flames. Changming gently waved his arm, causing the air to distort, as the blazing white and deep blue flames began to swirl along their trajectory, forming a colossal vortex that covered half the arena. Continue with tidal swirl. Lotus was drenched in cold sweat. Her opponent was indeed not merely discharging firepower without purpose. With such an extensive flame vortex, Emperor Nabo had virtually no chance of escape and could only brace to counter with techniques. Amidst the gasps of the audience, the colossal vortex of flames gradually shrank, the height of the flames incessantly ascending and the thickness of the fire wall becoming increasingly dense. At the heart of the vortex, the Emperor Nabo skillfully directed the water currents, conjuring protective whirlpools to fend off the impending assault. In this moment, the Emperor Nabo experienced a profound contradiction. His body was tormented by the dangerously elevated temperatures, while his soul felt an icy chill from the encroaching erosion. At last, the fiery vortex and the tidal whirlpool converged. The moment had come. The heat was overwhelming. The flames of the crystalline chandelier's spirit glowed with an exquisite brilliance, almost transforming it into a miniature sun. He unleashed all the energy within him, heedless of the adverse consequences. The infernal abyss was set ablaze, with the temperature soaring and the fiery vortex accumulating energy, all for the sake of a final resplendent glory. Within the arena, the fiery vortex enveloped the Emperor Nabo in a torrent of flames, and at that instant, the raging fire quivered violently. The flames began to coalesce, compressing the heat to an extreme degree. In the next moment, a blinding white light illuminated the entire venue, compelling all spectators to shut their eyes. A star ascended in the new Trainers City tournament of Dryleaf City. The royal shield system surrounding the battlefield issued a warning, its once transparent barrier transforming into a blinding crimson hue. Powerful waves of psychic energy surged forth, prompting the safety department to enforce an immediate evacuation. The air and heat within the arena were abruptly siphoned away, completely quelling the imminent explosion of heat. The trembling Emperor Nabo was instantaneously transported outside the venue, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Well done. The broad, pure white coat billowed in the wind as the young fawn extended her right hand, gently cradling the crystalline chandelier's spirit as it descended into her palm. The chaotic crowd, the alarming crimson barrier, the charred remnants of the battlefield, and the short-haired girl standing at the command post, effortlessly lifting the chandelier's spirit. All of this was captured by the lens of the Gengwe photographer, destined to become a historical moment in the League's new Trainers City tournament. Chapter 72. A great scholar to debate on my behalf. The vast and battered battlefield sank into the earth, making way for a pristine arena to rise in anticipation of the next pair of trainers. A dozen sturdy Sherelden, tasked with guarding and monitoring the condition of the arena, deactivated the royal shield alarm. With the prior experience of the young fawn in mind, the security personnel released their respective Pokémon, standing vigilantly at the periphery of the arena. The competition continued, advancing from the 64 to the 32 strong in the new Trainers City tournament of Dryleaf City. However, the focus of the audience had shifted away from the forthcoming battles, igniting a fervent discussion online. The young fawn's performance was undeniably extraordinary, sparking intense debate among the spectators. Many speculated that the girl's Pokémon prowess far exceeded the registration requirements, with some even asserting that she was merely a product of corporate hype. After all, how could a 16-year-old girl, hailing from a common background without sponsorship, continuously overpower renowned youth training team members? The situation even triggered the competition's emergency protocols, necessitating the intervention of the safety department to restore order. It is evident that someone has bestowed upon the young deer an extraordinary Pokémon, enabling her to garner popularity and seize victory in this year's Newcomer City tournament. This scenario represents a suppression of various professional trainers' teams, a collision of competing interests behind the scenes. Can anyone genuinely believe that a decade of diligent study can surpass the cumulative efforts of generations? Yet, many choose to support the young deer. There have been trainers in past tournaments whose performances were even more remarkable. The existence of such prodigious talents demonstrates that genius often defies common understanding. Why can the young deer not be considered an extraordinary prodigy akin to those rare talents? At this juncture, seasoned trainers emerge to counter this notion. Which of those geniuses does not possess a prestigious background? Which one has not benefited from substantial resources? How many are aware of the exorbitant costs involved in nurturing a crystal fire spirit of such caliber? This expense is simply beyond the reach of an ordinary trainer. Moreover, an average individual boasting both a Shinado and a crystal fire spirit in her team presents an extraordinarily lavish lineup. This alone raises suspicions. A series of verbal skirmishes ensued, with both sides presenting compelling arguments. Additionally, many jesters and rumor-mongers infiltrated the discourse, transforming the battleground from live streams to forums and social media. The young deer's following on social media surged, surpassing the milestone of 200,000 fans. While this cyber skirmish raged on, the young deer advanced to the next round, facing an opponent of modest skill backed by corporate sponsorship. The young girl effortlessly triumphed using her Bibarere. Initially, the young deer felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon receiving a signal from Ipha, she composed herself and gracefully accepted all scrutiny. Ipha understood well that such examinations were merely procedural. Had there been genuine suspicion regarding the strength of the Pokémon used by the young deer, she would have been disqualified by the judges while still in the arena. As anticipated, the personnel responsible for the testing made no significant remarks, offering only a few comforting words to the young deer, reminding her not to heed the online slander. That evening, the official account of the Newcomer City tournament released a statement confirming that the energy levels of the crystal fire spirit used by the young deer in the round of 64 were within the permissible limits, and no illicit substances were detected in any of her Pokémon. This means that even if emergency protocols were triggered, they were a result of strategic maneuvering and her own abilities. The official announcement stirred considerable turmoil online, and the narrative that had been inching toward condemning the young deer abruptly reversed. Following this farcical episode directed at her, the young deer's popularity and support only intensified. What? You inquire about the young deer's perspective on this media uproar? She holds no opinion, as she is currently in the training room reviewing the day's match, preoccupied with admonishing her crystal fire spirit for its errors during the battle, completely unaware of her fluctuating reputation online akin to that of a caretaker. This method of expelling flames is nothing short of a waste of stamina. I have emphasized repeatedly that the key to enhancing the power of moves lies in concentrating the energy of those moves. Laying the groundwork for the fiery vortex is not your prerogative. All acts of ostentation and extravagance during the battle are utterly meaningless. Long Ming, chastised by the young deer, could only nod incessantly, emitting submissive sounds of acquiescence. What is he saying? The young deer inquired of her chief translator, Ipha. A certain Shinado, preoccupied with refreshing her webpage and reveling inwardly, lifted her gaze from the Rotom gaming console and succinctly replied, "Indeed, indeed." The young deer remarked, "Regardless, Longming and Onmin are today's heroes." After concluding the match review, she decided to have their evening training duties and extravagantly purchased a batch of premium energy cubes from a nearby friendly shop at the Pokémon Center. She was well aware that her Boca account boasted over 200,000 followers, a number that continued to rise. However, she was still at a loss as to how to convert these followers into tangible support for her journey as a trainer. As the young deer intently stared at her laptop, grappling with this monumental dilemma regarding the team's survival, Ipha focused on the crystalline chandelier like Longming, tilting his head to beckon him over. "Ahem, what brings you here, Captain?" Longming asked with a sheepish grin. "Are you performing?" Ipha pointedly remarked, leaving the crystalline being momentarily speechless. Yet, he soon realized this was not something to shy away from, so he candidly confessed, "This is also for our boss's benefit." After all, despite her remarkable strength, her circumstances, quite frankly, are rather dismal. Seizing this opportunity to shine will undoubtedly bolster her illustrious future. Once the young deer truly gains fame, the resources will flow to her naturally, perhaps allowing her to ease the training intensity a bit and recruit additional allies. While the current training regimen has proven immensely beneficial to Longming, he still yearned for a more relaxed existence. Thus, he deliberately created an exaggerated visual spectacle during the battle, aiming to propel the young deer to prominence. This was also the reason the match was not prematurely halted by the referee, despite the stunning effects. The energy levels remained within reasonable bounds. "Interesting, how did you conceive this?" Ipha's radiant eyes sparkled, momentarily catching Longming off guard. "You should recall that my previous trainer was a web novelist, and through osmosis, I have acquired quite a bit of intriguing knowledge about the human internet. As I understand it, in this society, traffic reigns supreme. Even a poorly crafted piece can, under the right promotional forces, be transformed into a profound commentary if enough attention is garnered. Once our boss gains recognition, with her caliber, ascending to greatness will be a mere formality. A Pokémon capable of thinking like a human is indeed invaluable. Chapter 73, The Elite Four. On the third day of the new city tournament in Kurai City, the elimination rounds of 16-8 and 8-4 were held. The young deer initially believed that entering the ranks would significantly raise the difficulty. Yet, the opponent she faced in the top 64, Lianhua, turned out to be the strongest adversary she had encountered since participating in this city tournament. Analysis of the humor. Although the first opponent opted to surrender at the outset, he surprisingly lasted longer than the second. As for their identities, they are merely players from a certain youth training team, sponsored by a particular enterprise, which holds no significance for the young deer. The disparity is far too vast, rendering any value they possess incomprehensible to her. However, throughout the entire third day of competition, only the young deer S division seemed to sweep through effortlessly. The other divisions were fiercely contested, with both sides laying bare their cards, much to the delight of the spectators. Two players known to the young deer, Macro and Darius, were eliminated on this day. In truth, Macro's raw strength pales in comparison to these prodigies. His reaching the top 16 was nothing short of a miracle, achieved solely through a moment of inspiration in dire straits, relying on unexpected key decisions to turn the tide. When Macro was eliminated, the golden-haired youth felt little regret. Instead, he silently expressed gratitude to the young deer for her inspiration and provocatively cast a glance towards the guest seats where his father sat. Darius fared slightly better, ultimately falling in the top 8. The formidable corporate warrior unleashed his third Pokémon, the illusory Mask Meow. If the first two Pokémon, Brim and the sweet yet cold Beauty, could be described as tyrannical and defiant, then this illusory Mask Meow epitomizes cruelty. She particularly revels in tormenting her opponents, offering them a glimmer of hope only to shatter it mercilessly. It is only when the mindset of her so-called opponents, who are in truth her prey, utterly collapses that she delivers the fatal blow to conclude the match. From the 128 to the top 8, Darius faced 4 trainers, overcoming 3 of them. Even the sole survivor, the evergreen Xiao Zhou, admitted to being unable to comprehend it, yet was profoundly shaken, thus creating a unique legend. Nevertheless, he too succumbed in the quarterfinals, as both his style and that of his Pokémon exhibited significant flaws, rendering him and his Pokémon thoroughly analyzed. When Darius was eliminated, his expression remained unchanged, as if indifferent to the outcome of the match. As this polarizing online player exited the arena, a multitude of corporate agents and team managers encircled him, but Darius rejected them all. Ultimately, after a series of brutal battles, most of them indeed horrifically fierce, only 4 individuals made their way to the finals of the new city tournament in Withered Leaf City. The overall strength of these 4 trainers was exceptionally high, far surpassing the average standard of previous city tournaments, and they were collectively referred to online as the 4 Heavenly Kings. The first, the top expert of the Evergreen Youth Training Team, Evergreen Airwoo. His primary Pokémon is the rare Bag Monster, distinguished by an exceptionally broad move pool, a profound understanding of techniques, and a masterful application of moves, allowing his strategies to be ever-changing, with almost no obvious weaknesses or blind spots to exploit. Remarkably, Airwoo's Bag Monster can execute dozens of moves in a single battle, achieving victory without repeating a single one from its entry to its triumph. Indeed, while the quantity of techniques exhibited by this pouch creature may be somewhat excessive and its power somewhat formidable, such prowess is merely a testament to its own abilities. This is the premier contender from our esteemed training squad in the Kanto region. Do you possess a competitor of such caliber? Truly remarkable. In response to the skepticism of others, Airwoo remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "The illustrious reputation of my predecessor, the everlasting Qing, shall not be tarnished under my watch." The second contender, the strongest representative from the Jinhuang City training team, Jinhuang Achun. He is a dashing young man, exuding charm and radiating sunshine with his captivating smile. His primary Pokémon is a rare, shiny Ailu, whose extraordinary agility is beyond imagination. By employing a series of instantaneous moves, he deftly seizes the initiative in battle, relying on this nearly uncounterable strategy to dominate his opponents, earning him the moniker Azure Flash. However, it remains a mystery how Achun has enabled his Ailu to achieve almost seamless instantaneous movement within a certain range, leaving most adversaries in a state of despair. Yet, Achun's amiable nature shines through. Despite his victories, he exhibits no arrogance and goes out of his way to console his opponents, his warm gestures deeply touching those who have fallen to him, causing their spirits to soar. The third contender, Lanhu, a student of the Huahuan Gym, an ordinary girl rumored to become the 6th-generation gym leader. Prior to her journey as a trainer, Lanhu was a popular internet personality, her beauty akin to that of Arceus indulging in a feast. Her main Pokémon is an unremarkable water-type Froakie. Froakie excels in both physical and special attacks, but suffers from a frail defense. Nevertheless, Lanhu's Froki compensates for this weakness through a relentless barrage of swift moves, asserting, "As long as I maintain pressure on my opponent, I need not worry about durability." Just as in the games of the past, where Pokémon consumed energy with each move, so too do the Pokémon in this world expend stamina. Even Erwa's pouch creature cannot attack continuously without pause. Yet Lanhu's Froki accomplishes this feat. It remains unclear whether she maximizes every ounce of energy or if her Froki possesses extraordinary endurance. Before encountering Lanhu, many trainers held a negative perception of the Huahuan Gym, regarded as the easiest in the Kanto region. However, when their Pokémon were met with a deluge of strikes from Froki, they could only laugh in resigned acceptance. If the strength of the Huahuan Gym is underestimated, I shall be troubled. Lanhu successfully transformed the collective impression of the Huahuan Gym. The fourth contender, the wandering trainer, Su Jinlu, hailing from humble beginnings and an unremarkable background. She has recently made a stunning impression in this novice city competition. A guest watching Jinlu's match remarked, "It is challenging to articulate the strength of this young girl." If the other trainers each possess their unique characteristics and specialties, Jinlu appears to embody a synthesis of all their strengths. In simpler terms, she has a touch of everything. However, should such a well-rounded competitor fail to excel in any particular area, she risks fading into mediocrity. Yet every aspect is breathtaking, thus it is deemed invincible. Chapter 74, Just Indulge Him. In the blink of an eye, the final day of the Curii City Newcomer Urban Tournament has arrived. After 3 days of fervent anticipation, the audience's attention has peaked today. Among the 4 prodigies, the cream of the crop selected through rigorous eliminations, they will compete intensely under the gaze of countless spectators, vying to determine who shall be crowned the champion of this official league and who stands as the pinnacle among the rookie trainers of the Kanto region. It is a Sunday morning, and the seating in the venue is completely filled. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast across various platforms has surpassed 4 million. These spectators hail not only from the Kanto region, but also from Chengdu, Hoenn, and even the distant lands of Paldea and Alola. It can truly be said that the world is focused here, amidst the eager anticipation of millions of viewers and the enthusiastic expectations of esteemed guests. A powerful piece of music resonates. It seems to be an old song, once performed by the renowned band, the Soundbug Crew, during the inaugural Newcomer Urban Tournament held over a decade ago. At this moment, 4 silhouettes emerge amidst the dazzling lights and billowing mist. As the lights coalesce and the fog dissipates, 4 vibrant young talents make their appearance. With steadfast gazes, confident smiles, and composed movements, it is evident they are the elite among contemporary rookie trainers. The organizers, well aware of the heightened intensity of this year's tournament compared to previous editions, have endeavored to create an exhilarating atmosphere for the 4 competitors by officially dubbing them the 4 Great Kings to inspire boundless excitement among the audience. Originally, there were 5 Great Kings, but regrettably, competitor Darius declined the official arrangements and has since vanished from sight. Returning to the main topic, each of these 4 Great Kings possesses extraordinary qualities and unique signature moves, their fighting spirit and patience astonishing the crowd. Moreover, Little Deer's unrevealed secret Pokémon, Shineduo, promises an additional surprise for the audience. Observing the 4 prodigies on stage, for the audience and guests, this spectacle is even more exhilarating than the regional championships or the league conference. As always, Ipha, who accompanies Little Deer, observes the other 3 who shine alongside the girl. The perennial strongest trainee, Erwu, wears a somewhat awkward smile. Yet this exceptionally gifted Pokémon battling prodigy appears remarkably at ease, exuding a calm demeanor in every gesture. Meanwhile, the strongest from the Golden City training team, Achan, and Lanhu, a student from the Hualan Gym, seem relaxed amidst the overwhelming cheers, actively greeting the surrounding audience and the Gung-Gue photographer. Lanhu even strikes several striking poses, eliciting even more fervent reactions from the crowd below. As for Little Deer, she maintains her poised expression, her aloof and proud aura distinctly setting her apart among the 4. However, she need not feign excessive enthusiasm. Her cool and formidable persona has already captured the hearts of the audience, who surprisingly embrace this demeanor wholeheartedly. Although it is not the appropriate moment to summon the Rotom game console, Ipha can easily surmise the barrage of comments flooding the livestream, likely an array of invitations to forge intimate connections and pleas to become unequal admirers. The opening presentation swiftly concludes, and the 4 descend into the depths on a platform, with Xiao Lu and Ipha taking their seats in the spectator area, strategically positioned closest to the battlefield. The large screen refreshes, revealing 2 competitors at opposite ends of the arena. The first round of the semi-finals in the new city tournament of the Withered Leaf City features Evergreen Erwu versus Achan. The battle commences. At the judge's signal, both trainers simultaneously release their Pokémon. You are the one, Lancia. The thunderous roar of the creature reverberates throughout the battlefield. Go, Winter Knight. The graceful psychic fighter extends the blade from her elbow. Both Erwu and Achan have unleashed their strongest trump cards, the formidable bag monster, and the radiant shiny Gardevoir. With a resounding clap, they spring into action. Holy sword! The two impeccably trained Pokémon collide in a dazzling display of techniques, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that leaves many new spectators, who have just begun to follow this urban tournament, utterly astonished. Is this what one calls a novice trainer's Pokémon? In the competitors section, Xiao Lu's gaze is transfixed on every movement of Bag Monster and Gardevoir. Her dark eyes sparkle with intensity as her mind races. Something is amiss. Xiao Lu furrows her smooth brow and confides in Ipha. Chun's strategy seems off. In previous matches, Chun's Gardevoir excelled with its proud tactic of limited-range teleportation, manipulating opponents effortlessly. Yet in this battle, the shiny Gardevoir chooses to engage in prolonged skirmishes with Bag Monster, as if it is waiting for something, preparing for something. Indeed. Ipha nods in agreement, her crimson eyes shimmering with a faint blue light as she activates her psychic vision. The world before Ipha begins to fade. And within this filtered perception, several glowing lines surrounding Erwa's Bag Monster stand out vividly. The teleportation technique inherently requires a cooldown period, even when confined to a small area. It cannot achieve infinite teleportation. The process of teleportation comprises 3 steps: generating psychic energy, fixing coordinates, and executing the teleportation. However, Chun's Gardevoir halts abruptly at the 2nd step, leaving behind numerous untriggered psychic coordinates around the opponent. As long as the distance between itself and the coordinates is sufficiently close, it can directly initiate the final step of teleportation, achieving the effect of boundless instant movement. Is this truly the Flying Thunder God technique? Ipha's lips twitch. Perhaps the underlying principles governing such spatial displacement techniques share commonalities. Regardless, the mere ability to conceive such a strategy is enough to put countless ordinary geniuses to shame. However, he is employing this maneuver too frequently. Ipha's eyes radiated a piercing light as the opponent's Slaking, under the probing and maneuvering of Alakazam, chose to launch a relentless barrage of attacks, willingly risking the chance of being struck by high-impact moves in order to execute continuous ambushes. The ambush, a Dark-type move, requires minimal preparation time and can often catch an opponent off guard in actual combat. Alakazam, possessing psychic and fighting attributes, harbors no fear of Dark-type moves, while Slaking, being purely normal-type, cannot amplify the power of moves outside its own category. The sole possibility behind the opponent's actions was a deliberate tactic to eliminate the surrounding teleportation coordinates using Dark-type moves. In the guest area, the gym leader of Golden City, Nasi, cradling a peculiar doll, shook her head slightly, the doll's face betraying a distinct smirk. Not only Ipha, but several experts in the psychic type also discerned the underlying principles of Chun's Alakazam strategy, including Coach Chong Qingqing of the training team. With a resounding thud, Slaking's robust arms effortlessly overpowered Alakazam's sharp appendages, seizing the opponent with ease. Alakazam attempted to teleport away immediately, but, in a moment of despair, discovered that all psychic coordinates had been eradicated, rendering the process of re-establishing them far too late. Stay put. Remain obedient. 2 Mist commanded expressionlessly. Final impact. Chapter 75, no longer concealed. Slaking's powerful arms restrained Alakazam, delivering a solid head but that left the opponent dazed. Following this, Slaking's left arm secured Alakazam, while the free fist, slicing through the air, struck the slender torso. As the shimmering Pokémon's body weakened, Slaking executed a fierce tail whip that sent Alakazam flying. Yet, Slaking's offensive was far from over. Leaning slightly forward, energy rapidly gathered, emanating a perilous black-red glow that sent shivers through the crowd. With a thunderous roar, Slaking surged forth like a high-speed locomotive. Alakazam, barely managing to support its own body, knelt on the ground, one palm resting on its knee. Upon lifting its head, it was met with a terrifying figure enveloped in a whirlwind of black-red energy, now mere moments away. Final impact, a normal-type move of immense power, causes significant post-use paralysis, typically reserved for situations where a guaranteed knockout is assured. With a resounding crash, Alakazam was sent flying as if an ordinary human had encountered a speeding bullet train. Its azure and white form collided with the upper reaches of the battlefield's protective shield system, leaving it battered and bruised, akin to an unsightly blemish sliding down the barrier. The arena fell into a fleeting silence before erupting into a frenzy of excitement. It was a swift defeat, remarked the young deer, not appearing surprised. This outcome was both unexpected yet entirely within reason. As a melee Pokémon, Alakazam's physical defenses were notably fragile, limited to offensive maneuvers akin to retractable blades at its elbows, and its speed was hardly remarkable. These reasons collectively give rise to the thrilling combat style of Eliolido, who dances on the edge of a blade, relying solely on the ability to perceive the thoughts of opponents and his own exquisite swordsmanship to remain unyielding on the battlefield. Once a tactical objective is discerned by the adversary, as exemplified in this match where the bag beast eradicated all teleportation marks, even a minor misstep could lead to an irreversible downfall. Yet, the bag beast was not without its challenges. Ipha added. Witnessing Aeliolito being carried away on a stretcher by the incredibly strong paramedics and the blissful nurse. After delivering a decisive blow with her ultimate strike, the bag beast began to gasp for breath, turning around to reveal an array of deep and shallow cuts etched across her body. Initially, possessing strength far exceeding that of this tier, he had naturally regarded the championship of this rookie city tournament as a foregone conclusion. However, after dispatching the main force, the struggle to even reach the semifinals compelled him to recalibrate his mindset. Oh, she exclaimed in surprise, turning her head to discover Ipha, who was dipping her finger into the half-finished cup of tea, sketching on the side of the young girl's face. The Aeliolito of player, Ah-chun, has inspired me. The teleportation marks he created can only exist for a brief period. I am experimenting to see if certain mediums can render the marks enduring. Medium? The young doe inquired. Puzzled. Indeed, but utilizing blood in this context is inappropriate, thus I have opted for saliva. Oh. The girl nodded, half understanding, patiently awaiting Ipha to complete her final stroke. All done, it's effective. Ipha straightened up, a barely perceptible look of satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. For at least the next month. As long as I am within 20 meters of you, I can directly activate the mark for instantaneous teleportation to your side. Can I still wash my face afterward? The young doe pointed at her cheek, perplexed. You may remove it now, once the mark is laid. The presence of the medium does not affect its subsequent activation. Ipha stated firmly, handing the girl a packet of tissues, then promptly reminding her, be swift in your actions. We must prepare for our turn. Following the victory of Chongqing Erwu over the Golden Ah-chun, the next match featured the illustrious student of the Hualan Dojo, Lan Hu, battling the wandering trainer Su Jinlu from Bu City. As the two enchanting ladies made their entrance, the venue erupted in thunderous applause, even invigorating the commentator's tone. Although it was also the semifinals, the audience's enthusiasm for this match was palpably greater than for the previous one. Despite the prior contestants being strikingly handsome young talents, it was evident that everyone favored the vibrant beauty of the young women, especially since they were both top-tier rookie trainers. Lan Hu, in her early 20s, possessed a captivatingly exquisite appearance and a graceful figure, dressed in a stylishly cool crop top suitable for the slightly sweltering July weather. Her flowing azure hair danced in the breeze, creating an enchanting portrait as she took her place at the command position. The character of Lan Hu is notably cheerful and radiant, frequently greeting the audience and the nearby photographers throughout her appearance. It is no surprise that she boasts nearly 1 million followers online, almost 4 times that of Xiaolu. As for Xiaolu, at merely 16 years of age, her features still bear a hint of youthful innocence. She habitually dons a lightweight jacket that envelopes her upper body, revealing only a simple shirt and her gentle curves underneath. She gazes straight ahead, entirely oblivious to the surrounding audience, occasionally casting a fleeting glance at the photographers only upon their request. In the vast battleground, the contrast between the two contestants is stark. One side shines brilliantly, while the other appears desolate and cold. Yet, this is a Pokémon battle. It is not a contest of fashion, popularity, or audience interaction. The true measure lies solely in the ability to nurture and command Pokémon. In the semifinals of the Kariba City Newcomer Tournament, Lan Hu faces off against Su Jinlu. The battle commences. With the referee's command, Lan Hu promptly releases her Pokémon, clean and decisive. Froakie. On the opposite side of the arena, unlike in previous matches, Xiaolu does not reach for her Pokeball at her waist. Instead, she extends a hand and exchanges a high-five with her partner as they pass each other. Every battle since her debut as a Pokémon trainer has been approached with utmost commitment, using the earlier rounds to provide experience for her main team while concealing her true trump card. Now, in the semifinals, with the ultimate champion to be decided today, there is no need for further concealment. Ipha, Xiaolu calls out, as she and Shinado strike a pose, standing proudly. Chapter 76, Go All Out. The audience began to stir the moment Ipha departed from Xiaolu's side, reaching a crescendo as she stood in the arena. Who could deny that the ever-present Shinado might be Xiaolu's greatest asset? Yet, throughout this tournament, Xiaolu has not once utilized that Shinado, rendering all related information non-existent. Now that Ipha has officially entered the fray, many spectators who have been eagerly anticipating this moment since day one can hardly contain their excitement. They are finally witnessing the girl's most formidable form. In the guest area, a peculiar doll cradled in someone's arms suddenly bursts into joyous laughter, even eliciting a slight softening of expression from the frostily aloof Naz. Ma Jishir unabashedly displays a keen interest. In the Kanto region and even globally, the majority of rookie trainers typically focus on the water, fire, and grass starter Pokémon, as these are recognized by the league as the most suitable for newcomers to cultivate. It is exceedingly rare to find a brilliant new trainer whose mainstay is a psychic-type Pokémon, given that psychic and dragon types are renowned as the two most challenging attributes to nurture, difficult to begin with, even more challenging to refine, and nearly impossible to master. This is akin to how other families might have children interested in calligraphy, singing, or chess, while one child responds that they enjoy solving mathematical Olympiad problems for fun. Every prodigious trainer capable of nurturing psychic and dragon-type Pokémon as their primary team from the onset is destined to become a renowned master once they mature. A truth well known among those with even a modicum of understanding in this field. This is the pivotal reason for the fervent reactions from both the audience and the guests. Even Lan Hu, the opponent of the young deer, has ceased her previous smiles, her charming visage now grave. The sole piece of good news is that Greninja is a water dark type, rendering it immune to psychic type moves like water shuriken. Lan Hu's strategy is executed with precision, emphasizing absolute initiative and first strike. Greninja swiftly conjures several liquid shurikens between its webbed feet, launching them with a flourish towards Ipha in a rapid assault. Evasion. Ipha gracefully sidesteps as countless water shurikens clatter onto the ground behind her. Shadow Clone. With a swift motion, Greninja creates a multitude of identical figures on the battlefield, all of them charging at the opponent from various angles. Ipha's brow furrows slightly. Had it been another Pokémon, she could have easily identified the true form with a simple psychic sweep, but alas, this is a water dark type Greninja, rendering such probing ineffective. Magical Shine. Shinado turns aside, pointing forward with a single hand, as a mesmerizing light emanates from her fingertips. Although psychic-type moves are ineffective, the fairy-type Magical Shine proves to be exceptionally potent. The pink and pure white brilliance completely engulfs the numerous Greninjas, with most of the illusions dissipating upon contact with the radiant magic, save for the one that remains the farthest from the frontal assault, the most elusive and cunningly angled. Surf. The authentic Greninja nearly flattens against the ground, its body bending low as waves surge beneath it, swiftly gliding through the luminous barrier of Magical Shine, and following up with a slide tackle right before Shinado. An intriguing application. Ipha maintains her composure, gazing at the impending torrent. Surf is a special type move, yet this Greninja employs it with a physical wave-like sensation. To the left, Shinado narrowly evades the oncoming water spray from Greninja's Surf. Her reflexes so sharp that it seems to the audience as though she leaves a phantom image in her wake. Water Pulse. Surf is not Lan Hu's ultimate move. Her intent is merely to bring Greninja in close to Shinado. Once this specially defensive Pokémon is approached by a swift dual-strike opponent, it becomes significantly compromised. Greninja's hands gather the flowing water, morphing into two short swords entwined with liquid, and without hesitation, it launches an attack toward Shinado. Ipha slightly turns, watching the torrential water blades slice past her nose. But it is not over yet. Greninja swiftly shifts its stance, thrusting the water blade in its other hand forward, aiming upward at the opponent's chest with determination. A pure white silhouette flickered past as Ipha skillfully evaded the attack once more. Her gaze sharpened, and she observed as the Greninja executed two swift slashes before leveraging its momentum to perform an aerial somersault, transforming its long tongue into a formidable blade. Aimed directly at her. Clang. Shinado raised a hand to uphold the protective barrier, withstanding the forceful strike that had been gathering power. Impressive, truly impressive. Even Ipha, with her discerning standards, couldn't help but be captivated. This technique, which utilized the entirety of one's body as a weapon to unleash a water shuriken, was indeed an advanced skill typically honed by water-type Pokémon specializing in physical attacks, blessed with physical prowess. It was surprising to witness such skill from a novice trainer's Greninja. It was hard to fathom that this girl hailed from the Hualan Gym. The influx of prodigies in the league over recent years was astonishing. As the protective barrier dissipated, the Greninja from Lan Hu leaped into the air, taking advantage of the shield. Its cheeks puffed up, and a robust, high-pressure water jet erupted from its mouth. Hydro Pump. Ipha remained unperturbed as a flash of golden electricity ignited. Thunderbolt. The ferocious lightning effortlessly dismantled the Greninja's hydro pump, resulting in a gentle rain of dispersed water droplets, while electric arcs crackled in the vicinity. Water Shuriken. Lan Hu remained undeterred, commanding Greninja to launch a fresh wave of assault. Ipha remarked, "Is this the legendary high-speed artillery? Such an attack seems to squander energy without restraint." Once upon a time, this type of Pokémon had been Ipha's utmost aspiration. Back then, she had been feeble, easily exhausted after a few uses of Psychic. Thunderbolt. An even more ferocious current effortlessly shredded all the water shurikens, completely enveloping Greninja in its wake. Although she frequently battled against type disadvantages, attribute advantage remained crucial. Ipha suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with a pair filled with disbelief. Isn't that right? Bathed in the glow of Thunderbolt, Greninja remained unscathed, its body blending seamlessly with the ground, embodying the very essence of Lan Hu's Greninja. The Thunderbolt had merely targeted a shadow clone. Its true form had stealthily approached Ipha's side without her notice. Camouflage, a technique inherited from its progenitors, allowed Greninja to blend harmoniously with its surroundings while altering its type accordingly. Lan Hu executed a brilliantly cunning and audacious strategy. Hypnosis. Unfortunately, it was still perceived by Ipha, whose crimson eyes darkened to a blood-like depth, causing Greninja to succumb to a state of confusion. How is this possible? Lanhu voiced in disbelief, fully aware that Greninja, having transformed into a ground type, had lost its immunity to psychic-type moves and could be detected by the opponent's telekinesis. But how had Shinado, still employing Thunderbolt, sensed the concealed Greninja amidst its attack? The little deer murmured, "Lunar explosion." Ipha spread her arms wide, as a phantom moon rose behind her. And the commentator excitedly exclaimed, "It's the power of the moon." In a decisive moment, the elegant Shinado of the contestant Xiao Lu poised to unleash the moonlight, a move familiar to all present, renowned within the fairy-type repertoire. This technique, summoned by an ethereal moon, could either conjure energy waves or manifest as a luminous beam to strike adversaries. Yet, to the astonishment of every spectator, Ipha, the orchestrator of this celestial force, abruptly retracted the vibrant energy emanating from her chest, seemingly disregarding the immobilized Gikuga, and turned away in contemplation. Strangely, the moon grew increasingly radiant, its form solidifying as if it possessed genuine mass, slowly drifting over Gikuga's head. With a snap of her fingers, the crowd held its breath, and a sharp crack resonated through the air. The full moon descended. Chapter 77, Idealism. Ipha, you mentioned that moonlight extracts a portion of energy from the illusion. Does that not render the remainder wasteful? The moon, fundamentally a projection of natural power, could only be wholly commanded by legendary Pokémon. Ordinary beings could merely borrow what they needed. But what if I bypassed the borrowing phase and struck directly with the moon? At the last moment, Gikuga, overcoming the effects of hypnosis, tapped into its utmost speed, straining its physical capabilities to the limit, barely escaping the falling moon's reach, yet still succumbing to the secondary explosion of moonlight and collapsing to the ground. The brilliance of the moon's detonation illuminated the entire venue. The pure white light was not blinding, but rather allowed the audience to better appreciate Ipha, bathed in the soft glow. The arena erupted with excitement. And gazing upwards from the battleground, the incessant flashes of cameras transformed the seating area into a galaxy of stars. The referee's formidable assistant entered, and after thorough verification, the commentator exuberantly announced Xiao Lu's victory. The semifinals of the Newcomer City tournament took place in the morning, and after a brief intermission, the final showdown would commence in the afternoon. Xiao Lu resolved to remain at the venue, both because the conditions in the finalists' lounge were significantly superior to those at the Pokémon Center, and due to her surging popularity. Mingling with the ebb and flow of departing and arriving spectators might prove cumbersome. Following her triumph over Lanhu, Xiao Lu's follower count on her Bojiao account skyrocketed, surpassing 300,000, while unfamiliar private messages in her inbox reached a point where a mere glance could trigger an avalanche. As Ipha returned from the professional medical room, she pushed open the door to Xiao Lu's exclusive suite, cheerfully greeting her. "You've worked hard. Come and rest for a moment." On the table lay the lunch for the remaining 3 members, 2 portions of the same brown granulated Pokémon food as Alice's. Almond quickly pecked at a piece, devouring it with remarkable speed, while CHMA moved at a leisurely pace, the flame atop its head dancing joyfully. Ipha's meal, akin to human fare, consisted of a sandwich paired with fruit tea, all graciously provided by the tournament organizers and tailored to each contestant's Pokémon preferences. I understand that psychic-type Pokémon tend to favor sweets, but Ipha, do you not find it tiresome? As Shinado settled down, the young girl could not help but voice her thoughts. Previously, Deerling had taken a curious nibble, nearly succumbing to an overwhelming sweetness. My taste is already quite mild. You should try CHMA's portion, which will undoubtedly revolutionize your perception of food. The girl revealed a bittersweet smile, politely declining her companion's suggestion. Recalling how Alice had lamented for an entire day after undertaking a culinary endeavor that was nothing short of astonishing. The disparity in tastes among Pokémon is indeed striking. Deerling mused, a truth that stands to reason. After all, when discussing Pokémon, one is engaging with an extraordinary array of thousands of distinct species inhabiting both the biosphere and the abiotic realms of this planet, where the only commonality among many is their coexistence in a shared world. Ghost-type Pokémon dishes strive to replicate the essence of souls and life itself, which, to us, is undoubtedly a delicacy. In contrast, complex polymer compounds are often far less palatable. CHMA spoke with a serene demeanor. Oh, is the taste of life and soul truly so bitter? Alice's essence is undeniably sweet, and your culinary repertoire is considerably broader than that of ghost-type Pokémon. So do not dwell on this minor disappointment. CHMA, noticing the shift in mood, quickly offered words of comfort. Meanwhile, Almond chose not to partake in the conversation between the 2 Pokémon, quietly resting with closed eyes after finishing her meal. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, Ipha remarked with a teasing glint in her eye. The flame atop CHMA's head flickered nervously, stammering, "It's merely a matter of being influenced by my surroundings." Ipha was not one to intimidate the Crystal Lamp Pokémon. However, given CHMA's past experiences under Pokémon hunters and the considerable differences in foundational beliefs and perspectives she harbored, It was essential to remain vigilant against any remarks that might negatively impact the team. "May I inquire if Su Jinlu is present?" A polite knock echoed from outside. Deerling promptly sat up and opened the door to reveal a tall man clad in a sharply tailored suit. The girl recognized him. Having seen him speak at the opening ceremony of the current city tournament, the identification badge on his chest and the secretary following closely behind indicated his significant status. Nervously, Deerling ushered him into the lounge, relieved to find that the man's intentions were straightforward, as he swiftly conveyed all necessary information. In summary, he offered a reminder to Deerling that, having advanced to the finals, she had entered the spotlight of many observers. Regardless of whether she ultimately claimed the championship, she would attract a multitude of corporate agents and team managers. The man indicated that if Deerling was not ready to sign with any company, the league organizers would arrange a dedicated exit route for her, simultaneously declining all social engagements on her behalf. This was a protective measure for promising new trainers. Objectively speaking, Deerling felt a twinge of temptation regarding the overtures from teams or corporations. The backing of such capital could directly alleviate all her current challenges, whether it be funding for nurturing her Pokémon or avenues for capturing new members. Given the current influence of the young trainer and the promising substantial benefits that may follow, it is highly likely that she can secure a favorable contract, one that offers ample support without imposing excessive restrictions. However, should she accept the invitations from various enterprises or teams, this is not the life she aspires to lead. The girl, adhering to her true self, expressed gratitude for the man's advice and resolved to maintain her identity as an independent Pokémon trainer. Whether it is an idealistic dream of the Pokémon training profession or merely the impulsiveness of a teenage girl, perhaps it is simply that she, too, is an idealist. A little hardship and fatigue are worthwhile. These experiences are indeed an indispensable part of being a Pokémon trainer. Bidding farewell to the tall man accompanied by his secretary, the girl opened her notebook, plunged into contemplation. There was no time to lament missed fortunes, as the next event was the final of the Newcomer City Tournament. Chapter 78, The Finals, Part 1. On a Sunday afternoon in July, the Newcomer City Tournament in Cooley City finally reached its ultimate finale. Here, the league champion would be determined between two prodigious trainers. One, the foremost figure of the professional training team in the Kanto region, Chongqing's department, Wu. The other, an underdog emerging from the mountainous town, continuously challenging the limits of public perception about civilian trainers, Su Jinlu. The question remains, can talent and effort truly surpass the pinnacle of professional training and exorbitant capital investment? The excitement is palpable. Coincidentally, other leagues hosted by the Alliance were on hiatus, and the number of viewers in the online broadcast room had already surpassed 4 million. Had it not been for the stringent prohibitions enforced by the staff, the aisles encircling the auditorium would likely have been filled to capacity. As both trainers took the stage, waves of cheers surged forth like a tide. With her battle communicator activated, Jinlu faintly heard the audience chanting her name. She shook off her distractions, focusing entirely on the impending battle. This was a match anticipated by millions from around the globe, symbolizing not only Cooley City but the new generation of trainers in the Kanto region. Behind this spectacle flowed an intricate web of interests worth hundreds of millions of Alliance coins, though perhaps it is not as convoluted as it seems. In Jinlu's eyes, this was merely a Pokémon battle she must win. The girl gazed at the diminutive figure opposite her in the arena. Wu had been dissected in her mind into various fragments of information, no longer a concrete individual. The finals of the Cooley City Newcomer Tournament. Su Jinlu versus Chongqing Wu. Standard rules, one-on-one single battle. As the referee announced the commencement, Wu, as Jinlu's opponent, secretly clenched his fists. Begin. Both trainers almost simultaneously tossed their Pokeballs. Happiny. Prepare for battle. Ipha. Two beams of red light illuminated the arena as Shinado and Happiny exchanged glances from afar. Feeling the constraints on her power was rather unpleasant, impacting her ability to control the modifications within her, an experience less than enjoyable. Ipha's gaze sharpened, locking onto the Happiny released by Wu, who surprisingly did not choose to deploy his prized Kingler in the finals. Well then, things are about to get more challenging. Ipha, however, you are up against the trainer I have chosen. Psychic Impact. Shinai raised her arm, summoning a tangible wave of psychic energy that transformed into a blade. This posture bore a striking resemblance to the branch-evolved Eldorado. The Psychic Impact, an exceptional move capable of inflicting physical damage, was unleashed. Ipha surged forward, enveloped in psychic energy as her speed escalated. The air sliced by her blade erupted with a sharp shriek, and the distance across the arena swiftly diminished before her eyes. What was the contestant known as the Fawn doing? Was she truly prepared to go all out? The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. As the audience held their breath for the Fawn, many faces paling, their hopes for the match's outcome dwindling. How could Shinai contend with the Bliss Egg? Both novice trainers and seasoned veterans alike could only shake their heads in bitter dismay. The rules of the competition dictated that the Rookie City Tournament permitted only one-on-one battles. In a higher league, The fawn could have easily rotated her Pokémon to avoid a matchup that completely countered her. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely that today would witness an underdog trainer triumphing over a well-established professional team. Meanwhile, another faction of the audience erupted in jubilant cheers. Having dominated the regional league and the Rookie City tournament for years, even achieving notable success at the league conference, they naturally amassed a substantial fan base. They undoubtedly yearned for the continued reign of the Green Dynasty and stood firmly in support of Airwoo. A civilian trainer, no matter how extraordinary their talent, could not hope to overcome a team steeped in extensive tradition, even if a certain Pokémon surpassed its counterpart from the youth training program. The disparity in tactical preparation and other external factors would be immense. If the fawn wished to succeed, it was simple. After the match, she could sign with Chongqing or another professional team. This had been the case since the modern league's tiered system began to take shape. Shrink. Although Airwoo had entered the Rookie City tournament to rectify the regrets of his career by claiming this championship, he was not inherently driven by a fierce desire to win. Having enjoyed a journey of victories since childhood, he too wished to showcase his own Pokémon in a straightforward showdown between mainstays. However, he could not defy his coach's orders. "I apologize," Airwoo silently vowed. "I must give my all." Ipha's psychic impact conjured a fierce gale, launching a horizontal strike at the Bliss Egg. Yet, the opponent's size suddenly diminished, causing the psychic impact, originally aimed at its center, to miss entirely, soaring past the Bliss Egg's head. Undeterred, Ipha swung her blade with vigor, descending upon her opponent with an overwhelming force. Round. The Bliss Egg's form became perfectly spherical, and after being struck by the formidable psychic impact, it was surprisingly propelled away, sustaining only minor injuries. Shinai pressed forward relentlessly, slashing, lifting, cleaving, and pursuing the shrinking Bliss Egg to the edge of the arena. Throughout this onslaught, the pink creature continuously transformed, enhancing its physical resilience. By the end, Ipha's psychic impact could barely inflict even the slightest scratch. Egg production. Icy wind. The fawn keenly observed the movement and promptly directed the action. Ipha extended her palm. A biting cold wind howled forth, enveloping the hapless Happiny, who was in the midst of executing its egg move. Frost crept over the shrunken pink demon, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, disrupting the half-completed egg technique. Utilizing moves with peculiar effects could potentially be countered by the opponent's heal pulse ability, leaving only the option to induce a physiological reaction in the adversary. Excellent. The strategy was executed flawlessly. It was time to intensify the flames and reduce the heat. Prepare for a break. Psychic Terrain. Chapter 79. The Finals, Part 2. An ethereal atmosphere enveloped the entire arena. The rocks, the grass, and the towering Shinado appeared surreal to the spectators. Psychic Force. Ipha's eyes radiated an eerie blue light, and a far greater psychic power lifted the shrunken Happiny, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, as the pink demon transformed into a blurred shadow, soaring towards the center of the arena, leaving behind a path of jagged furrows on the ground. Shinado unleashed its psychic prowess, flying faster than the thrown Happiny. It positioned itself directly above the spherical creature, extending its long, spear-like limbs wrapped in a pure white satin, plunging them into the ground with a forceful thrust that enveloped Happiny in a psychic impact. The violent collision caused the ground to crack, and although the rounded Happiny appeared slightly injured, it rebounded from the ground's surface. Happiny traveled several meters, embedding itself deeply into a massive rock at the arena's center. However, this was merely a minor injury for it, as it seized the opportunity to concentrate toxins and hurled a noxious attack at Ipha. Thunderbolt. The raging lightning effortlessly shattered the deep purple venom in midair, subsequently surging towards Happiny lodged within the massive rock. Amidst the blinding golden flashes, stone fragments flew as the rock was riddled with gaping holes, charred and battered. Was this the thunderbolt unleashed by Shinado? The commentator's eyes widened. Previously, it had been said that Shinado's water pulse had an advantage due to type effectiveness, but now, the destructive power against the colossal rock seemed to surpass that of many electric-type Pokémon. It is noteworthy that Thunderbolt, being a move not of Shinado's type, lacked any power enhancement. Happiny was enveloped in a web of fine electricity, succumbing to paralysis. Yet, it remained undeterred, its skin gleaming brightly as the ability Healing Heart, which could occasionally heal allies in the game, activated. However, Ipha was quick to follow, her speed in the psychic terrain akin to that of a phantom. A cerulean energy orb coalesced in Shinado's grasp, and her slender figure struck like a blade at the opponent's brow. Such a ferocious approach sent a shiver through the audience. They had never witnessed Shinado employing a high-powered move so close and personal. Was this truly the fragile artillery they had always perceived? Or a sphere? The deafening explosion coincided with a blinding blue flash, as the massive rock housing Happiny succumbed to the relentless onslaught of two successive moves. Amidst the swirling debris, a spherical figure marred by evident scars and its fierce residual shadow flashed past. Ready. Ipha extended her arms, her surging psychic energy immobilizing the unsuspecting Happiny, much like how she once dealt with the cunning and fierce Nidoking. She propelled it into the air. What are you doing? Countless spectators simultaneously pondered this question. Their perceptions of the situation suddenly shrouded in confusion. Even after such a relentless barrage of attacks, the opponent's Happiny was far from being severely injured. Moreover, the damage inflicted by its descent from such heights would hardly be significant. Could it be that this extreme confrontation held a chance for reversal? Surely not, thought another group of onlookers. To lose honorably in a direct clash would be understandable, merely a matter of bad luck, but to resort to such theatrics, employing mental shocks and tossing the opponent high into the air, if defeat were to follow, wouldn't that render it all farcical? Foreseeing the future, Ipha propped her eyes open, her crimson pupils deepening as a seemingly ethereal purple nebula materialized beside the Happiny. Stars began to ignite one after another, resembling a countdown to extinction. As she stepped back to stabilize her position, Ipha extended her hands forward, her tangible psychic energy flowing like a gentle stream into her outstretched palms. While the surrounding psychic field dissipated after fulfilling its final task, a terrifyingly dense force transformed into an unstable super-energy bomb. Yet, rather than unleashing this amplified power recklessly, she forcibly reshaped the bomb at its critical point into a long spear, channeling her entire strength to hurl it toward the Happiny above. Like a rainbow piercing the sun. Defend. Erwu could not comprehend the strategy of the young fawn. What did it matter how great the power was? What did it matter to pour forth all her might? In a battle of equals, it was impossible to breach absolute defense. When stamina was exhausted, it would surely be the Happiny that prevailed, just as Erwu brimmed with confidence. And even the fawn's fans held little hope. An unexpected change occurred in the arena. Ipha, who had just launched her enhanced area power, vanished without a trace. Was it teleportation? Where could she be? In the sky, the descending Happiny unfurled its crystalline protective shield, poised to meet the oncoming ferocious assault when it suddenly felt a chill in its core. An imposing figure had appeared behind it unbeknownst to the creature. A relentless psychic shock coalesced into a long blade, delivering a merciless backstab. The psychic nebula in the air radiated brilliantly, every illuminated pearl transforming into shooting stars, raining down like meteorites. The area power soared across the expanse, akin to a wild goose treading upon snow, striking with explosive force. At that moment, the pinnacle of triumph was reached. The Happiny succumbed to incapacitation, and the victor emerged, Su Jinlu from Bu City. After a thorough inspection by the referee, the announcement rang out loudly, leaving the audience in stunned silence. While the commentary team found themselves momentarily speechless, everyone engulfed in a brief state of bewilderment. Have we disappointed so many? As this thought lingered, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Whether they had supported the fawn from the beginning or had steadfastly stood by Chongqing, they all united in a thunderous wave of applause. They had just witnessed a historic moment in the league's rookie city competition. Since the inception of the league, a remarkable feat has unfolded. A humble trainer has triumphed over the youth training teams. It is no exaggeration to assert that this match has transformed global perceptions of ordinary trainers. What an impressive performance. Hilariously magnificent. In the opulent viewing box, a multitude of enthusiastic young trainers from the brutal horse society erupted in cheers, with the loudest voice undoubtedly belonging to the group's leader, the invincible aid deity, Marklo. An ordinary trainer exclaimed, "I have long held disdain for these professional teams and the affluent second-generation trainers." "Well done, dear. This is exhilarating." Marklo responded, "Haha. I knew my master would prevail. Time for reckoning. Who was it that dared to oppose me?" In the lavishly decorated bedroom of Golden City, an excited female voice echoed, penetrating even the soundproof walls, causing two passing servants to exchange puzzled glances. "What is happening with the young lady?" One asked. "Never mind. It's just the usual." The other replied. Far away in Pallet Town, Professor Oak and his guest, Jing Hui, sat on the sofa of the Research Institute, indulging in instant noodles. "Isn't this a bit exaggerated, Professor? Shouldn't we extend a bit more goodwill? Perhaps we could slip a rare Pokémon to that girl's team? How can someone as young as you already be showing signs of senility? Little dear and that Shinado are inseparable. Be cautious, or she might just retaliate. It seems she has yet to visit the Golden Gym. I look forward to it," the Rare Ice Queen remarked, while the nearby trainers sweated profusely. "You are quite impressive, Sorceress," the young man in his early 20s complimented, giving her a thumbs up, only to be met with her silent gaze, prompting him to emit a couple of awkward chuckles. Ipha observed everything unfold. The player known as Erwu was not as composed as he appeared, perhaps even somewhat naive. It was clear that sending out a Happiny in the finals was not his decision. If he had been a bit more dramatic and utilized his main Pokémon, Ipha would have found it even more challenging to handle. As for Happiny, few trainers could genuinely command a wall Pokémon effectively, and Erwu evidently lacked familiarity with such a passive combat style. After they shook hands, they retreated under the guidance of their respective staff. Suddenly, the tall youth turned and shouted to Little Deer, "I will also participate in the next court's conference, Sorceress. We shall meet again." Little Deer felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. Did he not feel any embarrassment shouting such lines in public? The constant call of sorceress from him was enough to make her toes curl in anguish. You're blushing, Ipha remarked with concern. No, I'm not that angry, she replied. I mean, you're blushing, he clarified. Upon raising her head, Little Deer noticed that the player's exit tunnel was now a crowded throng of cameras and various agents, blocking the way completely. She immediately felt a wave of unease wash over her. Chapter 80, The Forsaken Child. After the finals concluded, there were awards ceremonies, closing events, and press conferences. But after Little Deer received her trophy, she vanished into thin air. Managers from professional teams around the world and agents from various conglomerates were left empty-handed, receiving only a notification from the organizers stating that Little Deer would not be signing any sponsorship agreements for the time being. In the room where the Little Deer is temporarily residing within the Leafy City Pokémon Center, she carelessly places her trophy on the bedside table and leans over her bed to open her laptop, the clattering of keys filling the air. As far as I am aware, such a decibel level indicates that the keyboard is rather worn out. Nearby, Ipha cannot help but remind her that the laptop was a birthday gift from her parents when she turned 12, and even 4 years ago. It was considered a modest machine suitable for the common folk, let alone now. The Little Deer once indulged in various online games related to Pokémon, but now, fully engrossed in her role as a Pokémon trainer, her determination to become a Pokémon Master has grown, alongside the realization that her computer's performance is increasingly inadequate. I'm sorry, I'll replace it in a few months, she chuckles sheepishly, her eyes sparkling as she summarizes her experiences from the recent Rookie City tournament. Indeed, while the league's Rookie City tournament is a regional event, akin to a large nation in Ipha's past life, every trainer participating is there to pursue glory, to make a name for themselves on the battlefield, and to reap substantial rewards. However, the Little Deer genuinely seeks only to validate her understanding of battles and tactical approaches. Little does she know the fervent discussions ignited online after she vanished like a teleportation spell immediately after claiming the championship, causing many trainers to pound their chests in despair, despite not being the ones to win. This is it. Next, I can challenge the Leafy Gym, the Little Deer declares with confidence. Ipha, feeling a bit exasperated, thinks that the progress made by her companion over the past month and a half could prepare her for 2 evergreen gyms. Shinedo sits beside the girl openly, glancing at the notes displayed on the screen. Pokémon training and combat strategies, advanced techniques, stamina management, and the art of offensive coordination. Are you planning to become a Pokémon researcher as well? Ipha raises an eyebrow, continuing to read the text. It proves that no one is perfect. Although the Little Deer possesses an almost prodigious talent for Pokémon battles, her written notes are truly a sight to behold, dense and chaotic, leaving even a psychic-type Pokémon feeling dizzy. Even with her composure, Ipha feels a twinge of annoyance, wondering which group produced this academic mess, and if they no longer cared for their funding. Gritting her teeth, Ipha forces herself to continue reading. Fortunately, the notes contain substantial value. Her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxes, and her eyes reflect a hint of satisfaction. To summarize, it treats the physical characteristics, abilities, and moves of Pokémon as indispensable battle resources, defining a generalized concept of stamina for calculations. Physical characteristics are innate abilities of Pokémon, such as the exceptional grip strength of Pidgeot's claws and its impressive endurance when flying with a load. Likewise, the candle flame of a lit wick can be used to hypnotize foes or to absorb and burn their souls and vitality. The stamina consumed when utilizing these characteristics varies by Pokémon, but is generally quite minimal. The characteristics of Pokémon can be likened to passive skills, though this is not an absolute notion. For instance, the Crystal Lamp's ability, Ignition, allows it to not only remain unscathed from fire-type attacks, but also to enhance the power of its own fire-type moves. To activate this passive skill, it is capable of intentionally igniting itself. Similarly, the psychic ability of Ipha enables experienced Pokémon like Shinedo to establish a mental link, while less seasoned individuals can only passively receive information, necessitating that the opponent completely lowers their guard to convey their thoughts. However, those with extensive experience can enforce a psychic connection, allowing them to read their adversary's intentions during battles and engage in unmediated emotional and cognitive exchanges with other beings. Excluding Dark-type Pokémon, notably, the stamina consumption of these abilities is minimal in comparison. When it comes to moves, it is unnecessary to elaborate, as most techniques employed in actual combat require significantly more stamina than the physical traits and characteristics. In Xiao Lu's perspective, moves, characteristics, and physical traits are all indispensable, holding equal tactical significance during battles. The judicious allocation of stamina to ensure a seamless integration of these 3 elements is the quintessential answer to Pokémon battles. For example, employing Bibabird's aerial dominance to devise a tactical retreat strategy, utilizing Leafeon's physique to plan close-quarter combat techniques, and leveraging the Crystal Lamp's ignition ability for various forms of powerful attacks exemplifies this notion. The aforementioned content derives from Ipha's meticulous compilation and translation. Though Xiao Lu's note-taking is rather erratic, with certain descriptions veering into obscurity. Only those who possess profound expertise in the realm of battles and a deep understanding of Xiao Lu could fully comprehend it. In simpler terms, aside from Xiao Lu and Ipha, none would grasp its meaning. Are you planning to teach Yin this? Ipha inquired tentatively. Indeed, Xiao Lu responded with cheerful enthusiasm, oblivious to any potential flaws in her reasoning, while her companions began to feel a sense of sorrow for Lady Yin. The bonus has arrived. How swift! The young girl exclaimed. It was the evening following the finals of the Newcomer City tournament, yet her account had already received a substantial deposit. 1, 10, 100,000. 10,000, 100,000. Xiao Lu had never encountered such a sum in her life. The realization that this wealth was earned through her own efforts filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Her account, which previously held less than 10,000 alliance coins, had now multiplied tenfold. Given that her team's monthly expenses were approximately 25,000 coins, this bounty would ensure at least 4 months of carefree sustenance. Of course, this assumption rests on the condition of not adding new members and maintaining fixed training expenses. In reality, whether this 100,000 alliance coins would last 3 months remained uncertain, but it was still a considerable fortune. Ah, I have an idea, Xiao Lu declared, raising a finger with excitement as she proposed to Ipha. In fact, these competitions are quite intriguing. We should seize more opportunities to participate in the future. Although I haven't joined any battle teams, it seems I can still compete as an individual. The Newcomer City tournament occurs every 3 months, by which time you will no longer meet the eligibility criteria. The regional league for this season has already commenced, and they do not allow for mid-competition entries. The upcoming competitions suitable for you will not take place until November, and relying on prize money to fund travel expenses is not feasible. Ipha ruthlessly shattered the illusions of the young girl. I know, look. I have also been searching for a suitable part-time job, the girl declared proudly as she opened a new interface. I've already planned everything. Next, I'll tackle the dry leaf gym, and then I'll take a temporary position as a guard on the SS Saint Anne. And I can even catch a ride straight to Golden City, the SS Street, and the world-renowned luxury cruise ship. Just by standing guard each day, I could earn 10,000 league coins. My part-time job hunting skills are quite impressive, aren't they, Ipha? Ipha fell silent, then let out a deep sigh, once again astonished by the girl's inexplicable and fantastical streak of bad luck. It's nothing. Just remember to let me review your next part-time job. Huh. Chapter 81. Speedrun at the Dry Leaf Gym. In the Dry Leaf Gym, Master Magician sat resolutely in his office. The robust man, formerly of the military, was buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, much like Sakaki of Evergreen City, who also served as the head of the Evergreen Security Department. As the gym leader of Dry Leaf City, Magician was responsible for a portion of local administrative duties. Having recently concluded a Newcomer City competition that exceeded all expectations, and with the tourist season in full swing, the gym leader found his workload soaring, leaving him so stressed that even meals lost their appeal and the air conditioning felt inadequate. Each day, he pondered how to slack off. Speaking of which, what was that little girl doing in Dry Leaf City? As the gym leader, Magician was acutely aware that the young girl had spent most of her time in the Pokémon Center since her arrival. Aside from participating in the Newcomer City competition, it seemed she was preparing for something, brewing plans, surely not in anticipation of challenging his gym, right? The very thought made him chuckle. Master, the contestant you were particularly interested in, Sujin Liu, has come to challenge the gym. Magician stood up, invigorated. Wonderful. Finally, someone has come. Who did you say? Inside the Dry Leaf Gym, where countless young trainers had their dreams shattered, the challenger, Liu, locked eyes with Magician from across the battlefield. How strange. Why was Mr. Magician so quiet today? Liu pondered. According to her research, the gym leader was known for his warm demeanor, eager to engage challengers in heartfelt conversations before, during, and after battles. His booming voice could even penetrate the battle communications. The considerate Master Ma often left challengers blushing, promising to return frequently. Perhaps he has a mouth ulcer, Ipha speculated, making a rather reasonable guess, showcasing the benefits of her telepathic abilities. At that moment, Magician's emotions were complex. He barely registered the referee's announcements, internally grappling with whether to raise the standards for gym challenges. After all, the gym was meant to filter challengers, not to torment them. Never mind. After the referee declared the gym challenge officially commenced, Magician made his decision. Go, Pikachu. Be cautious, Alice. In the battleground, Eevee and Pikachu immediately engaged in a fierce clash. Before the young fawn could issue her second command, the yellow rodent was sent flying by Alice's leaf blade, deftly wielded with her tail. The young Eevee eagerly turned to the girl, exclaiming, Master, Alice is truly formidable. It was as effortless as defeating a stray dog by the roadside. Is it over so soon? The fawn was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Pikachu's earlier vulnerability was a deliberate ploy, and she had even mentally prepared for a counterattack. The current gym challenge consisted of 3-on-3 singles, and in her brief moment of distraction, Magician sent forth Magnemite. The girl felt a surge of alarm, beads of cold sweat forming at her temples. realizing she had let her guard down during the battle. Indeed, the renowned Leaf Gym was no ordinary opponent. The first Pikachu was likely merely a decoy orchestrated by that formidable man, designed to catch challengers off guard and lead them to ruin their main force. To her surprise, the seemingly straightforward Majishur possessed such profound stratagems. One must never judge by appearances. She vowed silently never to make such a mistake again. Flamethrower. Given the circumstances, she decided to probe with a ranged attack. What tactics could Magnemite deploy? Toxic? Thunder Wave? Confusion Ray? It could even summon rain and thunder. After a cautious minute of calculated attrition, the girl stared vacantly at the charred Magnemite, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. While the ever-spirited Chao Ming hovered in the air, requesting to continue the fight. I feel as though I've only just warmed up. May I burn a little longer? Chao Ming licked the flames on her arm, earnestly inquiring. One must not be complacent. Each year, the number of trainers who, due to a fleeting lapse, are defeated by an opponent's final Pokémon could fill Mount Moon. Victory must not be relaxed until the very last moment. The girl silently vowed, immersing herself once more in the intensity of the Pokémon battle. 3 minutes later, Alice executed a successful ambush on Majishur's ace, Raichu, from beneath the ground, employing a distant leaf blade to strike at its weak point, effectively incapacitating all of Majishur's Pokémon. The victor of this gym challenge was the Fawn. Is that right? Came a gentle applause from Ipha beside her. Be quiet. I am contemplating. The girl's expression turned serious, eliciting a chuckle from her companion, Shinado. Ipha neither praised the Fawn's remarkable growth nor undermined her confidence, yet the Fawn sensed a newfound understanding. Indeed, one should adopt a broader perspective. This was the lesson learned. Let us proceed, Ipha. With a smile of relief, the girl secured her Pokeballs at her waist and departed the Leaf Gym alongside Shinado. According to their plan, they would next serve as temporary guards aboard the SS Tanu, and she anticipated that the journey ahead would be smooth sailing. Bathed in sunlight, the Fawn mused, feeling as though her soul had been significantly enlightened. Chapter 82. The exceedingly high-stakes interview. At the seaside of Leafy City, renowned worldwide for its international port, several massive vessels are docked, while countless tourists stroll about. A group of children, filled with laughter and chatter, gather in front of a bustling ice cream truck, which enjoys great business in this scenic area. The children, understanding the importance of order, patiently line up, clutching their pocket money from parents, eagerly anticipating the array of delightful frozen treats displayed. The proprietor is an unremarkable man, carefully sorting various coins and bills, before personally handing each child their ice cream, accompanied by a Pokémon-themed card. Can I have that Moonlight Eevee? I want Blastoise. All right, you can have them all. The proprietor busily sends off this batch of young customers, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. As summer gradually settles in, the typically temperate Kanto region has turned sweltering. At this moment, the ice cream stand welcomes an unusual guest. She bears an astonishing resemblance to a human. With a pure white physique and green hair, her crimson eyes meeting the proprietor's gaze with an air of dignified composure. Shaman? The man is momentarily taken aback. Pokémon customers are indeed rare, though not unheard of. Just yesterday, he served a Curlia running errands for its trainer. Shaman quietly produces a Rotom device, scanning the payment code on the ice cream truck, then points to a strawberry-flavored cone. Meanwhile, beneath the shadow of a colossal cruise ship, a young girl is conversing with her family. Yes, this is the St. Anu. The part-time job lasts 3 days and nights, and I will disembark at Golden City. I know, I want to wear myself out. I'm not in dire need of money, so it's unnecessary. You've become more confident, speaking with your family with greater assurance, Ipha remarked, recalling how, when she first met the girl, she could scarcely utter a word during conversations with her parents. Perhaps winning a small championship has boosted my spirits. Maybe I truly can become a Pokémon Master. Having just clinched the championship at the Leafy City Newcomer Tournament and gaining viral fame online, the girl sought to avoid recognition and potential troubles. She tied her black hair into a ponytail, shedding her light white jacket worn for months, and donned a predominantly white athletic ensemble suitable for the sweltering summer. Coupled with a black mask, she became nearly unrecognizable. Let us go, we're boarding. The girl and Shaman turned to behold the magnificent St. Anu, a luxurious cruise ship akin to a floating city, supported by the formidable industrial base of the League. Various enterprises have brought to life creations once confined to the realm of fantasy. Today, the St. Anu has yet to set sail. The girl, equipped with a temporary pass obtained after her part-time interview, accesses the ship through the staff entrance. Following the signs, she arrives at an opulent hall, merely one of the more ordinary corners of the lavish St. Anu, now designated for the recruitment of shipboard security personnel. Are they truly here to apply for the security positions? The young fawn was utterly dazzled, believing that this gathering must surely be one of successful individuals. She felt her youthful and unadorned self stood out conspicuously among such a crowd. This is the SS St. Anu. How could they possibly select ordinary personnel for security? Ipha explained, allowing the anxious fawn to grasp her hand as they settled into a corner at the edge of the hall. The interviews commenced in a robust middle-aged man. His face etched with deep lines, accompanied by a sea cucumber, served as the interviewer. The process was entirely transparent, devoid of any barriers, suggesting that those plagued by social anxiety would never secure a position as guards aboard this vessel. One by one, candidates were called according to their numbers. The interviewer succinctly announced the next candidate, a dashing young gentleman who stepped forward, presenting his arsum. Good morning, sir. My name is Awa Yudo. I am a graduate of Kinsei University, having completed my bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in succession. The fawn found herself bewildered, unable to fathom if the security personnel aboard the SS St. Anu were also expected to assist passengers with academic research. I obtained my official trainer's qualification during my university years, as well as my Pokémon breeder certification. I also participated in the Kanto Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition, securing a regional second prize. I am diligent, possess a commendable attitude, and excel in social skills. My character is vibrant and optimistic, and I am adept at collaborating with colleagues while adeptly addressing various passenger requests. I hope to have the privilege of serving aboard the SS St. Anu. The first candidate spoke volubly, leaving the fawn momentarily stunned and yearning to applaud him. However, the wrinkled-faced interviewer merely nodded, responding in a gentle tone. You are indeed an outstanding young man, a future pillar of the Alliance. I have complete faith in your talents and abilities. However, we have no reason to select you. I trust you will find a position better suited to your qualifications. The fawn gasped, huh? The first candidate grew anxious and hastily summoned his Pokémon, a Machop. Sir, please observe. This is my partner, with whom I achieved a regional silver medal in the Kanto breeding competition. Passengers will surely feel at ease with our duo. The interviewer's sea cucumber scrutinized the Machop and made a gesture resembling a cross with its fist-like innards. Dejected, the first candidate departed, leaving the fawn in a state of confusion, her mind brimming with questions. Why? Why must security candidates disclose so many irrelevant details? Why reject such an exceptional applicant? Why was she, a mere high school graduate, present here? In ancient times, a master swordsman could shatter 4 swords in a second. Now, a country fawn posed 4 queries in the same span. Ipha sighed yet again, patiently elucidating. They are applying for long-term positions. The benefits for security personnel aboard the SS St. Anu far exceed your imagination, attracting numerous exceptional talents. As a luxurious and high-end cruise ship, the guards here must not only fulfill their daily duties, but also contribute to the ship's aesthetic appeal. Indeed, one might say that their most significant role is to enhance the vessel's image, much like in certain upscale residential communities. That previous candidate was indeed impressive, yet he was still insufficiently qualified to serve as a long-term guard aboard the SS St. Anu. You have embarked on a unique path as a professional trainer, seeking only temporary employment in the short term, utilizing standards that differ from those of others. Is this the case? The inexperienced young deer nodded in confusion. Regardless of her exceptional talent in Pokémon battles, she remained merely a 16-year-old girl. Gazing at the resume, she hastily filled in, which evidently fell short compared to others. She couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Having secured only a victory at the Novice City tournament, would she even manage to pass the interview? Chapter 83. You made it the preliminary rounds of the colorful festival. Do not exceed 2. I have successfully completed the secondary assessment of the Alliance's computer systems. Your undergraduate institution is rather mediocre. I possess a Pokémon massage therapist certification. Perhaps I should also pursue a qualification as a Pokémon beautician. Following a rigorous selection process, the number of individuals remaining in the hall dwindled to less than half, with only 3 being successfully admitted. One was a seasoned trainer who had previously reached the top 64 in the Alliance tournament, now seeking retirement. Another had over 20 years of experience aboard a different cruise ship, and the last was a relative of an engineering team leader on board. As the wrinkled interviewer observed the diminishing list of names, it was inevitable that it would soon be the young deer's turn. Miss 56? Is Miss 56 present? Yes. Upon seeing the plainly dressed girl before him, the sturdy and evidently well-traveled middle-aged man displayed a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. He lowered his gaze to scrutinize the young deer's personal information, then raised his eyes to further examine the girl in front of him. After repeated confirmations, he cleared his throat and asked, Miss, you are only 16 years old this year? Yes, the young deer replied without hesitation. Surrounding candidates waiting for their interviews were momentarily taken aback, with several individuals instinctively checking their ears, questioning whether they had misheard. A 16-year-old child applying for the position of a guard on the St. Anu? Surely, a mere child of that age lacks the gravitas to serve in such a role. What could she possibly contribute? And where is your guardian? The interviewer's tone, previously flat, softened slightly as he addressed the young deer. I came alone. The atmosphere became strikingly quiet, as everyone, including passing staff, halted their activities, captivated by the unfolding dialogue. It was not until the deeply lined interviewer rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache, that he continued, You applied for early graduation? graduating from the first high school of Bu City. At this point, he began to suspect that the young deer might be some sort of princess, misled by someone or simply too naive to have come to the wrong place. Yes. Let me see. Oh, you have already obtained your formal trainer qualification? The interviewer's tone suddenly rose, genuine astonishment coloring his voice. Those nearby perked up, captivated by the unexpected turn of events, as the atmosphere around them grew more intriguing and mysterious. The league stipulates that only citizens who are at least 16 years old may participate in the examination for the official trainer's license. Without this qualification, one can still nurture Pokémon. However, there are limitations on the number of Pokémon one may possess, and one cannot enjoy the benefits of the league's infrastructure, challenge gyms, or partake in official competitions. The significance of obtaining an official trainer's license cannot be overstated. Theoretically, it is advantageous to take the examination as early as possible. Yet, the reality presents a stark contrast. Take the case of the young girl, for instance. Since embarking on her journey, she has encountered only 2 trainers who, like her, managed to pass the qualification exam while still constrained by age. The seemingly affluent and eccentric Nanami Kaido, who affectionately calls her Master Deer, and the enigmatic Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, whose combat instincts are remarkably keen. Moreover, the examination content is quite extensive, requiring applicants to dedicate at least half a year to rigorous study, rendering it exceedingly rare for individuals to become official trainers at the tender age of 16. Truly, only the most prodigious talents succeed. Of course, exceptions exist. Those who possess a fervent passion for the vocation of Pokémon training and have systematically studied the relevant knowledge from a young age may find the process considerably less daunting, though certainly not effortless. The unassuming young girl before everyone is, in fact, a prodigy, having attained the status of an official trainer at the age of 16. Perhaps her visit today is a serious endeavor. The interviewer's deeply etched features softened as he finally focused, opening the girl's personal resume. Securing first place in the Green Jade City Pokémon Knowledge Competition, he mused, is quite commendable. His tone escalated, eliciting a palpable surge in the collective mood. Murmurs of excitement began to ripple through the crowd, their gazes towards her now imbued with admiration. A Bulbasaur, accompanying the server who pushed the catering cart, noticed its trainer standing still. The small grass-type Pokémon approached the server, attempting to tug at him with its vine. Ahem, quite impressive. Let us see what else you have, the well-versed interviewer remarked, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Clearing his throat to regain composure, he continued to peruse the resume. Initially, he had been struck by astonishment and had not taken the time to delve into the associated details. Consequently, he failed to recognize the name written on the resume at first glance. How serendipitous. Furthermore, isn't it typically the case that trainers of such caliber attract a multitude of sponsorships? Why then is she seeking employment as a security guard? At that moment, a Gardevoir teleported beside the girl, cradling a trophy that she often overlooked. You forgot. Personal resumes require supporting documentation. The Gardevoir placed the trophy on the interviewer's desk, and everyone present witnessed the scene with undeniable clarity. Silence enveloped the room once more as astonishment gripped the crowd. Some rubbed their eyes, beginning to discern the similarities between the girl and the prodigious individual, and soon they were struck with the realization of having missed such a splendid opportunity for connection. Those major corporations and top-tier trainers, how would one even approach them? As an ordinary trainer, she unexpectedly turned down all signing invitations with remarkable resolve, earning her admiration from many aspiring trainers of humble origins who have begun to regard her as their idol. At this moment, should one not compose a poem? Having known the trials of the world since youth? Ipha mused humorously. Suddenly, a punch sea cucumber expelled its insides, awkwardly forming a heart shape before Ipha. Huh. What a nonsensical tale. A group of youngsters splashing about. Oh dear. An astonished attendant, caught off guard while munching on snacks, inadvertently collided with their Bulbasaur, shattering the previously frozen atmosphere of the hall. May I inquire if I passed? Little Deer was the first to ask. Cough, cough. The interviewer seemed to be afflicted with some ailment, coughing repeatedly before managing to speak in a strained tone. A remarkable young individual, indeed. The future is bright. With a flourish of his pen, he disregarded everything else and made his decision. You are approved. Chapter 84. One can always find a suitable transgression. 2 days later, after officially becoming a proud guard aboard the St. Anu, Little Deer, along with the others who had passed, familiarized herself with the daily tasks under the guidance of the initial interviewer. It was during this time that the interviewer learned that the young girl had merely applied for a temporary guarding position, with a work duration of just 3 days and nights. This was splendid news. No longer would she have to live in fear of unemployment. What? You wonder if the rotation of guards on a luxurious cruise ship is trivial? First and foremost, these are merely ordinary security personnel, akin to those at tourist attractions. The truly critical defense department is, of course, far more stringent. Secondly, have you considered the nature of our current society? We live in an alliance, a peaceful society. Incidents of theft are already a rarity, largely thanks to the presence of surveillance cameras. In short, the probability of unexpected occurrences is exceedingly low. The so-called guards only need a credible background and satisfactory performance to serve as one of the indicators of the Saint Anu's prestige. Is there truly an evil organization causing chaos that necessitates the intervention of guards? As if Groudon could take flight. On the morning of the passenger's embarkation, Little Deer was in her dormitory, arranging her attire, accompanied by Ipha. This uniform is so difficult to put on. Ipha nodded in agreement, as she too, as a Pokémon constantly by the girl's side, had been assigned a uniform. And what are all these straps for? Little Deer tugged at a belt secured with a circular ring around her pant leg, her eyes filled with confusion. Another characteristic of the St. Anu guard uniforms, an abundance of ambiguous straps. It is speculated they may accentuate the figure, but I cannot be certain. A hint of a wry smile appeared on Ipha's typically calm face. Her own special uniform was no exception. After a considerable effort, the girl and her Shinader finally completed their preparations. Yet, when they stood before the full-length mirror, much of their frustration dissipated. Surprisingly, it looked rather stunning. To be fair, it truly does. Little Deer reluctantly acknowledged the creativity of the uniform's designer, having to concede that the final product was indeed quite striking. The young girl adjusted the brim of her hat, secretly harboring a touch of vanity, and felt that she looked utterly splendid at that moment. Ipha, somewhat unaccustomed to her new form as a Pokémon, had scarcely donned human attire since her reincarnation, let alone such an exceptionally unique uniform. She sensed a slight restriction in her movements. However, the outfit could be effortlessly loosened by a crucial strap, presumably designed for swift entry into fierce battles. Everyone, come forth. With ample time before their official duties began, the young deer released all her Pokeballs, inviting the other members of her team to witness the new image of their trainer and captain. What do you think? Isn't it quite striking? The girl mimicked a shooting gesture, smiling as she inquired of her Pokémon. Boy, yeah, Eevee Alice joyfully leaped into the young deer's embrace, and fortunately, her trainer had grown accustomed to the weight of the evolved Eevee, avoiding being toppled this time. She said, no matter what, Alice loves you the most. I could have guessed that. The young deer, cradling Alice, gently scratched her soft chin. The Eevee squinted her eyes in delight, emitting a soothing purr. This particular Pokémon embodies characteristics from various mammals that Ipha had encountered in her past life, including dogs, foxes, and even cats. Bibi the fletchling was rather reticent, turning her head away, though she would occasionally sneak glances at their captain, albeit infrequently. Buzz, do you want my evaluation? Splendid. Chaming appeared to have found new amusement, circling around the young girl and Shinado twice. Indeed, the boss looks striking in that outfit. No doubt about it. Ipha's words suggested that one should dress more attractively. Pokémon do not experience a sense of shame from being unclothed, and the commentary from the crystal chandelier lacked any vulgar insinuations. Crucially, it simply did not possess the audacity to voice such thoughts. What a pity. It's a requirement of the job. Ipha casually chided Changming and then reminded the young deer, who was thoroughly enjoying her time with Alice. Don't forget about the trainer gathering you're interested in this afternoon. Be sure not to miss it after the morning shift concludes. Oh, yay. The young deer lifted Alice's overly enthusiastic head, wiping her cheek dampened by affectionate licks, and eagerly exclaimed, the trainer gathering aboard the Antanu must be just as elite as this ship. Perhaps there will be many intriguing things to behold. She had indeed transformed, even taking the initiative to attend social gatherings. Indeed, Ipha affirmed, noting that while the League strictly prohibits the sale of Pokémon, trainers are still permitted to transfer or exchange their Pokémon with others. After all, not every trainer views their Pokémon as inseparable companions. And for some newcomers with limited resources, transferring their Pokémon might be a better choice for both the trainer and the Pokémon. Boy, Alice froze, her face soon revealing a palpable expression of fear. She clutched the young deer's arm, her cries quickly tinged with sorrow, tears flowing freely as if they were without cost. Bibi, originally standing quietly to the side, Almond could no longer remain still. She was acutely aware that, despite her relentless efforts, she was still the weakest in the team. Initially, she had chosen to follow Little Deer, driven by a sense of gratitude for saving her life and a fervent desire to grow stronger. Now, after all this time, Almond had fully accepted the identity of the young trainer, yet she was profoundly fearful of being cast out from the group due to her inadequacies. Hey, what are you thinking about? Little Deer chuckled, wiping away the tears from Alice's eyes and gently stroking Almond's head feathers. Since you all chose me in the beginning, I will take full responsibility for you. How could I ever consider transferring or exchanging you? Although the young girl possessed a rather utilitarian view on selecting new members, and there were indeed various wild Pokémon willing to accompany her for different reasons throughout their journey, she refrained from hastily capturing any of them. Nonetheless, Little Deer felt a strong sense of responsibility towards the Pokémon that chose to follow her. The flash of a Pokeball not only signified that the trainer had acquired a new ally, but also represented the departure of a Pokémon born and raised in nature from its kin and homeland. Alongside the trainer's unwavering commitment and duty to nurture this Pokémon and the profound, intricate bond shared between humans and Pokémon. After a considerable amount of sincere comfort from Little Deer, Amon's doubts were dispelled, and the leaf EV in the girl's arms also broke into a smile, its vibrant, long ears fluttering lightly. You've grown up, but at the end of the day, you're still just a child, Little Deer mused, gazing at Alice. You're not that old yourself, Ipha thought silently, when suddenly, the crystal luminous appeared by her ear. I just had a thought. Isn't the Human Alliance prohibiting the sale of Pokémon? What if, on the surface, I go through the proper procedures to transfer a Pokémon, and then have the employers secretly compensate me? Wouldn't that be a loophole in the law? That's quite the clever idea, Ipha sincerely complimented, though her expression remained stoic. The only minor issue is that such actions would violate the Alliance's illegal profit from Pokémon transfer law, which seems to carry a harsher penalty than the illegal sale of Pokémon. Longming hesitated, then rapped lightly on the other's lampshade, coldly remarking, There's always a suitable crime for you. Stop dreaming. Haha, it's just a little habit, a mere quirk. The crystal luminous chuckled awkwardly, its blue flame shrinking slightly due to nervousness. Chapter 85. After all, I am not a devil. Under the direction of security personnel, the crowd formed an orderly line. For the St. Anu, which was comparable in size to a small city at sea, even boarding took over half an hour, during which they passed dazzling attractions and luxurious decor. It must be said that years of external disguise had rendered Little Deer exceptionally adept at this task. Bathed in orange-yellow light, she stood motionless in her exquisite uniform, her expression impassive, regardless of how the passing passengers conversed or how frequently the flashes of cameras went off. With one nearly pressing against the girl's face, a true curse of the doll, the young deer muttered under her breath, unable to resist blinking, which caused tears to glisten in her eyes. Were not these passengers all wealthy or noble? Why did they appear so naive? Of course, they had seen the world. They simply had not encountered her. Typically, ordinary guards would not even spare these passengers a glance. Yet the striking combination of the girl and Shinado was undeniably captivating. With the unique uniform of the St. Anu ship playing a significant role, Ipha observed that carrying Pokémon outside their balls seemed to be a trend, a fashionable item among the affluent. Most of the passing passengers either held them in their arms, draped them over their shoulders, or led them by a leash. It seemed that nearly everyone had a Pokémon companion, perhaps one reason for their particular interest in the young deer and herself. However, these Pokémon were all small and exceptionally charming. Upon a cursory glance, none appeared particularly formidable, looking rather feeble. Certainly, even a Pidgey could easily outclass them. There were species like Squirtle, Meowth, Herdier, and Fennekin, with the ever-popular Eevee and Pikachu among them. So many people. Truly, it was the St. Anu. Ash, please refrain from shouting in public. Upon hearing the familiar name of Pikachu, Ipha turned toward the source of the sound, and indeed, she discovered the well-known trio. The original protagonists, the Pokémon battling prodigy Ash, the Pewter City gym leader Brock, and the Cerulean City gym leader Misty. According to the original storyline, these three were initially marveling at the grandeur of the St. Anu, only to abandon their delightful fantasies due to the harsh reality of lacking funds. However, neither Brock nor Misty, both former gym leaders, were short on money. They were likely considering Ash's predicament. At that moment, Team Rocket's Jesse and James made their entrance, having darkened their skin and applied heavy makeup. Although their signature hairstyles remained unchanged, they successfully deceived Ash and his friends. Team Rocket concocted a reason to hand over their invitation tickets to the group, enticing Ash and the others to attend a Pokémon trainer gathering aboard the St. Anu. They had spent hundreds of thousands on these tickets, merely seeking an opportunity to capture Ash's Pikachu. Considering James's background and Jesse's circumstances, one could hardly label them as wasteful. For this mere sum constituted a minuscule fraction of their wealth. That guard over there cannot be mistaken. My extraordinary memory for adorable girls will not fail me. Brock suddenly fixated on the young deer at work, his already narrowed eyes squinting further, as he began to mutter to himself. What's this? An acquaintance? Initially, Misty had sought compensation from Ash for her bicycle, but somehow ended up traveling alongside him. Have we met? Ash inquired, stroking his chin as he turned to his partner on his shoulder. Pika? Pikachu responded, puzzled. See, Pikachu doesn't remember either. Think harder. We met in Pokémon research class. She was the teaching assistant back then. Oh my, after 8 years, or rather, for years, she will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, Xiaojing fervently asserted, expressing his preferences. It seemed he had caught a glimpse of her amidst the crowd. I warn you, Xiaojing, there are many people around. Xiaoxia, having witnessed his inability to remain composed in the presence of attractive women, recognized the stark contrast in his otherwise steady demeanor. This mature and responsible man was utterly defenseless against the allure of various young ladies. Not only that, but she is also the recent champion of the Rookie City tournament. Right? Su Jinlu, if I'm not mistaken? truly a paragon of talent and beauty. Despite Xiaozhang's palpable excitement, he managed to refrain from rushing over as he might have done in the presence of Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center. A rookie city tournament champion? So, she must be a formidable Pokémon trainer. Pikachu. Ash expressed his interest, and the Pikachu on his shoulder echoed his sentiments. If only there weren't so many people around, they would have relished the opportunity to engage with the young lady in a battle. What a commotion. The duty-bound Su Jinlu furrowed her brows upon spotting Ash in the throng. The girl immediately recognized him, the newcomer trainer who appeared somewhat clumsy yet possessed an astounding instinct for battle. The trio of Ash soon departed, allowing Su Jinlu to return to her serene stance. Beside her, Ipha contemplated passing the time with meditation when she suddenly sensed a familiar psychic wave. Possessing an excellent memory, she could recall nearly every word she had read, and she was particularly attuned to the psychic signatures of other beings, especially those of opponents she had battled. A tall and handsome young man walked through the crowd, having long since shed his protective gear for a casual vacation ensemble. His long black hair was tied back in a small braid, accompanied by a Shinado. This Shinado, a member of Ipha's kin, appeared to have undergone meticulous training. Its substantial heart, manifesting in a vivid crimson, shone brightly, and its pristine skin bore no blemishes, though it stood at a mere 1.6 meters, considerably shorter than Ipha. This the unfortunate soul we encountered at the underground base in Evergreen City, abandoned by those behind him? His name was Tsishu, and that Shinado had endeavored to exhaust its life force to create a miniature black hole in a desperate bid to protect its trainer. Quite a few familiar faces today, aren't there? The duty-bound Shinado mused with delight. At that moment, the Shinado accompanying Tsishu finally sensed Ipha's scrutiny and discerned the familiar psychic waves emanating from her. A shiver ran down her spine, and fear-induced sweat streamed down her face. She turned her head away, unwilling to gaze in Ipha's direction, and hastened forward, clutching her trainer's hand. What is going on? Ipha observed the retreating figures of the trainer and Pokémon, finding the situation rather amusing. Why such anxiety? After all, she was hardly a demon. Chapter 86, Xiamoli. Su Jinlu's morning duties continued until noon, after which she was granted 3 hours of respite before returning to duty at 3 in the afternoon to swap shifts with other guards, continuing her responsibilities until 8 in the evening. As for the later night shift arrangements, the team leader who had interviewed Su Jinlu had yet to inform her, indicating that adjustments would be made flexibly based on the activities aboard the St. Anu. However, if Ipha discovers that the world line remains unchanged, this world-renowned luxury cruise ship will not make it to this evening. Rumor has it that a seasoned breeder from the United Regions has boarded the vessel, capable not only of providing comprehensive care for Pokémon, but also of discerning the compatibility between Pokémon and their trainers. I plan to take Alice to sea. What about you, Ipha? After consuming a bento that served as lunch in the dormitory, Little Deer discussed with her companions while cradling the obediently curled leaf EV. Your national Pokémon competition platform information is entirely empty. I must assist you in completing it. The National Pokémon Competition Platform serves as a formal venue for trainers to interact and compete, and Little Deer frequently watches public lectures from experienced trainers on this application, gathering and analyzing their insights on Pokémon battles. Last night, Ipha unexpectedly discovered that whenever the platform was accessed, an update prompt would appear. Out of curiosity, she downloaded the latest version on her Rotom game console and logged into Little Deer's account. As a result, she found that due to prolonged inactivity, the girl had missed several major updates, leaving her personal information blank and rendering many basic functions inaccessible. Ipha felt a wave of darkness envelop her, yet she was both speechless and moved by Little Deer's reasoning to free up space for downloading additional literature and tutorials. She reluctantly resolved to fill out the girl's information during lunch and seize an opportunity to compel her to adopt a brand new device. Haha, sorry Ipha. I shall take my leave now. Little Deer awkwardly rubbed Alice's ears, offering a sheepish grin as she exited the dorm room. Ipha paused, patiently awaiting the girl's departure. Her crimson eyes suddenly ignited with a crystalline blue light, and in an instant, she completed the form at a speed nearing the system's limits, then flickered and vanished from sight. Little Jasmine, if the kettle truly is as slow as claimed, why are we unaware of their emergence? Beside her, a companion remained unusually silent, and Jishu felt a peculiar sensation. Turning his head, he noticed that his Shinadu's expression had turned ominously grim. Do you require a Pokémon doctor? Our room is just ahead, or would you prefer to rest for a moment? Sha. The room's design was spacious and minimalist, visually pleasing, likely crafted by a remarkably skilled interior designer. The cleaning staff and their Pokémon had arranged the guest rooms in meticulous order, with expansive windows framing the azure sea and a sky adorned with drifting white clouds, creating a serene and beautiful ambience. Yet, a wave of throbbing pain surged through Shinadu's temples. She conveyed her condition to her trainer, indicating a need for meditation in a quiet inner chamber. This was an uncommon behavior, but Jishu did not question his companion, feeling relaxed as he reclined on the sofa in the lounge. Ever since his resignation, This man had been indulging in the luxury of an unfettered mind. Shinadu entered the inner chamber alone, which, aside from the tidy furniture, was utterly devoid of embellishments. Faintly, the calls of long-winged gulls echoed from outside. She furrowed her brow. Could her previous sensations have been mere illusions? You have arrived. You are called Little Jasmine, correct? A slender figure suddenly appeared by the window, leisurely leaning against the sill while holding a steaming cup of coffee. Little Jasmine felt a pang in her heart, memories of regret and melancholy flashing through her mind. She took 2 hesitant steps towards the figure, crossing her hands and bowing slightly, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Senior?" "What a polite little one. No need for extra training," responded Ipha, a smile gracing her lips as she took a sip of her coffee, sweetened and creamed. Ipha stood half a head taller than Little Jasmine, exuding an aura that, though not overtly imposing, was enough to instill trepidation in her. Taking a deep breath, Little Jasmine's eyes glimmered with determination as she asked, "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Is there anything I can assist you with?" The memories of that fateful night in the underground base haunted her, where she witnessed, amidst the blaring alarms, her adversary emerge from the metallic structures, overwhelming her team in mere seconds and leaving her with the chilling realization that their final trump card was utterly within the opponent's grasp. Though they had been granted mercy in the end, she never wished to encounter this terrifying kin again. The shadow of that encounter loomed heavily over her. Yet reality seldom aligns with one's desires. "Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Ipha. I am here for a trivial matter. Your trainer has resigned from his previous position, has he not?" Ipha inquired bluntly, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil of fear and anxiety swirling within Little Jasmine. "Yes. I dare not defy the wishes of a senior," Little Jasmine replied obediently. "Then continue to heed my words. Have your trainer seek employment within the Alliance. Perhaps as a Pokémon Ranger. Otherwise, his current leisurely existence will not last long. Even though he has resigned, danger remains ever present." Although Ipha had effortlessly dismantled the team tree, she was acutely aware of the elite strength possessed by the former security company employee. Such a level of Pokémon trainer was exceedingly rare, and Boss Sakaki would never let him go easily. Her intentions were clear, to create obstacles for Team Rocket whenever the opportunity arose. "Is that all?" Little Jasmine was taken aback. Having anticipated a more severe outcome due to her recognition of Ipha during their encounter on the ship, bracing herself for the worst, erasure of memory, or even brainwashing. "What else could it be?" Ipha retorted. In that moment, Little Jasmine felt a wave of relief wash over her. How splendid it was that not only was Team Tree unharmed, but she herself would not have to sacrifice anything. Such a mutually beneficial outcome was beyond her wildest imaginings before entering this room. As for the reasoning behind the request for her trainer to take a position within the Alliance, she could not fathom, only knowing to follow instructions without question. "Why do today's young Pokémon always seem to overthink?" Ipha remarked, stretching languidly as she brushed past Little Jasmine. Suddenly pausing, she lifted Little Jasmine's chin, examining her from above, their gazes locking for a moment. "Pathetically weak. I cannot fathom how you might be of use to me," she mused. Little Jasmine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment in an instant, yet she dared not exhibit a shred of displeasure. Ipha shook her head, her figure gradually fading into the ethereal. After all, she too was a Pokémon of the psychic type. Chapter 87, The Trainer Gathering. After reminding Little Jasmine once more, Ipha departed from the guest room of the Cedar Tree Inn. It was merely a chance encounter with an acquaintance, and she had numerous tasks awaiting her, such as touring the Pokémon Trainer Gathering aboard the S.S. St. Anu with Little Doe. "How wonderful. My compatibility with Alice is at 95%. Little Doe exclaimed contentedly as she emerged from the shop of a seasoned breeder, with her Eevee joyfully circling around her. "What about the fees?" "Well, it was still rather expensive, but the breeder waived the cost upon recognizing me." Little Doe shyly twirled a lock of her dark hair around her finger, still unaccustomed to the feeling that anyone could potentially recognize her. "That's fortunate." Ipha nodded slightly as she accompanied the girl towards the venue of the trainer gathering. The S.S. St. Anu was immensely large. A location that appeared close on the map might actually require a half hour to an hour of walking. Fortunately, the interior of the cruise ship offered rental carriages for transportation. Yes, rental carriages, typically powered by Rapidash and Zebstrika, with drivers who could be human or even a psychic-type Pokémon such as Solgaleo or Hypno, fulfilling these intricate roles. "There are so many people," Little Doe remarked, placing some bills into the cowboy hat of the carriage driver, a Solgaleo, while gazing around in awe. They found themselves in a vast plaza surrounded by a myriad of shops, with a central fountain, a battle arena, and numerous social facilities. Trainers with their Pokémon were everywhere around the girl. These individuals were markedly different from the passengers she had encountered during her shifts, as the vast majority were formal trainers, accompanied by formidable and robust Pokémon. Roar! A Rampardos let out a deep bellow as it passed by Little Doe and Ipha, each of its steps causing tremors in the ground, prompting both the girl and her shiny Gardevoir to worry about the safety implications of such actions. "The ground doesn't mind. Why are you so concerned?" The trainer of the Rampardos seemed to have guessed Little Doe's thoughts, laughing heartily. Every Pokémon that roamed outside was a source of immense pride for its trainer. The girl also spotted a Milotic and a Gyarados gliding across the ground, clearly displaying a sense of grandeur. Little Doe and Ipha wove through the crowd of trainers and Pokémon, those who had come aboard the S.S. St. Anu were no ordinary trainers, as their Pokémon included rare breeds from various regions, as well as exceedingly rare shiny specimens, providing an excellent opportunity for novice trainers to broaden their horizons. In the central area of the plaza, several trainers were showcasing their teams, most of whom had already participated in an alliance conference, with their primary lineups having been largely established, led by Bankuras and the leader of the Sandstorm team. The illustrious duo of the Seagull, the Mosquito Frog King, alongside their numerous rainy day brethren, and the gentle yet meddlesome super sisterhood of Brim and AI Guan. There exist not only these well-known battling squads, but also an array of teams characterized by the distinctive flair of individual trainers. For instance, one respected veteran trainer commands an all-bug team, while another boasts a rather peculiar ensemble featuring the enigmatic Shenado, the long-eared bunny, and the sea lion, collectively dubbed the True Love Team. Then there are those sinister yet intriguing combinations, such as the Pure Barrier team consisting of Wanshou Wujiang, the Exposed Mushroom, the Wind Fairy, the Chansey, and the Tutu Dog. What on earth are these? Little Deer's mouth twitched in astonishment. How can there be such nefarious trainers? Ipha furrowed his brow, feeling a chill of discomfort at the sight of such audacious combinations. Indeed, nearly all trainers hastily circumvented the smiling gentleman cradling the Wind Fairy and the Exposed Mushroom, fearing that lingering too long might result in being selected as a fortunate audience member to witness a mushroom spore display. The gathering predominantly consisted of valiant battle trainers, who eagerly shared their team compositions and often engaged in friendly duels on stage. After watching 2 matches with great enthusiasm, Little Deer was soon distracted by vendors hawking Pokémon eggs. While selling fully evolved Pokémon is illegal, Pokémon eggs fall outside the jurisdiction of the League's regulations, although the scrutiny for relevant licenses remains exceedingly stringent. The shops aboard the St. Anu were largely affiliated with renowned brands or directly backed by the League, and the quality of the Pokémon eggs on display was undeniably impressive. Hey, over there, an EV egg, Little Deer exclaimed, pointing at the brown and cream-colored Pokémon egg nestled within a precisely controlled incubator, addressing the EV at her feet. You hatch from an egg just like this. The egg was a prize Alice had won during her time at Little Deer High School, where she had secretly participated in a Pokémon knowledge competition. 200,000 League coins. How can it be so expensive? The girl was astonished by the price of the EV egg, which was the least expensive among the many displayed in a wall of incubators. While some of the inner specimens were priced at over $1 million, there are disparities among Pokémon as well. Ipha calmly explained. The parents of these eggs are meticulously selected individuals, and the Pokémon hatched from them possess qualities that starkly contrast with those obtained by ordinary trainers or those that grow in the wild. Many are born with the innate ability to learn exceptionally challenging moves. Moreover, they exhibit high loyalty towards humans and possess a robust fighting spirit. Investing a hefty sum in a year or two in nurturing a future powerhouse for one's team could indeed prove worthwhile for many trainers. However, Alice and the EV that will eventually hatch from this egg are not significantly different in potential. Ipha added, considering that the first prize of the Pokémon knowledge competition in Bayou City at least came from a city with its own bug-type gym. Ultimately, it merely signifies a slightly faster start. The true prowess of a Pokémon is predominantly derived from subsequent training. Little Deer pondered for a moment and concluded her reflections. Ipha gazed at the young girl with a complex expression. It was a curious notion. Could trainers who could afford such precious Pokémon eggs possibly falter in their future nurturing compared to their ordinary counterparts? Otherwise, why is it that geniuses among civilian trainers are so rare? The uproar caused by your victory at the rookie tournament in Kuyu City was truly astounding, reminiscent of those online games. Should we then categorize Pokémon by color and rank, creating a hierarchy? How utterly amusing. Lost in thought, Xiao Lu suddenly laughed, her interest in the expensive Pokémon eggs dissipating. She firmly believed that human effort could overcome innate deficiencies. The talent of a trainer and the diligence of their Pokémon could compensate for any initial shortcomings. Speaking of which, a Pokémon like Ipha could certainly be considered a golden legend among its peers. A golden legend? She lowered her gaze to her hands, as if traversing through time to glimpse her once frail and powerless self. Xiao Lu was a genius among geniuses in Pokémon battles, yet she had once been a mere discarded gift, rendered weak by evolving prematurely on 2 occasions. Regardless of her past, she had endured the 8th type of suppressor and had become a half-artificial legend. This was sufficient. Chapter 88. The Eruption of Conflict. After visiting the shop showcasing team compositions and Pokémon eggs, Xiao Lu ventured to the area for Pokémon trading and transfers. Here, trainers experienced a mix of joy and despair. Some were elated to acquire their desired Pokémon, while others felt disheartened as they had to relinquish their companions for various reasons. A few trainers expressed interest in Xiao Lu's Alice, or even Ipha, but the girl resolutely declined their offers. It seemed they did not truly value their Pokémon. Xiao Lu and Ipha stood before a banquet table laden with delicacies, solemnly sampling an array of desserts. It was quite typical. Many trainers found it absurd that they could not defeat wild Pokémon and yet chose to capture them instead. Moreover, despite countless papers and ancient histories attesting to the shared origins of humans and Pokémon, where they were once indistinguishable, leading to numerous instances of their intertwining, one could not overlook the vast differences between the two. Ipha harbored doubts about whether the League's promotions and legislation could genuinely achieve their intended effects. Suddenly, a rumble echoed outside, the low growl of thunder. The sensitive Xiao Lu glanced at the skylights of the plaza, realizing that the once clear sky had been obscured by dark clouds. Is it raining? The girl felt no alarm. The Saint Anu was simply too grand, and she could hardly fathom a storm capable of toppling such a colossal vessel. The surrounding trainers shared her thoughts, all amusedly admiring the unique scenery of their journey. May everyone enjoy themselves. A young server with light blue hair styled in a center part approached Ipha, cheerfully exchanging a used plate for a new dessert while warmly greeting her. Shinedo coldly observed his movements. Despite his numerous efforts at disguise, the uniqueness of each individual's spirit allowed her to recognize Kojiro, the Team Rocket member posing as a ship staff member, at a glance. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon them. Being well-versed in the original storyline, Ipha understood the ensuing plot. The true organizer of this gathering of trainers was none other than Sakaki, the clandestine leader of Team Rocket. This man had attracted a multitude of formidable trainers through prior advertising and the distribution of inexpensive invitation vouchers, subsequently drawing in a plethora of related businesses. His ultimate aim was to activate the Team Rocket members hidden aboard the ship, capturing the Pokémon of these trainers and the luxury goods from the stores in one fell swoop. If Ipha were to evaluate this plan, she would deem it fundamentally flawed. Firstly, this was the world-renowned luxury cruise ship, SS Saint Anu, equipped with state-of-the-art security measures. Even the guards, merely for show, would not be easily dealt with, let alone the formal trainers occupying the entire plaza. Moreover, how long had the cruise ship departed from the port of Leaf Town? Should chaos ensue, the various flying Pokémon of the Leaf Town Alliance's security forces could arrive at the scene in mere minutes. Just how much strength and confidence would Team Rocket require to neutralize these trainers and make a successful escape with all the spoils before reinforcements arrived? Ipha had initially believed such absurdity could not possibly unfold in reality. Yet she discovered Kojiro and Musashi concealed among the waitstaff, alongside unusual psychic fluctuations lurking in the shadows. Existence, it seemed, justified itself. The astuteness of Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, was beyond reproach. How could he commit such elementary blunders? It appeared her previous conjectures were destined to be overturned. Ipha, I can't shake this feeling that something is amiss, murmured the young deer, suddenly placing her fork down. Her expression grave as she spoke to her companions. I don't know why, but the atmosphere around us feels strange. A few of the waitstaff's gazes sent chills down my spine. Ipha was somewhat taken aback. The other trainers remained enraptured by the festivities, oblivious to the fact that a mere 16-year-old girl could anticipate such abnormalities. Regrettably, your suspicions may indeed be correct. Shinedo's mood darkened, and she subtly edged closer to the girl, beginning to gradually unleash her true power. Bang! The grand doors surrounding the plaza suddenly locked tight with an unknown force. A throng of Team Rocket members, donned in peculiar gear and uniform attire, emerged densely from all sides. Even the opulent chandeliers overhead extinguished in an instant. What is happening? Who are these people? What is going on? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, a spotlight abruptly illuminated the center of the plaza, drawing the attention of all to a man and a woman clad in distinctive uniforms. The imposing and exceedingly confident Musashi proclaimed, to prevent this world from being destroyed, we are Team Rocket. Charizard, prepare for battle. A voice rang out, prompting other trainers to suddenly awaken to the dire situation. They had long been aware of the nefarious reputation of this wicked organization through the Alliance's propaganda and instinctively prepared to release their Pokémon. Young Kojiro, recently deceived into acquiring a Magikarp, felt a pang of despondency as he declared, for the sake of world peace. An eerie crackling sound filled the air, and many trainers, in horror, discovered that their Pokeballs had been ensnared by an unknown device. Some managed to coordinate with their Pokémon to forcibly break free, only to find their companions inexplicably weakened, their strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former glory. Evil that embodies love and authenticity. The members of Team Rocket, scattered across the square, sprang into action. In an instant, dazzling attacks erupted, and the sound of explosions echoed incessantly, revealing the charming yet treacherous nature of the antagonists. Fortunately, the Pokémon that had been outside their balls remained unaffected, and the trainers erupted in fierce resistance. I am Musashi, someone cried out. realizing that an unseen force had stealthily snatched away their Pokeball from their waist. "I am Kojiro," another voice added. The guards and attendants on site reacted swiftly, but soon realized that the communication signals had been severed and the pathways to the outside world had been blocked. "We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A white hole awaits us, heralding a bright tomorrow." As Musashi and Kojiro delivered their lines, the clash between trainers and Team Rocket erupted, immediately placing them at a disadvantage. "Protect yourselves. The defense team will arrive in under 2 minutes," Ipha instructed Sheikah, who could currently command only her Leafeon, Alice, and her Shinado. The members of Team Rocket were formidable regular troops, each possessing strength that surpassed Sheikah's own. How could one possibly stand idly by in the face of such turmoil? The young girl, still clad in her guard uniform, adjusted her cap, her expression icy with hatred for Team Rocket, this very group that had once persecuted Ipha. "Alice, Leafblade." Leafeon transformed into a fleeting shadow, its leaves radiating a vivid green light that struck a Team Rocket member who had been caught off guard. The fallen foe's face was filled with shock, unable to fathom that amidst these elite trainers, there existed such calm and resolute individuals. Sighing, Ipha swiftly established a mental connection with Sheikah, joining the fray. Psychic Force. The powerful and domineering psychic energy ensnared a Jengar that sought to ambush Leafeon. Seizing the opportunity, a shadow ball struck the immobilized opponent, while the trainer commanding a Gyarados cheered for Sheikah, inspiring those around them. In the center of the square, a group of electric-type Pokémon, led by a youthful Pikachu, unleashed an astonishing collective thunderbolt. The raging current engulfed a swath of Team Rocket's Pokémon. In a nearby corner, an inventive trainer deployed a Rotom, locating the device that had been jamming the trainer's Pokeballs. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, with his allies, commanding a Herdier and a Fungus, rushing to provide support. Amidst the throng, a striking figure gracefully maneuvered through the crowd, catching the eye with remarkable prominence. Although the fawn had only recently embarked on her journey and possessed relatively modest strength, she nonetheless played an undeniably vital role. Thanks to her lucid strategic thinking and the impeccable synergy among her Pokémon, a powerful Moonblast and an aerial Dark Pulse collided, neutralizing each other, prompting Ipha to suddenly sense something and gaze towards the ground, as if she could pierce through layers of obstruction to glimpse the scene beneath the luxury cruise liner. Was there something in the cargo hold? The fawn, connected to her mentally, inquired. Observing the situation gradually stabilizing and the defense department hastening to provide support within her telekinetic range, Ipha felt a sense of relief regarding the square. "I shall take a look." Chapter 89, The True Plan. Ipha employed teleportation to depart from the square, propelling herself at high speed towards the lower levels of the ST. Anu. The Team Rocket members above had not taken precautions against teleportation, further confirming Ipha's suspicions. Since the entrance of Musashi and Kojiro, doubts had stirred within her. These two donned specialized uniforms, one a top-tier heir and staunch supporter of Team Rocket, the other the daughter of one of the oldest cadres within the organization. Coupled with the self-taught linguistic prodigy Meowth, there was no doubt they were the leaders of this operation. Though this trio had repeatedly faltered against Ash and his companions, they were undeniably exceptional talents. Their ability to casually create various colossal machines would suffice to sustain Team Rocket for quite some time, positioning them at a rank equivalent to that of a cadre, perhaps even privy to direct communication with the supreme leader. Yet, a pressing question arose. Their primary advantage did not lie in leading other members in large-scale operations. The strength of the Team Rocket members present at the square was insufficient to match the status of the trio, especially considering that the mission's objective was the trainers gathering aboard the St. Anu. A moment's contemplation revealed that this arrangement was fundamentally disjointed. The commander's rank was excessively elevated and misaligned with the task at hand, executing a high-difficulty mission in isolation. While the soldiers lacked firepower and preparation, these circumstances could only stem from one underlying cause: fate. The so-called grand promotion of the trainers gathering aboard the St. Anu and the distribution of numerous invitations to trainers was, from the outset, merely a ruse. It was designed to lure the ship's defense department into a trap. What then? Was Team Rocket truly attempting to conceal with such a grand scheme? Ipha infused her legs with telekinetic energy and forcefully kicked open the cargo hold's door. Evidence of battle. The young deer harbored an unrelenting animosity towards Team Rocket, attributing to them the aberrations wrought upon her by Ipha's modifications. This sentiment was not entirely unfounded. Indeed, it was Team Rocket that compelled Ipha to undergo such transformations, and they had nearly brought about her demise on 4 distinct occasions. The first instance occurred shortly after her arrival, when she found herself confined within a slaughterhouse cage. The second transpired when her hideout was discovered, prompting her to evolve prematurely in a bid to shield her companions, leaving her with lasting ailments. The third incident involved a fierce battle during which she sustained a critical blow, necessitating yet another premature evolution, resulting in the loss of half her capabilities. The fourth was the most harrowing, as she watched helplessly while her comrades fell in battle due to her own inadequacies, leading her to a state of mental collapse. Since then, she had primarily been the harbinger of despair for Team Rocket. Ipha's hatred for Team Rocket was equally profound, and she reveled in undermining their operations at every opportunity. Shinado delved into the cargo hold, finally catching sight of a living soul amid the toppled shelves. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, his pock balls empty, now devoid of consciousness. Ipha employed a healing wave to mend his injuries and invoked his awakening through psychic resonance. As the man groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a shadowy figure whose features remained obscured. "Who are you, and why are you here? What is Team Rocket doing in the warehouse?" he murmured, struggling to articulate coherent thoughts, relying solely on instinct. "I am Ryanosuke Yamashiro, an Alliance inspector. I received intelligence suggesting illicit Pokémon smuggling aboard the SS St. Anno. I came to investigate, but fell into an ambush orchestrated by Team Rocket. They are inside," he explained. "And your companions? The Alliance would not permit you to operate alone." Ipha inquired. They went to the upper levels. "There seems to be some commotion over there," he replied, realizing his ill-fated solo endeavor had not only failed to thwart criminal activity, but had also resulted in the theft of his own Pokémon. Ipha contemplated briefly, piecing together the full scope of the situation. Two parallel schemes were at play, the first aimed at smuggling Pokémon through the SS St. Anne's cargo hold, while the second sought to plunder the Pokémon of other trainers in the plaza. The former was the primary objective, while the latter served as a distraction. If the first succeeded, the second would remain dormant. If the first was discovered, the second would divert attention to facilitate the completion of the first. After all, the notion of Team Rocket mobilizing forces to ensnare every trainer at the gathering was indeed daunting, likely to draw away a significant portion of their strength. With approximately 2 minutes remaining, Ipha unleashed her psychic powers, sending forth a wave of force akin to a shooting star toward the innermost recesses of the cargo hold. The scene morphed rapidly, culminating in the sight of a large freezer door. Zubat, Cross Poison, Scyther, Bullet Punch. Two figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, flanking her and launching moves that countered Ipha's abilities. Too slow. Ipha's pupils suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, a strange luminescence flickering as the colossal pincered mantis, once so near, momentarily faltered, rendered powerless. She seized the sharp horn atop its head, her arm straining as she hurled it towards the nearby Scolipede. The four-winged creature, imbued with lethal toxins, collided head-on with its steel-type ally, the tremendous force propelling both Pokémon directly into the wall. With a resounding crash, the metallic wall buckled inward, as if announcing the arrival of Ipha to the Team Rocket members within the cold storage. How could this happen so swiftly? Who was responsible? A robust man emerged from the cold storage, presumably the Team Rocket executive orchestrating this segment of the operation. Upon catching sight of Ipha outside, his heart seized for a fleeting moment. "Shinai, gather the team. Quickly," the executive bellowed, unleashing his entire roster of Pokémon: Charizard, Ninetales, Venusaur, Dragapult, and Absol. 4 Team Rocket operatives, disguised as technicians, sprang forth, each releasing their own array of Pokémon: Weezing, Arbok, Heracross, Skarmory, and Blaziken. 20 or so Pokémon stood guard at the entrance of the cold storage, obstructing Ipha's advance. Chapter 90. The Battle of the SS and the executive perceived the odds were stacked against them. Yet, victory was not imperative. If they could merely delay for a minute or two until the smuggled Pokémon were successfully transferred, their mission would be deemed accomplished. He glanced at the wall of Pokémon amassed before him, feeling a flicker of hope. This was the SS and a grand cruise ship with thousands of passengers aboard. Since their adversary had come to thwart Team Rocket's endeavors, it was likely they were affiliated with the League and would hesitate to unleash their most devastating moves in such close quarters. Surely, these battle-hardened Pokémon could withstand for a couple of minutes, could they not? Ipha surveyed the 20 Pokémon barring her path, discerning their FA-odd of strength belied by an underlying fragility. The fighting spirit of Pokémon was inextricably linked to that of their trainers. If the trainers were gripped by trepidation, how could their Pokémon exude fervor? Gaining confidence, she resolved to act swiftly. Ipha clasped her hands before her chest, a tangible manifestation of her psychic energy forming a window. A resplendent brilliance immediately filled the entrance of the cold storage, enveloping all the Pokémon within. Magical shield. Hold firm. The Team Rocket members shouted in unison. The diverse array of Pokémon unleashed their defenses. A vast pale green barrier shimmering with rippling waves under the radiant magic. Impossible. The Team Rocket executives' eyes widened in disbelief. Such area of effect moves typically diminished in power as their coverage expanded. Why did the simultaneous assault from over 20 Pokémon threaten to shatter the protective barrier? As the dazzling light gradually waned, the immense shield ultimately fractured, and Ipha tilted her head, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling Pokémon. Their teeth clenched and sweat trickling down in fear. She stepped forward, and it seemed as though the hearts of the Rocket team members and their Pokémon trembled in unison. 1 step, 2 steps, increasingly swift. In the blink of an eye, she plunged into the midst of the Pokémon. A surprise attack. An Absol charged brazenly towards her, but Ipha had already gathered her energy blast, pressing it directly onto its head before it could react. Boom! Grasping the neck of her Dragapult, she raised it and coldly remarked, "Are you so eager to make the ghost type truly live up to its name?" A fierce gust of wind surged from her side, and Ipha's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing atop the head of a Corviknight that was diving at high speed with steel wing. Her palms gathered dazzling flames at a breathtaking speed, enveloping the Corviknight in mere moments. Transformed into a blazing meteor, the Corviknight shrieked as it plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, a shadow ball concealed within the shadows cast by the flames struck the recovering Dragapult with pinpoint accuracy. Both Pokémon lost their ability to battle simultaneously. These were the most challenging to handle. Ipha surveyed the remaining Pokémon encircling her, hesitating no longer. She brought her hands together, her pupils a deep crimson bordering on black. Almost materializing, her psychic energy unleashed a wave of surging force around her. Numerous Pokémon had to exert their utmost effort merely to avoid being swept away. Psychic force. She floated into the air, the surroundings transforming into a blinding white expanse. The overwhelming pressure of her telekinesis ravaged the walls and floor, leaving them riddled with damage, while simultaneously sending all Rocket Team members and their Pokémon flying. As the impact of her psychic force reached the Rocket Team officer, a singular thought lingered in his mind. Hold out against the onslaught for just a minute or two. Silence enveloped the cold storage door of the St. Anu, where Ipha, after clearing the area, glided like a white specter through the shattered entrance. Meanwhile, in the upper plaza, the main force of the Rocket Team and the trainers attending the gathering aboard the ship were embroiled in a fierce battle, their excitement escalating with each clash. When would they ever have the chance to engage in such chaotic multi-person skirmishes? When would they be able to unleash their fury upon the ruthless Rocket members? However, the Rocket Team, which had launched the first strike, now found themselves enveloped in an eerie silence, their lines retreating further and further, forced to abandon the Pokémon balls they had previously snatched from numerous trainers. Yet, they neither fled in despair nor raged in madness. They maintained a composed and rational demeanor, trained to withstand the pressure. Reinforcements had arrived. The defense department aboard the ship had come. Additionally, the Pokémon inspectors from the League. Someone shouted, and several Pokémon balls shattered the skylights of the plaza. Raining down, the true high-tier forces of the St. Anu had officially entered the fray. Just by their stance, one could tell they were terrifyingly powerful. Concern began to gnaw at her for her companion, who had ventured into the lower levels alone. While Little Deer could surmise that Ipha's strength likely surpassed what she typically displayed, she couldn't help but feel anxious for her companion deep in perilous territory. If they encountered an overwhelmingly strong foe, retreating would be acceptable. Ensuring one's own safety was the utmost priority. In the heart of the square, Kojiro gazed anxiously at the arrival of reinforcements, questioning nervously, "Are we doomed to fail once more?" "What do you mean once more?" Musashi, filled with frustration, delivered a punch to Kojiro, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her lips. "If we fail, we simply retreat. The preparations below have long been completed." "Indeed, Meow," a voice chimed in, as Nyarth appeared from an unknown corner. No sooner had the trio spoken than the entire St. Anna ship trembled slightly. As a colossal cruise liner resembling a floating city, even the slightest jolt sent the chaotic decorations across the square flying. The trainers, poised to launch a final assault against Team Rocket, found themselves unsteady, many collapsing to the ground in disarray. "Ha! This ship is about to sink," Musashi exclaimed with her hands on her hips, laughter echoing around her as Team Rocket members quickly congregated around the trio, several already summoning their flying Pokémon. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. The St. Anna swayed more violently in the storm. "Damn it! First, save the people." They swiftly mobilized the ship's defense team and security personnel, neglecting the retreating Team Rocket members. The safety of the thousands of passengers aboard the Grand Liner took precedence over pursuing the nefarious organization. The inspectors and crew worked diligently to maintain order, guiding the passengers toward the lifeboats as countless Pokémon soared overhead, searching for stranded victims. Amidst the turmoil, urgent cries pierced the deluge. "My Magikarp! Ought to be you."